Signing into pirates begins with the execution of Roger. Chapter 1-sign into Marine Legends at the start. See Circle Calendar 1498. 1p/King of Pirates Roger, who conquered the sea, suddenly surrendered to Marine. 6 months later, 1p/King of Pirates Roger was arrested, and the news of his impending public execution in Logtown spread like wildfire, instantly spreading all over the world. "So why do you want me to do this thing, execute Roger, or something? Is it really okay for me to do it?" A handsome yet masculine man had a sad face at this time. "Sir Carl, the reason why Lord Sengoku Admiral entrusted you must be to trust you and choose you." A look of admiration was written on the female Marine's face. "Belmere, don't make fun of me, Mr. Sengoku and Mr. Garp, they will be in Logtown soon. You hurry up and gather the soldiers to prepare, I will go to the port to meet up later." "Yes, I'll go get ready." Belmere saluted and quickly left the office. Carl is directly spread on the table, like a student who doesn't want to go to class. "It has been 18 years since I was reborn into the world of 1p/King of Pirates, and today is the day I come of age after my rebirth. But not only did I not have a rite of passage, but I even asked me to personally execute Roger 3 days later, saying it was Roger's will. Although I have killed many pirates, the meaning of executing 1p/King of Pirates is completely different from killing other pirates." Carl was lying on the table, full of the temperament of salted fish. 18 years ago, Carl traveled to the world of 1p/King of Pirates, on an island called the Valley of the Gods, and was reborn as a baby. Although the newborn Carl is a baby, he retains the memory of his previous life and has the thinking of an adult. He remained in this state in the Valley of the Gods for nearly a year, and was even treated as a child prodigy. When Carl thought that his days in the future would be smooth sailing, the village was invaded. Cold rocks burned down the village, plundered property, and slaughtered all the villagers. Just when Carl thought he was doomed, Garp appeared to save him, but Carl also fainted at the time. At that time, he was not even a year old. Although he retained the thinking of an adult, his body was very weak. Carl is not very clear about what happened next, he only knew that he was brought back to the Marine headquarters. It was also on this day that Carl completely reacted. This is the world of 1p/King of Pirates. For the next 10 years, under the triple teaching of Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, Carl survived strong. By the way, I learned all of Marine Rokushiki and armament hacking. Looking back now, it is not easy for me to live in the hands of these 3 people until now. Let's go, it's time to go meet them. He patted his face, sorted out his military uniform with the rank of major, and then set off for the port. When he came to the port, he saw that Belmere managed this in an orderly manner. All the Marines were lined up, leaving a passageway dedicated to welcoming Sengoku and others. Carl took over as Logtown's base manager for just a week. The last Logtown base manager was arrested for corruption, so he was escorted back to Marine headquarters. Those involved with him were also escorted back. Carl was completely replaced temporarily. Fortunately, he was close to the strength of the headquarters rear admiral and won the respect of everyone. This is why he managed Logtown in such a short period of time. "Master Carl, the team has been assembled, waiting for your order." Belmere finished organizing the team and came to Carl to report. Carl nodded and came to the front of the team. His height is 2.3 meters, about the same height as Yao Ming, a basketball star in his previous life, very tall and handsome. But this height is relatively short in the world of 1p/King of Pirates, but it is still enough for most Marine soldiers to look up to themselves. Carl stared at the sea horizon and squinted, and then he saw a Marine warship slowly approaching. "Everyone cheer up and get ready for Sengoku Admiral and Marine heroes." "Yes." With the high voice, the Marine warship docked at the port. Sengoku Admiral and Marine hero Garp, with 3 Rear Admiral Borsellino, Akainu, and Kuzan, got off the warship. Carl saw Sengoku and others coming. He wanted to go forward to greet him. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from his mind. The host is detected as an adult, and the sign-in system begins to bind. Sign-in system binding is successful. Signable characters detected: Sengoku, Garp, Borsalino, Akainu, Kyuzan. System prompt: only key plot characters can trigger sign-in. System prompt: touch the target for 10 seconds to complete the sign-in. After the sign-in is successful, the sign-in character can be randomly selected, an ability in the current state, no side effects. Sign-in system: touch for 10 seconds to complete the check-in. It can also randomly extract an ability from the opponent without any side effects. Hearing this voice in his head, Carl was so moved that he was about to cry. A full 18 years. You are finally here to cross the must-have golden finger. Do you know how my 18 years have been? From the beginning of time, Carl has turned from anticipation to numbness. He already thought that it was impossible for him to appear through time travel welfare, and as a result, the sign-in system suddenly awakened today. Is this the biggest gift for your birthday? Carl thought so. His eyes were a little red. Sir Carl, Sengoku Admiral, they are here. Belmir reminded in a low voice. Carl came back to his senses and stepped forward to meet Sengoku and the others. Master Sengoku, Master Garp, I miss you guys. Carl has a very good relationship with Sengoku and Garp, and the two of them also raised Carl as their godson. Carl went up to a bear hug, which made Sengoku blushed, and Garp was laughing at the side. 10 seconds later, Carl shifted his target and tightly held Garp's big hands. Master Garp, you have no idea how hard I have been this week. You left me with such a mess. It took me a whole week to get Logtown sorted. Isn't it good? It also exercises your ability. You look at the marine around you, how respectful you are. Sengoku said with a stern face. Carl cut and ignored the seriousness. He then shook hands with Borsalino, Akainu, and Kyuzan for 10 seconds. Although the three of them didn't know what Carl was going to do, but Carl's status was special, it was not easy for them to refuse if he wanted to shake hands. After all the handshakes were completed, the system sound was long overdue. Sengoku sign-in complete, get Conqueror Haki, excellence. Sign into Garp successfully, get Strange Power, perfect. Sign into Borsalino successfully, get life back, master. Sign into Akainu is successful, Armament Haki is promoted to proficiency. Sign into Kyuzan was successful, Marine Rokushiki level was raised to excellence. Chapter 2 Roger. Come and shake hands. You little brat, it's a little weird today. Sengoku looked at Carl, who was shaking hands everywhere, wondering what was wrong with him. Carl had already shook hands with all Marines at this point. And 3 future Marine Admiral will trigger the sign-in reward. This made him feel a little lost. Where is Roger? I want to meet him. The route of Roger's escort is secret and inconvenient to disclose, but you can see him when the prison is rehabilitated. By the way, are you ready, you kid? You are going to execute him in 3 days, and you won't express your thoughts? Facing Sengoku's question, Carl shook his head and replied, what can I feel? It's nothing but flattery. Roger was also one of those who destroyed Carl's hometown in the first place, but he was also a member of the resistance to the rocks. That's why Carl is a little tangled, but after thinking about it, it's not a big deal. In the final analysis, it is only to execute a pirate. On the execution ground, Roger is no different from other criminals. After the chat was over, Carl took Sengoku, Garp and others to his office. However, due to his position and seniority, Carl could only sit next to Kyuzan. Sengoku was naturally in front of the desk, while Garp sat down on the desk shamelessly, and even took out a senbei. Then Sengoku began to deploy the execution of Roger. Carl sounded drowsy, and if there was a bed he could fall asleep in no time. I don't know how long it took before Sengoku stopped the meeting. After everyone else had left, he woke Carl, who was drowsy. "Boy, don't you want to see Roger? Come with me." Hearing Sengoku's words, Carl suddenly became interested, and then went to the prison with him. Although it is said that the prison in Logetown is under the jurisdiction of Carl, since Zhangguo and others came, this prison has been temporarily transformed and taken over. Now this place is so well defended that even a mouse can't get in. Of two marine legends is as hard as the sky. After a while, Carl saw the man who was imprisoned in the deepest, even a little downcast. At the same time, the system voice also appeared in Carl's mind. 1P/King of Pirates Roger detected, check-in available. The moment the system sounded, Carl stepped forward to accelerate going. He crossed Sengoku to the fence, looked at the 1P/King of Pirates with a smile on his face, and stretched out his right hand. "Roger. Come and shake hands." "Roger?" Roger's head was full of question marks, but he reached out his hand cooperatively. "Sign into 1P/King of Pirates Roger successfully and get swordsmanship, mastery. Shake hands for 10 seconds and sign in successfully." Carl couldn't close his legs when he heard the system prompt. It's just a pity that Roger's physical condition is at his worst moment, if he signed with Roger when he was at his peak. Carl feels that he can inherit his most perfect swordsmanship. Roger was still being grabbed by Carl at this time, and he had no idea what Carl was laughing at. "Little devil, are you laughing at me for surrendering myself to jail? If that's the case, you've disappointed me too much. Don't get me wrong, I just remembered other happy things that have nothing to do with your imprisonment. But to be honest, pirates like you deserve to be caught. Especially you, Roger. You are still a 1P/King of Pirates. As a result, apart from improving your reputation, it has no practical effect. Instead, it attracts a large number of people to go out to sea as pirates. Come on, do you have to carry this pot?" Carl let go of Roger's hand and began to teach Roger a lesson righteously. Carl, who had passed through his last life, was a college student with a high sense of justice and passion. If it weren't for saving lives, he wouldn't have been attacked by thugs and traveled to the world of 1P/King of Pirates. After passing through, he encountered even the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, which led to the loss of his parents and village in this life. This made Carl hate the pirates, and even wanted to kill them all. However, he is still rational. For some adventurers who just call themselves pirates, he relaxes the standard. He didn't want to be a cold-blooded creature who could kill anyone like Akainu. "Carl kid, you are wrong to say that. Pirates are a group of people who are not bound by rules. They are all a group of passionate men who yearn for the sea and enjoy freedom." Ha ha ha. Three views are different, I'm too lazy to talk about this with you. Carl glanced at Roger, then glanced at Sengoku not far behind. "Tell me, why did you ask me to execute you by name? Don't say that you feel guilty about me. If you really feel guilty about me, I will believe no one will believe you." Carl lifted his clothes, revealing a scar on his chest that spanned the entire chest from top to bottom. "I met you with Mr. Garp 2 years ago, and you said you felt guilty about me, and then almost killed me, so don't use that kind of words to prevaricate me." Seeing the scar on Carl's body, Roger scratched his fluffy and messy hair embarrassedly, and his tone became much weaker. "That what? I didn't see you being stubborn at the time, so I wanted to teach you a lesson. But it's been so long, you're all right, and you can avenge the execution in 3 days, can't you?" He. Hearing Roger's answer, Carl rolled his eyes, then stepped forward and asked in a low voice. "Are you going to use me to do something? For example, to spread information about your treasure, but don't say the exact location, but let people compete to find it? I don't know what you have seen from Laugh Tale, but I can probably figure out your purpose a little. It is nothing more than seeing yourself seriously ill and unable to accomplish your purpose. That's why you use this opportunity to turn yourself in and find the next person who can accomplish your goals for you, right? Carl's voice was so low that only he and Roger could hear it. Roger's face changed slightly. When he heard Carl's words, there was already an uproar in his heart. But before he could answer, Carl took the lead to interrupt, making him feel like a sting in his throat, like a thorn in his back, like sitting on pins and needles, so unpleasant. I won't answer and don't rush to refute, I understand you. After the spoiler was over, Carl felt very comfortable. Especially seeing Roger's bitter look on his face, Carl was even more relieved. However, Carl did not tell the other party what his plans were. Holding Roger like this, making him uncomfortable is what Carl wants most. The purpose of his coming here was to sign Roger. Now that the purpose is complete, there is no need to stay here. Master Sengoku, I'm going to patrol outside to see if there are any troublesome pirates. Executing Roger, and promised to complete the task. Carl patted his chest, then gestured with his middle finger at Roger, making his face even more ugly. Sengoku nodded, and after Carl left, he walked over to Roger and sat on the floor. Roger, let's keep talking about your wife. Chapter 3_Small Scale Chopper. After leaving the prison, Carl first went back to the dormitory to get the purse, and then rushed directly to the knife shop in Logetown. He had taken a fancy to the 3 generations of ghosts before, but because he did not have a strong swordsmanship, he was afraid that he would not be able to master this sword. But now Carl doesn't have to worry at all. Boss. 3 generations of ghosts gave it to me, and I bought it. Carl waved his hand and put Bailey, which he had saved before, on the front desk. Although the boss has repeatedly emphasized that this knife is only given to people who are destined to receive money, but Carl will not really give money. After all, he is the base manager of Logetown. If he takes the lead in taking credit, it will be even more difficult for him to manage his subordinates. It's just that the pocket money he saved for 18 years was spent in an instant. What a fine knife. Carl took the 3 generations of ghosts out of the scabbard and tasted it carefully. But at this moment, an explosion suddenly occurred outside, disturbing Carl's interest in tasting quiche. The sky is full of white smoke, blasting from the street at the door. Inside the white smoke, a humanoid creature could be vaguely seen. Just when he was puzzled, a creepy but extremely familiar voice sounded from the street outside. Hey, do you think you are invincible just because you have the power of the Logia devil fruit? What a waste. The laughter is so iconic that Carl can tell it's Doflamingo's voice. At this moment, Doflamingo made a direct move, wanting to kill the man wrapped in a cloud of smoke. Carl finds the right time to shoot instantly. Cut through the sky, like a vast wandering dragon, swallowing Doflamingo's attack. The power of Ling Lai's sword energy was not diminished, and it swept towards Doflamingo. Wherever you go, nothing grows. The streets burst into flames, leaving no intact place. Facing the sudden sword chi, Doflamingo's face changed greatly, he released his fruit ability without hesitation, and wanted to defend. But even so, his silk threads were cut off one by one. In the end, the sword chi fell on him, knocking him several meters away. Fortunately, after the heavy defense, the power of the sword chi has weakened a lot, otherwise Doflamingo would not be as simple as being knocked into the air. Carl walked out of the knife shop, and the system prompt sounded at the same time. Doflamingo detected, check-in available. Smoker detected, check-in available. The sound of the system sound made Carl raise his eyebrows, and then he turned his attention to the man covered in white smoke not far away. Are you Smoker? You know me. Haha, it's considered to be acquaintance. Carl didn't explain, he just walked over and took Smoker's hand, pulling him off the ground. Sign into Smoker successfully, all attributes get a slight increase. It's weak. Carl couldn't help but complain to Smoker. He said was a rant about the system reward, but in Smoker's ears, it sounded like he was talking about him again. This made Smoker a little pissed off, but he also knew very well that he was. The current Smoker is only 13 or 14 years old, and he can rely on the devil fruit to show his prestige. Hey, I didn't expect it to be you. Carl. Yo. Doflamingo, you're not dead? Hearing Doflamingo's words, Carl turned his head and sneered, his expression slightly exaggerated. Carl and Doflamingo have known each other before, but haven't had much of an intersection. The only information Doflamingo knew about Carl was that he was Garp's side. As for Carl's strength, and what rank he is, Doflamingo doesn't know anything about it. Now, he has not yet reached the level of his eyes and hands in the future. Carl met Doflamingo once and taunted him once. Carl, who has strength and background, is so arrogant. It's not easy to do it here, we will have an appointment in the future. Doflamingo flew into the air and wanted to leave. Doflamingo knows very well how powerful Carl's blow was. He tried his best to block Carl's sword chi. If Carl chases after him, with Doflamingo's current strength, he is no match for Carl at all. But Carl isn't going to let Doflamingo go. I saw that his feet were strong, and a vigorous step rushed into the air, blocking the route of Doflamingo's departure. Is this the moon step of one of Roku Shiki? Doflamingo frowned as he looked at Carl, who stepped on the moon step and flew in the air. Since you're here, don't leave in such a hurry. You're making trouble in my territory. If you don't get rid of you, how can I manage my soldiers? The corner of Carl's mouth was slightly raised, showing a handsome smile, and he came to Doflamingo in an instant. Doflamingo was taken aback and hurriedly used his abilities to block Carl's attack path, but his silk thread was completely cut off by Carl's attack. Learn the higher level armament haki, cracked all Doflamingo's defenses like chopping melons and vegetables. Carl saw the opportunity, grabbed Doflamingo's big face with one hand, and directly pressed him to the ground and rubbed him frantically. Sign into Doflamingo successful, armament haki elevated to mastery. 10 seconds later, Carl threw him into the air with force, and then added a sword energy. Doflamingo's reaction was much slower because of the pain he was being rubbed against. When he reacted and wanted to defend, Carl's sharp sword energy had already come to him. But at this moment, the sudden appearance of the sand wall swallowed Carl's sword energy. A man in a black coat with a cigar appeared in mid-air to help Doflamingo block the fatal blow. Crocodile detected, check-in available. There are sand walls to protect you, you are really lucky. Doflamingo showed a sinister smile, didn't even say thank you, and chose to run away. Crocodile frowned, he always felt that Carl was scolding himself, but he had no proof. Marine kid, Doflamingo is still useful to me temporarily. If you want to kill him, prepare to be sucked into a mummified corpse by me. Humph. Putting down a cruel word, Crocodile quickly turned into a sandstorm and left here, obviously not wanting to have too much entanglement with Carl. Cut, sand is annoying, it not only escapes fast, but also makes people eat ashes. The enemy ran away, and the sign-in task was naturally impossible to complete, and then Carl turned his attention to Smoker. Smoker, why are you messing with that guy? I want to be Marine, and he's a wanted big pirate, so I'm going to catch him so I can be Marine directly. At this time, Smoker is very young, but already has the arrogance of the future. Hee. Hearing what the other party said, Carl rolled his eyes at him and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Carl felt a lingering gaze staring at him. Turning his head to look, he saw a man in a pink suit with flowers, his eyes as sharp as eagle eyes, staring at him without squinting. This person Carl knows, he is the Hawkeye Mihawk when he was young. Chapter 4 _ Young Mihawk? Mihawk detected, check-in available. When Mihawk was young, he had not yet obtained the Black Knife and Knight, nor had he become the world's largest swordsman, and won the title of Hawkeye. Now he is just a rookie swordsman who just went to sea. It's just that his eyes are really sharp, which makes Carl a little uncomfortable. What are you looking at? Mihawk. Don't talk and pretend to be a master. Mihawk. Axie. Mihawk didn't say a word, which made Carl's head full of question marks, wondering what he wanted to do. If you don't speak again, don't blame me for being rude. In an instant, Conqueror Haki exploded. Carl took out 3 generations of ghosts and rushed up, pointed at Mihawk, and forced him to do it. Mihawk responded to Carl with his sharp swordsmanship. Clang sound. The 2 famous knives collided instantly, causing violent fluctuations. You are very strong. I want to learn from you. Hearing Mihawk finally speak, Carl pouted, and the backhand was a knife. If you want to fight, speak up. Be careful not to speak and suffocate to death. What a quick knife. Mihawk's sharp eyes, like eagle eyes, instantly caught Carl's movements and avoided Carl's attack. But Carl's attacks don't stop there. Having acquired Roger's swordsmanship, he had already reached the realm of a great swordsman at this time, although he was only able to reach the threshold. However, compared to Mihawk, it is still a lot stronger. He kept firing, each strike just right, at every weak point of Mihawk's defense. This kind of operation made Mihawk extremely nervous, and he didn't dare to relax in the slightest. He is very aware of the strength of the person in front of him, which is much stronger than himself, and even has a strange power that surpasses himself. But even so, Mihawk has now been dragged into his rhythm by Carl, unable to fight back. The 2 swords staggered, and the sound of metal collisions one after another resounded throughout the street. The surrounding residents are hiding, so as not to be hurt by the flying sword energy. The street, only Smoker dared to stand here and watch the 2 of them fight. With his Logia Devil Fruit ability and elementalization, he could avoid the aftermath of the battle between the 2. But even so, Smoker's body is covered with all kinds of scars. Carl and Mihawk also comes with Haki. Just that Smoker doesn't know what this power is. He just feels that the battle between the 2 in front of him is completely out of his hands. So strong. Really strong. I don't know who can win. Smoker muttered to himself. Carl and Mihawk's battle dazzled him, and he couldn't see the big movements of the 2 at all. But at this moment, a gust of wind blew by. A man in a dark green cloak appeared beside Smoker. The battle is over, Carl wins. Who are you? The sudden sound startled Smoker. But just when he asked the question, the battle between Carl and Mihawk, as the man said, was coming to an end. Although Carl obtained Roger's swordsmanship, the power he could obtain came from the seriously ill and dying Roger. But the swordsmanship he acquired was not at all the power of Roger's peak. With swordsmanship, he was only 1 line stronger than Mihawk now. But Carl has the blessing of other powers. Mihawk is no match at all. As the figures of the 2 staggered past, Mihawk's unsteady body revealed flaws, and Carl seized the opportunity and turned around and stabbed him, leaving scars on his body. Carl reluctantly launched an attack again. He even squeezed Mihawk's wrist, intending to disarm the opponent, but in fact had another purpose. Signed into Mihawk successfully, and the swordsmanship level has been raised to excellence. With the sound of the system, Mihawk also broke free from Carl's restraint and launched a counter-attack. However, the corners of Carl's mouth were slightly raised, and Mihawk couldn't hold back his sword skills. And, Mihawk was the first to be defeated, and Carl pushed the ghost to the opponent's neck. Is this a confession? I'm not your opponent, leave it to you. Mihawk gave up his resistance completely, and even opened his hands to reveal all the vital points to Carl. Seeing this scene, Carl rolled his eyes at the other party and immediately put the knife into the sheath. What am I doing to you? Crazy. Carl buttoned his booger like Garp did, then rubbed against my hawk's body. But at this moment, he saw a familiar figure beside Smoker. At the same time, the system sound also rang. Monkey D. Dragon detected, can check in. The first time he saw the dragon, Carl hugged him without hesitation. Long time no see. Dragon. Can you let me go? We are good brothers who worship handlebars. Is it necessary to resist like this? Hee hee. You're fine with everything, but that's disgusting. Ha ha ha, it's just a hug, not a kiss, do you need to care so much? Sign in Monkey D. Long succeeded, Marine Rokusaki raised to perfection. After hearing the sound of the system, Carl was slightly lost. Bad luck? Obviously, the dragon has more powerful abilities, and as a result, he obtained a Marine Rokusaki. The dragon couldn't bear Carl's embrace, and pushed him away, then tidied up his clothes. Carl, I'm here to talk to you about business. Come with me. It's the same sentence again, I said I don't want to mess with you. Besides, you pushed me away just now. Even if you don't want to do it with me, you can't do it yourself by staying here. Your thoughts and ideas are very important to me, and I need you. What do you need me for? Don't say it, I told you a year ago, it's impossible for the two of us. Carl, just think about it, if the two of us are together, we will definitely succeed. Haha. I don't have this interest. Why don't you come back and do it with me? Wouldn't it be better? Humph. Impossible. Carl and Dragon confront each other, apparently neither can convince the other. It's just an encrypted call between the two of them, and only they themselves know what it means. The meaning of the dragon is obvious, that is, to ask Carl to assist him in setting up a revolutionary army. Carl wants to stay in Marine and change the status quo of Marine. But neither of them obeyed the other, and neither of them wanted to obey the other. When they were young, the two of them often mixed together, and Carl also talked to Long about the socialist concept of the previous life, and Mao's concept. Inspired by Longda, he kept inviting Carl. I want him to do it with me. It's just that the topic of these two is very sensitive. Of course they couldn't say things like revolution, anti-Tenryabito and so on. This caused the two of them to be like encrypted conversations, and Smoker could hear them in a fog, completely unaware of what they were talking about. But some of them understood Smoker, and even heard some blushing, which made him take a step back subconsciously, and looked at the dragon with a hint of panic. My hawk next to them didn't pay attention to the two of them. After Carl let him go, he chose to leave. Afterwards, Long and Carl exchanged pleasantries for a long time, and had a dinner by the way. Smoker was like a follower, following him the whole time. Long didn't leave until night fell, and Carl also planned to go back to the base and take a good night's sleep. But it was at this point that Smoker finally gathered up the courage and shouted at Carl. Lord Carl. I want to join Marine. Chapter 5_ending 1p/King of Pirates. The sky is full of mist. 3 days passed in a flash. The day of execution for 1p/King of Pirates Roger has arrived. An air of chill lingers throughout Logtown. The huge execution rack is already ready, and Marine's video phone bug is also ready to start live streaming at any time. Below the execution rack is also crowded with people. Those are the people who came to join in the fun and want to watch the execution. They just want to see what the legendary 1p/King of Pirates Roger will look like when he is executed by Marine. Beg for mercy? Still crying? Or regret what you did? This is what they expect. Carl, you can take Roger to the execution stand. Received. After receiving the order, Carl held the 1p/King of Pirates Roger and walked step by step to stand on the execution platform in the center of the square. As a guard, Smoker is strictly guarded under the execution platform to prevent anyone who does not have eyes from breaking in. Roger was escorted by Carl and sent to the execution platform. He didn't have the slightest desire to resist, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes. It's finally here, what do you think, Kid Carl? What does this feel like? I just want to get my work done so I can go back and have a good meal. Ha 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 ha, as expected of you. The voices of the two were so low that no one could hear them. But those who watched Roger could see that Roger was very calm now, as if he was coming home, without any nervousness about being executed. It really deserves to be One Piece/King of Pirates, this kind of aura is daunting. Being so calm in the face of imminent death, I would definitely not be able to do it. Humph. It's just pretending, let's see what kind of expression he will show when he faces execution. The thief he, I'm looking forward to the dignified One Piece/King of Pirates, will he beg for mercy at the last moment of execution? I'm really looking forward to it. The people below you said something to me, and there was a lot of discussion. Carl took Roger to the focal point of the execution platform, looking down at the crowd below with disdain. See Roger, this is the hot-blooded man you're talking about, and they all want you to look ashamed. Don't provoke me in this way, it's useless, but these people are really not the people I'm looking for. Roger showed a pity, while Carl adjusted the video phone bug to face Roger in front of him. In a minute, the execution will be executed. Received. Sengoku's order came again, and Carl picked up the execution spear beside him and aimed it at Roger's heart from his back. But all of a sudden, there was thunder. The clouds in the sky were getting denser and denser, and suddenly it started to rain heavily. There was no sign of the torrential rain, and it soaked everyone present, adding a touch of sadness to the atmosphere of Logtown. But at this moment, someone below suddenly shouted. Roger! Did you really find Laughtail? Where are your treasures? You're dead anyway, why don't you tell us? That's right, you're going to die anyway, so hurry up and hand over the treasure. That's right, hand over the treasure and we'll spend it all for you. I'm the one who wants to inherit your treasure. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The people watching the play below laughed, as if they were laughing at these greedy people, as if they were laughing at Roger who was about to die. But their eyes are also full of anticipation, because they also want to know, where is the treasure of One Piece/King of Pirates Roger? But in the face of ridicule, Roger's mouth was slightly raised, and his eyes were extremely hot. A wild voice shouted out from his throat without warning. Want my treasure? If you want, I can give you all. Go find it. I put all my treasures there. Carl, hurry up and cut off the live broadcast and execute it immediately. Hearing Roger's cry, Sengoku shouted badly, and immediately ordered Carl to cut off the live broadcast and execute Roger. But Roger had completed his plan and accepted death with a smile. Shocked by Roger's words. They didn't expect that Roger would show such a smile when he was about to die. I didn't expect him to say such crazy words. However, Carl did not execute immediately, but threw the spear aside, took out his 3-generation ghost to stand in front of Roger, grabbed his hair tightly, and lifted him up. You want One Piece, you want Roger's treasure. It's ridiculous. Carl suddenly spoke, causing everyone present to fall silent. They all turned their attention to Carl, and even Sengoku and Garp didn't know what Carl was going to do. Roger didn't resist being grabbed by his hair, but he instinctively felt something was wrong. Just like in the prison 2 days ago, Carl guessed his mind, his expression became a little subtle. It doesn't matter if One Piece is acquired, it doesn't matter if someone else becomes One Piece/King of Pirates. Here's a One Piece/King of Pirates by the name of Gold Roger. But look at him now, what kind of embarrassment he looks like. For an illusory treasure, he was finally beaten to death. Even if you become One Piece/King of Pirates, you still can't escape the fate of being hunted down by Marine. Because, he is the final end of all your scum. There was no sign. Just when Roger was waiting for Carl to have some theory, Carl instantly took out the knife and cut off Roger's head. All the people watching the show took a deep breath when they saw this scene. The execution came so suddenly, they didn't expect it at all. This caused everyone present, even Jean Guo and others behind the scenes, to be startled. Then Carl lifted Roger's head and put his slightly confused expression in front of the video phone bug. See, this is the fate of One Piece/King of Pirates. From today, as long as anyone wants to become One Piece/King of Pirates, I will personally cut off his head. That's what I said, Carl. Soon as the words fell, Carl threw Roger's head heavily to the ground, and at the same time Conqueror Haki burst out, directly shocking most of the people present. Carl's actions shocked everyone who watched the fun. Especially a red-haired man and a red nose below, crying bitterly, feeling worthless for Roger's death. Carl, what are you doing? Sengoku's veins burst and he began to roar at the phone bug, but Carl turned a deaf ear and said calmly. Master Sengoku's mission has been successfully completed, it's time for you to take action. I'm cleaning you up when you get back. After being silent for a while on Sengoku's side, he put down such a sentence, and then hung up the phone bug. At the same time, Marine below began to act. Behind the scenes, Sengoku and others also took action, ready to capture these pirates. However, most pirates are very chicken thieves. They have already drawn up a retreat route, and they are not afraid of being caught. But at the same time, when Carl was about to leave the execution platform, the system sound rang. Kill the One Piece/King of Pirates Roger, complete the extra check-in mission, and reward the Conqueror Haki for upgrading to the perfect level. Chapter 6_Catch Buggy. I didn't expect that killing the characters in the original novel would trigger the check-in. No wonder when I released Conqueror Haki, I felt that Conqueror became much stronger. Carl smiled and was very happy. Then he instructed Smoker to bring Roger's body back to Marine Base. He himself is going to encircle and suppress those pirates. Smoker looked at the back of Carl's departure at this time, his eyes full of admiration. He only revered Carl's strength before, so he wanted to follow him and do things under his command. But after what he said just now, Smoker has completely worshipped Carl. Not just Smoker, Carl's remarks were broadcast live and even spread to the world. This is good, pirates all over the world have known him such a little-known Marine. Some people were convinced by his words, and naturally some people were hostile to him, but more people didn't take him seriously. Carl was just a little Marine who was responsible for the execution of Roger. Except for some people, few people could hear his words. But what Roger said was covered by Carl. The effect he wanted has been achieved. As for Carl, who is famous, he doesn't care. It's best to be remembered by everyone. Even if no one knows who he is, he doesn't care. Anyway, it's a long way to go in Japan, and one day Carl will let people all over the world remember his name. Every time you speak, you can make people refreshing, you really deserve to be. The figure of the dragon appeared beside Carl, walking side by side at the joint. The surrounding Marines are catching pirates fleeing everywhere. The two of them strolled in this heavy rain, but they were somewhat out of tune with the surrounding environment. You haven't left yet? If you don't leave, I'll go to Mr. Garp. I would like to see how the old man taught you this, a good son who ran away from home. Haha. You are ruthless. Hearing Carl's words, Vivi twitched at the corner of Long's mouth, and disappeared directly into the breeze in Logtown. But before he left, a strong wind blew up. The rain in all the surrounding areas was gathered by him, and then crashed down from Carl's head. Carl turned into a jerk in no time. What a vengeful bastard! Although he was scolding, Carl was not angry, but felt a little reluctant. If we say goodbye this time, I am afraid that the next time we meet again, we will have to wait for several years. At that time, the dragon will really become the leader of the revolutionary army. When they meet again, the positions will be completely opposite. Carl didn't know what kind of mentality he should use to face this brother-in-law. Let's take one step at a time, and now the most important thing is to complete a small goal of mine. While speaking, Carl saw a red-haired man not far away, evading Marine's pursuit. The first time he saw this man, Carl recognized him as Shanks. At the same time, the system sound also rang. Shanks detected, check-in available. Clown Buggy detected, check-in available. Buggy and Shanks are here too. Hearing the system prompt, Carl stepped on the moon step and rushed over without hesitation. At the same time, Shanks and Buggy are evading Marine's pursuit. But Buggy's fighting ability is really weak. Due to the plan of Sengoku and others, those who participated in the roundup mission were all elites from the Marine headquarters. With Buggy's strength, he can barely hit one or two. However, Shanks' strength is much stronger than Buggy. Marine soldiers in front of him was Shanks' opponent. Buggy, hold on, we'll be leaving soon. Shanks, let go of me quickly, I said I won't go with you. We are enemies. Don't make trouble now, I know you want to avenge the captain, but now is not the time. We are all still weak, and we will take revenge when we become stronger in the future. Isn't it better now to take revenge? I'm here after all. Suddenly, Conqueror Haki covered the two. Buggy's legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. But Shanks' eyes became extremely sharp, and a domineering aura emerged spontaneously from him. This is the harbinger of Conqueror Haki's awakening. Obviously, Shanks will be able to awaken Conqueror Haki right away, and now there is only one chance left. But Buggy doesn't have such ability. If he hadn't followed Roger and experienced strong winds and waves, he would have fainted long ago. Carl! You bastard! Buggy gritted his teeth and wanted to kill Carl to avenge Roger. But Shanks is much more sensible, he did not impulsive, but questioned Carl. When you were executed, why did you say that? Are you trying to overshadow the captain's speech and make people ignore the existence of Laugh-Tale? Why? It's ridiculous. The mere pirates ask me why, do you have the qualifications? Carl did not answer directly, but instead showed a villain face, mocking Shanks and Buggy. Since you are here, we have nothing to say. Buggy, run away. Wait for me, you bastard. Sooner or later I will avenge the captain. Buggy uttered a harsh word, turned and ran. Shanks didn't want to worry too much, and quickly escaped from here. But Carl wasn't going to let Buggy go. I saw him using the shaver, and instantly pulled Buggy's back and carried him up. Sea stone handcuffs are also arranged for him. Sign in to Clown Buggy succeeded, and swordsmanship has been slightly improved. Cut. Bad luck. Signing into Buggy was successful, but Carl's swordsmanship improved slightly. He was originally going to split the fruit, but since Carl's previous life, the only way to draw cards is to guarantee the bottom line, and the abyss has never shipped. Unexpectedly, the African Emirates Constitution has now been passed on to this life. What do you want to do? Let go of this, uncle. Otherwise, I will never finish with you. Because the Clown Buggy was restrained by Sea Stone's handcuffs, he couldn't use his strength, so he could only take advantage of his mouth. However, Carl felt that he was a little annoyed, and slapped Buggy's neck directly, knocking him out. What a noisy red nose, I'll take care of you later. At the same time, Shanks also found that Buggy was caught, and immediately turned back to save people. I saw him pull out the griffin from his waist, and in an instant, it was a piercing sword energy, like a dragon, rolling up the surging waves, directly evaporating all the seawater in the surrounding area. In the face of such a fierce sword chi, Carl's mouth slightly raised, and a smile was gently sketched out. With the silver slippery falling, Shank's sword chi burst instantly, forming a tyrannical airflow, which formed a short vacuum zone around. All the rainwater in the surrounding 100 meters was evaporated. For at least a few seconds, not a drop of rain fell on the two of them. Chapter 7_Shank's unwillingness. Carl, you guy, you're getting stronger again. Shanks cracked his sword chi when he saw Carl's blow, which made him frown and dare not be careless. With a knife in one hand and Buggy in the other, Carl chuckled softly, hee, you're not bad. Before he finished speaking, Carl carried Buggy and started a fierce fight with Shanks. Due to the sign-in system, Carl's current strength has undergone a qualitative change. Even fighting with Buggy on his back, he can easily deal with Shanks' attack. But the only downside was that the sword energy he released with one hand could not cause effective damage to Shanks. However, Shanks was also unable to attack Carl effectively. Because of Buggy, Shanks couldn't make a full shot at all, which made him very aggrieved. At present, it seems that the sword energy between the two is evenly matched, but in fact Shanks is very clear that he is completely at a disadvantage. This is not only because of Buggy, but more importantly, Carl's swordsmanship and strength have surpassed Shanks. Even armament hacky, Shanks is no match for Carl now. He knew very well that if Carl hadn't fought with Buggy on his back, he would have been defeated very quickly. Carl and Shanks are old rivals. The two of them have fought dozens of times, but every time before, Shanks has the upper hand. This time, it was Carl who had the upper hand. Shanks was surprised, but also felt that he was very weak now. If he has the strength of Roger now, he will not fall into this passive situation. Sign into Shanks' success, get observation hacky, master. During the fierce battle, Carl also completed the sign-in task. At this moment, the sound of dense footsteps sounded. Marine's large force has arrived. Attention everyone, a pirate is found here. Surround him with me. With the arrival of Marine, Carl and Shanks stopped tacitly. The two faced off in the heavy rain. The surrounding Marines also gradually gathered, wanting to help Carl capture Shanks. However, Carl took the lead in retracting the knife and giving up his plan to continue the attack. For the sake of Roger's face, I'll let you go this time. You don't have to worry about this red nose, I won't hurt his life, it's still useful for me to keep him. If you want to save him, you have to become stronger, come to me when the time comes. Shanks. Hearing Carl's words, Shanks looked around and found that many Marines were coming. He even saw the figure of General Marine. Coupled with Carl's current strength, Shanks was not sure to rescue Buggy, which made him a little resentful. Seeing more and more Marines, Shanks had no choice but to give up rescuing Buggy and get out of Marine's encirclement. You boy, just let him go. Just when Shanks escaped from here, Akainu's figure appeared behind him. Although he is only Rear Admiral now, his own concept of justice makes him very unhappy. If it weren't for Carl's special status and the huge backstage, Akainu really wanted to reprimand Carl. Haha, so what if I let it go? I'm carrying a person and I have no energy to deal with him. Carl used the moon step with a smile, rushing to the sky in the heavy rain. At the same time, Shanks rushed to the port of Logetown like a madman. He grabbed a random boat and fled Logetown like that. From beginning to end, Shanks didn't say a word, only left unwilling eyes, looking at the port of Logetown. There are many others like him. Marine are like madmen, as long as they can escape, they don't care about the lives of others. The port of Logetown turned into a Shura field in an instant, and the scene was terrible. But none of this has anything to do with Carl. He had returned to Marine Base with Buggy in a coma at this time, and changed a set of clothes by the way, waiting for Sengoku and others to return. Master Sengoku, Master Garp, you are finally back. I've made the tea, and now I'll pour it for you. Sengoku and Garp diligently like a child who has done something wrong. Garp laughed when he saw Carl's skillful operation. Sengoku couldn't let it out even if he was angry. When Carl has committed a crime before, he will take the initiative to be courteous and admit his mistakes cleanly. As a result, Sengoku didn't know how to reprimand him at all, and could only simply warn him a few words and then let it go. It's Carl's routine, and Sengoku is getting used to it now. However, Kuzan and the others felt a little strange when they saw Carl's appearance for the first time. Master Sengoku, let me state first, the sentence on the execution platform is entirely for Marine's sake. So I'm not wrong in this matter. But it was my fault to let Shanks go, and I sincerely apologize to you here. I know I'm wrong, but I won't change it. You kid. Hearing Carl's words, Sengoku almost spit out just after taking a sip of tea. Let's put the Shanks thing aside, that guy is not a threat, and the bounty is not high, so let him go. But you have to explain to me what you mean by what you said on the execution stand. Do you know that your words have pushed yourself to the forefront? This is very dangerous for you. Even if you have this idea, how good is it to discuss it with us in advance? In this way, we can also cover for you, and it is convenient for me to explain to Marshal Kong. Sengoku didn't mean to blame Carl, but looked at him distressed. I didn't discuss the going trip with you, and I pushed myself to the cusp of the storm. It was my fault, but at that time, the situation was urgent and there was nothing I could do. But as you can see, after what I said, was Roger's words overwritten? If Roger's words were spread widely, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, everyone yearns for pirates and wants to become One Piece/King of Pirates. So what is Marine? What is justice? Are we people shameless? Hearing Carl's words, Sengoku nodded thoughtfully. Garp laughed outright, and then gave Carl a thumbs up. Ha 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 ha, as expected of you, brat, this old boy Sengoku can't say enough about you, it's absolutely amazing. Okay Garp, do NT compliment him, look at him now that you are used to him, and he will float away if he has a little strength. In my opinion, you should go back to the Marine headquarters with me and exercise for 2 years. I'm not going back. I've only been in Logtown for 10 days, so you're going to let me go back. Isn't that a joke? Carl snorted coldly, disagreeing with Sengoku's suggestion. Sengoku is also a little helpless. He knew that Carl's temper was very stubborn, even though he was obedient at times. But sometimes, like a donkey, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr couldn't pull it back. Fortunately, most of the time he is a very calm person. Since this is the case, we won't mention these things. You continue to be your Logtown chief, and I will find a way to help you with your speech on the execution platform. But what about the red nose you caught? Who is he, and I didn't see his name in the reward order? Could it be that he is the little pirate who followed Shanks? That guy's name is Buggy. Although he's a pirate, he doesn't have a bounty, and he and Shanks are old acquaintances. What should I say specifically? Carl rubbed his chin, his eyes lit up, and a word blurted out, mascot. Chapter 8_I? Buggy. Mascot. Play money. Yes, Buggy is the mascot. This guy's luck is outrageous. If he is there, our Marine's luck will not be bad, so I want him to follow me and join Marine. Due to this time period, Buggy has been with Shanks all the time, leading some people to just think that Buggy is Shanks' sidekick. No one can imagine that Buggy is also a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates. There is no other reason, just because Buggy is too weak, so weak that he can only deal with a few elite soldiers of Marine headquarters. Naturally, people would not associate such weak people with members of the Roger Pirates. That's why, Sengoku and others don't all know Buggy. He really is not qualified to be known. At the same time, The corners of Sengoku's mouth were twitching. He heard Carl's sophistication and didn't know what to say. Carl whistled, looking away, completely ignoring Sengoku's expression. Since you said he was useful, you can deal with it as you like, but when you get into trouble, you also deal with him by the way. Got it? Hey. Don't worry. I will definitely train him hard. And Sengoku agreed to let Buggy join Marine. Carl also burst into laughter. After dealing with Carl's matter, Sengoku briefly held a meeting to explain the impact of the execution. The impact this time can be said to be very bad, even beyond the imagination of Sengoku and Kongsara. Fortunately, Carl's words and his subsequent actions completely covered Roger's speech, causing most people's eyes to focus on Carl at the time. This is also a fortune in misfortune. After the meeting, Kong also made a special phone call and explained some things to Sengoku, and asked him to return to the Marine headquarters as soon as possible. Originally, Kongsara planned to let Carl come back together and meet Gorosei/5 elders with him to explain the situation at the time, but was stopped by Sengoku. This is what Carl asked because he didn't want to go back right now. Addition, Sengoku didn't want Carl to have contact with the Gorosei/5 elders prematurely, so he stopped all these things on himself. They've lived together for 17 years and are considered family, and of course Sengoku will protect Carl. Then came their internal discussion. Carl was not eligible to participate, so he naturally returned to his room and began to tune Buggy. I'll give you the red nose now, the first one is to join Marine and follow me. In this case, I guarantee that you can eat and drink spicy food, and I will even give you a treasure map. But you can also refuse, that is the second choice, I will throw it into the sea to feed the fish. Just these two options, give you 2 seconds to think about it. 2 seconds have passed, if you don't speak, I will treat you as the second choice by default. Without waiting for Buggy to speak, Carl instantly pulled out the 3-generation ghost and inserted it between Buggy's legs. Seeing the extremely sharp blade, less than a millimeter away from his little baby, Buggy was so frightened that he didn't dare to tremble. Don't get excited, Mr. Carl, don't get excited, if you shake your hand, the little ones will be finished. With trembling, Buggy moved back 2 centimeters like walking on thin ice. Pity that he was handcuffed by Seastone and had no strength, and moving 2 centimeters was the limit. Say your choice, and if you don't say it, I'll take it as your default. I am the clown Buggy, I am very longing for Marine. If I can join your command, I will naturally be very proud. And I will be loyal to you, never mind. Buggy said these words with a stiff expression. Although Carl could hear his dissatisfaction and perfunctory, he still retracted the ghost and opened the Seastone handcuffs for him. Go to hell. I will avenge the captain. Carl opened his Seastone handcuffs, the clown Buggy burst into flames. I saw that he used his ability to split himself and hit Carl with both fists and feet. But his counterattack was of no use to Carl. I saw that Carl easily dodged his attack, moved the scabbard lightly, and immediately pressed the top of the scabbard against his little treasure. As long as Carl moves a little more, Buggy may have to go to the Shemale King to sign up. Lord Carl, I was so excited just now, don't be angry, you have a lot, let go of the small. Buggy is not good at anything, but there is one thing, he knows how to judge the situation. Carl appreciates that, and that's why he brought him back. As for the luck of Conqueror and the like, with the constitution of Kaffee, I don't care at all. I don't care. Buggy, what's your relationship with Roger? He has to be worthy of your birth to avenge him. He is just a mere pirate, even if it is One Piece/King of Pirates, it cannot change the reality that he is a pirate. Pirates are a group of scumbags, a group of villains who burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil. But Marine is different. We Marine can not only do justice, we can even get military pay, and we can also dig treasures by ourselves. Welfare is even more leveraged. If you still want to avenge Roger, I won't stop you, but you can think clearly about the consequences. Carl's tone was flat, but Conqueror Hacky showed it faintly. At the same time, his scabbard slid under Buggy again, which made Buggy tremble, so he could only nod obediently in agreement. The clown Buggy is very afraid of death, so intimidation is the best way. As for revenge, if he has the ability, let him come. Carl has this confidence, of course he will not be afraid of him. But Buggy obviously doesn't have the guts, and Carl knows his character very well. Smoker, take our mascot Buggy to sign up for Marine. As ordered. Smoker, who had been staying outside the door, listened to the order, and then took Buggy to the Marine Personnel Department. Buggy was very upset, so he wanted to vent, but before he could do anything wrong, he found out that Smoker turned out to be a Logia Devil Fruit power user. This made him feel desperate. That's it? All night. Except for Buggy. Early the next morning, Sengoku and others left Logtown and returned to Marine Base to return to their lives. Carl put on the appearance of a salted fish, lying on his desk, not moving at all. It's not easy to finally have a clean day. Lord Carl, it's better you don't say it so early, you can look at this document and then talk about it. Belmere put a stack of documents in front of Carl, making Carl confused. What is this? Carl slowly flipped through the information, but as he continued, his eyes became sharper and his brows became more and more frowning. Asshole! What a bastard! I didn't expect that the bastard who managed Logtown before would do so many wicked things. By the way, why didn't you tell me these things before? Carl was a little sullen, but he did not vent on Belmere, but stared at the window and looked into the distance. Master Carl, I have been collecting this information until yesterday afternoon. These are all evidence of that man, enough to sentence him to death. What we know before is only iceberg. This guy has very strong ties to East Blue's largest pirate group, Admiral Carey, which we didn't know about before. Admiral Carey? Who is this? Chapter 9 Marine Rogue _ Carl looked blank, completely unaware of who this Admiral Carey was. He doesn't exist in the original book at all, that is to say, he is a character before the plot begins. Belmere took out Admiral Carey's reward order. He is the strongest overlord of East Blue. He once went to the Great Root, but for some reason he was seriously injured and escaped from the Great Root. However, since he recovered from the injury, he has never been to the Great Root again, but has been entrenched in East Blue, mastering all the pirate forces of East Blue. His bounty is as high as 79 million Bailey, and he is a tough big pirate. And the most important thing is that the number of the Admiral pirates under him exceeds 10,000, and the ships are more than 100. It's really a big pirate group, but Mr. Garp didn't find them. Could it be that he's too lazy to pay attention to them? Carl thought about it and felt a bit possible. This pirate group looks strong, and the captain has a bounty of 79 million Baileys. In this era when the bounty has not yet been inflation, this bounty is equivalent to the future bounty amount between 100 million and 200 million. People with such strength are indeed invincible in East Blue. But Carl doesn't care, with her own strength, no matter who the opponent is, as long as it's not a monster of the level of Whitebeard and Kaido, he can capture it. Lord Carl, there is one more thing. After thinking about it, I decided that I must report it to you. What's the matter? Seeing Belmere showing such a serious expression, Carl was also a little curious. Some time ago, when you were preparing for the execution of Roger, some of our Marine veterans wanted to collude with the pirates. These people used to be associated with Admiral Carey, and now they are here because they didn't make any big mistakes. At a time like this, how dare you collude with pirates? You're really brave. Hearing Belmere's words, Carl thought for a while, and then said to Belmir, "Calling all Marines at once, I have something important to announce." As ordered. Following the order, Belmir assembled very efficiently all the Marine soldiers in Logetown. Smoker even stopped educating Buggy and took him to Marine Plaza to gather Marine in front of him from the stage, and within 3 minutes, the assembly was quickly completed, and he also showed a relieved look. You must know that more than 2/3 of these people are recruits, and they are only those who have been trained for 2 or 3 months. Now even if it is put outside, it is basically useless. However, the speed at which they assembled was trained by Belmir, which saved Karl a lot of trouble. "All the Marines present are my subordinates, but I would rather not have you now, because I am the only one in Logetown, and I can still be strong. You people, one counts as one, all of you are trash. All are rubbish. Except Belmir." Hearing Karl's words, some of the people present bowed their heads, even the arrogant Smoker also bowed their heads. When he first joined Marine, he was taught a lesson by Karl. At that time, he was still a little unconvinced, but after being killed by Karl several times, it was difficult for him to be unconvinced. Buggy even more so. He has been intimidated by Karl now and dare not be disobedient, and the treatment here is really good. At least last night, he slept peacefully after a long absence. The current Buggy simply holds the idea of what it has come to be at ease, being Marine here. Even if he is taught a lesson, it doesn't matter. As long as he manages the food, he doesn't care if he has money. Belmir was a little surprised. She didn't expect Karl to exclude herself, which made her feel a little happy. However, she still maintained a look of indifference on the surface, just stood quietly beside Karl without showing any strangeness. "I know that some of you are not convinced, and there are even people who claim to be veterans of Logetown, and they begin to oppress the newcomers and run rampant. I first took over at Logetown, I made it clear that this would never happen. However, how many days have passed, and some of you have become disobedient, and some of you have even colluded with the pirates outside, right? I know that some of you have made a lot of money by following the previous officer, and now you want to go back to your old business, right?" Speaking of which, Karl didn't look sideways, staring at the group of Marine soldiers in front of him. There aren't many Marine guards in Logetown, including Karl and the others, they're only in the early 4000s. Among them, there are more than 3,000 people, all of whom are recruits who have only been trained for 2 or 3 months. Logetown now, the defensive strength is unprecedentedly weak. This is all thanks to the previous one. If he wasn't too greedy, he directly emptied all the military salaries in Logetown, causing a large number of Marines to leave. Although he said that he recruited a new batch of people, he only recruited a bunch of people who made up the number. If it weren't for Karl's own identity and means, coupled with Belmir's shrewdness and ability, it is really not easy to suppress these newcomers. But even so, most of those veterans still disdain Karl. They just think that Karl has achieved this position by relying on his own backstage. Even if he personally executed Roger, he even made such an amazing declaration. But some veterans still didn't take him seriously. They still go their own way and want to make money from pirates and other civilians. Humph. What are you? Do you think that with your background, you can be domineering in East Blue? You little bastard can make your mark in Logetown. Don't think you've said that, you've participated in the execution and you're a big man. You're always just a kid, get out of Logetown, throw away your background, you're not even a green onion. Ha 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 ha. Marine soldier with a scar on his face who looked fierce and ferocious came out, taunting Karl. His remarks aroused laughter from some veterans. There were about 200 or 300 people, who had the same thoughts as him, but those people didn't take the initiative to offend Karl. Now that someone has come forward, they will naturally follow suit. However, most of the veterans are still very rational. Although they still disdain Karl, because of her identity, These people naturally dare not make trouble. You bastards! How dare you say such things to Lord Carl? Belmere glared angrily, rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go up and teach him a lesson. Her character was very irritable, and she looked like a little bastard. The head of the rogue marine long ago. Chapter 10_Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Belmere, calm down, forget what I told you before. If I want to be a good secretary for me, being elegant, quiet and calm is the first priority, and maintaining my image and ability is secondary. I'm sorry, Carl-sama. Belmere nodded and immediately took 2 steps back, but her trembling body showed that her heart was not at peace at this time. Carl didn't blame her either. After all, the time they spent together was not very long. When the two of them first met, it was very dramatic. The situation was relatively simple. Belmere was training recruit at sea, and then encountered the pirate group, and everyone, including her, was destroyed by the group. Just when she thought she was going to die, Carl fell from the sky like a hero wearing a pure white cloak of justice. No surprises. Those pirates were instantly killed. Belmere began to admire Carl, especially when she learned that Carl was the new governor of Logetown. She even volunteered to be Carl's personal secretary. Carl refused at the time, but Belmere pestered him every day, and the situation in Logetown was really not optimistic. So Carl agreed to her request, and the effect was good at the beginning. This confirms Carl that Belmere is really capable. You come out and tell me your name. Humph. Laozi's name is Jack. You brat, remember it for Laozi. The ferocious people came out of the queue, still so arrogant. Carl's expression was weird, because of his name, he collided with a certain big pirate. Unfortunately, he is not the big pirate, just a nobody. Jack. Belmere, read his resume. As ordered. Hearing Carl's words, Belmere quickly flipped through the datasheet and quickly found Jack's resume. Jack, male, 37 years old, joined Marine 5 years ago and became the confidant of the previous officer, but before that, he was a pirate under the pirate carry. And in the 5 years he has been doing Marine, he has been idle every day, causing trouble and even robbing those passing ships in the name of collecting tolls. However, he did not kill any civilians during his time at Left Marine, so he did not arrest him, but stayed in Logetown to continue his service. You escaped the catastrophe. Hearing Belmere's words, Carl shook his head and walked directly to Jack's body. Clap sound. A slap slaps Jack away. Blood spurted out of his mouth. This slap directly slapped Jack with a distance of nearly 100 meters, and then fell heavily to the ground, losing his life. Master, I have a hard background. What can you do? If you are not convinced, you can go together. When I see it, the headquarters is punishing me or punishing you. How proud I am. With background and strength, Carl is so unscrupulous. The scene was silent. They didn't expect that Carl's strength would be so strong. Because when Carl was in charge of Logetown before, he didn't show much power. Till this moment. Except for Buggy and Smoker, and Belmere, no one knows how strong Carl is. When they saw that Carl threw Jack away at a speed that his eyes couldn't catch, they have already closed their mouths and dare not say a word. Ha ha. I laughed so loudly just now, but now I don't say anything, it's ridiculous. Belmere. Name me. Don't miss a single one. Received. Hearing Carl's words, Belmere picked up the roster prepared in advance and started to roll one by one. These people who were named were all Marines who had an affair with Admiral Carey before, and even wanted to resume their old business and colluded with pirates. After the name was called, almost 200 people came out. The 200 people were trembling all over at this time, and they dared not look at Carl at all, for fear that they would end up with Jack too. Okay. How many Marine soldiers are there in Logetown? I didn't expect that there would be more than 200 heroes. It really surprised me. Carl was furious. Although he had seen the roster, he couldn't help but feel angry when he saw the more than 200 people in front of him. These are Marine's assholes. If they are allowed to continue, Logtown will be eaten up sooner or later. Buggy. These people are handed over to you, I believe you should know how to teach them a lesson. Wait a minute. Anything else? Lord Carl, give them to me, is it really all right? Buggy shivered, his voice erratic. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he wasn't sure what Carl was going to do. This surprise came too suddenly. Buggy, who has been watching the show, never expected that such a good thing would fall on him. Nothing inappropriate. Buggy, remember what I said to you last night? Today I'll tell you one more thing, I don't use people with suspicion, but don't use people who are suspicious. You can do it with confidence, as long as you don't die, you can do whatever you want. As ordered. Hearing Carl's words, Buggy was overjoyed and saw him walking in front of these people with arrogant steps. Hey, follow me next, I have the means to deal with people like you. A Marine recruit dares to teach us a lesson? You are courting death. There was a grumpy person who slashed at Buggy without anyone paying attention. Be careful. This scene immediately caused Belmere to exclaim, but Carl and the smoker next to him didn't even bother to watch. Although Buggy's strength is not good, at least it is the strength of the Marine headquarters, above the elite soldiers. Picking up these rogue Marines is no problem at all. The Marine picked up the knife and fell, and Buggy was instantly split in half. But before he could say anything, Buggy's body suddenly moved. I saw his hands suddenly separated, and the two fists hit the rogue Marine's temple heavily, causing him to fall into a coma. The split body also healed automatically, and Buggy even showed an arrogant smile and stepped on the man's face. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Marines took a deep breath. Ha 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 ha. This uncle is Paramecia, someone with the ability to split fruits, just relying on you rubbish, you still want to hurt this uncle. It's ridiculous. Buggy, stop dawdling, take them away. As ordered. Buggy gave a nondescript military salute, then laughed and drove the men away. When he left, Carl could even see the sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. Obviously, Buggy has thought of a good way to teach this group of disobedient rogue Marine. The rest of the people, although there are also veterans, but these veterans are relatively honest and have not done anything out of the ordinary. As for the immediate recruit, it is better to say. As long as Carl is given time, he will be able to train an elite soldier who is at least invincible in East Blue. In any case, Carl was also trained by Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr. Carl can completely copy the training method of the three of them, and then simplify it a little to train the soldiers in front of him. Then he turned his attention to Smoker. Smoker, I will personally train you to master Rokushiki as soon as possible. Belmere. The basic physical training of these people will be handed over to you. But don't forget to train, you'll have to learn Rokushiki too. Chapter 11 Krieg _ East Blue, Logtown. The training ground at Marine Branch Base. Belmere is training all the Marine soldiers present, including herself. Been a month since Roger was executed. During this month, a lot has happened. Among them is the news of the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido, and the battle between Whitebeard and the Big Mom pirates. But this is only secondary, the most important thing is that the Golden Lion made a scene in Marineford, destroying nearly half of the Marine headquarters, and then was defeated by Garp and Sengoku together. A generation of pirate legend was finally escorted into the Impel Down, which is known as No One Can Escape. This is the end of a generation of legends, but it has nothing to do with Carl. During the month, Carl kept pushing these Marines beyond their limits every day. Although it will be very tiring, and even cause some people to be injured. However, the people in One Piece/King of Pirates constitution are very perverted. Even if they are injured, they can be alive again after a day. That's why Carl uses them to do this kind of high-intensity training. Buggy and Belmere are also among the training teams. Those marine hooligans were also very obedient at this time, and no one dared to resist. Carl didn't know what method Buggy used to them. Anyway, these people were already obedient to Buggy. Buggy said to go east. These people would never dare to go west. When Carl found out about this, he was also surprised and didn't know what to say. But he was relieved after thinking about it. This guy Buggy has no other means. He has a first-class ability to train people, brainwash people, and make people brains. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten along so well in the original work. This is someone's innate ability. Everyone is working hard. I know it will be painful for you to do this, but if you want to become stronger, this is the way you must go. That's how I was trained back then, and that's how I am now. And if the constitution doesn't come, let alone learn Marine Rokushiki, even if you want to maintain the peace of East Blue. Carl stood on the stage, watching the drills below, giving them some encouragement and reprimands from time to time. Smoker, who was training alone. His constitution has surpassed ordinary people, and although he still needs to continue to improve, the conventional method can no longer work. Addition, he is a Logia Devil Fruit ability user, so there is no need to worry about his basic strength, so Carl let him take the lead in practicing Marine Rokushiki. Just that Smoker's qualifications are not too high. Rokushiki has not learned any of them now, and he can't even get started. This made Smoker a little discouraged, so he continued to train every day, and he wanted to learn Rokushiki even if he had to sleep. Carl admired his spirit very much, but he didn't show it on the surface, but scolded it severely. Smoker, your talent is too low. Don't think you are invincible if you have a smoke fruit. In the Great Root, although there are not many Logia Devil fruits, there are still a lot of them. If you go with your strength, you will die. Especially your smoke fruit, as long as you expand your abilities, your whole body is full of flaws. So as long as you can't practice to death for me, until after you have fully mastered Rokushiki, I'm thinking about teaching Haki to you. Yes. Smoker roared and continued to practice Marine Rokushiki hard. As long as he can learn Rokushiki and cooperate with the fruit ability, the potential of the smoke fruit is actually not small. Carl has even thought of a few combos for Smoker that can go with Rokushiki. He mastered Rokushiki, he trained with the fruit ability. Report to Lord Carl, someone outside is asking to see you. Someone wants to see me. Marine, who was on duty, trotted all the way to Carl. The guy outside called himself Krieg and he said he had something to show you. Krieg. Hearing the name, Carl felt a little familiar, but he didn't care. Take him to the parlor. As ordered. After a moment, Carl met Krieg in Marine's drawing room. Carl felt familiar when he heard the name at first, but now seeing the other party in bronze armor, wrapping himself tightly, all kinds of visual senses rushed to his face in an instant. This Krieg is clearly the one that Luffy met in Carl's previous life, the unlucky guy chased by Hawkeye my hawk. But Krieg is still very young now, and the tenderness and tension on his face doesn't seem to be pretending. What's your business with me? Carl was condescending, completely ignoring the other party. Although his identity surprised Carl for the first time, Krieg was just a small person. If it was Jin, Carl might have another look. Ahem, I'm Krieg, I'm here to negotiate with you on behalf of the Admiral. Previous Logtown base chief, but our cooperation cannot be stopped. The Admiral has decided to re-establish a cooperative relationship with you, and the Admiral is also willing to give up 10% of the benefits to stabilize our cooperative relationship. It's only 10%? Are you perfunctory me? Hearing Krieg's words, Carl didn't take it to heart. East Blue very honestly, and no one knows where he is. And Karl's side is understaffed, and it is really impossible to determine the opponent's position. Otherwise, Karl would have killed them long ago. Boy, if you give me your face, you will take it? If you get more profit, it's because you dare to say those words on the execution platform. If you didn't say those words, it would still be me and you, and it would be impossible to give you an extra profit. This is the original words of Admiral Carey. Don't be ashamed, boy. Although Krieg is young and immature, he is backed by Admiral Krieg, the largest pirate group in East Blue. Naturally, he had the confidence to say this to Karl. However, Karl shook his head and used the shaved body to come to Krieg. What? Seeing Karl's teleportation-like speed, Krieg suddenly sweated and his calf started to shiver. Your armor is nice, but it's too brittle. Karl raised his mouth slightly, patted Krieg's shoulder lightly, and then squeezed hard. Just hear a click. Krieg's whole body of bronze armor shattered in an instant, leaving only a drop of residue left here. Seeing this scene, Krieg was taken aback, and his whole body trembled, for fear that Karl would crush himself to death. But Karl didn't do anything to him. Instead, he tidied up the lining on Krieg's body, and then laughed. Tell me to Admiral Carey that if he doesn't have the guts, he can hide forever and never come out. Once I found out where he was dead. Now, you can get out. Hearing Karl's next words, Krieg was relieved and ran out of the shit, not even daring to turn his head back. Karl was sitting in a chair, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Isn't it, Admiral Carey? It's really interesting that you dare to come here to discuss cooperation with me. Are these pirates so afraid of death now? Chapter 12_New Task. Lord Admiral, that's what happened. That Marine kid didn't cooperate at all, and even nearly killed me. On a small boat, Krieg shivered to report the situation on the phone. He is only a young pirate now, and he is not qualified to contact Admiral Carey at all. This time he was able to help Admiral Carey to pass the word, simply because Admiral Carey was inconvenient to come forward. I see, you can get out. Admiral Krieg hung up on the phone bug, not giving Krieg a chance to explain. This left Krieg ashen. He is very clear that this task has not been completed by himself, and what will greet him next will be a hellish punishment. At the same time, Karl stepped on the moon step and watched it all from the sky. He let Krieg go, thinking he was going to find Admiral Krieg. As a result, this guy is not qualified to contact Admiral Carey at all, and can only contact him through phone bugs. This makes Karl a little disappointed. But Karl also liked it. During this month, Karl spent a little time almost every day to find Admiral Carey. But apart from some kittens and puppies, Karl did not find any trace of Admiral Carey. Obviously, this timid guy is still hiding in the dark to avoid confrontation with Marine. But Karl didn't know that. At this time, Admiral Carey, in East Blue SC area, has summoned his subordinates and is ready to make a comeback. Humph. It's been a month, and those bastards in Marine's headquarters probably won't pay attention to East Blue anymore. In this way, it's time for me, Admiral Carey, to go to sea again. As for that kid from Logetown, who are you going to help me get rid of him? If this kid is disobedient, let's change to an obedient one to be the base commander. Admiral Carey obviously did not take Karl seriously. In his impression, Logetown's base commander is very weak, just like the previous one. Admiral Carey didn't take Karl to heart, he just thought he was a fledgling and arrogant kid. Lord Admiral, we don't need our hands on this matter. Do you remember the Bear King? The Bear King? Just the captain of the poker pirates? That's right, that kid. The corners of Admiral Carey's mouth raised slightly, and he continued, this guy has great ambitions, and he has already started to rob us of our business while we are avoiding Marine. And this guy has no fear of Marine, so with a little guidance, we can have him do it for us. This way, we can also avoid directly offending Marine, and if we can even support Marine by building a partnership with them in this way. Hearing this person's words, Admiral Carey was startled, and then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, as expected of my staff, I'll leave this to you, no problem. Thank you for your trust, Admiral, leave this to me. The man pushed the glasses with the palm of his hand, a sinister smile appeared on his face, and then walked out of the room. After a while, Admiral Carey stopped smiling, and his expression became a little serious. Marine kid. Hee, I want to see how you deal with this tough guy. At the same time, Carl has returned to Logetown. Marine warship with a dog-headed flag. On the way back from Carl's patrol, Carl happened to meet Garp, and the two came back together. Master Garp, why do you have the time to come to me? Is there another mission? Ha ha ha, don't be an old man with a mission, I'm on vacation now. Garp laughed, then stuck his booger, not paying attention to his personal image at all. Carl was a little helpless when he saw his appearance, and followed behind Garp. Moments later, Garp arrived at the Marine training ground. When he saw these people, after training, he nodded with satisfaction. But soon, he turned his attention to Smoker. This is that Smoke kid? What do you mean by letting him practice Rokushiki instead of letting him develop his fruit abilities? And Rokushiki is a secret move. Did you teach them like this? Report to me and Sengoku. Garp glared at Carl, but wasn't angry. Carl shrugged, didn't care, and explained in a perfunctory way, all right, Mr. Garp, I'm doing this for Logetown, okay. And Rokushiki is not a new thing for a long time, it is boring to hide it, it is better to promote it comprehensively. Ha 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 ha, you've got it right, kid. I won't take anything against you, right? Isn't it? The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. The other people around heard laughter at this time, and it was only then that Carl came back. But when they saw Garp here again, they stopped what they were doing and stood up to salute. You don't need to salute, you continue to train and don't stop. As ordered. Hearing Garp's words, the Marines continued their training. Garp and Carl left after chatting for a while, saying there was something important to do. But just as Garp left, less than 10 minutes later, the phone worm rang. Hello, who is it? Carl, did Garp go to your place? It's Mr. Sengoku. Mr. Garp is indeed here. Do you have anything to ask him? Carl, I am now ordering you as Marine Admiral, keep Garp in Logetown and never let him go half a step. Hearing Sengoku's angry words, Carl was confused, and after 2 seconds of silence, he answered. Then what? Mr. Garp left 10 minutes ago, you call bug, you're late. This time it was Sengoku's turn to be silent. Fortunately, he did not remain silent for too long, and continued to issue new orders to Carl. Carl, I now order you to assist you in entering East Blue's headquarters, Marine, to find a woman named Rouge. This woman is very dangerous, she must be arrested as soon as possible, the sooner the better. I know Mr. Sengoku, do you have any other tasks? Carl's tone became a little cold. He didn't expect that the mission Sengoku had issued to himself would be to capture Porgas D. Rouge. From the beginning, he didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. And seeing Garp at this time, he probably understands who Garp is for. However, his indifferent tone was not noticed by Sengoku. Sengoku remained methodical, continuing to give Carl the instructions, and the course of action for the operation. Carl is not the main force, all he has to do is to provide information and assist others in arresting Rouge, he does not need to arrest people at all. If Carl can watch Garp, that would be great. Chapter 13 Rouge. _ After hanging up the phone bug, Carl was in a mixed mood. Sengoku didn't make it clear who this person was, apparently to prevent Carl from letting Rouge go because of Roger's business. But Carl, as a traveler, knows everything, and the important information that Sengoku conceals is completely open and transparent in Carl's eyes. That's why he was a little tangled at this time, because he really didn't want to get involved in this matter. Since it's all involved, let's just go through the process. Anyway, with Garp taking the blame for me, I don't have to be afraid of anything. Thinking of this, Carl finished his lunch and left immediately. His memory is not bad, especially after the time travel. Some things that he can't remember in his previous life can now be played back in his mind at any time. Like a movie, this constitution is very convenient when looking for memories. After Carl searched his memory, he learned that the place where Porgas D. Rouge gave birth to Ace was Batarila Island. Is this the island of Batarila? The scenery here is really good and the environment is very livable, but I don't know where Rouge is. Carl was walking on the streets of the small town of Batarila Island, and he felt very harmonious when he saw the people living and working here. But Carl knows that this place will soon become a place of purgatory. Although Marine has not come here yet. But they have already deployed their hands to search for women who are 6 or 7 months pregnant in the recent period. Although those Marines knew Rouge's name and knew she was 6 or 7 months pregnant, they didn't know what she looked like. Result, Marine could only deploy a large number of troops to find the woman who was pregnant in East Blue during this period. And there are a lot of pregnant women on Batarila Island, which surprised Carl a little. Then he contacted the village head of Batarila Island and ordered him as his Marine to take everyone from Batarila Island to Logtown for refuge. And be long before Marine and CP9 arrive. Although Marine would not embarrass those innocent people, Carl could not guarantee that these pregnant women would be completely safe. You know, in addition to Marine, CP9 people are also looking for Rouge. The people in the CP organization are all ruthless, and they will not let go of any questionable target. These people must be evacuated in advance, otherwise once they encounter CP9, it will be really dead. After a simple negotiation, Carl dispatched his own people to bring everyone from Batarila Island to Logtown. Currently, only Logtown is the safest, other places are more dangerous. But what makes Carl puzzled is that he doesn't see Rouge here. Carl knew what Rouge looked like, and he wanted to take this opportunity to protect Rouge secretly. It turned out that they weren't here at all, which surprised Carl. It's weird, shouldn't Rouge be in Batarila? Why is it gone? Put everyone in Logtown and settle them down. Then Carl continued to look for Rouge, and he also wanted to know where the other party had gone. But when Carl was looking for Rouge, a member of CP9 took the initiative to find Carl. I am a member of CP9 and the person in charge of this operation. I heard that you transferred all the people from Batarila Island to Logtown, right? This is just right. You hand over all of them to me to deal with, and then it's none of your business. The CP9 member Carl did not know. But his arrogant attitude made Carl very unhappy. What kind of onion are you, you dare to order me? Haha. The mere Marine dares to contradict the superior, you don't want to live. The CP9 sneered and stepped forward, trying to teach Carl a lesson. But Carl clasped his wrist with a backhand, and Conqueror Haki exploded. Do you have the qualifications to do something in front of me? With the crisp fracture sound, Carl directly crushed the bones of his wrist. The huge pain caused the CP9 member to cry out loudly, attracting the attention of many people around. You bastard! Just Marine, how dare you hurt me, I'm from CP9. Do you know the consequences of offending CP9, you and your family? Don't think about it, just wait for CP9's revenge. The CP9 endured the pain and threatened Carl. But when he heard his threat, Carl laughed instead of getting angry. Hee, it's really interesting, you said you would take revenge on my family, right? You let me do the math first. Master Garp is 1, Master Sengoku is also 1, and Master Zephyr is also my family. Oh yes, I almost forgot Sister Crane. If you want revenge on them, I honestly don't mind, but do you really dare? You, who the hell are you? After the other party heard Carl's words, he immediately softened. He didn't expect Carl to name 4 marine legends in one breath, which made him unable to stand still. My name is Carl, I'm just a nameless marine, you can come anytime if you want revenge, my family and I will be waiting for you. As for now, go away. There is no place for CP9 to speak. Mere marine, don't make me proud. Although very unwilling, the CP9 knew that he was not Carl's opponent. However, he did not believe that Carl really knew the 4 marine legends. Although Carl's identity is not a secret inside Marine. However, the CP organization and Marine did not exchange information at all. Except for high-level officials such as officers, very few people in CP9 know Carl's identity, so the CP9 is so arrogant. But he can't be arrogant now. His wrist was easily crushed by Carl, and if he didn't go back for treatment, he would really be disabled. Driving away CP9, Carl comforted the people on Readaloud Island, and then prepared to go back to Marine headquarters. But just after the others went back, a pregnant woman walked up to Carl and blocked his way. Are you Major Carr? You are. Seeing the strange pregnant woman in front of him, Carl asked suspiciously. My current name is Dewdrop, but my original name is Porgas D. Rouge. Meeting Mr. Carl for the first time, can we chat? You're Porgas D. Rouge? But the way you look. Carl was surprised. Rouge shook his head, then took off his long hair, and also took off several layers of skin on his face. Moments later, Rouge is what she really is. I'm sorry, but for the sake of safety, I can only pretend to be someone else. Understandable. Carl's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Rouge's disguise skills to be so high that he even fooled himself. But then again, if she really had no ability at all, she would have been caught long ago in the original book. Marine and CP9's joint arrest operation is no child's play. In addition to Garp's escape, her own ability must not be ignored. But when Carl and Rouge returned to Marine base, Garp also came to the empty Battery Lot Island, alone and messed up in the wind. Who can tell me where all the people here have gone? Chapter 14 Rouge's Mind. Just when the soldiers of Marine headquarters and members of CP9 were looking for Rouge, no one knew that Rouge had been picked up by Carl, Marine base in Logtown. The man who had his wrist broken by Carl went to report to his superior and wanted to sue Carl severely. But he was taught a lesson by his boss. Because of Carl's identity, even the person in charge of CP9 can't afford to offend him. After the complaint, the officer threw the information away and let him see it for himself. When he learned about Carl's identity and background, he fainted with fright. He said before that he would let Carl's family suffer. Who would have thought that Carl's family was really marine legends like Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr? If you offend these marine legends, you don't know how he died. So CP9, regardless of Carl's thoughts, just let the people in Logtown go. The same is true. The people on Marine's side also knew that Carl took advantage of his position to bring the people from Readaloud Island to Logtown for investigation. They also gave up the idea of bothering Carl and focused on finding other suspicious places. Having a background is just that convenient. If Carl was just regular Marine, I am afraid that every 3 days, someone will come to bother him. But Carl didn't know about these things. He didn't know that these people were afraid of their identities, so they didn't dare to investigate. But even if they came, Carl didn't care. What Carl wants to do now is to let Rouge live here in peace. As for what to do in the future, Carl has not thought about it, but he can at least guarantee that Ace can be born normally. Rouge doesn't sacrifice for it either. And Carl also wants to try, if Ace is brought up by himself, will he become a real Marine? Son of One Piece / King of Pirates Roger, taught to be a Marine. It's cool to think about this behavior. Mr. Carl, what are you thinking? Why are you showing such a wretched expression? Rouge, who was sitting opposite, felt a little shudder when he saw the smile on Carl's face. She suddenly felt that she took the initiative to reveal her identity. Wasn't it a bit unwise? It's nothing, I just thought of some happy things. Now let's talk about you. Why do you take the initiative to reveal your identity? To be honest, if you don't jump out on your own, I'll probably wait until the review is over without knowing you're in the crowd. Carl spread his hands and told the truth. In order to save his life, Rouge filled up his disguise skill. With Carl's half-hearted observation hacky, there is really no way to tell. Just that if you change to Garp and others, you may be able to discover Rouge's true identity. But apart from Garp, no one else knew what Rouge was really like. The reason why she made it easy is just to add an extra insurance to herself. Rouge took a deep breath and drank a cup of tea to moisten his throat before explaining. Roger once mentioned you to me, saying that you are a very nice person, but sometimes you are a bit stubborn, your temper is also very stubborn, and you are often rambunctious. But he said, you're a good man, an honest Marine, and you can be trusted. Hee, this bastard, are you complimenting me or hurting me? Carl's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Roger to evaluate himself like this behind his back, but it's not easy for him to evaluate Roger's ability. Roger also told me that he had an affair with you, but he said the relationship between you was like a friend rather than an enemy. Roger also told me that if I encounter problems, I will come to you with my own identity, and he said that you will definitely help me. Hee, this guy is indeed One Piece / King of Pirates, he really knows how to count people. But Miss Rouge, did he also say that besides me, there is another person who can be trusted? Seeing Carl's half-smile, Rouge nodded slowly, revealing a wry smile. Yeah, Roger also told me that Garp, the Marine hero, is also someone you can trust. This guy counts us all, but he's right, Garp will help you out of compassion, but why should I help you? Roger probably didn't tell you, he was there when my village was slaughtered when I was young. Carl's mouth was slightly raised, his eyes were sharp, and there was a murderous aura. Feeling Carl's murderous aura, Rouge's lips turned white, and her body trembled uncontrollably, but she still tightly protected her stomach to prevent Ace from being hurt. Looks like you really don't know. Seeing Rouge's dazed and frightened expression, Carl understood, Roger only spoke half of what he said, and didn't tell her everything. But just when Carl was about to continue fooling Rouge, suddenly there was laughter outside. Carl and Rouge turned their heads and saw that the person who came here was Garp Vice Admiral wearing a floral shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. Ha 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 ha, you kid is still so wicked, to scare a pregnant woman, it's really disrespectful. Father, if you say that you have no integrity, it should be you, right? Isn't your purpose here to save Miss Rouge? You can just tell me if you don't. At that time, we should cooperate from the inside and the outside, and we directly deceived those people, which saved me the trouble I have now. Carl rolled a glance at Garp, but Garp laughed isho and scratched his forehead. Haha, it's not a trivial matter, I didn't know Roger counted you all. That's right. I thought he only told me this kind of thing. Who knows that he also told you to the old man? Carl pouted, pretending that he was also entrusted by Roger, so he came to take care of Rouge. Garp adjusted his clothes, then came to Rouge, showing his big white teeth. Poor Gasty Rouge. It's me. When Rouge saw Garp's presence, Vivi was a little nervous. Haha, don't be so nervous, old man, I am Monkey D. Garp, and I was also entrusted by that bastard Roger to take care of you and your son. However, the current situation is not optimistic. The Marine and CP9 members outside are still searching for you. I hope you can obey the arrangement of this kid, so as to ensure your safety. Garp put his arms around Carl's neck. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape Garp's iron arm. In the end, Carl gave up the struggle. He was used to being held around his neck like this since he was a child, and even because of this, he developed an iron neck that is not afraid of being pinched. Rouge looked at Carl, and then at Garp, kneeling on his belly with tears in his eyes. "Thank you for your help, the great kindness of the two, the little girl will never forget it." Chapter 15 Rouge stunned. "Get up, you are 7 or 8 months pregnant. It's not good for your child to kneel." Carl saw Rouge kneeling down and immediately helped her up. Garp was picking his nose, without any mood swings. Moment for Garp to pat Carl on the back, nearly knocking him to the ground. "Master! What are you doing?" Carl looked resentful, while Garp was ha-ha-isho, looking a little embarrassed. "Ha-ha, I suddenly thought of something, so I pushed too hard." Touching his nose, Garp continued. "Miss Rouge, I have an idea. If you wish, we will raise your child for you when he is born. Of course, you also have the right to stay by his side, but if I don't help you, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you and your mother to survive." Rouge's face changed slightly. She actually thought about this. The son of One Piece/King of Pirates Roger, as long as he appears in this world chapter, will become very troublesome and even cause the world to shake. So Rouge is also very tangled. After his child is born, where should he take him to hide? To be raised by Garp, the safety of their mother and child would be guaranteed, and Rouge wouldn't have to worry about not seeing his child. It is indeed a bit cruel for a mother to just give her child to someone else to raise. "Miss Rouge, you can leave this matter to the old man, he is very experienced. After all, I was beaten up by him. Although it is a near-death experience, he has experienced being bitten by poisonous snakes, chased by wild beasts, and swallowed by sea kings. But am I still alive and kicking? Therefore, it is absolutely no problem to give it to the old man. At least guaranteed not to die." Carl winked, but his gesture turned a little terrifying in Rouge's eyes. Even the look in Garp's eyes became a little frightened. Because Carl's description is really scary. "You brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Aren't those things all for training you? How would you be so strong now without these experiences? What a white-eyed wolf!" Snort. Garp's arrogant hands crossed his chest, obviously dissatisfied with Carl's words. But he refuted, but it was confirmed from the side that everything Carl just said was true, which made Rouge's face even paler. She even had some doubts. Did she really do something wrong by taking the initiative to reveal her identity? Are the two people that Roger trusts really trustworthy? Why are the two of them, one scarier than the other? Unable to stand the surprise, Rouge passed out just like that. Carl and Garp were even more surprised when they saw this, and hurriedly supported her to prevent Rouge from falling to the ground and causing a miscarriage. "The old man is all you have to scare him. What do you call me? Would she be scared if it wasn't for what you said?" "Hee, sir, you are still quibbling. What do you mean by sophistry? Your skin is itchy again, isn't it?" Garp and Grandpa Carl carried Rouge back to the room, and then found someone to take care of her. On the other hand, they were quarreling and bickering for themselves, which made those Marines dare not speak at all, for fear of touching the bad luck of these two people. But just as the two men were arguing and throwing blame at each other, Belmere hurried in. "Something bad. The poker pirates attacked our port, and the Bear King is destroying the buildings there." "Poker pirates? That Bear King with a bounty of 10 million? Hearing Belmere's words, Carl remembered that, in East Blue, the slightly famous Bear King. The strength of this person is not bad, and he has a very good devil fruit. His time at sea was short, not even a year. But in just 1 year, his reputation suddenly skyrocketed, and he was even more invincible in East Blue. Where are Buggy and Smoker? This guy, it's enough for the two of them. Although his strength is not bad, and he also has the ability of devil fruit. But the strength of Buggy and Smoker is almost invincible among East Blue. What's more, they were also trained by Carl for a month, and their strength improved by leaps and bounds. So Carl is not worried, the two of them will lose. But Belmir's expression was still flustered. She glanced at Garp next to her, and said in an embarrassed tone, "Smoker has ruined himself. He has been in a coma since the morning. Although Buggy has passed, he is not the opponent of the Bear King. It's really useless." Hearing Belmir's words, Carl also felt a little embarrassed. Garp next to him even looked at Carl with a good-looking expression, which made his head go big. "Okay, I'll deal with this guy, Smoker. You have to find a way to wake him up. I'm going to ask him what he's doing, and he can even train himself to faint." Carl was a little angry, stepping on the moon step and soaring into the sky, and instantly disappeared from Belmir's sight. "This is moon step. I'm really envious. Haha, you have good qualifications. As long as you improve your physical fitness, things like moon step are easy to learn." Garp comforted Belmir briefly, and then asked curiously, "What about that Smoker? If I remember correctly, isn't he a smoke fruit person? What does it mean when you train yourself to faint?" "Lord Garp, I mean literally, although he is a smoke fruit person, he himself insists on using sea stone as a weapon to train together. As a result, I accidentally hurt myself, and then fainted. Reason is nonsense, but it fits the character of Smoker. After all, this guy will also use sea stone as a weapon in the future. Training now is exactly the path he may take in the future." Garp was thoughtful, but didn't say anything, because Smoker was Carl's pawn. So Garp didn't speak, just sat here quietly eating senbei. Belmir is very discerning, pouring tea and pouring water, and giving Garp a new senbei, which makes Garp very happy. "Your name is Belmir, right? Do you have someone you like?" "No, no." Suddenly being asked this kind of question, even if Belmir is a boy, his face cannot help but turn red. But because of Garp's identity, Belmir did not leave directly. "In that case, what do you think of Carl in our family? Although this kid has a lot of shortcomings, his advantages are also obvious, that is, he is handsome. He is 1/10 as handsome as when I was young. Ha 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 ha. How is it possible that Mr. Carl is the most handsome? No one. Hey, this is starting to maintain Carl." I didn't." Asked again, Belmir's face turned even redder. "She looks like a ripe fruit, exuding an intoxicating aroma of fruit wine." Then Garp continued to question, causing Belmir to quickly lose the battle, and fled the place like a fly, leaving only Garp laughing. Chapter 16_Bear King. At the same time, Carl didn't know what Garp had done, nor did he know that Belmir was defeated because of shame and completely lost his mind. Now he just wants to kill the Bear King in front of him and his subordinates. The port of Logetown has just been repaired for less than half a month, and it was destroyed by this bastard again. Carl is so sad. Only at home can you know about diesel, rice, oil, and salt. Fix Logetown came out of Carl's pocket. And most importantly, the residents of Logetown were also injured a lot, and their shops and residences were even damaged. These all need money to maintain. Carl needs to compensate them and rebuild their houses. After all, he is a responsible officer, and it is impossible for these residents to fend for themselves. Otherwise, Carl would not have such a high reputation in Logetown anymore. Fortunately, the residents of Logetown ran fast and there were no deaths. This gave him a sigh of relief. "Lord Carl. Help. This guy is so hard, I can't move at all." After Buggy was kicked away by the Bear King, he saw Carl's figure, and immediately ran over and started calling for help. Carl didn't know what to say when he saw Buggy's unpromising appearance. What a shame for Marine. Buggy. At the same time, the Bear King below also saw Carl, who was stepping on the moon step and floating in the air. Originally, he didn't take Carl seriously, because he knew that East Blue's Marines were weak. He's not afraid at all, any Marine from East Blue. But when he saw that Carl could fly in the air, it took him by surprise. You're the base chief of Logtown? You're also a devil fruit power user? When the Bear King saw that Carl could fly, he took it for granted that he was a devil fruit person. But what he said made Carl look ridiculous. The pirates of East Blue, except for Admiral Carey, who entered the Great Route, have little knowledge. So they don't know what Marine Rokushiki is. It's ridiculous that ignorance is so self-righteous, but that's it for you. Carl landed on the ground, looked at the 2 men and 1 woman in front of him, and drew out his 3 generations of ghosts. Although it is said that against the 3 of them, it is a bit overkill to use the 3 generations of ghosts. But the lion fights the rabbit with all his strength, and so does Carl. He, I'm really over the top. The mere Major Marine, who dares to speak out in front of our 3rd bear, is really courting death. The Bear King didn't plan to do anything. His skunk came out first, ready to spray Carl with his own poison. Carl has heard of skunks, and the gas in the jar behind him stinks. Without waiting for the opponent to make a move, Carl used shave directly, came to the opponent in an instant, and chopped off his head. Then he kicked his corpse into the sea with the can. After a while, a foul stench emanated from that sea area. Many sea creatures were poisoned to death, their bodies floated on the sea, and even Carl saw a small sea king, and it stinks to death. Fortunately, there is a distance of nearly 1,000 meters from Logtown. Even if the sea breeze blows with a stench, it will not affect anything. Not to mention that the sea comes with its own purification function. This level of odor will be gone in a few days. How dare you kill my brother? Looking for death. The Big Bear King didn't react. His brother skunk died like this. Even the skunk himself didn't realize that he was beheaded, and his arrogant expression was fixed here forever. The Bear King was so angry that he directly activated the fruit ability, turning his body into steel, and then began to heat up. Lord Carl, be careful. His fruit ability is very hot, and his body is as hard as steel, so it's hard to deal with. Buggy on the side reminded loudly. When he first fought the Bear King, he didn't care about the opponent's ability. But when he found that he couldn't beat the Bear King, he realized that the hardness of the opponent's body far exceeded his own attack power. Then Buggy lost. But Carl is not Buggy. Facing the Bear King, who was activating the ability in front of him, Carl simply tried a few knives and found that his body's hardness was indeed comparable to that of steel. But the power Carl used was only 1% of his own, and now he just wanted to see the hardness of the opponent's body. However, in the eyes of the Big Bear King, his performance has become, and he can't hurt himself with all his strength. Ha ha ha, see, this is my strength, sweetheart queen, let's go together. Yes. Lord Captain. The Queen of Sweetheart directly transforms into a stream of water and pounces on Carl. Her ability is to turn into a sticky liquid that looks like water, but it's not. However, to activate her abilities, she needs to take off all her clothes. In addition, she has a graceful figure and looks good. When this move is launched, it can attract the attention of the enemy. Then the Big Bear King took the opportunity to rush up and give the enemy a fatal blow. But Carl just smiled contemptuously in the face of the combination of the two, and then slashed horizontally. I saw a very ordinary sword energy instantly falling on the 2 of them. The Sweetheart Queen had no resistance and was directly cut off in the middle, and at the same time, the fruit ability was lifted. The Bear King on the other side had an incredible expression on his face. He didn't expect that his proud steel body would actually bleed, and he was almost cut off in the middle. Say what you came here for. That way I can give you a good time, otherwise, I don't mind giving you a taste of hell. Carl did not directly kill the Bear King. Leaving him alive was because Carl knew that the Bear King would not come to attack Marine at will, and someone must have given him a favor. Or maybe something happened to him and he had to attack Marine. Carl has a hunch that his invasion of Logetown is not easy. Cough, that bastard Carrie dares to pit me. Damn it! If I knew you were so strong, why would I come here to die? It's really abominable. When the Bear King heard Carl's question, his expression immediately became hideous, and his eyes were full of hatred and anger. After all, he was a pirate, and the other party tricked him first, so the big Bear King sold the man behind the scenes without hesitation. Admiral Carey, he asked me to come. He said that as long as I can kill you, he will establish a cooperative relationship with me and share East Blue together. What a bastard, how would I have ended up without him? Is it him again? Before the other party could finish speaking, Carl gave him a good cheer. Carl then ordered Buggy to take the body back, while he comforted the surrounding residents and promised to compensate them. However, what Carl didn't notice was that there was a young child in a suit on the side of the small vendor who was watching him all the time. This child was only 13 or 14 years old. He was sitting on the small stool of the merchant, dragging his glasses with his palm, his face contemplative. I can't see his movements at all. Is this the Marine from the Marine headquarters? It's scary. Chapter 17 Rouge's Concerns. Kuro, are you saying that the Bear King was defeated? How is it possible, East Blue's little Marine, can beat him? It's amazing. And Marine hero Garp also went to Logetown. Admiral Carey was slightly taken aback when he heard the information reported by Kuro. He knew very well that the strength of the Bear King was not weak, especially the ability of the Devil Fruit, which made his body hardness comparable to that of steel. Ordinary Marine, it is impossible to defeat him at all, but even so, Admiral Carey didn't care too much. Because with his strength, he can also easily defeat the Big Bear King, but it only takes a little time to talk. But what surprised him even more was that Garp was still in Logetown. Lord Admiral, are we going to do something about this Marine next? Kuro pushed his glasses, his eyes flickering. He didn't report all the information about Carl, just picked up some less important things. Because he wants to leave a way out for himself. A way back that can at least guarantee that he can get out of his body. Admiral Carey closed his eyes and pondered, and answered the question, has the Going Dragon come back? Going Long is still looking for the treasure left by Wu Nan, and I'm afraid he won't be back in a while. This bastard is just too obsessed with going, and said that there is pure gold in this world, which can make people immortal. Hee, it's ridiculous that a kid who has never been to the Great Root dares to tell me this. Are better, Kuro. Although you have not joined for a long time, you are loyal to me and have always helped me with advice. If we hadn't obeyed your words and avoided it for a while, I'm afraid we would have been captured by those admirals in the headquarters. Admiral Carey sighed, obviously a little scared. When Roger was publicly executed, East Blue came with a lot of Marine powerhouses. Admiral Carey may be king in East Blue, but he's on the Great Root, a little scoundrel. Especially in the face of the Marine headquarters, they are even more persuaded to become Huskies, and wait until all the Marines from the headquarters are evacuated before they dare to come out. Lord Admiral is joking. It's my honor to be able to do a lot of hard work for Lord Admiral. Kuro, go down first, I'm watching for 2 days, and when Garp leaves Logetown, I'll deal with him myself. As ordered. Kuro pushed his glasses and turned around, a strange gleam in his eyes. Wait until he left the battleship of Admiral Kree and returned to his own boat. I encountered this situation in my first year at sea, and it seems that being a pirate is more difficult than I thought. However, Admiral Carey is really stupid. Just because of a few simple tricks before, he has completely gained his trust. It's so deceiving. Kuro muttered to himself and couldn't help laughing. Now he is still young, only 13 or 14 years old, even so, he is equally resourceful. And his physical fitness has surpassed that of most pirates and marines. His high IQ and not so weak force allow him to thrive in Admiral Carey's pirate group. Carl, the adopted son of Marine hero Garp, Marine Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr. This man is simply impossible to deal with by virtue of us, and the good days of Admiral Carey are over. Now I have two options. The first is to escape from here immediately, and disappear immediately before I get a bounty. The second is to cooperate with Carl, jointly deal with Admiral Carey, and seek a higher development future. Kuro pushed up his glasses, and there was a fierce look in his eyes. After a while, Kuro walked out of the room and said to Admiral Carey's younger brother next to him, "Back to Logetown." At the same time, Carl and Garp are having a sparring session. However, it is said to be learning from each other. In fact, it is a simple fight with each other. Neither of them use haki, they just use pure belly punches against each other. Until one side falls to the ground, it is considered a loss. Ha 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 ha, the boy has made progress. You used to be able to hold 10 punches before you collapsed, but now you have not collapsed after 100 punches. This is really gratifying to the old man. Carl's legs are vain, his eyes are erratic, and the whole person is not well. He knew very well that Garp's fists were not something ordinary people could handle. But he has been beaten like this since he was a child, and he has long been resistant. But he no longer has the strength to speak, even the punches he punched out were soft and weak. Seeing Carl's appearance, Garp couldn't bear to continue beating him, but laid him flat on the ground and let him rest. "Do you two do this often before?" Rouge, who was on the side, watched the whole battle, and he was terrified. Garp wouldn't have killed Carl if she hadn't understood, or she would have called for help. "Ha ha ha, this is my way of education. If you want to become a strong person, you must first have a pair of steel and iron bones that can withstand beatings. Only in this way, no matter what powerful enemy you face in the future, you will have the strength to fight. Even if you can't beat it, you can run away." Garp's words made Rouge tremble and his face turned pale. She touched her stomach, swallowed, and regretted agreeing to hand over her son to the two of them to raise. "Son, Mom, I'm sorry for you." Rouge wailed in her heart, but there was nothing she could do, and now she could only choose to trust Garp and Carl. Otherwise, you will face the double pursuit of Marine and CP9. Rouge is also very helpless. Cough, Miss Rouge, don't worry, there is absolutely no problem in leaving your child to me and the old man. Carl also woke up at this time. When he saw Rouge's expression, he understood that she was worried about whether he and Garp could help her raise the child. Although Carl himself is not sure, at least he can guarantee that he will not die. Rouge nodded when he heard Carl's words, and stroked his stomach with his hands, his expression still unrequited. "Master Carl, Master Garp, that fellow smoker, playing Seastone again." Belmere saluted from the outside, and said helplessly. Hearing her say that, Carl shook his head. This guy doesn't develop his good fruiting ability, and Marine Rokusaki doesn't practice, so he's eyeing the Seastone weapon. How does his head look like? After Carl had dealt with the Bear King before, he learned that Smoker had injured himself and fainted because of the Seastone weapon. Originally, he thought that after Smoker woke up, he would not touch him again, but now he still came? This made Carl speechless. After a while, Carl came to Marine's blacksmith shop. Smoker was talking to the blacksmith while talking about groping Seastone and making himself up and down. There was something wrong with the old blacksmith's eyes when he looked at Smoker. An ability man kept touching Seastone, wondering what the quirk of Smoker was. "Smoker, get out of here!" Carl roared angrily, and Smoker shuddered when he heard it. Seastone didn't take hold and let go, and hit him in the foot. Moment. Smoker lost his strength again, and fell to the ground, looking at Carl with his forehead. Chapter 18_Stubborn Smoker. You are a capable person, thinking of using sea stone as a weapon every day. Should I say you are stupid, or are you stupid? Don't think about it. If you are not strong enough, the sea stone weapon will be robbed, and you will not be able to run away. Develop the fruit ability well, practice marine rokushiki, and then learn haki again. Isn't it better than the mere sea stone weapon? But sea stone weapons are very hard and can quickly increase combat effectiveness. This is the best weapon. Faced with Carl's reprimand, Smoker sat down obediently in front of him, but he didn't mean to admit his mistake at all. Carl was a little speechless, and then he carefully observed the sea stone and found that it was a rough stone, or an unprocessed sea stone. This discovery surprised him, because all the sea stones in marine were processed. The sudden appearance of such an unprocessed sea stone makes people curious. Starting today, this sea stone has been confiscated by me, and I will never give you other sea stones, not even sea stone handcuffs. So you cut off this idea and train me in fighting technique and fruiting ability. One's own strength is really powerful. What is the ability to rely on external force? The real powerhouse disdains using sea stone as a weapon. Carl tried hard to persuade him, but Smoker was still a little unconvinced. He still thought that the sea stone weapon was very suitable for him. As a result, Carl directly assigned him double the training volume for 3 months. If these 3 months are not up to standard, Carl will immediately shove him out of the house. Smoker's original training volume was not small. After doubling it, his face instantly paled and his whole body was shaking. There was even white smoke, which was released from his body, clearly frightened. Lord Carl, can you be less? Smoker was a little scared, but Carl shook his head and said with a cold face, "This is already very mild. You don't know what kind of devil training I have experienced before. The training I gave you was completed when I was 7 or 8 years old. Could it be that you are a 13 or 14-year-old boy, even worse than a 7 or 8-year-old child? Although almost dead." Carl groaned inwardly, but Smoker didn't know. He had nothing to say in the face of Carl's reprimand, and he also believed that what Carl said was true. His current strength is the best proof. He finally joined Marine, and naturally he didn't want to give up easily. "By the way, where did you get this rough sea stone?" "Just on the island next to Logetown." Smoker stumbled across the sea stone, picked it up in a bunch of cloth pockets, and brought it here. When Carl heard it, he asked him to hurry to training, and the rough stone was also played by him in his hand. It's really deceiving. Although I said that when I was 7 or 8 years old, I completed this kind of training, but I almost lost the ball. Carl gave a wry smile, and then stuffed the rough stone into his pocket. If Smoker is so stubborn, Carl doesn't mind letting him suffer. With his current strength for such training, as long as he pays attention to safety, there will be absolutely no problems. The current Smoker is much better than Carl when he was 6 or 7 years old. This training will not kill people. "Buggy, come here, I have a task for you." Casually called Buggy next to him, and then told him to go around the island next to him to see if there was anything unusual. Buggy was a little unhappy at first. But as soon as Carl said there might be a treasure there, Buggy snapped up and accepted the task without hesitation. Buggy a contemptuous look, Carl told him to set out with 100 veterans. "Pay attention to safety. If you encounter an enemy, you must notify in time. I will use the fastest speed to rush over." "Yes, Lord Carl. I will not disappoint you." Buggy saluted excitedly, then ran away without a trace, apparently going to pick up a team. Just leave the matter of sea stone to Buggy to investigate. With his character, even if there is really nothing there, it is estimated that he can dig out something. So Carl also has some expectations, what Buggy can bring back. Return to Marine Hall. Garp and Rouge chatted and laughed. But the phone bug was in Garp's hand at this time. Obviously someone had called the phone bug. "Carl, you're back, that old boy Sengoku is calling again. But don't worry, I've already sent him back, and he won't bother you again, ha 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 ha." When Garp said this, he showed a proper expression, which made Carl very speechless. "Let me guess, what the old man Sengoku said was to let me find you, then watch over you and not let you run around, right? You kid's brain is turning so fast. Tisk tisk, I'm afraid Mr. Sengoku will never understand where Miss Rouge is hiding." Carl and Garp looked at each other the same, then laughed up to the sky, scaring Rouge next to him. "By the way, when will you send back the villagers of Baitrila Island?" "When these Marines and CP9s have all left in 2 days, I'm here to send them back. Now that they are all sent back, those pregnant women are still a little unsafe." Faced with Rouge's question, Carl thought for a while and then answered. Not only him, but even Rouge was a little uneasy about the safety of the villagers on Baitrila Island. Marine is fine, but no one can guarantee what will happen on CP9's side. They are notoriously cruel after all. 3 days later, the Marine and CP9 people, who had no grains, finally all evacuated. Carl also took advantage of the situation to send the people from Baitrila Island back. But Garp had to leave at this time. He wanted to go back to the windmill, and Rouge planned to go with Garp. She was safe in Logue Town, but Carl still had his own business, and Belmere couldn't take care of her all the time. So she didn't want to cause trouble, so she planned to leave with Garp. Carl didn't stop. With Garp around, Windmill Village is safer than Logue Town, so there's no need to worry. Then Carl asked Belmere to escort Garp and Rouge to the Windmill Village with a group of Marines taking advantage of the night. These people are Carl's cronies, and they don't know Rouge's identity, so they are very safe. However, without Belmere, Carl's speed in handling official business has slowed down a lot, which gave him some headaches. "I used to rely too much on Belmere. It seems that I will have to exercise my own speed in handling documents in the future." Carl sighed, then drank a cup of coffee, ready to burn the lights out. But just as he was working, there was a knock on the door outside. "Who is it?" "Lord Carl, someone is asking to see you outside." "No, let's talk tomorrow." "Lord Carl, he said he has important information about Admiral Carey." Chapter 19 Junior Kuro. Kuro, who is about 1.7 meters tall, but with a young face, Carl doesn't quite believe it. Original Kuro appeared. He was in his 30s, and he was almost 40 years old. He was a very mature man with great temperament and taste. Although he is not bad now, he doesn't look like a 13 or 14-year-old child. This kind of mature performance pretending to be hard has no effect in front of Carl. "Tell me, what are you doing to me?" Carl pretended not to know each other and asked. Kuro pushed his glasses with the palm of his hand, and said without being arrogant. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Kuro, I'm 14 this year, and I'll be 15 soon. My current position is the staff of the Carey Pirates, so I have a lot of information about Admiral Carey. Among them are the location of Going's treasure, as well as the important evidence that the Marines who were captured before contacted Admiral Carey." Kuro didn't make any fuss, and as soon as he came up, he immediately broke out two big news. Because money is necessary to build Logue Town, Carl is also interested in what he calls the Going treasure. If the treasure can be found by then, it is up to Carl to decide how much to confiscate. The evidence that Admiral Carey colluded with other Marines, the Marine headquarters has almost investigated this point, but they are too lazy to do anything to such a small role as him. So the second revelation that Kuro said is basically useless. Kuro is a good name, the two intelligences you mentioned are okay to me, but not very useful. But you, as Carey's staff, why did you choose to betray him? Carl looked at Kuro with interest, expecting his answer. Kuro has hundreds of titles in the original comics, and is officially rated as a pirate with a high IQ second only to Ben Beckman. So Carl wants to know what he is here for. Carl isn't worried that he's here to plot against himself. As long as you maintain the absolute crushing of your strength, any strategy will lose its effect. Master Carl, I want to join Marine. Hearing Kuro's words, Carl just took a sip of tea and sprayed it directly, and just sprayed Kuro all over. Joining the Marine operation made Carl dumbfounded. But equally dumbfounded was Kuro, who was sprayed all over. Carl didn't expect that Kuro was planning to join Marine, which is a bit surprising. Tell me why. Carl took another sip of tea, then sat down on the chair next to him, as if he wasn't the one who sprayed the water just now. Kuro didn't care, only to see him take a cloth from his pocket to wipe his glasses, and said softly, I want wealth, wealth that can't be spent in my life. But Admiral Carey can't give me this, and he will be eradicated by you soon. If I continue to follow him, I will die, but if I leave him, I will continue to fight against you. I have seen the situation on the execution platform at that time, and I admire you, because that kind of thing is not something ordinary people dare to say. Then you chose to rely on me. Yes, no lie. Kuro put his glasses back on and looked at Carl. Carl also looked at the other party and did not speak. After about half a minute of silence, Carl was the first to speak. Go and change into some clean clothes, then go back to the Carey Pirates and stay there. Before I give you an order, don't show any abnormality, just wait for my order with peace of mind. Saying that, Carl threw a phone bug to the other party. Kuro took the phone and frowned. His IQ is very high, and when Carl said the first sentence, he knew that Carl was asking himself to go undercover. But Kuro has no reason to refuse. If he doesn't agree, he has to face Marine, who has a deep background and is still very powerful. Offending such a person outweighs the gain, so he didn't refuse, but nodded and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, this is the training method of Marine Rokushiki, and the basic training of fighting technique. You find a place and remember it all in your mind, then destroy it on the spot, go back to sneak training, and try not to be seen by others. Carl threw the two training methods he summed up to Kuro. Kuro was a little surprised. He didn't expect Carl to be so generous, even throwing out Marine's cultivation method. But he thought about it carefully. Carl's strength is so strong. In his opinion, this kind of thing is the most basic thing of all, and it is naturally not important. But this is a huge benefit for Kuro. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Carl, and I will never betray your trust. Kuro glanced at Carl with grateful eyes, and then hurriedly left here, obviously impatient, and wanted to practice Marine Rokushiki. After he left, the corners of Carl's mouth rose again. It's really interesting, is this the butterfly effect? I didn't expect Kuro to be so smart when he was young, no wonder he will have such a high IQ when he grows up. If such a talent can really be cultivated, his future achievements will be very great. But before that, we still have to test it out. If he is just swindling, he must be eliminated. Kuro is, after all, a person with a high IQ, and Carl has to be careful. As for those training methods, to be honest, Carl really doesn't care, even if they spread it out, it's fine. With his identity and background, no one dared to investigate him. After a while, Carl stretched, and while the night was getting dark, he still had a lot of documents to approve. This day is really exhausting. Early in the morning, Carl turned on the lights and fought at night, and finally completed all the corrections of the one-person high document. But just as he was about to rest, the phone bug rang. Hello, who is it? Lord Carl, I'm Buggy. I found a treasure, it's really a treasure. It's a going treasure. Lord Carl, come here quickly, there are pirates guarding here now, we can't start, if we give up, it will be a big loss. Hearing Buggy's excited, incoherent voice, Carl was stunned. He didn't expect that Buggy found the treasure very quickly. It can only be said that the luck of this product is really against the sky. I see, tell me the coordinates, and I'll go over now. Lord Carl, we are here. After Buggy told the coordinates, Carl simply packed up, made 2 buns for breakfast, and then stepped on the moon step and flew towards Buggy at the fastest speed. That coordinate destination is Going Island, not far from Logetown. Carl flew at the fastest speed, and if he did not count the physical consumption, he could reach his destination in about 20 minutes. Chapter 20_I Buggy. Lucky King. Lord Buggy, what are we going to do next? Wait for Lord Carl to come, or shall we rush in first and grab these treasures? The middle-aged Marine on the side asked. He was the same Marine hooligan who was hit by Buggy in the temple and killed in one move. Because of the tricks of Jack, after being slaughtered by Carl as an example, these people are a lot more honest. Plus Buggy didn't know what method to use to train them. Now this group of Marine hooligans has turned into a group of Buggies. How Buggy did it, I am afraid no one knows except themselves. Are you stupid? That person is the Going Dragon. Although he doesn't have a bounty, his name as a treasure hunter is not a blow. According to Marine's records, this guy's strength is higher than that of the Bear King. I can't even beat the Bear King, so I rushed over to find death? Or is it that you bastards can beat this monster? Buggy didn't even look at these people, he just held the binoculars and kept observing the situation not far away. Marines around, smiled embarrassingly. They know very well that they can't even beat Buggy. Not to mention to deal with the Going Dragon, which is stronger than Buggy. Damn it! That guy dug up the treasure. Judging from his appearance, it won't be long before he leaves. No, that's my treasure, and I mustn't let him go. Buggy's eyes were red and he was shaking. In his cognition, all the treasures here belong to him. When he saw that his treasure was about to be taken away, Buggy was so angry that he even crushed the telescope in his hand. Master Carl will take about 20 minutes at the fastest, I have to buy this time. Buggy rubbed his chin in thought, then looked around at the Marine hooligans around him, and grinned. Ha 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 ha, there is a way, you leave 10 people here to support Lord Carl, and all the rest come with me. The Marines didn't know what Buggy had come up with, but they didn't dare to resist. Except for the 10 lucky ones named by Buggy, the others followed Buggy to take off their military uniforms and put on pirate costumes. Fortunately, out of prudence, I didn't park the warship in the port, otherwise this plan would not be easy to implement. Buggy was all smiles, and took his little brothers to the location of the treasure. From now on, we are pirates, and it's all of you who will call me the Clown Boss. Got it? Our pirate group is called the Clown Pirates, do you understand? Understood. Brother Buggy's voice was deafening and caught the attention of Going Dragon's side. What's going on outside? You and you, go out and see. Because the noise outside was too loud, Going Long planned to let his 2 younger brothers go out to have a look. There are not many people here, and they add up to 7 or 8 people. There are more than a dozen boxes of treasures here, and it will take a while to move them all out. Without 2 helpers, it was even slower. They also need to dig a hole to dig out all the treasures buried below. Doing their business is like a tomb robber. But tomb robbers dig graves. They dig treasures that others have buried in the ground, or hidden in the corner of a cave. Speaking of which, their identity as a treasure hunter is higher than that of a tomb robber, and it will not arouse people's disgust. The treasure hunt is purely based on luck, and it is useless to have a treasure map. After all, the treasure map may also be fake. Boss. Help. Just when the Going Dragon continued to dig the pit with his subordinates, the men who were sent outside suddenly shouted, which caught his attention. What's the situation? As soon as Going Long looked up, he saw two of his subordinates tied up with 5 flowers and thrown not far away. A man with a small stature, but with a clown-like red nose, appeared in front of him. Behind him, there is a dense crowd. Going Long roughly estimated that there were at least 80 or 90 people, which made his pupils shrink suddenly, and he suddenly became vigilant. Who are you? Ha 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 ha, we are the sea. Just when someone was about to speak, Buggy suddenly turned around and punched him, knocking him straight into the air. Then he gave him a stern look. I'm the captain. When are you qualified to speak for me? Don't want to live anymore. Seeing Buggy's winking expression, the man reacted instantly. He almost said the wrong thing just now. Then he immediately knelt to the ground and performed skillfully. Lord Clown, I was wrong, please spare my life. Humph. I'm thinking that you just joined my pirate group, so I'll let you go this time. Buggy snorted coldly, glanced at the others, and then put his eyes on the Going Dragon. I can't change my name, I can't change my surname, the captain of the Buggy Pirates, Kinliang Hua Clown Buggy is also. Buggy pointed to his red nose and stepped directly on the back of the trapped naming pirate, using him to increase his height and momentum. Going Long was a little annoyed when he saw his little brother being stepped on. Red Nose, you are courting death. This uncle is the clown Buggy, you dare to call me Red Nose, do you want to die? Buggy glared angrily, staring at the Going Dragon, wishing to kill him directly. But neither of them took the lead. Due to the large number of people on Buggy's side, they all seemed to be well trained. Going Dragon didn't dare to act rashly, because he still had to bring these treasures back. Although he is not afraid of these people in front of him, if all his subordinates die here, he will not be able to take so many treasures with him. Buggy is afraid of the fruit ability of the Going Dragon, coupled with his timid personality, naturally he will not take the lead. So the two of them were deadlocked like this. The Buggy Pirates? Never heard of it? Where did you guys come from? Two sides fell into a stalemate, and Going Long chose to speak first. Buggy snorted coldly and didn't reply to him. Now all Buggy wants is to stall and wait for Carl to arrive. However, Going Long was in a hurry, and he didn't want to waste time here at all. Looking at your appearance, you are also here for the treasure, there is no need to hurt the peace at this time. Since they are all pirates who come for the treasure, how about we work together and take out all the treasures below? Going's dragon eyeballs spun around, as if thinking of something, took a step back with a cheap smile, and moved away from the treasure. Buggy didn't notice anything wrong, and stepped forward unsuspectingly to observe the hole where the treasure was buried. Humph. You are wise. Go to hell, Red Nose. Without any warning, the Going Dragon roared, and a huge laser beam appeared from his mouth, penetrating the ground, causing violent vibrations. But the clown Buggy flew in the air, and his feet were thrown to the back at a critical moment, and he didn't know that he hit the unlucky bastard. As long as his feet are still on the ground, his body can fly freely, which is where Buggy's strength lies. But he doesn't have the heart to pay attention to the Going Dragon now, because he sees a bigger hole in the depths of the ground, and a piece of going jewelry. Get rich. Chapter 21 _ Arrival. How come there are so many treasures? I dug the wrong hole before? The Going Dragon stared blankly at the hollow below, where the going treasures were densely packed, as well as various weapons and treasures. Next to these treasures are the dozen or so boxes of going. In comparison, the weight of these dozen boxes of going is very shabby. Ha ha ha, I got rich, I finally got rich. These are all treasures. Buggy never thought that he would encounter so many treasures by mistake. The total value of this large treasure is much higher than that of a dozen boxes of going. Obviously, the purpose of those dozen boxes of going is to mislead treasure hunters, in order to cover up the real treasure hole. After all, ordinary people wouldn't even think about getting these goings. There is another treasure hole here. The so-called dark under the lights, that's what happened. If it wasn't for the going dragon attacking Buggy and accidentally breaking the surface, these treasures would be relaunched. The Marine soldiers in the back took a deep breath after seeing these treasures. If they hadn't still kept their identities in mind, I'm afraid they would have rushed out and robbed them long ago. Kin Liang Hua Clown Buggy, right? Huh? What's the matter? Hearing someone calling him, Buggy's expression returned to indifference, his hands on his hips, and he looked down at the going dragon not far away. Although you are not famous, but considering your strength is not weak, how about we divide these treasures equally? The dozen boxes of going belong to you, and the other treasures belong to me. Is this fair? Fair your old watch. Hearing Going Dragon's words, Buggy suddenly burst out in anger. He really didn't expect that Going Dragon's face would be so thick. Since you talked about fairness, then all these things belong to me, this is called fairness. Red Nose, you are courting death. As I said, no one is allowed to call me a red nose. Hearing that the Going Dragon was still calling himself a red nose, the clown Buggy rushed down angrily. I saw that he threw out a few needles and stabbed into Going Long's body, and then they fell straight to the ground and fell asleep. Hey, this uncle's special anesthetic, as long as it is mixed into the blood, even if you are a cow, it can make you dizzy. Buggy has a lot of strange inventions, and this anesthetic is obviously his latest invention. Then he turned to the Going Dragon. But Going Long's physical strength is obviously much stronger than those of his younger brothers. Buggy's strength was simply not enough for the needle to pierce his body. If you want to feint the opponent, you must fight carefully. After learning this, Buggy's face darkened. He looked at Going Dragon's sinewy body, and felt that with his small body, if he fought in close quarters, he might be hammered to death by the opponent. Red Nose. When Laozi catches you, you will be dead. The Going Dragon roared loudly, and the laser shot frantically from his innermost. He is a sonic fruit person. The louder the roar, the stronger the laser and the faster the speed. Going Dragon kept shouting, Buggy kept dodging in the air, but slowly, he was also a little powerless. Buggy's physical strength is very poor, and the physical strength consumed by flying in the air is more than double that of normal running. But Going Long hasn't declined at all until now, and his stamina is still abundant. This makes Buggy a little desperate. Help me! Someone help me! Hurry up and help me! The Going Dragon is constantly spraying laser light, and Buggy is calling for help in the air, completely shameless. The Marines below want to go up and help. But as long as they have any movement, the Going Dragon is instantly a laser beam, making them unable to move. Buggy couldn't block the laser light, let alone them. Even if they want to save people, they are more than enough. Red Nose, let me die. Going Dragon used all his strength to roar the loudest sound ever. I saw a huge laser beam with a diameter of about half a meter bursting out of his mouth. The huge laser light, with an indomitable momentum, came to Buggy's eyes in an instant. It's over. It's really going to die? Buggy saw the laser light in front of him, and chose to close his eyes and let his fate. His speed is simply not enough to avoid this laser light, and he can only pray that the opponent will not kill him. Buggy didn't feel the pain as the breeze brushed his cheeks. He opened his eyes worriedly and saw Carl's reassuring back. Buggy burst into tears and wanted to hug Carl, who saved him, but Carl pinched his shoulders. Buggy, I heard them all about you, so I need you to play a scene with me. The voice fell. Carl didn't wait for Buggy to react, and threw it directly into the underground treasure cave. The mere pirates dare to run wild in Marine's territory. I really don't want to live. Carl sneered, looked at Buggy lying on the ground and pretended to be dead, then glanced at his soldiers. When they saw Carl's eyes, they immediately reacted and fled here in unison. Buggy was also carried away by them. Then Carl turned his attention to the Going Dragon. "You are Admiral Cree, treasure hunter Going Dragon." "Humph. Just marine, he has some skills. Since you know it's my uncle, why don't you hurry up?" The Going Dragon snorted angrily and wanted Carl to leave here. He didn't like dealing with marine, and Carl had just blocked his laser light with just one hand. This makes going long very clear that this person in front of him is likely to be unable to beat him. "Haha, using the reputation of a pirate to press my marine, it's really powerful." Without any hesitation, Carl dodged directly in front of the Going Dragon, and before he could make any move, he stabbed the ghost into his heart. Then Carl also eliminated the other pirates to ensure that the identities of Buggy and others would not be revealed, so they called them out. "It's done, the others can come out. You transport all these treasures to the warship. Buggy, come here, I have something to tell you alone." After Carl finished his instructions, he called Buggy aside. "Listen to them, this time you paid attention to play a pirate to delay time." "Lord Carl, I was wrong." Seeing Carl's serious expression, Buggy immediately knelt down. But Carl shook his head, grabbed his hair, and pulled him up. "Don't apologize to me, you're right, I just have an idea here that needs your cooperation. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not." "What's the idea?" "You go back to your old job, go treasure hunting in the name of a pirate, attract the attention of the old coward, Admiral Carey, and lure him to attack you." Chapter 22 Buggy Treasure Hunt. All the treasures of Going Island were evacuated by Carl. The source of the rough sea stone has also been found, and it is hidden in these treasures. Just that there are not many sea stone rough stones, only a few dozen or so, adding up to not even 5 kilograms. After taking these treasures away, Carl took advantage of the situation to create a Buggy treasure hunt group, and used these treasures as bait to attract the attention of pirates. In order to prevent the people in the treasure hunt group from being recognized by Admiral Carey, the people assigned to Buggy are all faces that Admiral Carey does not know. Recruit veterans among these people, but it is absolutely guaranteed that Admiral Carey does not know them. And Carl is very generous, allocating 200 people to Buggy, which is convenient for treasure hunting and extermination of pirates. In this way, as long as they don't confront Admiral Carey, they can almost run amok in East Blue without worrying about any threats. Even if there is, as long as Buggy calls a phone bug, Carl will solve it easily. With the help of Carl, in less than half a month, the reputation of the Buggy treasure hunt group has become the famous treasure hunt group of East Blue. There were a lot of people who wanted to join this group and make a fortune, and Buggy also refused to come. Anyone can join as long as they sign up. But these people can only join the peripheral team, and the core of the treasure group is still controlled by Marine. In this way, Buggy's group is getting bigger and bigger, and it will soon affect Admiral Carey, the hegemony of East Blue. Asshole! What a bastard! What is the origin of this Buggy treasure hunt group, and it has grown to such a scale in just half a month? What a bastard! Admiral Carey was very angry. According to the news spread, the Going Dragon was killed by Buggy. So he hated Buggy very much, but because he couldn't figure out the details of the other party, he didn't dare to take it lightly. Carey, who has suffered a lot in the New World, is like Moria in the original book, and he is cowardly. "Lord Admiral, I've heard the good news. Garp left East Blue a while ago, and now is a good time for our comeback. As for the Buggy treasure hunting group, since they are so high profile, why not let them be the stepping stones for our comeback?" Kuro reminded, the corners of his mouth Vivi raised, revealing a meaningful smile. He knew exactly who Buggy was, and Carl also informed him, trying to guide the hatred of Admiral Carey on the treasure hunt group. In this way, there is no need to worry about Admiral Carey, who will not dare to show his face easily because he is afraid of Marine's strength. Admiral Carey will be afraid of Marine, but he will not be afraid of East Blue's pirates, so Carl will release Buggy as a bait to guide Admiral Carey to take the bait. Coupled with a Kuro by his side, it's hard for Admiral Carey not to take the bait. You're right, I've been silent for a few months, and there are people who dare to search for treasures on my site. It's abominable. Kuro, let everyone pay attention and let everyone pay attention. Anyone who encounters the Buggy treasure hunt group will be killed. Yes, I will go and order them. Wait, I have one more thing to tell you here, about the Marine in Logetown. Let's put it aside for now. Someone told me that his identity background is very unusual. It is said that he is the godson of Marine hero Garp. You should do some research in this area to see if he has any other background, and if so, let me know as soon as possible. If I have him in my comeback, I must not be too high profile, at least not to offend him. While I'm not afraid of this Marine kid, it would be terrifying if his background is real. I see, I'll try my best to investigate. Hearing Admiral Carey's words, Kuro's heart twitched. He didn't expect that Admiral Carey actually knew Carl's identity. In this way, Carl's greatest advantage is directly lost. Fortunately, Admiral Carey didn't know Carl's true strength, otherwise he would have run away by now. However, when Kuro heard Admiral Carey's words, he immediately reacted. In the current Marine, there are still people who secretly contact Admiral Carey. The Marines in Logetown were all tamed by Carl, and they couldn't betray them. Marine from elsewhere, telling Admiral Carey. Kuro, do you have anything else to do? Kuro hadn't left. Admiral Carey asked suspiciously. It's nothing, I just trained too much these 2 days, and my heart is a little uncomfortable. Kuro pushed on his glasses, then rubbed his heart, pretending to have angina. Kuro, you can be my staff at ease. You don't need force. You are absolutely safe with me. I see, Lord Admiral. Kuro nodded and left. This remark made Kuro understand that although Admiral Carey trusted him, he was also worried that he would take his place. That's why he would say this and make Kuro give up his practice. But Kuro betrayed him long ago, and of course it was impossible to follow his advice. Back in his room and locked the door, Kuro dialed the phone bug and contacted Carl. Lord Carl, I have something important to report. At the same time, Marine Branch Base in Logetown. Carl hangs up the phone bug and ends the call with Kuro. I didn't expect that there are people from Admiral Carey in Marine. It seems that the previous cleaning of East Blue did not completely remove the moths. Marine who is hiding in his body will be. Carl couldn't be sure who this person was, but what he could be sure of was that there was nothing wrong with Logetown. In other words, the problem lies with the other Marine branches of East Blue. Looks like I'll have to visit them myself. Belmere prepares the ship. I'm going to the other Marine branches. Received. That's it? Carl took Belmere, and a dozen Marines, and began to explore other Marine branches. Carl's arrival made most of the branch ministers flattered. Although they were all majors at the same rank, Carl came from the Marine headquarters after all, and his rank was automatically 3 ranks higher. Coupled with Carl's identity, they naturally have to be respectful and not dare to neglect in the slightest. Carl spent a week wandering around most of the Marine branches of East Blue, and deliberately spread the information to them that he was going to do something to Admiral Carey. During this period, Carl also kept Kuro staring at him to see if there would be any response from Admiral Carey every time he visited a place. But Admiral Creed has never responded, which means that they have a high probability that they have nothing to do with Admiral Creed. But this is not absolute. Because Carl still has one last Marine branch to visit. But at this time, Carl got news from Kuro that Admiral Carey had sent someone to attack Buggy. It is said that the person who started the operation is not a member of the Carey pirates, but someone else. It is not clear who Kuro is. And at this moment, Carl heard the Marine base in front of him, and there was the sound of Marine gathering. Everyone listen to me, the buggy treasure hunt group is too rampant, we must solve them in the shortest possible time. For justice. Obligation. For justice. Chapter 23 Guilty Gasp Artie. After running so many marine branches, this is the first time Carl has seen Marine take the initiative to catch pirates. East Blue is Garp's hometown, and there are not many pirates here. As for the other pirates, they have only just gone out to sea in the past year. Carl easily eliminated a lot of them, causing East Blue to be unusually peaceful now. So this marine branch, now dispatching Marine to catch pirates, is very interesting to ask. Kuro just told him that Admiral Carey had sent someone to clean up Buggy, and the person he sent was not a pirate. Immediately afterwards, Carl saw that there was Marine preparing to attack Buggy, which made Carl have to wonder if he had an affair with Admiral Carey. After all, Carl had specially instructed Buggy to keep him away from the Marine branch, so as to avoid a conflict with Marine with a high probability. What's more, Buggy has never been to the sea area, and it is impossible for him to conflict with Marine here. In this way, the other party's purpose may not be as pure as catching pirates. Hello, Major Marine, I'm Commander Carl of Logetown, and I'm visiting from the front row. Before the other party went to sea, Carl greeted loudly, interrupting the other party's mobilization. Major Carl. Hearing the name of the visitor, the Marine commander here was suddenly startled, and there was a trace of confusion in his expression, but he quickly greeted Carl with a smile on his face. Ha 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 ha, I really admire the name for a long time, Major Carl, I am Gasp Artie, the rank of Major, and the commander here. Please wait a moment, I will arrange someone to go there and dock the warship for you. No need, I'll just go there by myself. After a casual reply, Carl turned to Belmere and said, Notify Buggy, let him pay attention, don't fight hard if Marine is hunting you, just run. Received. Belmere saluted and went to inform Buggy. Carl stepped on the moon step and flew into the air, and a moment later he landed in front of him under Gasparty's shocked gaze. As for Belmere and others, there is no need for them to come to the port at all. Carl visited these marine branches for a short time at a time, then left quickly. Naturally, there is no need for the warship to dock. Lord Carl, you really deserve your reputation, everyone said that the people from the headquarters are very powerful. You are so powerful at a young age, and you are truly a talented person, with outstanding talent, outstanding military power, and a great reputation in all directions. Don't be flattering, I have visited so many branch bases, and you are gathering troops here. Are you acting for me? Carl squinted his eyes, interrupted the other party's flattery, and then turned the topic to these Marines. He didn't directly point out why Gasparty wanted to arrest Buggy, but instead asked in a detour. Marine from the headquarters is naturally 3 levels higher than the rank of the branch Marine. Carl asked this question, which would bring more pressure to the other party. Sure enough, Gasparty was dripping with sweat on his forehead at this time, and his whole person was not very well. Master Carl, don't frame me. I just saw a pirate group destroying everywhere, so I just want to catch them, don't get me wrong. I've heard about that buggy treasure hunt, but what did they destroy? Is there a bounty? This. In the face of Carl's question, Major Gasparty wiped the sweat from his forehead and was speechless for a while. Carl didn't give him a chance to think, and continued to press the other side. Has this treasure hunt group killed ordinary people? Have they killed civilians? Or have they done anything to Marine? None of. Since there are none, what's your reason for taking action against them? Is it because you fancy the treasures they dug up, so you want to be greedy for these treasures? I'm not, I can't do it. Gasparty shuddered, and when he was asked these questions, he suddenly realized that Carl was much more savvy than he thought. It's not like a second-generation gilded East Blue at all. Carl shook his head and patted Gasparty on the shoulder. Since he didn't do anything, just simply hunt for treasure, we Marine are not qualified to arrest them, and he can't be called a pirate. It's okay if you want to arrest him, but you have to find evidence of his burning, killing and looting, otherwise we Marine will be in the name of disgrace to justice. Pirates like Admiral Carey are the ones we should eradicate, so I plan to attack him. The other Marine branches have agreed to support me, and now I am left with you. What do you think? Carl talked eloquently, instilling great truth in Gaspardi here, and then quietly telling him what he was going to do with Admiral Carey. Gaspardi's face changed slightly, his eyes flashed, he hesitated, and the state of the whole person changed again. Carl keenly observed his change and felt a little strange. The other branch commanders would be surprised by Carl's boldness, but none of them were as abnormal as Gaspardi. This guy is very suspicious. Master Carl, why don't we talk first? Gaspardi cheered up and forced a smile to invite Carl into the branch base. Carl shook his head and looked around the Marines. I won't go in, I'm just here to ask you if you are willing to support some of my troops. But it seems that you don't plan to support, and in that case we have nothing to say. With that said, Carl turned to leave. Gaspardi was relieved when he heard that Carl didn't blame himself, he didn't even hold back, and sent Carl away directly. Lord Carl, walk slowly, come here often when you have time. Don't worry, we'll meet again soon. Carl sneered and stepped on the moon step and returned to his warship. Belmere, let's go back to Logetown, the person who revealed my identity will surface in 2 days. Carl stood on the bow, looking at the branch base and Major Gaspardi who waved his hand in the port to say goodbye to Carl, and raised the corner of his mouth. After Carl left, Gaspardi breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately assembled his troops. Everyone listen to me, you have to find the buggy treasure hunt group as fast as you can, and then kill them for me, there must be no mistakes. I will not follow you, I have more important things to do. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Following Gaspardi's order, hundreds of Marines boarded the ship together, and 4 Marine warships set off at the same time, looking for the buggy treasure hunt group and encircling it. Gaspardi returned to his office, and tremblingly took out a phone bug from the safe. Big brother. It's not good. That kid Carl, I really want to do something to you. Chapter 24_Windmill Village. I don't know how high the sky is, the kid thinks that if he wins the Big Bear King, he can challenge the authority of this admiral? How arrogant. Second brother, you should wait and see what happens. Third brother has been sent to impel down. I don't want you to be arrested too. Dealt with him, I'll take you to the Great Route while Marine headquarters haven't reacted. Is it true, eldest brother? But I'll be promoted soon, I'm afraid. Humph. Gaspardi, my good second brother. How much money can a Marine make? Your big brother, I have already found a way, and then we will arrest Fishman and sell it to Tenryabito. Earn him a big vote. I know the big brother, I'll make preparations now, and I also asked my subordinates to take care of him on Buggy's side, and I can solve it for him soon. Very good. Well done. Hang up now, I still have things to do. Kuro next to him with a gloomy expression. Kuro, I have a task for you, you help me contact Sand Crocodile, this guy has a lot of information on mercenaries, and the price is free, but he must find a few powerful people for me. It would be best to invite him here. Although this guy is an intermediary for mercenaries, his own strength is stronger than many mercenaries. Although I don't believe that this kid Carl has the ability to beat me, but his background is too big, I must not be careless. Understood, I'll contact him right away. Kuro pushed up his glasses and gave a sneer. How cowardly. At the same time, Carl did not go directly back to Logetown, but stopped by Windmill Village. Although Garp is gone, Rouge is still here, and Carl intends to drop by to see her. Belmere, you are on standby on board, I'll be back when I go." After all, Carl went directly to the windmill village. The residents here were a little surprised when they first saw the marine warship. But when they saw that it was Carl's return, they immediately embraced him enthusiastically. "Haha, Carboy, you are willing to come back. It's been so many years, you're finally back, let Grandma take a look. What a good boy, he has grown a lot. Brother Carl is so handsome. I really want to give birth to a monkey for Brother Carl. You're too young to go, Brother Carl is mine." "What's yours? Brother Carl is obviously mine. Don't you like dragons? Go find him." "What are you doing, a man? Leave quickly, I want to confess to Brother Carl." Residents of Windmill Village are very excited about Carl's return. Feeling the enthusiasm of the villagers, Carl felt a little embarrassed. Although he grew up in Marine, he often followed Garp to Windmill Village. He has to come 3 or 4 times a year, and he is familiar with all these people. Makino, who kept silent and looked at him with indignation. After meeting Carl's eyes, she even raised her head arrogantly. "Everyone, can you be quiet? If you are so enthusiastic, I don't know what to do," Carl said with a wry smile. The villagers also noticed Carl's embarrassment at this time, and then took a few steps back embarrassedly. There were only a few girls, still staring around Carl, but Carl ignored them and walked directly to Makino. "Makino, long time no see, did you miss me?" "Humph. Why do I miss you?" Hearing Carl's words, Makino put his hands on his hips, full of arrogance. The current Makino is not the same as in the original book. Because Carl is too close to her, Makino's character has become less gentle, but has become arrogant. But her shy personality has not changed. Even in her arrogance, there is a hint of shyness. Ah, as expected, Sister Makino is more suitable for Brother Carl. Really, I didn't expect to lose again, damn it. Haha, I won again, give money quickly. The expressions of the children around were different, and the enthusiasm for Carl before had disappeared at this time. Carl looked at their movements of dividing money so skillfully, he couldn't help but blacken his face, grabbed a random person and questioned him. "What's the matter with you? Did you learn to gamble at such a young age?" "Brother Carl, don't be angry, we are just playing, but we didn't really gamble." The child who was caught in the air looked at Carl with a begging face, and the others had long since disappeared without a trace. Seeing his pitiful appearance, Carl couldn't bear to reprimand him. "Remember, don't gamble in the future, or I'll be the first to hold you in the marine prison for good discipline." "Yes. I don't dare any more." Hearing Carl's threat, the little boy immediately stood at attention, and then ran away without a trace. Seeing this scene, Makino on the side burst out laughing. Carl's mouth was slightly raised, and he laughed along with him. At this moment, the system sound suddenly sounded, which made him stunned. Sign-in characters detected, Makino, Daten, Bandit Higama, sign-in available. Is this possible? Carl didn't expect that they could all sign in, but what puzzled him was why the previous Rouge didn't have a departure system to sign in. Is it because she is too weak, or because she did not appear in the original book, so she cannot sign in at that time? Carl only knew a little bit about the sign-in system, so he couldn't know what the sign-in system was all about. But now that he can sign in, Carl is welcome. "Makino, my good sister, let's hug one." "Ah! Stop, you bastard, stop me, put me down quickly, or I'll call someone. Help! Daten, save me, Carl is crazy." Maggie, who was hugged, trembled instantly, shouted for help, and desperately resisted. But despite her punches and kicks, Carl carried her and circled in the air. Since it takes 10 seconds for Carl to release, he can make a few more turns. Makino liked to play with artificial windmills and often pestered Carl. But Makino has grown up to a rebellious age, and she just wants to get out of Carl now. And Carl's physical fitness is far better than when he was a child. After a few laps, Makino felt a little dizzy. The surrounding villagers didn't care if they saw it, and no one stepped forward to stop this pair of brothers and sisters from making a fool of themselves. Dodden deliberately matched the two of them, and after a while, he pretended to be fierce and came behind Carl and dragged him over. "Car, it's a bit too fast for you to attack Makino when you first came here? Why don't I just vacate the room at home for the two of you?" "Dan, what are you talking about? I'm so old, I don't want to continue sleeping with him." Makino was a little pissed off, feeling very uncomfortable. She gave Carl a stern look, and then quickly returned to the bar. Carl put his arms around Dodden's shoulders and smiled. "Dodden, you are joking again. Although Makino is my sister, she has grown up and should have private space." "Che, you really think of her as your sister? It hurts my stomach." Hearing Dodden say this, Carl scolded Isho, and after counting to 10 seconds, he let go of his shoulders and asked, "Dodden, do you know where the bandits in this area are?" Chapter 25 Can't do it. What are you going to do? Don't you Marine still plan to deal with the bandits? In other words, you are finally going to start with the old lady? When Dodden heard the question, he immediately put on an enchanting pose for Carl to see. Seeing that Dodden's body is particularly enchanting, Carl almost spit out his breakfast. Dan, you misunderstood, I just cleaned up the bandits here, nothing else." Carl hurriedly explained, for fear of being misunderstood. If Dodden is allowed to continue, Carl may not be able to explain clearly. "Ha ha ha, that's what happened." Dodden ha-has Isho, and then pats Carl on the back, which she clearly did on purpose. Then Dodden told Carl where the bandit Higama might be hiding. She used to be a bandit, so she knew where the bandits were, and Carl's observation haki was not bad. Higama is not a problem as long as a certain location is determined. Carl quickly found this, and in the future he could step on the One Piece/King of Pirates, punch the Higama of the Four Emperor Shanks, and then kill him in the cradle. The famous bandit king has not made a name for himself, so it ended like this. At the same time, Carl also completed the sign-in task and received an additional sign-in reward for killing the bandit king Higama. Signing into Makino is successful, Makino's favorability increases by 100%, and his physical strength is multiplied. The sign-in was successful in Dodden and won the title of Friends of Women. Sign into Bandit Higama successfully and get a reward and face boost. Kill the Bandit Higama, complete the extra check-in task, and get the title Bandit Buster. Title of Women's Friend, all female characters have a higher favorability rating for you. The older you are, the more favorability rating increases. Title Bandit Nemesis, the reward brought by successfully killing the Bandit King has a very high commemorative value. What the fuck is this? What the hell is the title of a woman's friend? Bandit Buster is just a commemorative title. When did this sign-in system become so outrageous? Carl couldn't help slandering in his heart, wishing he could greet the sign-in system thousands of times. However, he held back in the end. After all, doubling his physical strength is not a small reward. As for face enhancement, Carl doesn't currently know what this ability does. Since there is no attribute panel, Carl is not sure what this ability is for. If it can achieve the effect of Shanks in the original book, it may not be bad. Dan, please give me a face, help me rub my shoulders and beat my legs. In the bar, Carl suddenly spoke up, stunned everyone present. Dodden was stunned for a second, then directly picked up his mace and knocked it down on Carl. "You bastard, are you courting death? Is NT that true?" Carl touched his nose and calmly avoided Dodden's mace, but by coincidence, Makino walked in from the back door of the bar and collided with Carl. Bang! Karl directly slammed Makino into the wall behind, and Karl also took advantage of the situation to support the wall with one hand, maintaining the wall dong action. For a while, the two were embarrassed at the same time. Makino is only about 11 years old now, and his height is only 1.34 meters, which is in sharp contrast to Karl's 2.2 meters tall. The current situation made everyone present stretch their necks and prepare to watch the play. Even Dodon put away his mace, took out the senbei and started to eat. Under the double favorability of the title and the sign-in reward, Makino's favorability toward Karl is directly full. I saw her biting her lip, blushing, she closed her eyes directly, and leaned her body against the wall, completely giving up resistance. That, please be gentle. Karl was stunned and had no idea what was going on. Makino's blushing face in front of him, he immediately felt a sense of guilt, which came from the bottom of his heart. Makino is not only her own sister, but she is also a little loli who is only 11 years old. Karl gritted his teeth and forced himself to wake up. Makino, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Hearing Karl's words, Makino's expression changed instantly. In front of so many people, you told me it was a misunderstanding. Makino's sudden runaway, Karl did not expect it at all. She glared at Karl viciously, and then stepped on Karl's toes with her back heel. By the way, he twisted his heel twice, and Karl grinned in pain, but didn't stop him. Humph. Shame on your face? Makino blushed and ran out in shame, but his tone was still the same. The arrogant attributes, coupled with the shy personality, even Karl couldn't resist this contrast. I didn't see such a good opportunity, you deserve to be single. Dodon said such a sentence in disgust, and then continued to drink. Xianbei was also taken away by her. I didn't see a good show, and naturally I didn't have to eat. Since Karl was single in his previous life, he also has no emotional experience in this life, and he has always treated Makino as his sister. He was not sure at all right now, whether Makino liked him because of the increase in his favorability, or whether she really liked him. Makino was only 1 year old when Karl was 7 or 8 years old, and the two of them had known each other and became brother and sister. Makino with some bad taste. Just that Makino has let Karl retire. Although her character is easy to be shy, her tenderness has long disappeared. And her arrogant attributes were cultivated by Karl himself. This is what makes Makino what it is today. By the way, Dardon, where is Rouge? I have something to look for her. Rouge is at Makino's house, are you still going? Karl wanted to leave the topic, but when she heard Dodon's words, she swallowed and felt her head go big. After struggling for a while, Karl gritted his teeth and chose to apologize to Makino. Let's go with the flow, at least not let this bastard Shanks take advantage of it. Even as a brother, I can't let Makino fall in love with such a guy. Karl was walking down the road muttering to himself. According to the original development, Makino will like Shanks. If he really came to flirt, Karl would never let Shanks off the bastard. Karl soon came to Makino's house and apologized solemnly to her, but it attracted a roll of eyes. But Makino's mood was obviously much better, and he also prepared a small snack for Karl to take away. Then Karl had a brief chat with Rouge, telling her that she had something to contact him, and finally got rid of Makino, greeted Rouge and left the windmill village. It was only when he returned to the warship that he found that the effect of women's friends was still shining. Chapter 26_Accidents. Lord Karl, I feel that you have become handsome again. It's really strange. I didn't think you were so handsome before. Mr. Karl, tell me what type of girl you like. I am more forthright, or is it the kind that is gentle and generous, and the type of little bird? Master Karl, why don't you talk? Don't go, I still have something to tell you. When Karl returned to the warship, he realized that something was wrong. Belmere greeted himself with all kinds of greetings, so he almost came close to him and gave him a hug. In addition to Belmere, there were 3 other middle-aged women on board, Maureen, who was in charge of the catering. These 3 middle-aged women, Maureen, looking at Carl's eyes at this time, are full of emotion. That's right, it's love. Belmere is just a little more complicated, feeling that Carl has become more handsome and better looking, and wants to help him pick it up. But these 3 middle-aged women, Maureen, wanted to eat Carl. Is this the power of the title of Friends of Women? Terrible. After fleeing back to his room and locking the door to prevent someone from attacking at night, Carl was relieved. The increase in the favorability of this title is really not a blow. Has Belmere's favorability toward him changed from reverence to liking? If it continues like this, the ghost knows what strange developments will happen next. Carl didn't know was that Belmere did this because of what Garp had made fun of her before. This led to some imperceptible changes in Belmere's attitude towards Carl. This wave, Belmere is on the 1st floor, Carl is on the 2nd floor, and Garp is on the 5th floor. Just that Carl didn't know what Garp did, and Belmere didn't report it to him. System. Can you reply? Can this title be removed? No answer. The atmosphere is awkward. Carl wanted to be angry, but because he had no goal, he could only sigh helplessly. But at this moment, the system sound suddenly rang. The strong will of the host is detected, the check-in system starts to upgrade, please wait. The sign-in system has been upgraded, the personal ability column has been opened, and the title column has been opened, please check the host. Is it really possible? Carl sat up from the bed with a bass sound, and opened his title bar for the first time. Title, Women's Friend, Assembled, Bandit Buster. Remarks, only one title can be installed at a time. After seeing these 2 titles, Carl unhesitatingly removed the Friends of Women. He didn't want to be harassed like this every day. Even if he can take it, the kidneys can't take it either. Then Carl installed Bandit Nemesis, and the title column also underwent some changes. Title, Bandit Buster, Assembled, Friends of Women. It turned out to be the same thing. As long as other titles are assembled, the previous titles will be automatically squeezed out. But I couldn't take the title off myself. Fortunately, I still have this title with extremely high commemorative value, otherwise my kidneys would be unlucky. Carl smiled bitterly, and immediately opened his personal ability column with curiosity. Although he is very clear about his own abilities, sorting them out will be very helpful in the future. To acquire the abilities, Magic Power, Perfect, Swordsmanship, Excellence, Marine Rokusaki, Perfect, Conqueror Haki, Perfect, Armament Haki, Mastery, Observation Haki, Mastery. Then Carl briefly glanced at the explanation and found that these ability levels start from entry, and then go to the level of proficiency, mastery, excellence, and perfection. And after perfection, there is a hidden level that Carl can't see for the time being. But now Carl has 3 perfections and 1 excellence. These abilities add up to Carl's own combat experience. Except for the 3 monsters Nakuzan, as well as Garp and Tsuru Vice Admiral, the other Vice Admiral will basically not be Carl's current opponent. As for Kuzan, Borsellino, and Akainu, they were promoted to Vice Admiral as early as some time ago. Kuzan, who has a good relationship with Carl, made a special call to announce the news to him, so Carl knew about it. Just that although they were promoted to Vice Admiral, they were not far from Admiral's strength. Carl is still a little worse now, but he has the system now, and he is confident to catch up with these 3 monsters. Blue blue blue. Blue blue blue. Just as Carl was about to take a break, the phone bug that was in contact with Kuro alone suddenly rang. Kuro, what information? Lord Carl, I have the latest information. Major Gaspardi is an insider. He has long been in contact with Admiral Carey, and they are brothers, even with the previous governor of Logetown. Admiral Carey, this coward, has postponed the time of his comeback. Gaspardi has provided a lot of information, causing him to be jealous of you. Also, he asked me to contact Sand Crocodile, the intermediary of the mercenary, and let him or other people come to deal with you. Master Carl, you have to be careful. If the Sand Crocodile really comes, we will be in big trouble. He is the Logia Shasha fruit ability. Hearing Kuro sigh and say so much information, Carl frowned and thought for a moment before replying to Kuro. Be careful yourself, don't expose it. As for the Sand Crocodile, you don't have to worry, I know his details, and he doesn't dare to come. As for the others, there is no threat to me. So I'll give you a task now, try to get Admiral Carey to attack Buggy. For your safety, if you don't have important information, please don't contact me for now to prevent exposure. I will pay attention when I know Lord Carl. After that, Kuro hung up the phone. Bug directly. Crocodile, if you somehow come here in person, I'll let you know what a social beating is. Carl showed a wicked smile. Although Admiral Carey contacted Crocodile, Carl was not worried. Even if Crocodile comes over in person, there is no threat to Carl. The current Baroque Works Club has not yet been established, and Crocodile is also working alone, which is why he has become an intermediary. After all, he is a Logia Devil Fruit power user, and ordinary people really can't deal with him. The position of the mercenary middleman can be considered comfortable. But what Carl didn't know was that Crocodile, who had received the hiring task at this time, was ready to challenge Whitebeard. So he didn't plan to come to East Blue at all, he just arranged for a few people to accept the task and got rid of the matter. Just as Carl was thinking about how to find Admiral Carey next, there was a knock on Belmir's door outside his room. Master Carl. It's not good. There is big news. What's the matter? Look, Lord Carl, the Golden Lion has escaped. According to eyewitnesses, he escaped in the direction of East Blue. One wave is not flat, another wave is rising. Chapter 27_conflict. You're not kidding me. Hearing Belmir's words, Carl took the newspaper in her hand and read it all over. After a while, Carl's face was a little gloomy, and at the same time another of his phone bugs rang. This is Sengoku's exclusive phone bug. Seeing this phone bug, Carl felt a pain in his heart for no reason, but he still connected. Master Sengoku, don't tell me what the news says, it's all true. Golden Lion, this old thing, really escaped from prison. Ha 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 ha, Carl, have you seen it? I didn't expect this news to spread so quickly in East Blue. I'll let you know as soon as I finish the meeting, so be careful. But that's fine, since you already know, try to stay in Logetown, don't be seen by him. You know the character of Golden Lion Shiki very well. As one of the survivors at that time, he was very interested in you. If you don't feel safe, I can apply to Marshal Kong now to transfer you from East Blue back to the Marine headquarters. Sengoku said earnestly, obviously for Carl's safety. Forget it, I still have things to do in East Blue. If I leave now, what will those Marines think of me? And it's just a Golden Lion, no matter how strong he is, where can he be? A man who broke his legs, I still don't care. Carl knew very well that Golden Lion had become a lot degraded since he broke his legs, and his physical fitness was not as good as before. If Golden Lion at his peak came to East Blue, Carl ran away without saying a word. But the current Golden Lion might not even have half of its original strength, so Carl naturally wouldn't be afraid of him. Since you've made a plan, pay attention to safety and notify me or Garp immediately if you find the Golden Lion. Although the two of us couldn't rush to support at the first time, Borsellino was patrolling around the windless belt, and he could rush over to help you as soon as possible. I know the old man, don't worry, I will be absolutely fine. Carl said confidently, and then he and Sengoku had a few homely chats before hanging up the phone bug. However, Carl's expression was not as relaxed as his tone. Belmere temporarily postponed the plan for Admiral Carey and let Buggy withdraw to the waters around Logetown. Golden Lion knows Buggy, and now Buggy is so flamboyant. If Golden Lion really comes to East Blue, he will definitely find Buggy at the first time. I can't let Buggy die at the hands of Golden Lion. Yes. I'll inform them now. Belmere saluted Carl and left the room. Seeing her leaving so neatly, Carl was stunned for a second, then patted himself on the forehead. The power of the title of women's friend is really exaggerated. Belmere was still greedy for me when I came back. After I changed the title, she returned to normal. Sure enough, that title cannot be worn, at least not under normal circumstances. Thinking of this, Carl decided to let this title sink to the bottom and never use it at non-critical moments. The next morning, Carl returned to the Marine branch in Logetown. The Marines are training and patrolling methodically here, and Smoker is still doing special training. Carl was relieved to see his growing body and his 8-pack ABS. Then Carl briefly tested Smoker, who has now learned Marine Rokushiki. However, due to the lack of physical development and age level, he can't learn Haki for the time being. Carl continued to teach him about Rokushiki's abilities. As for the development of the fruit, Carl also gave him some suggestions to use the fruit's ability to attack with Rokushiki. This is much stronger than simply using the fruit ability. And more importantly, his smoke can be condensed together to form spikes or stick-like objects, and then compressed to make it thicker and harder, and then shot out. It can even be used in the hand. Although this kind of development is a bit difficult, as long as it is developed well, the smoke fruit is not without any attack power. Mentioning Smoker, Carl went on to train the other Marines. Except for Marine who is patrolling, everyone else is required by Carl, and everyone must learn at least 2 of Marine Rokushiki. Even Carl has increased the amount of training they have. The battle with Admiral Creed is imminent, and Carl needs their strength to eliminate Admiral Creed's men. Although it is said that as long as the position of Admiral Carey is found, Carl can destroy them all by himself. But those scoundrels are good targets for training. Carl naturally couldn't miss such an opportunity to help his subordinates improve their combat effectiveness. While Carl was training these Marines, Belmere also came to train after finishing what Carl had told her before. Although it is said that she went to sea with Carl for a while, but during this time, under Carl's personal teaching, she learned Shigen, finger pistol, one of the Rokushiki. Her next goal is to learn Rankyaku/Tempest Kick, one of Rokushiki, and she now has a little prototype of Rankyaku/Tempest Kick. I have to say that Belmere is still a bit talented. Although it is not as good as those monsters, it is not too bad. If she was placed in the Marine headquarters for training, at worst, she could graduate with the strength of a colonel of the headquarters. Time flies by. It's been a week since the Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down. During this time, Carl did not see any news about the Golden Lion. Although it is said that Buggy is worried every day, at least 2 or 3 phone calls are made to ask Carl to let him go back to Marine Base. But Carl didn't ignore him at all, and even let him take advantage of this time to provoke Admiral Carey's pirate group. Admiral Carey wanted to come back, but he was more cowardly, so Kuro suggested that the other party slowly send his men to take back his territory. Admiral Krieg agreed, and let the hapless Krieg do it. After learning this news, Carl did not hesitate, and directly asked Buggy to attack Krieg, and he killed him easily. Krieg is also missing, most likely dead. However, when Buggy started, Gaspardy's men also raided Buggy's crew, causing some injuries. This made Carl a little angry. Major Gaspardy, following Admiral Carey's orders, has been blocking the Buggy treasure hunt. During this period of time, many peripheral members have been killed. The waters near Logetown most of the time under Carl's order. Gaspardi couldn't let his subordinates enter Rooker's territory to besiege Buggy, so he could only wander outside. But Gaspardi still finds an opportunity to take on the Buggy treasure hunt. It's a pity that they are weak. Gaspardi couldn't even beat Buggy, if it weren't for the fact that they had 5 warships, almost 400 or 500 marines. The people of the Buggy treasure hunt are hard to even get hurt. However, Gaspardi was also injured because of this incident and is still resting in his territory. Carl, holding back his anger at Gaspardi, came to his marine branch to condolence and communicate with him. Chapter 28 While planning. Major Gaspardi, it's been a long time. I said we would meet soon. You see, it's been less than 10 days, and I'm here again. How is it? Do you feel very surprised and excited? Carl came empty-handed, and by the way, he drove away other people who gave gifts and condolences, in order to disgust each other. Gaspardi dared not speak his anger, so he could only lie on the bed and look at Carl as if he was seriously ill. Lord Carl. Thank you for visiting me, but unfortunately I was injured by the pirates, so I can only lie here and talk to you. Gaspardi pretended to be weak and looked so vivid that those who didn't know it thought he was dying. But Carl knew very well that the goods were being loaded. His observation hacky could tell that Gaspardi was alive and well, not weak at all. According to Buggy, he just made a small incision in Gaspardi's abdomen and injected the anesthetic into him. It's not a big injury at all, and with Gaspardi's constitution, just get some sleep. He was lying here, obviously not wanting to see Carl, but Carl came anyway. Major Gaspardi, since you are so seriously injured, you should say a few words less. I came here mainly for 2 purposes. The first one is to condolence and visit you. Now that you're alive, that's fine. As for the second purpose, I continued the topic I saw you before. What do you mean by maintaining the Krieg pirates? Although the Buggy treasure hunt is a pirate group, isn't it the Krieg pirates? Deliberately letting Krieg go, and then not catching Buggy, your crime is not small. Gaspardi's face changed slightly, and when he heard Carl say this, he already understood that he was here to ask for guilt. Gaspardi didn't know the relationship between Carl and Buggy, but thought that Carl came to ask why not a single pirate was caught. Gaspardi didn't know what to say, because Krieg was under Admiral Krieg. It is impossible for him to do something to his big brother's subordinates. But he never thought that this little-known little red nose, and the devil fruit next to him. So he got hit. Lord Carl, I can explain this matter. You don't need to explain, just take care of your injuries here, and then I'll go catch the Buggy treasure hunt in person. No, they should be called the Buggy Pirates now. Originally, they were just looking for treasure, and I didn't bother to pay attention to them at all, but since they have already attacked my colleagues, I naturally won't let them go. You can rest assured, Major Gaspardi, I will handle this matter, but your dereliction of duty cannot be justified. I need you to do me a favor and make up for your dereliction of duty this time. Lord Carl, just say, I will naturally help you wherever I can. Although Gaspardi had already planned to leave East Blue, before that, he was still Marine, and if he offended Carl, the gain outweighed the loss, and there was absolutely no need for this. In the face of Carl's mission, it's okay to go against the grain when the time comes, and you don't need to care at all. Carl also knew very well that Gaspardi had no intention of carrying out his mission at all. But he needs Gaspardi to deliver the message to Admiral Carey, so this task must be done by him. Major Gaspardi, I now order to investigate the location of Admiral Carey within a week. He's already on the move, but I don't have enough people, so I need your help. No problem, wrap it on me. Gaspardi accepted the task, but he sneered inwardly, not taking it to heart at all. Afterwards, Carl briefly talked to him about the plan he had made up to fight against Admiral Carey before he left Gaspardi's territory. Gaspardi waited until his subordinates reported that Carl had really left the Marine branch, and then he got out of bed and took out the phone bug to contact Admiral Carey. "Brother, I have important information to report." Not long after Carl returned to the warship, he got a reply from Kuro. Admiral Carey is ready to attack Carl, and the hired person has finally arrived. But just as Carl thought, Crocodile didn't come to East Blue, only 2 swordsmen came here. These 2 swordsmen are famous mercenaries on the Great Route, pirate hunters with the title of Double Swords. They even defeated pirates with a bounty of more than 80 million. The strength of the 2 together is in the original book, which is almost equivalent to a Commodore. The 2 brothers took one out alone, and they may not even have the strength of the colonel of the headquarters. Naturally, it poses little threat to Carl. Hanging up the phone bug, Carl rubbed his chin and smiled. This big fish has finally taken the bait, that double sword is no threat, and the net can finally be closed. Carl calls the phone bug and informs Buggy to let it attack all the pirates in Admiral Carey, even on his hidden treasure. With the information provided by Kuro, and the luck of Conqueror, Buggy's treasure hunt can be said to be an accurate one. Coupled with the pressure from Carl's side, Admiral Carey must take action, otherwise he is likely to do nothing and be removed from the list. Another 2 days. From Gaspardi and Kuro's side, a message came at the same time. Admiral Carey intends to attack Buggy, and the chosen location is a remote uninhabited island. The news from Gaspardi was very inaccurate. He said that Buggy was going to be here and that Admiral Carey was going to ambush him here. Gaspardi suggested that Carl take his seat early and ambush them, Admiral Carey and Buggy. As for Gaspardi, he only intends to send troops, and he does not intend to go there. Carl understood what he was thinking. If Carl really got there early, I'm afraid he would be directly ambushed. Although Carl is not afraid, he does not want to lose too many troops. So he rejected Gaspardi's suggestion, only saying that he must go back. After fooling Gaspardi, Carl deployed according to the news from Kuro. Because Buggy stole too much treasure, Admiral Carey finally couldn't bear it anymore, which led Kuro to prepare a plan to eliminate Buggy's treasure hunt group. By the way, he also made Gaspardi get ready to encircle Carl together. The 2 swordsmen also left Admiral Carey and took their seats in advance to prepare. It's really convenient to have Kuro around. Such a talent must not be allowed to become a pirate. After whispering a word, Carl turned to Belmere and said, "Belmere, you go and inform all Marines, including Smoker, to prepare for battle. Next is the war between our Marine and Admiral Carey, which is the best way to test the strength of our troops. Buggy has to remind him again and again that he is the most critical part of this plan, and he must not go wrong." At the same time, Carl also began to spread false news, saying that Marine was going to conduct military exercises, and leave immediately. What they didn't know was that it was on an uninhabited sky island. There was a blond old man with his head plugged into the rudder, biting his cigar and looking at the newspaper, the news of Roger's execution a few months ago, showing a vulture smile. "The little devil in the Valley of the Gods, it's been a long time since I saw you." Chapter 29_Trap. East Blue. An unknown island. This island is on the edge of East Blue, very remote, and there is no trace of human activity around. But just today, 7 or 8 small pirate ships suddenly appeared on such a desolate island. Everyone's attention, according to the news, "The treasure is on this island, give me snacks, absolutely don't miss any place." As ordered. After the leader issued the order, nearly 100 people armed with tools frantically searched for the treasure here. But just as these people were looking for the treasure, the man who gave the order returned to the largest ship. "Sir Buggy, the order has gone out, what should our people do next?" Obviously, the person who gave the order just now was Marine under Carl. It's just that his current image has nothing to do with Marine at all, and those who don't know it think he is a pirate with 5 big and 3 rough. After all, it was Buggy who took them out to sea. Even though Buggy has become marine, his behavior is still the style of a pirate. Other people are also learning Buggy lifestyle and habits, and naturally move closer to the pirates. However, they have not forgotten their mission and still remember that they are marine. Hey, although I have participated in many battles, this is the first time I have participated in a war led by me, which is really interesting. You send the order, let all the corps members spread out, and I will personally lure Admiral Carey to appear. As soon as he appears, all of you will immediately come out and kill him. As ordered. Buggy issued a simple ambush command, and then let the Marines play. After all, he is not a professional talent. When it comes to arranging troops, it is good to let the flow take its course. Buggy sorted through his excitement and dialed Carl's phone. Bug. Master Carl, I have arrived at the designated location and ordered them to ambush. What should I do next? Well done, then you continue to act according to the plan, looking for the treasure of Admiral Carey. Admiral Carey's message to you is not wrong, this island does have his buried treasure. According to the information Kuro has obtained, this treasure should be the entire net worth of Admiral Carey. If you can find me, you will be divided into 30%. Received. I'll look for it. Hearing Carl's words, Buggy suddenly became excited, and immediately hung up the phone and went out to hunt for treasure. During this period of time, he dug a lot of treasures, but they were not worth much, and some treasures were not even as much as the overseas subsidies given by Carl. It is the treasure hidden by Admiral Carey, which can make him a little excited. But Admiral Carey was not stupid, when he found that Buggy was staring at his hidden treasure and began to hunt for it. He has already begun to change the burial ground. But even so, his people will be defeated by Buggy, and those treasures that haven't been transferred will be taken away by Buggy logically. This is also the reason why the Admiral critic can't bear it. Buggy gave full play to his talent and ability to gather a large number of people, which gave Admiral Carey a headache. Little ones. Give this uncle a good look. My information will never go wrong, there must be treasures here. Yes. The deafening sound echoed over the island, and even alarmed a lot of beasts. When the beasts saw the humans invading their homeland, they wanted to resist at first. But as their numbers increased, these beasts were also very fast. The beasts in the world of One Piece/King of Pirates all have a certain intelligence, although at best they are equivalent to 1 or 2-year-old children. It is only natural for them to run, after all, beasts are also afraid of death. Report boss. There's a cave over there. Shall we go and take a look? The person reporting the situation is a small leader of the peripheral members. He led a dozen people and took the lead in finding a suspicious cave. But he didn't dare to go in without authorization. After all, when someone was hunting for treasure before, they triggered the trap because of greed, and then died in Huanquan. After this kind of thing happened many times, they became a lot more honest. After all, Buggy is a fruit-capable person, and ordinary organs have no effect on him at all. I see. Tell everyone to follow me. Although I wasn't sure if there was any treasure in the cave, I called everyone here just in case. Moments later, Buggy came to the suspicious cave. He fell down and took the things by himself, and threw a few throwing knives and needles at random to test whether there were any mechanisms on both sides of the wall. The result is good, not a single organ. Then Buggy flew up again, only her feet were still on the ground, and she slowly walked forward. But soon, his body was cut in half. Buggy exclaimed, and then found that the one who cut his body turned out to be a small fishing line made of special material. This fishing line is very sharp and can cut someone if you are not careful. However, he was not in a hurry, but continued to test whether there were other organs around. After a while, Buggy returned to the hole where it was torn apart and reassembled his body. The mechanism is just a fishing line, everyone forms a shield square, and let me rush in. But pay attention to your feet, if someone doesn't pay attention and their ankle is cut off, then you can only rely on yourself. Come on. As Buggy's voice fell, these people took out their shields and started rushing forward. Buggy followed slowly, not in a hurry. Along with the fishing line one after another, it was pierced by the thick shield. All the people have already rushed to the inside of the cave. But when they came here, they found that it was a dead end, and there was nothing. How can this happen? With so many fishing line traps set up, don't you have a single treasure? Some people were suspicious, and even Buggy felt that something was wrong. He just checked the organs before, and didn't look deep. After all, there are so many fishing line agencies guarding, and anyone will subconsciously think that there will be treasures here. As a result, I have come to the deepest part and found that there is not a single treasure here. In an instant, he felt that he was ambushed. Everyone, evacuate as quickly as possible. Be fast. Others didn't understand why Buggy said that, but they rushed out quickly. But with a boom. I don't know when the hole outside, a big rock fell, blocking them all here. And most importantly, a pungent smell is being introduced into the cave from the gap. Oops, it's oil. Everyone step back, watch out for the flames. Buggy retreated into the cave, but just as he was speaking, the flames burst out, igniting all the dozens of people standing at the front. At the same time, Buggy's phone bug rang. Chapter 30_exposed Gaspardi. Lord Buggy, we were raided, it was Marine. Gaspardi raided us with Marine's men. Admiral Cree has yet to show up, but we're surrounded by Gaspardi. Damn it. Hold on, I'm coughing, I'll contact Lord Carl right now. Buggy held back his throat and eyes, and flew into the depths of the cave. Now he can only endure the discomfort, call the phone bug, and report the information to Carl. And he didn't care whether he would expose himself now. If he doesn't call for help, he will die soon. There is not much oxygen in the cave, and the burning of flames will increase the consumption of oxygen. What's more, the oxygen, the dust produced after burning, is also deadly. So Buggy can't care so much. It doesn't matter if you reveal your identity in front of these people, it's better than dying. Master Carl, cough, help. At the same time, Carl, who was on the outside of the island, with his 2,333 Marines and all the Marine warships in Logue Town, has been observing the outer edge of the island. But when Buggy's second phone call came, Carl knew that Gaspardi was ready on the island. If it wasn't Buggy but Carl who came in the first place, I'm afraid he would fall into the other party's trap too. However, compared to Buggy, the trap created by Gaspardi is not a threat to Carl at all. I know, I'll go save you now. After hanging up the phone bug, Carl's expression was also a little serious. His observation hacky can only cover a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers. It will take a little while for him to find Buggy. Smoker, Belmere, the two of you stand still for now. I'll go down to save people, and when Admiral Carey appears, I'll give you a signal. At that time we directly surrounded him. Kill them all. After giving the order, Carl stepped on the moon step and flew out. After a while, he saw Marine below, rounding up a group of pirates. Just that these pirates are all the people who Carl called out to join the Buggy treasure hunt. Without any hesitation, Carl directly released Conqueror Hacky, stunning all of Gaspardi's hands. Everyone obey the order and follow me to rescue your Buggy, sir. As ordered. The voice fell, Carl led the way, and the other 200 people quickly kept up with the speed of Carl's flight. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the location of the cave. Gaspardi at this time, standing with Kuro. The two of them were exchanging something, but the shrewd Kuro spotted Carl in the air immediately. However, he did not make a sound, but guided Gaspardi to the depths of the forest. After the two of them left, Karl ordered his men to launch a rescue operation. He released a slash at will, and the big stone at the side of the hole shattered. Black smoke and dust spurted out of the cave in an instant. The flame, which was not very large at first, burned instantly because of the sudden ventilation. Seeing this scene, Karl did not hesitate to use the slash directly to put out the fire. After the fire was under control, other people rushed in to save people. Buggy, who fainted in the cave, was quickly carried out. Cal was relieved to see that he had just fainted, and flew towards where Kuro and Gaspardi were. Major Gaspardi, what a coincidence. Didn't you say you weren't coming? Why are you still here? Karl pretended to have just arrived and looked at Gaspardi curiously. Gaspardi scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't expect that Karl came so quickly. Before he could even evacuate, he was found. But now that he has been discovered, he does not intend to leave. Anyway, Karl has come, and the next thing he has to do is to inform Admiral Carey and kill Karl. Haha, Lord Karl, I'm not worried about you, so I plan to come and have a look. But I came here at the right time. The members of the buggy pirates were all blocked by me in the cave, and they would soon die. There are also many people from the buggy pirates outside who are being rounded up by my people, and they can't escape either. Gaspardi vowed to say it, and Karl said oh, then pretended not to know Kuro and asked. Who is he? I was in your base before, why haven't I seen him? Lord Karl, it's normal that you haven't seen him before. He's my new recruit, and he's just joined Marine not long ago. Gaspardi replied embarrassingly, but obviously a little guilty. Kuro pushed his glasses and stared straight at Karl, as if asking if he should reveal his identity. Karl shook his head, patted Kuro's chest casually, and put the logo of the Carey Pirates that he had prepared earlier on Kuro's chest. This sign was held by Karl as a spare, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. Since it is your newly recruited subordinate, why is there the logo of the Carey Pirates on his clothes? Major Gaspardi, please give me a reasonable explanation. Karl's eyes were sharp, and he stared at Major Gaspardi in front of him, pretending that he had just discovered it. After Kuro glanced at his chest, he also understood what Karl meant, and without any hesitation, he turned and ran. In this way, he directly confirmed his identity and cheated Gaspardi. Asshole! Seeing Kuro running so fast, Gaspardi can't wait to tear him to pieces. Hee, Lord Karl, stop joking, how could I have something to do with Admiral Carey? We must have misunderstood, so let me take you to the boat first, and I will give you a good explanation. Saying that, Gaspardi slowly approached Karl. The dagger in his cuff suddenly slipped and wiped towards Karl's neck. Go to hell. Marine kid. Gaspardi suddenly burst into flames, trying to kill Karl. But he didn't know that all his movements were clearly seen by Karl's observation hacking. In the face of a non-threatening attack, Karl even stood still, letting the dagger fall to his neck. Clang sound. Gaspardi's dagger, as if stabbed into an iron wall, couldn't pierce Karl's skin at all. How is that possible? Are you also a fruit person? Gaspardi felt a little unbelievable. He believed that his strength was not weak, but he never thought of it. He didn't even have the qualifications to hurt Karl. Fruit ability? You underestimate me too much, this is just an iron nugget of Rokushiki, one of the mandatory courses of the Marine headquarters. As long as it is a Marine from the headquarters, at least 2 of the Rokushiki have been mastered. Hearing Karl's words, Gaspardi turned around and ran without any hesitation. Monsters. Those who came out of the headquarters are indeed monsters. Gaspardi's vision is still too low. If he, like Admiral Carey, has been to the Great Route, he will understand. Marine Rokushiki on the Great Route, people who will be abound. It's useless to escape, you'd better go back with me and confess your guilt. Major Gaspardi. Impossible, Even if I die, I can't go back with you. Shuangjian, get out of here, get rid of this kid. Chapter 31 _ Poor Acting. Following Gaspardai's roar, there were a few whistling sounds around him. I saw two sword chi, cut off the surrounding deciduous branches, and attacked Carl. Not bad sword chi, reaching the threshold of a swordsman, but that's all. Carl shook his head, took out the 3 generations of ghosts, and waved forward. Destroyed Vice Admiral with 2 swords halfway. Even Carl didn't release the slash, and Gatu didn't touch the opponent's sword energy. He just used the strong wind brought by wielding Geesh to blow away the 2 sword chi. It's really a marine from the marine headquarters, and his strength is much stronger than those pirates. He, big brother, when we finish this vote, I'll go back and marry my wife. Don't worry, this time the employer has a lot of stupid money. It must be enough for you to go back and marry a wife? He, eldest brother, let's slaughter this marine together and go back to marry a wife as soon as possible. The 2 swordsmen appeared from behind Gaspardi. The 2 look exactly the same, but their personalities are different. The man called the eldest brother had a stern face and looked like a very serious character. As for the other person, he grinned and kept shouting to marry a daughter-in-law, and he didn't look like a good person. Humph. They are all mercenaries from the Great Root, this time you are dead. Ha 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 ha. Gaspardi laughed wildly, and then lit the signal point to notify Admiral Carey to encircle and suppress it. Kuro, who had fled, saw the flare, and immediately notified Admiral Carey and told him to come over immediately. But what Admiral Carey didn't know was that Kuro was staying inside the warship right now, discussing with General Marine how to encircle the Carey pirates. Both Belmere and Smoker knew that Kuro was sent by Carl to be an undercover agent inside Admiral Carey. So they didn't catch him, but cooperated with Kuro and implemented the action. All of you, follow me to surround the Carey pirates from the outside. Lord Carl said that Major Gaspardi and the 2 mercenaries are nothing to worry about, so let's not worry about him. As soon as the signal from Lord Carl comes, we will set off immediately. Belmere was a little uncomfortable with Kuro giving orders instead of Carl, but she understood what was most important at the moment. And none of the people who can be sent undercover are simple roles, so Belmere and Smoker didn't make trouble for Kuro. At the same time, Shuangjian brothers too, are jointly attacking Carl. The swordsmanship of the 2 of them is quite sharp, especially when the 2 swords are combined. Each move is aimed at the vital points of the human body. Every move they make is not aimed at the deadly organ, or at the weakest part of the human body. This made Carl a little disgusted and wanted to kill the 2 of them directly. But now the time has not come, he must wait until Admiral Carey comes to him before he can finish acting. Otherwise, what if the coward, Admiral Carey, ran away? He hid from Carl for months, and finally managed to lure him out, and he must not be let go. So it's hard for Carl, he must have excellent acting skills. The strength of the pair of brothers in front of them is good in East Blue, even if it is the first half of the Great Root, they are also heroes. But in the second half of the Great Root, that is, the New World Sea area that will be occupied by the 4 emperors in the future, they are simply vulnerable. Therefore, it is somewhat difficult for Carl to pretend to be evenly matched with the opponent. Just because the other party is too weak. Gaspardi quickly come to help. This kid's bones are a bit hard, it's too hard to chew. I can't do it, my strength is too weak, but Lord Admiral will come soon, you continue to persevere, when Lord Admiral comes, he will be dead. When Gaspardi heard their words, he was very cowardly and did not come over to do it, but continued to watch the battle from the sidelines, occasionally firing a cold shot. Carl continued to act, and continued to be evenly matched or even slightly inferior. In order to make the opponent think that he has a chance of winning, Carl was even deliberately repelled by the opponent. Damn it! I really underestimate you. Carl's bad acting did not arouse the alertness of the two brothers. Overjoyed when they heard Carl's grinning teeth. "Big brother. Let's use the trick, he can't hold on anymore." "Good." The two brothers looked at each other, then held hands and hugged each other. Their knives are even more tightly attached to each other. Double swords come together. With the roar of the two, Ling Li's sword chi roared out. Carl was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the two of them could release such a strong sword energy together. It's just that their actions are too hot for the eyes. The two big men hugged and held hands. The knife was sticking to the knife, which even made Carl physically uncomfortable. If it were a man and a woman, or two women, it wouldn't be so hot. Just as Carl was slandering, the sword energy had come to him. At the same time, Carl also saw the figures of Admiral Carey and his subordinates not far away. Seeing that all the members are here, Carl's mouth slightly raised and a smile appeared. "You are finally here. I don't even need to act." The voice did not fall. Carl resisted the sword chi with one hand, turned his target to the sky, and then released a sword chi from his hand. The two piercing sword chi collided with each other, and a violent explosion occurred in the air, and even the surrounding clouds blew a hole. "This is the signal," Carl said before. Kuro and the others, who were still preparing at sea, saw the void in the clouds, and immediately took Belmere and the raiding troops to attack the fleet of Admiral Kree. The two Smoker took another team to the island to surround Admiral Carey. At the same time, Admiral Carey and his hundreds of men have surrounded Carl. Brother Two Swords and Major Gaspardi, standing beside Admiral Carey. Especially Gaspardi, who now sees that Carl is completely surrounded, and can't help but want to laugh at Carl. Hey, Major Carl, I told you before, don't just walk in this muddy water. Look at you, don't listen to me, but now you have ended up in such a field, do you regret it? It's okay if you regret it, swear allegiance to us, and slaughter all the inhabitants of Logetown with your own hands. In this way, we will reluctantly forgive you, and even consider you as the fourth brother. How about we, are we treating you well? Ha 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 ha. The villain Gaspardi is triumphant and completely exposes his true nature. The Twin Swords brothers and Admiral Carey are all here, which makes him think that Carl must die. Admiral Carey also believes that Carl cannot have a chance to escape. In his opinion, there is no Marine around, only Carl himself. He must die. Carey, do you really think you're going to win? Carl asked such a sentence inexplicably, which made Admiral Carey's heart suddenly pump out. For no reason, he felt as if danger was coming. But after he looked around and found that all his people were here, he breathed a sigh of relief. Humph. Stop pretending to be a ghost, you're blocking my way of making money, of course I won't let it go. Give it to me. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with thousands of Baileys. Chapter 32_Uninvited Guest. Kill. Kill this Marine. For the bounty, kill him. The surrounding pirates swarmed up, not afraid of death at all. Shuangjian brothers licked their lips when they saw it, and after looking at each other, they also rushed up. Although Gaspardi also wanted a bounty, he still had self-awareness and knew that if he went up, he would die, so he stayed by Admiral Carey's side all the time. But just when hundreds of pirates were slaughtered, a powerful force burst out from Carl's body. The powerful conqueror Haki directly reduced the number of pirates to 1/10. Even the remaining 20 or 30 people are a little unstable at this time, and even some people are wet below. Conqueror Haki? How could you possibly have a conqueror? Admiral Kree is well informed and naturally knows what Conqueror Haki is. But the Shuangjian brothers are inexplicable, and they have no idea what the power that Carl just released is exactly. They just felt that at that moment, their whole body was sore and weak, their muscles were weak, and even their spirits became a little sluggish. This kind of situation made them both feel a little horrified, because Carl did not use this power when he first fought with them. How is it possible? How could it be possible for a mere marine to master Conqueror? Who the hell are you? Admiral Carey gritted his teeth and took out the giant axe behind him, ready to attack at any time. The Shuang sword brothers supported each other, came to Admiral Carey's side, and confronted Carl cautiously. The pirates on the side were so frightened by Conqueror that they didn't even dare to move. As for Gaspardi, he fainted a long time ago. Smoker. These 3 people are handed over to you, no problem. Carl ignored Admiral Carey's question, but suddenly shouted, which surprised Admiral Carey and Brother Shuang Jian. With the sound of dense footsteps approaching, they realized that Marine had quietly landed on the island. Admiral Carey didn't notice at all. Then his pupils shrank suddenly, thinking of the battleship he left on the sea. Could it be that these are all planned by you? Admiral Carey is not stupid, otherwise it would be impossible to develop his power to this level. He reacted in an instant, all of this is Carl's trick. Is a trap. The purpose is to lure him out and catch him. But what he couldn't understand was why Carl knew everything, even calculated when he would come. This situation made Admiral Carey feel a little scared. Smoker is handed over to you, just to show me your progress in the past 2 months. Received. Smoker gave a salute, turned into smoke and rushed up. Logia Devil Fruit ability. Seeing the sudden appearance of Smoker, Admiral Carey retreated without hesitation, and by the way pushed the Shuangjian brothers out to stop Smoker. This is a pirate. Except for a small number of pirates, normal pirates will not tell you about loyalty and the spirit of the contract. They are all selfish and will not be bound by morality at all. Pirates like Admiral Carey occupy about 99% of the sea. Admiral Carey would run, as Carl expected. But his strength is indeed not weak, those marine soldiers can't even stop him. So Carl still shot himself and chopped Admiral Carey to the ground. Admiral Carey wanted to resist, but with another sword attack from Carl, the armor all over his body instantly shattered. Even his weapon, the huge battle axe, has also become scrap metal. This situation made Admiral Carey and the Shuangjian brothers, who were still struggling to understand that Carl was just acting to delay time. The purpose is to attract all of them and catch them all in one go. Damn Marine, I didn't expect that I would fall into your hands. I'm really unwilling. Admiral Chris was covered in blood and stood up reluctantly, but he had no intention of resisting. Twin sword brothers were easily resolved by Smoker, and then he came to Admiral Carey's side, ready to attack him. Admiral Carey resisted tentatively, but since he didn't know Haki either, he was naturally defeated by Smoker. Smoker, you lead your team to clean up the battlefield. I'll go back and see Buggy first, hoping he won't leave any sequelae. It's easy to solve here, leaving it to Smoker to clean up the battlefield. Carl stepped on the moon step and flew towards the marine warship. But just as Carl flew into the air, his pupils shrank suddenly. Because he saw the sky not far away, there was a huge island floating in the air, looking extremely strange. At the same time, his phone worm rang. It's Buggy's call. Master Carl, help. The golden lion is right next to me, come and save me. Before Carl could answer, the phone bug hung up again. Damn. Hearing Buggy's words, Carl rushed to his warship without hesitation. But before he could fall, a sky-high slash instantly shattered the top of the cabin and attacked Carl. In the face of the sudden slash, Carl didn't dare to be careless. Break me. With Carl's roar, the huge chop was smashed into pieces by Carl, but he himself was not feeling well. Ha 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 ha, boy, it's been a long time no see. I didn't expect you to become so strong, and the little devil with the red nose turned into a marine. Carl kid, the only survivor of the Valley of the Gods, you really surprised the old man. Wearing a golden label, with a long golden beard and an old man staring at the rudder above his head, He appeared in mid-air and confronted Carl. Carl carefully observed the golden lion, and then found that his feet had already fixed withered wood and sakura ten. In his hands, Buggy was shivering by the neck, not daring to move at all. Golden Lion, what on earth are you trying to do? Carl stepped on the moon step and confronted the Golden Lion in the air. The current situation is not optimistic. The Golden Lion's strength is much stronger than Carl imagined. If you want to kill the legendary pirate in front of you, the current Carl alone is not enough. So he had to delay time and save people first. Ha 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 ha, the purpose of my coming here is obvious, that is to recruit you, kid. As the last survivor of the Valley of the Gods, you should know very well how chaotic this world is. So I will unify East Blue, unify the Great Root, and finally unify the whole world. Come on Carl, you are a victim of this world. You have more reason to join me and help me rule this world. Facing Golden Lion's invitation, Carl squinted his eyes and raised his mouth slightly. Hacky leaked. What if I say no? Ha ha ha, no one can refuse this old man's invitation. The Golden Lion is free and easy issue. His eyes suddenly turned fierce. Conqueror Hacky burst out and collided with Carl's conqueror. Chapter 33_tentative. Golden Lion Shiki detected, check-in available. The sound of the system sounded unexpectedly, but Carl was unable to sign in at this time. Because Golden Lion is too strong, it's not easy to get close. Master Carl, please help. Buggy was caught in the hands of Golden Lion, and he was powerless to resist. Coupled with the impact of the two conqueror, he was already a little dizzy. If it weren't for Buggy's training on Roger's ship, the conqueror would have been pounded in almost every battle. Probably stunned by Carl and Golden Lion. Ha ha ha, Red Nose, as Roger's crew member, you actually took refuge in Marine, which is really interesting. Car, I think you also take this Red Nose seriously. As long as you follow me to dominate the world, I will spare him, so it's a good deal, right? Golden Lion grinned. Although he said it was a discussion and an invitation, his tone of voice was that Carl would not be allowed to refuse. This is the overlord of the sea, the Golden Lion, who once fought Roger in a tiebreaker. In the face of such a domineering and powerful enemy, although Carl was still a little worried in his heart, he must not admit it on his face. And he doesn't think that the Golden Lion, who is half-aged now, can still have the power of the peak period. Golden Lion Shiki. I'll give you a chance, release Buggy and leave East Blue immediately. In that case, I can spare your life. Carl clenched Geesh tightly, ready to attack the Golden Lion at any time. In the face of such a strong man, Carl did not dare to be careless, and the sign-in task had already appeared. He must find the right time, touch him for 10 seconds, and complete the sign-in. The current Golden Lion, who has just escaped from Impel Down not too long ago, is still at the peak of his age. Although the state has declined a bit, but at least it can be maintained, the level of quasi-admiral. If you want to complete the check-in, Carl has to pay full attention and must not make a mistake. Little devil, don't be ashamed. The old man invited you because he saw your identity. Don't really think that you are a character. I saw your manifesto in the newspaper. To be honest, if someone else said such a thing, I would sneer. But as you put it, I think it makes sense. That's the benefit of background identity. Although Carl's reputation has not been conveyed, his identity background, as well as his past, let those bigwigs know his name. His previous speech on the execution platform, as long as those who have experienced the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, will understand why Carl said this. But only a few people can understand him, and Carl doesn't care about it. But what he didn't expect was that Golden Lion became interested in him. That way, things won't work out. It's no use talking. Since you're not going to leave, do it. While speaking, Carl rushed up and draped a knife on Golden Lion's side. With this blow, Carl poured the power of his whole body and armament haki, which directly repelled the Golden Lion. Carl took advantage of the victory to pursue and attack the Golden Lion with several consecutive slashes while the Golden Lion was still a little confused. However, Golden Lion's reaction speed is very fast, and his body flexibility is also very good. Facing Carl's next attack, he controlled Deadwood and Sakuraju with his legs, blocking all of Carl's slashes. But his body was a little numb, and his expression was extremely shocked. This is Roger's swordsmanship. How could you have his swordsmanship? Could it be that he taught you his own swordsmanship before he died? And what's going on with your strange power? You're not born to that bastard in Garp. The Golden Lion fought Roger a lot of times, and it was natural to find that Carl's swordsmanship had a bit of Roger's shadow. Although not all of them, Roger's swordsmanship accounted for about 70%. The remaining 30% is the bonus from Mihawk's swordsmanship. Coupled with Carl's strange power, this made the Golden Lion rush and overwhelmed. Humph. Do you want to know why? Just go down to Huanquan and ask him personally. Golden Lion. Household / Carl roared angrily, and instantly came behind Golden Lion, posing as Iai Jean and closing the sword. With the ghost into the sheath, a bloodstain appeared on Golden Lion's body. Master Carl. Help. Golden Lion and Carl fought before. Buggy, who had been carried by Golden Lion, didn't dare to move at all, for fear of being accidentally injured by the aftermath of the battle between the two of them. Now that Golden Lion has the upper hand, it looks like Carl has the upper hand, so Buggy starts calling for help without hesitation. But Carl was unmoved, and clenched the ghost again. Buggy, wait a minute, I'll save you in a moment. Carl said solemnly, completely daring not to be careless. Although he hit the Golden Lion just now, his hand was very abnormal. That kind of feel is like being stuck on an iron plate. Although it can be cut down, it is very difficult. At the same time, Golden Lion turned around, glanced at the wound that was no longer bleeding, and immediately showed a hideous smile. Although I don't know how your strange power and Roger's swordsmanship came about. But it doesn't matter, if you join the old man's team, the old man can help you become stronger. Back then, the old man's swordsmanship was on par with Roger's. If you are willing to become this old man's subordinate, I will guarantee you to become the strongest swordsman in the world. Hee, I have no interest in the title of the strongest swordsman in the world. If I had to say it, I would be happy to be the strongest Marine King in history. So you've rejected me again, haven't you? You said it? The dialogue between the two has completely made their position clear. Carl's repeated rejection of Golden Lion has consumed all of Golden Lion's patience. His expression became more and more hideous, and Conqueror Haki was also gushing out. In that case, your red nose is useless. Go to hell. Chopping. While speaking, Golden Lion threw Buggy directly, followed by a chopper that was enough to split the sea. Buggy floats on all fours and has absolutely nowhere to hide. He stomped his feet desperately, trying to avoid chopping by relying on the moon step he had learned. But he doesn't know moon step at all. To be precise, any form of marine rokusaki, he has not yet learned. Just because he is too lazy to practice at all. Help. Buggy sees the chopper getting closer, trembling and screaming for help. But Carl ignored him at all, just waiting for the chopper to swipe across Buggy's body before catching him in the air. It's over. I'm going to die, I don't want to die yet. Buggy, give me some sobriety. Carl tapped Buggy on the head hard enough to force him to wake up. Buggy, who was knocked on the head, rubbed his body and found that he had nothing at all, which surprised him. Only then did he realize that he was the one with the ability to tear apart the fruit. Immune to all slashes. So you were afraid of a hammer just now? Chapter 34 Angry Golden Lion. Take Smoker and they leave immediately. The farther you run, the better. Safe, help me inform Mr. Sengoku that the Golden Lion is coming and I need support. After that, Carl threw Buggy onto the warship below, and then gave those Marines a gesture to leave immediately. Interesting red nose, I forgot that his ability is torn apart and immune to all slashes. Golden Lion glanced at the jumping Buggy, and was a little surprised at first, thinking that he could not dodge his attack. But he soon realized that Buggy is the ability to split the fruit. This ability looks ordinary, but for Jianhao, it is completely a natural enemy. This red nose is lucky, but you boy, you don't have such luck. Chopping. The Golden Lion is another chopping wave, dividing the sea in half. Carl threw Buggy back to the warship. He naturally didn't dare to be careless. He held Geesh in both hands and swung a knife with all his strength. A little bit of cold mang instantly appeared. The slashes of the two collided in an instant, causing a huge tsunami. Fortunately, they ran fast, otherwise, they would have been engulfed by this tsunami. Master Carl. The Carry pirates have all been caught. You have to come back safely. Belmere and the others who received the order to retreat shouted into the air with loudspeakers on Admiral Carey's boat. Hearing Belmere's words, the corners of Carl's mouth raised slightly, completely relieved. With such a capable secretary, Carl is simply too easy. Your team's motivation is really good, but it's a pity that they will lose you soon. Golden Lion grinned, his legs swayed wildly. Golden Lion was originally a great swordsman with great strength. At his peak, he could even be at odds with Roger and Whitebeard. Even if he uses swordsmanship with his feet, he can still see the shadow of his past. But for the current Golden Lion, with mockery on his face, he began to dismantle the Golden Lion's attack. The legs are not as flexible as the hands, this is something normal people know. As a great swordsman, Golden Lion gave up his hands and used swordsmanship with both feet, which was a huge weakening for himself. So Carl seized this opportunity, directly found a flaw, and forcibly split his legs across. Carl immediately deceived himself to the front of Golden Lion, grabbed his head with his left hand, and chopped off his neck with his right hand. However, Golden Lion had been prepared for a long time, and when he lowered his body hard, Carl's injury failed, but he touched the rudder on his head. Geesh didn't hit anyone, but cut off the rudder on Golden Lion's head. Then the Golden Lion backhand is a chop wave, knocking Carl into the air. Carl was knocked back a dozen meters away. But he still had the rudder cut off by himself. Golden Lion touched the top of his bald head. There was nothing left but 2 or 3 sticks stuck in it. Such a shape is very similar to Ultraman in the special drama. But Ultraman is very handsome, Golden Lion looks uglier than before. Little devil. Jin secretly felt a dull pain in his brain. This rudder is related to his brain, and if it is removed, it will endanger his life. Carl's blow just now, although he didn't pull it out, made Golden Lion feel it. What a pain in the brain. That kind of feeling is like something is directly stirring up your brain, completely stirring your brain into a paste, very unbearable. Golden Lion, I modified your shape for you, don't thank me. Carl threw the rudder into the sea and came to the Golden Lion again. But this time, the Golden Lion did not use swordsmanship. He has discovered that in terms of swordsmanship, Carl surpasses his own two-legged sword. This made him a little angry, and he put aside his contempt for Carl and planned to go all out. Since the beginning of the Golden Lion battle, he has never used the fruit ability except to use the fruit ability to make himself fly. And now, the Golden Lion's firepower is fully on, and the fruit's power is bursting out. Lion Might Royal Palace Scroll. Accompanied by a roar from the Golden Lion. The surrounding ocean surged in an instant. Huge waterspouts rushed into the sky one after another, surrounding Carl. In the face of these waterspouts, Carl did not dare to be careless. Controlling the power of nature and unleashing the offensive like a natural disaster, it is indeed you. Golden Lion. Carl murmured softly, avoiding the surrounding waterspouts. Now he was a little fortunate that Belmere and others were all evacuated. If they continue to stay here, I am afraid no one can escape the Golden Lion's sanctions. Go to hell, kid. A roar. Howling water dragon. Golden Lion didn't hold back any longer, he fully activated his fruit ability, and controlled the waterspout connecting the world to blast Carl. But Carl is not so easy to be hit. The range of waterspouts is large and numerous. However, Carl's observation haki can help him avoid the siege of the waterspout. Even if there are 1 or 2 waterspouts in the way, Carl can forcefully blast out with his own strength. But in the same way, he himself has become a jerk, and it takes a lot of his physical strength to rush out. If he hadn't received the reward of doubling his physical strength before, Carl might have collapsed by now. Although Carl's strength is not weak, his physical strength is still hard. Rushed directly towards the Golden Lion. He had to stay on him for 10 seconds before Golden Lion could react to complete the sign-in. Otherwise, he has absolutely no chance of winning. Hope Buggy's lucky color can bless me with good ability. Carl prayed and came to the front of the Golden Lion. He completely gave up his restraint and image, like an octopus. The iron wire was firmly on Golden Lion's body, making him unable to move. Golden Lion saw that Carl suddenly hugged him from the front, and he didn't even plan to let go, which made him feel a little bad. Little devil! Hurry up and get out of my way. I won't. You have the ability to bite me. In order to gain the ability, Carl also worked hard. Anyway, there is no one around now. As long as Carl doesn't say it, no one knows. As for Golden Lion, if you can get good ability, 9 kills him and kills him. Even if he couldn't kill him, Golden Lion wouldn't go around saying that he was hugged by a big man. Shame. Little devil. Go away for the old man. Golden Lion desperately wanted to break free of Carl, and even used his fruit ability to reach the highest sky. There are clouds sheltering here, and it is impossible for anyone to see what the two of them look like now. But Carl still didn't let go, and even changed his position to lock the Golden Lion from behind. Look at my trick. The strong man locks the man. Sign into Golden Lion Shiki successfully and get fluffy fruit, awakened. System prompt, the obtained fruit ability has no side effects. The same type of devil fruit can only be obtained once, and other fruit abilities can be obtained multiple times. Chapter 35 _ People's Worries. Make a lot of money. I got the Piao fruit directly, and it is still the most perfect Piao fruit ability. The current Golden Lion may not be as good as the peak period, but his fruit ability has not declined too much. What he has dropped is only his physical strength and swordsmanship, as well as his own spirit. The fruit ability that Carl obtained was the power of Golden Lion at its peak. Little devil! Hurry up and let the old man go. With a roar, the Golden Lion, who was hugged by Carl for nearly 20 seconds, finally broke out in an unbearable humiliation. I saw him manipulating the air, forming a violent airflow storm, and converging everything around him toward him. Although this will also hurt him, the storm maker, but it is better than letting Carl hold himself all the time. Seeing this scene, Carl immediately left Golden Lion. Seeing this, Golden Lion sneered, with a murderous look in his eyes, and controlled the storm to quickly turn its direction. Little devil! I insulted the old man, but still want to run? Death to the old man! Lion Might Royal Palace Scroll. Roaring like a lion, echoing in the air. The roar of the Golden Lion was even heard by Belmere, who had already fled here. They were far away from the battlefield at this time, looking at the cloudy weather in the sky and the storm that was breaking out. They felt what was called fear. Master Carl, is it really possible? Belmere was a little worried, she clenched her fists, and didn't even realize that her fingertips began to bleed because she was too hard. It's over, it's over. The Golden Lion is angry. Lord Carl is so fierce. As the person who knows the strength of Golden Lion best, Buggy naturally knows what will happen when Golden Lion gets angry. Golden Lion's ability to call the wind and call the rain, control islands and warships, as long as it is non-living material, he can control it with fluttering fruit. This is his most terrifying place. This kind of terrifying storm from the outside is just a harbinger of Golden Lion's anger. More terrifying things will happen in the future. Damn it! Is this the strength of the legendary pirate? This guy is so much stronger than Doflamingo, I'm really not reconciled. Smoker slammed the hapless Admiral Carey hard with a grim look on his face. He originally wanted to help, but after Belmere and Kuro's argument, he gave up the idea of helping. Now when he thinks that he still wanted to go up to help Carl and deal with the Golden Lion, he couldn't help but want to slap himself. If he really passes, let alone help, he doesn't hold back, it is the greatest help to Carl. Especially in the face of such a large-scale storm, Smoker knew very well that he would never survive. As expected of the legendary man who is as famous as One Piece/King of Pirates and Whitebeard. The feeling of oppression that I have never had before is really exciting. Kuro stroked his glasses, a sensible, frenzied look in his eyes that seemed to contradict himself. He had given up on the idea of being a pirate because he had taken refuge with Carl, and instead focused on doing the things in front of him. And after seeing the power of higher dimensions in advance, he is like that about treasures. Even if there is wealth that can't be spent in a lifetime, without strength, it will still be plundered. So Kuro set himself a small goal. Humph. Someone accompanies Lao Tzu to die, and it is not a loss for Lao Tzu. Ha 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 ha. Admiral Carey laughed, and was stabbed in the back by Buggy in the butt. Red nose. You. Admiral Carey glared angrily and wanted to scold Buggy, but Buggy's anesthetic worked quickly. In less than 2 seconds, Admiral Carey, who looked like a cow, passed out like this, and even snored. Whoever dares to say such unlucky words, I will reward him with a backstab. If Lord Carl dies, you and all of us will be buried with you. Don't think you can escape Golden Lion's palm, this is absolutely impossible. And I have informed Sengoku Admiral that marine support will be back soon. There is absolutely no chance of an accident with Lord Carl. Buggy showed a fierce expression and showed the temperament of when he was a pirate, which immediately scared a lot of pirates. When Kuro and the others heard Buggy's words, they couldn't help but sigh. He was right, if Carl really died, they couldn't escape either. The Golden Lion appeared to recruit Carl, and as for them, the Golden Lion could destroy them with a flip of a hand. All they could do was pray for Carl to escape from Golden Lion's hands. While everyone was praying silently, the situation in the sky has suddenly undergone major changes. Those hustle and bustle suddenly disappeared. The power of the storm is constantly decreasing, and even if they are thousands of miles away, they can feel the stinging sensation caused by Ling Lai's sword energy. Although they couldn't see the battle scene, the familiar sword energy gave them hope. At the same time, over the island, Carl is shaking with the Golden Lion. Because he obtained the ability of fluttering fruit, Carl directly saw the tricks. Except at the beginning, because I am not very familiar with the use of the fruit, I have a slight disadvantage. Carl is now on a par with Golden Lion. Little devil. How can you have my fruit ability? How is that possible? Golden Lion's response was also very fast. When he found that he was obstructing the surrounding air and even the control of the sea, he had already discovered that something was wrong. Then he saw that Carl could also control the air. Although he was not very skilled, he could clearly feel that this was his own power. This scene shocked Golden Lion. This old monster who has lived for 50 or 60 years has only been shocked twice over the years. The first time was when Roger was announced to be publicly executed by Marine. And now, when he was shocked for the second time. Golden Lion, your dream of world domination is over. Carl said that anyone who dared to claim the position of One Piece/King of Pirates would be executed by my own hands. And you, the first pirate to be executed by me. Carl stirred up the wind and clouds, summoned the tsunami, released the exact same power as the Golden Lion, and attacked it. The ability brought by the fluttering fruit directly changed Carl's strength. If he was close to the elite Marine Vice Admiral before, he was on par with the 3 marine monsters. Now he has surpassed Akainu and the other 3 monsters and has reached the level of Quasi-Admiral. The 3 of them, Akainu, are currently only the rear admiral of the headquarters, and their strength is just above the level of the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, and they have not fully grown. If Carl can defeat the Golden Lion, even against it, his fame can spread across the sea in no time. Golden Lion is just a stepping stone. Chapter 36_support. The wind howled. The water dragon rolls. Carl used the ability of the fluttering fruit to not only unleash the original power of the Golden Lion. It even remodeled it in a short period of time, adding a little of its own. Although the power has not increased. But handsome. Power or something can be put aside for the time being, but being handsome is a lifetime thing. And the giant dragon formed by the strong wind and sea water is more oppressive than the lion head of the Golden Lion. On the surface, Golden Lion is completely at a disadvantage. But in fact, the fruit ability of the 2 of them is completely indistinguishable. If the fruit ability alone is used, there is no way to tell the winner. In addition to controlling the fruit ability, the 2 of them are also fighting with swordsmanship. Golden Lion who fights with his feet. Although the gap is not very big, Carl can always seize the opportunity to leave a wound on Golden Lion. However, Golden Lion's fighting methods are mostly open and close, and the power is extremely powerful. So Carl will inevitably be hurt. Marine uniform on his body was also damaged, revealing his sturdy upper body and the huge scar that was injured by Roger. Similarly, he also has many small knife marks on his body. These were all injured by Golden Lion's sword energy, but they did not affect him to continue fighting. Damn kid, he actually stole my powers, he's just courting death. Golden Lion didn't know how Carl stole his ability from himself. But since Carl has such power and can't use it for himself, he must not be left behind. Carl and the Golden Lion collide again. The sword chi overflows, and the sword chi is vertical and horizontal. The lion head and the dragon head collided at the same time, causing a violent spatial shock. Even the island below has a huge void out of thin air. Golden Lion, can you really do it? Compared with the past, your current strength has dropped too much. If you were still in your prime, I would never say a word, turn around and run, but now you are not worthy of your reputation at all. Carl mercilessly satirized the other party, trying to disturb Golden Lion's mind. Although a strong man like Golden Lion will not lose his mind just because of his sarcasm. But the ability that Carl showed was too appalling, and Golden Lion felt a little shudder just thinking that Carl could copy other people's abilities. Kal, what ability do you have, and why do you have my fruit ability? The Golden Lion asked again, and then released the Goshoji scroll to create a storm that attacked Carl. Facing the attack, Carl took it easy and created the same wind dragon, which counteracted the moves of Golden Lion. Hee, let me tell the truth, I am a fruit copier, I can copy a person's ability directly, but only once. Originally, I planned to use this fruit ability on Whitebeard, but since you appeared, I will not be polite to you. Carl sneered, his face was not blushing and his heart was not beating, and he casually compiled a reason to fool Golden Lion. The devil fruits in this world are all kinds of strange, and it is not enough to have such an ability. His words made Golden Lion feel a little uncomfortable. He originally came to invite Carl to join the team. But how do you look at it now? Why is it like sending experience? Golden Lion panicked for a while. Seeing the Golden Lion suddenly lost his mind, Carl seized the opportunity to wield Geesh with a majestic sword. The fruit ability is activated at the same time, and the invisible wind blade pushes the sword energy, making it even more swift and fierce. The speed of this move is more than double the speed of normal sword energy. Facing the sudden sword energy, Golden Lion snorted coldly, his eyes full of killing intent. I saw his hands turn over, and the whistling wind lingered from his hands. An invisible and colorless airflow storm gathered in front of Golden Lion, blocking this piercing sword energy. Then he increased the output of power and began to create storms and waterspouts. Seeing that the Golden Lion's attack was still the same, without any progress, Carl shook his head and released the same power to cancel each other out. Immediately afterwards, Carl used his ability to control the island below to fly into the air and crash into the Golden Lion in front of him. This island is very large, and although Carl has obtained the ability of the Golden Lion, it is still a little difficult to control. After all, he has only just acquired the ability of the Fluttering Fruit, and it is not bad to be able to replicate the moves of Golden Lion. With the ability to control islands like this, Carl is only scratching the surface. But this little fur is enough to control the island and make short-distance movements. The speed of the island's movement was not slow, and in the blink of an eye, it came to Golden Lion's face and knocked him out. Little devil, you are courting death. Golden Lion was furious. He had just been alerting the movement around, his observation haki told him there was danger. But he never thought that Carl had even learned his signature moves. Controlling the island is very skillful, without a certain amount of time for training, even if you have the Fluttering Fruit, you may not be able to achieve this level. So Golden Lion will be even more angry. Golden Lion, I'm giving you a big baby. Carl shouted angrily, took control of the island, and smashed towards the Golden Lion. There is basically no one on this island. Even if there are some creatures, they are shivering in some corners at this time, and they dare not move at all. Are we flying? The beasts shivered, feeling like if they could survive, this thing could blow for a year. At the same time Golden Lion angrily withdrew back. He just wanted to release his ability to control the island, but he soon found out. His own power cannot be overlaid on Carl's ability. In other words, he cannot control this island. Golden Lion has encountered such a situation, but he is not a vegetarian either. When the Golden Lion came over, it took control of an island. When he found that he couldn't control Carl's island, he directly summoned his island and smashed it forward. The two islands collided, the earth began to collapse, and a lot of land fell from the air to the sea. An extremely spectacular scene, which happened in mid-air, was extremely shocking. Little devil! Don't underestimate the old man. The Golden Lion has a terrifying face, struggling to control his abilities, and can't stand at a stalemate with Carl. At this time, Carl's head was also covered with beads of sweat, and it seemed that he could not support it. It's really tough. Taking advantage of the collision between the two islands, Carl used Shave to come to the Golden Lion in an instant. Golden Lion's response was also very quick, blocking Carl's menacing blow. But just when the two were at a stalemate, the observation haki of the two of them felt a breath at the same time and was approaching at a very fast speed. After seeing the yellow light, Carl was instantly overjoyed, but Golden Lion showed disdain and did not take it seriously. Another marine kid, just in time to deal with you all. But at this moment, an extremely fast light penetrated his waist, leaving a finger-sized penetrating wound on his lower waist. There is even the aroma of barbecue, which is constantly exuding. How is that possible? Ha 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 ha, let you squeak, get retribution. Carl gestured with a thumbs up to the figure in the distance, and then chopped off the head of Golden Lion. Damn brat! Don't underestimate the old man. Chapter 37 _Future Admirals _. How is that possible? Feeling that his waist was gone, the golden lion immediately repelled Karl in front of him, staring at the figure not far away. Seeing this scene, Karl suppressed his smile and continued to mock Golden Lion. Let you squeak, you will be punished. Your waist has been stabbed. Ha 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 ha. Then Karl gestured with a thumbs up to the figure in the distance, and then chopped off the head of Golden Lion. Damn Marine kid. Don't underestimate the old man. Golden Lion broke out, and then controlled the island to smash to Marine, who came to support not far away. Easily dodged by this monkey-like Marine. I saw him turn into a yellow flash and came to Karl's side, showing a wretched expression. It's terrifying, brother Karl, why did you provoke such a tricky guy? This thing is the legendary pirate Golden Lion, it's hard to deal with. Borsalino, can you change your wretched tone, it sounds really awkward. By the way, you came by yourself? Is there any other support? With the two of us alone, I'm afraid it will be difficult to solve each other. Yeah, this is the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki, it's really hard to do. But it doesn't matter, besides me, Akainu and Kuzan are also coming to support. Hearing Borsalino's words, the corners of Karl's mouth raised slightly, and he raised his hand to create a storm dragon that filled the sky, rushing towards the Golden Lion. Borsalino, hold him with me and never let him escape. It's terrifying to face the legendary pirates. Yasakani no Megatama. Borsalino's eyes flickered, and he raised his hands to release the sky-filled laser light, covering the sea area. Damn brat! The offensive of Karl and Borsalino, the Golden Lion gritted his teeth and could not wait to tear them apart. But he could see that Borsalino was a Logia Devil Fruit power user. And it's all about light. The speed is extraordinarily fast. In this way, his fruit ability, for Borsalino, is basically half useless. At most, it can limit his movement, so that he can't get close to himself. But Karl's ability is what he is most afraid of. Karl continued to attack, with Borsalino assisting Karl by the side. The current Borsalino is just a rear admiral from Marine's headquarters. He has the goal of continuing to promote, and naturally he is not the Marine Admiral who will clock in the future. Although his strength is not as good as the Golden Lion, it is not too much worse, and with Karl, the Golden Lion will be defeated. Facing the siege of the two, Golden Lion clutched his waist and retreated while fighting. He soon came to the island. Karl saw the Golden Lion escaped into the island, and without saying a word, he directly used his ability to force the island into the sea. Dare to run to the island, it's really courting death. In an instant, the entire island was directly pulled under the sea by Karl's ability. In an instant, a wave appeared in the sea area, sweeping away towards the surroundings. Damn brat! Lion Power Earth Scroll. The Golden Lion roared, and controlled the ability to lift all the ground up, forming a huge lion head, crushing it towards Karl. Borsalino on the other side suddenly came to Golden Lion's side and said his iconic greeting. Excuse me, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? What? Before Golden Lion could react, Borsalino kicked Golden Lion's waist with the fastest speed and strongest strength. With a burst of bone fractures, and the sound of something popping out. The lower back, which was already injured, was now even more blood spurting, and it could no longer be stopped. Golden Lion's moves, after getting out of control, also disintegrated instantly. Karl held his breath, and a sword wave went from top to bottom, facing the Golden Lion's killing intent. Ling ran. Ordinary knife. Lion Power Kinki Valley. Although Golden Lion was kicked away, his physique is still strong. I saw him twisting his body abruptly in the air, releasing a sky-filled chop, swallowing Karl's chop. At the same time, the remaining slashes also covered both Borsalino and Karl. The Golden Lion is finally working hard. In the face of such a sharp sword energy, the two of them continued to dodge and block, but Golden Lion took the opportunity to fly into the distance. No, absolutely can't be left here. These two brats are too difficult to deal with, especially the kid Carl. His fruit ability can perfectly replicate my ability, and even his moves can be replicated, which is really exaggerated. I have to leave quickly, or I will most likely die here. Golden Lion is now cowardly, he just wants to get out of here quickly. He still has great dreams that have not been realized, and he must not die in such a place. Since East Blue can't dominate, go to West Blue, North Blue, or South Blue. The world is so big, as long as he doesn't meet someone like Carl, he can swim freely. But just when he held this thought and ran away quickly, in the sky, a dense number of flame meteors suddenly appeared. Seeing this scene, Golden Lion glared in anger, feeling a little incredible. Another Logia. Without any hesitation, the Golden Lion released its fruit ability and directly transferred all the flaming meteors in the sky into the ocean. But at this moment, a smiling blue figure appeared behind him with his feet on Moon Step. Ice Age. As Kyuzin let out a light breath, the Golden Lion didn't have time to react, and was directly frozen. Great/Major Eruption. Akainu followed, directly a Great/Major Eruption, pierced through the chest of the Golden Lion. However, with this blow, he didn't care about Kyuzin's feelings at all, and even Kyuzin was directly elementalized by his hit. Akainu, are you bastard trying to kill me together? Kyuzin tugged at Akainu's collar and questioned sharply. Akainu snorted coldly and broke his hand apart. Logia's ability can't be released to cover Haki, you just need to pay attention and it will be fine. You bastard. Lion Power Kinki Valley. Lion Might Royal Palace Scroll. Before Kyuzin got angry, the voice of Golden Lion appeared again. The sword chi in the sky, combined with the boundless storm, instantly formed a sword chi storm around. Seeing such an exaggerated scene, both Kyuzin and Akainu's faces turned black and fell from the air at the same time. Ice Age. In order to avoid falling into the sea, Kyuzin immediately used the Ice Age to instantly freeze the sea. Meanwhile, Carl and Borsalino catch up. Facing the sword energy storm in front of him, Carl also released a storm with a huge range, which directly offset the power of the Golden Lion. Seeing this scene, Golden Lion was extremely angry, but there was nothing he could do. Then he put his eyes on Akainu and Kyuzin with a ruthless look on his face. Marine has 3 more Logia-capable little devils, it's abominable. Chapter 38_Execution. All the way out was blocked by Carl and others. And most importantly, Kyuzin's ability has frozen the sea. This led to the Golden Lion, which had no way to use its abilities at all, and rolled up the sea to attack. In this way, the biggest killer move against those with ability has lost its effect. Logia-capable users in front of him, the Golden Lion's abilities were simply unable to exert the strongest effect of the fluttering fruit. Golden Lion, as I said, you are destined to be executed. Humph. What an ignorant brat. Who do you think the old man is? The old man is the Golden Lion who is as famous as Roger. Death to the old man. Lion Might Royal Palace Scroll. Lion Power Kinki Valley. It's the same trick again. The storm is roaring in the sky. The ice layer below rose from the ground because of the ability of the Golden Lion, turning directly into a huge frost lion, rushing towards the surroundings. Ling Ji's sword chi became even more swift and fierce under the ability of Golden Lion. This time, the Golden Lion went all out. The wound on his chest is still bleeding, and the back waist is also bleeding. With such a serious injury, if he does not receive treatment, he will probably die soon. So he must resolve this battle as soon as possible. But Carl and others will not give him this chance. The 4 of them glanced at each other, then headed by Carl and rushed up at the same time. Carl and Borsalino can fly, so the 2 of them are the fastest. Carl used his ability to take the lead, directly offsetting the storm created by the golden lion, and at the same time smashing the chopper that rushed towards him. Then he rushed directly in front of the golden lion. Ghostly blade, shining with a cold light. This knife is aimed at golden lion's waist wound. Seeing this, golden lion directly raised his leg and blocked Carl's blow. But Akainu also caught up. Have you ever been pierced by a lightsaber? Tienkong Cloud Sword. Borsalino said softly, the Amazura Cloud Sword in his hand shone brightly, stabbing golden lion's throat. But the golden lion immediately raised the other foot and engaged in a fight with Borsalino. The two legs are fighting with Carl and Borsalino respectively, which looks a bit comical. Although Borsalino's swordsmanship was average, he had no problem fighting against the golden lion's leg. Carl's side has the advantage, leaving many wounds on golden lion's body. Fighting Carl with only one leg using swordsmanship, the golden lion is no match for Carl at all. At the same time, Akainu also found the opportunity, stepped on Moonstep and flew into the air. Without hesitation, it was a great/major eruption. Akainu's style is still the same, as long as he fights, he doesn't care about the situation around him. In this way, Carl and Borsalino can only forcibly give up their grip on the golden lion. However, Kuzan also rushed up and made up for the Ice Age. The attack of the two layers of ice and fire made golden lion a little dumbfounded, and the whole person swayed. Those who didn't know thought he was dancing. In front of him is harsh frost, and behind him is hot lava. The taste of ice and fire is not good. Borsalino didn't miss the chance to beat the reservoir dog, and flew directly over the golden lion to make up for Yasakani no Megatama. Golden lion with no resistance was blasted into the sea. At the same time, the ice layer below was also shattered by Akainu's laser light. Kuzan found an opportunity to hit the Ice Age, and the golden lion, which was hit into the sea, was completely frozen in the sea. In this way, even if the golden lion is not dead, it will never come out. Golden Lion Shiki, thank you for sending me abilities and heads from thousands of miles away. Now, I'll take you to Huanquan myself. The execution begins. The voice did not fall. Carl instantly pierced the ghost into the ice layer below, directly piercing the heart of Golden Lion. Blood flowed out from his 7 orifices, and the blood in the heart was flowing slowly. But the blood soon solidified because of the temperature of the ice layer. Golden Lion Shiki, can't wait to die. Kill the Golden Lion, complete the extra check-in quest, and improve the swordsmanship to perfection. Woohoo! Hearing the sound of the system, Carl raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that Golden Lion would be so generous, directly contributing his 2 strongest abilities to himself. Buggy before signing in? Thinking of this, Carl's expression became a little weird, and then he thought of the fluttering fruit he got at the beginning. At that time, he had just rescued Buggy. And now he has raised his swordsmanship to a perfect level. Buggy is a big part of it. As expected of Conqueror Luck? Carl thought truthfully. In this way, Carl's strength has really come to the level of Admiral. Although it is likely that it has only reached the threshold of Admiral, it is the weakest grade in Admiral. But no matter what, this kind of strength can already be called the world's top. Carl, how did you kill him? Aren't we going to take him back to Impel Down? Kuzan asked in confusion. Then he used his ability to separate out the body of Golden Lion and put it in front of everyone. He is a moderate, and naturally he disapproves of shouting and killing pirates. Humph. It's better to kill such a scourge. The Golden Lion shouldn't have to stay in this world. The hardline Akainu snorted coldly, then glanced at the injuries on his body. Obviously, this was left to him by the Golden Lion before. Although Akainu came late, he was more reckless than Carl. Kuzan and Borsalino were not injured at all, but their clothes were a little messy. It can be seen from here that the potential of these 2 people to fish is not very high. It's really scary. Why are you two quarreling again? Let's make a phone call and report the matter. Borsalino took out the phone bug, walked aside, and called Sengoku to report the situation. Akainu looked at Carl with an expression of admiration. Kuzan was full of curiosity. What is your ability? Why do you have the same ability as Golden Lion? When Carl used his abilities before, he was already curious. Now that the battle was over, Kuzan finally asked his question. Carl used the same rhetoric he used to deal with the Golden Lion to re-explain it. And explained his ability: you can only copy one and cannot be changed. In this way, Carl does not have to worry about being questioned even if there is a second fluttering fruit ability in the future. Kuzan was skeptical, but the devil fruit was full of strange things, and it was no exaggeration what kind of abilities it had. So he didn't pursue it too much. Borsalino on the other side came over with a wretched look after finishing the phone call. It's amazing. Senior Sengoku said that he will give us a great credit this time. This time, the military merits of the three of us are just enough to be promoted to Vice Admiral. But Carl, you may be out of luck. Marshal Sengoku said that when he finishes the meeting, he will call you personally. You have to be mentally prepared to be scolded. Chapter 39-1 year. That night, after sending the three cousins away, Carl also received a phone call from Sengoku. He was naturally scolded. Sengoku said he was too reckless and did not put his own safety first. Carl kept nodding his head in response, mmmmhhh, completely daring to refute. After Sengoku scolded almost, Carl found the opportunity to explain. Don't be angry, old man, am I okay? My strength is not weak now, even if I face you, I will not necessarily lose. Boy, are you making fun of me again? When Akainu and the others come back, I must ask them carefully what's going on. You boy, just stay in Log Town, don't go anywhere, and never have a next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Sengoku hung up the phone bug, obviously still a little angry. Sengoku cares about Carl, otherwise he wouldn't be so fierce towards Carl. In any case, the enemy the crocodiles face is the legendary pirate after all, Golden Lion Shiki. Hey, definitely next time. Carl, Heisho, tossed the phone bug aside. Without Sengoku's nagging, Carlton felt that the whole world was much cleaner. However, he rested for a while and continued to work. The Carey pirates, as well as Admiral Carey himself, were all arrested and brought to justice. East Blue only by relying on a large number of people. In addition, Carey's own strength is not weak. If he doesn't encounter Carl and Smoker, he is also the strongest in East Blue. And he has also entered the Great Root, knows Haki and Marine Rokusaki, and his knowledge is very broad. But it is a pity that he has only seen it and has not learned it, otherwise he would not have retreated from the Great Root, and finally returned to East Blue to be the Emperor of the Earth. Carl sent the Carey pirates to the prison overnight, and let Smoker and Buggy take turns guarding them. As long as they have any changes, kill them. Because Carl needs some military exploits to improve his rank. For the past 18 years, although he has been with Garp, he has not gained much military service. Garp goes to sea all the way to Roger. It's no wonder that Carl can get military exploits. This is also the reason why he and Kuzan Akainu belong to the same class, but their rank is very low. After detaining all these people, Carl asked Belmir to notify the other marine branches and ask them to send people to help escort them. Carl wasn't going to go there in person because he was too lazy to run that far. After dealing with these things, Carl reported the situation to Sengoku, and was then scolded again. For Carl, being reprimanded by Sengoku has long since become a routine. Sengoku has always been sympathetic to Carl, and will inevitably scold him a few more times. It still is. But Sengoku didn't delay the business. After learning about this, he quickly went through the process. Approval came down in less than a day, and they were allowed to go to Impel Down to escort those pirates. Then Karl dispatched Smoker to go, and by the way, let him go on a long journey to the Great Route, sending Smoker and dozens of warships escorting pirates. Now he can finally relax for a while. Lord Karl, this is the latest news. Kuzan and the others have all been promoted to Vice Admiral. And this, they also said that you have contributed a lot to this, and even praised you specially, and raised your rank from the Major of the headquarters to the Lieutenant Colonel of the headquarters. It's okay, but no one told me to upgrade my military rank. Mr. Sengoku must have forgotten about this, but there is no difference between a major and a lieutenant colonel. Karl sighed and didn't pay too much attention to the rank. Ranks below the Commodore level, for both Karl and Sengoku, there is no difference. It is normal for Sengoku to ignore. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. It has been nearly a year since Roger was executed. Karl's military rank at this time was also successfully promoted to colonel, and he was one step away from Commodore. When the military merits are enough to be promoted to Commodore, it is time for Karl to return to the Marine headquarters. After this period of development, Logetown has also changed a lot. The Marine here has expanded from 3,000 people to 6,000 people. Even Karl used the ability of the floating fruit to splicing the rocks and uninhabited islands floating on the sea with Logetown. As a result, Logetown has doubled in size and become more prosperous. Urban residents are living and working in peace and contentment, and everyone's life is moving towards a well-off life in an all-round way. These are all achievements Karl has done this year. And in order to better protect Logetown, Karl shared all Marine Rokushiki with these Marines, so that they all have to practice. The current Marines in Logetown, if you pick any one, there will be at least one Marine Rokushiki. Belmir's talent is good, her rank has been upgraded to ensign, and her strength has more than doubled compared to before. And Marine Rokushiki, she also learned all, but she is not very skilled in using it. The growth of Smoker during this time is obvious to all. He has already mastered Marine Rokushiki, and although he has not reached the ultimate level, his strength cannot be underestimated. However, the development of his smoke fruit is very slow. Even if Karl is on the side, he still has not made much progress in the mastery of the fruit's ability. Instead, his fighting technique has become more powerful. I have to say that Smoker is actually very talented in fighting technique, but the fruit of smoke has really affected his growth. Otherwise, Smoker is likely to become stronger. There is no need to say about Buggy on the other side. Karl treats him with a completely sheep-herding attitude and keeps him patrolling East Blue casually. If he finds a treasure, he will hand in half of it, and he will keep half for himself. It's more comfortable for Buggy than being in Logetown. His strength is improving very slowly, but Karl doesn't need him to be strong, just enough to save his life. Finally there is Kuro. This guy is extreme. He deeply realized where his strengths lie. After solving Admiral Carey, he perfectly controlled the shaving of one of Rokushiki in just over a month. Rokushiki other moves, although he also learned, but the effect is not good. So he simply gave up learning other moves and developed the use of shaving. It took him nearly half a year to complete his most famous move, the spoon. Just that the original spoon couldn't even control it himself. But now Kuro, after fully mastering shaving, can precisely control the spoon and attack the target he wants to hit. And Kuro also equipped himself with a weapon that is about half a meter long, similar to a cat's claw. Such a weapon, combined with his ability, can be said to be extremely terrifying. Even Smoker, without using his fruit powers, is no match for Kuro. His speed is so fast that it is silent, like teleportation. Except for Karl, other people can't react at all. Seeing that Kuro's talent is indeed very high, the only thing that limits his growth is his age. Chapter 40 _ Little Ace. East Blue Windmill Village. Carl was done with Logtown. He sneaked here to visit Makino. Way, I'm going to take Rouge and Little Ace, who was born nearly a year, to Logtown. This is different from the original, due to the protection of Carl and Garp. Little Ace was born smoothly. His name was still Porgas d'Ace, and he did not inherit the Roger surname. But he was not surprised, and also inherited the D. The original anime, Rouge took 20 months to avoid revealing his identity before he was born. But Rouge also died because of the dystocia, and finally Garp found their mother and son. I'm afraid even Ace won't survive in the end. But now it's completely different. Ace was born safely, and Rouge didn't die due to dystocia. Their mother and son are very safe. Makino, isn't it too irresponsible for you to say that Roger is a bastard? Throw your wife and son to others like this, and then take the initiative to die. Although it is said that he is terminally ill and has no cure, he still has at least 2 or 3 years to live. If he is willing to stay, it is no big deal to be executed later. Carl complained while drinking. Makino glared at Carl and took the bottle away from Carl's eyes. Look at you, and you're talking about other people's fathers. I think you're drinking too much, and you're not allowed to drink anymore. How much can I drink? How much do you look down on me? Hiccup. Hearing Makino's words, Carl pretended to be angry and yelled, but he burped because of the force. Carl scratched his head in embarrassment and sat back in the chair, and Makino was also amused. Okay, if you want to drink, can you come over anytime? Don't you have other things to do today? I asked you to drink less for your own good. Makino was lying on the front desk obediently, staring at Carl with his big eyes flashing. Suddenly being stared at by Makino, Carl felt a little uncomfortable. You're busy first, I'm going to find Rouge and Ace. By the lovely Makino, Carl felt a little uncomfortable all over. There was no other way, he had no choice but to escape from here first, which caused Makino to sneer. After a moment, Carl came to the wooden house that the villagers built for Rouge. This is Rouge and Ace's home. Although it is very simple, it has all the internal organs. There are a lot of things that should be there. Carl and Garp are there, so naturally they will not treat their mother and son badly. Little Ace, I'm coming to see you. As soon as Carl tightened the yard, he rushed up to hug Little Ace, and then he said hello to Rouge next to him. How have you been recently? Thanks to you and Garp, it's been pretty good recently, but this kid Ace is getting more and more naughty. Rouge chuckled. Although she sounded like she was talking about Ace, her tone was quite gentle, and her expression was full of doting. In her eyes, Ace is her own treasure, of course she is reluctant to reprimand. Hearing what Rouge said, Carl nodded and was relieved. But just as he was about to speak, Little Ace in his arms suddenly punched and kicked himself, whimpering softly. Bad man. Release me. Little Ace's milky voice was very cute, but Carl was a little surprised. The last time he met Little Ace, he was only a month old. But I didn't expect that in only half a year or so, he could even speak. Really exaggerated. Although the development of children in the world of One Piece/King of Pirates is not very normal. When Carl himself was born in this world, it took a year before he could speak and walk normally. But he didn't expect that Little Ace was born and has not been for a year, but he can already run and jump around, and now he is struggling desperately. It's a pity that his strength is very small, and he can't break free from Carl's bear hug. Little Ace, you are so cute. After Carl hugged for a while, he put Ace down. He kept choking the time, and after 7 or 8 seconds, he put Ace back on the ground. When Ace was born, Carl had already triggered Little Ace's sign-in task. But Carl didn't want to complete the sign-in directly, but to raise it for 2 years. After all, Ace is still young, and even if Carl signs in, there is no way to get any good abilities. Mom, this weirdo is so scary. Ace had never seen Carl, and when Carl came up with a bear hug, Ace was a little scared. Rouge rubbed Ace's hair with a smile, then hugged him in his arms. Ace, he is one of the benefactors who protected us, and he is also the brother Carl I often mention to you. Hey. That's right, it's me. Call me to hear it? Carl showed a smile that he thought was handsome, and put his face up. But little Ace showed a frightened expression and buried his face in Rouge's chest. Mom, he's so scary. This child. Rouge shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, Carl, after all, he's not even a year old, and he's still afraid of life now. You should take more care. It doesn't matter, we will spend a long time together in the future, and I will slowly let him know me. Although Marine is strictly disciplined, you can come and go freely with me, but be careful not to get hurt by those Marines who are training. Hearing Carl's words, Rouge was shocked. Are you going to take him away now? But he was still a child, not even a year old. I can't help it, now Marine and CP9 are very different, and it is equally dangerous to stay here. And I want to take the two of you together, not just him. You don't have to worry about no one taking care of little Ace. Carl said helplessly. Rouge breathed a sigh of relief. If Ace was taken alone, she might get angry. But when the two walked together, she felt a lot more relaxed. Because she didn't believe that Carl could take good care of Ace, who made the conversation between him and Garp before, it was too scary. Simply pack your bags and we'll leave as soon as possible. Got it? Rouge nodded, then went back into the house to organize his salute. Ace looked at Carl cautiously, with big eyes that were piercing, very cute. If you can protect us, it means you are strong, but are you as strong as my father? Suddenly, little Ace asked such a question, which made Carl stunned. Carl squatted down and gently rubbed Ace's little head twice. Your father is very strong. It can be said that he is one of the strongest people in the world. Of course he is stronger than me. Then how could he still die? Mom has been refusing to tell me how he died. Can you tell me? If you are willing to say, how about I call you brother from now on? Hearing Ace's question, Carl didn't know how to answer. I can't say that his father was killed by himself, right? Although he just took advantage of it, he beheaded him on the execution platform. But this kind of question is really difficult for Carl to answer. Chapter 41 The Arrival of CP9. Humph. You are all unwilling to tell me. I will check it myself when I grow up. Little Ace is a big kid and is very clever. He was a little angry when he saw that Carl didn't answer his question. Rouge had just packed up and came out at this time, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he looked a little embarrassed. Rouge knew very well that Carl was the executioner who executed Roger. But she didn't hold any resentment, because Roger had explained everything clearly during the time he spent with her. So Rouge didn't have any emotional resentment towards Carl, but Carl's care over the past year made her a little grateful. Ace, don't talk like that to your brother, it's really rude. Rouge hugged little Ace directly in his arms. Ace, who was held in his arms, hummed a melody that he didn't know what it was, and then fell asleep. He is still young, and even if he is energetic, he is easily tired, so naturally he needs to rest more. Carl looked at the little Ace, who was already asleep, and couldn't help showing his aunt's smile. Ace's development is very fast, otherwise he would not have learned to walk, speak, or even sing and dance in such a short period of time. It is really hard to imagine that he will be the famous Fire Fist Ace in the future. But Calco doesn't intend to let Ace repeat the same mistakes and go the way in the original book. Let's go, wait till Logtown, it'll be dark. Carl said casually. Rouge nodded without speaking, but gently stroked Ace in his arms. The two of them walked towards the port one after the other. But just as they were about to reach the port, Makino ran over panting. Brother Carl is not good. CP9 people, come to find fault. CP9? It came so fast. Hearing Makino's words, Carl frowned slightly, played with Makino's double ponytail, and sighed. Makino, take Rouge and Little Ace out first and hide for a while at the place we used to play when we were kids. After saying that, Carl looked apologetically on Rouge's body. It seems that we can't make it today. You don't need to apologize to me. This matter is my responsibility. I'll go back with Miss Makino first. Please pay attention to safety and don't offend CP9. Ha ha ha, don't worry, it doesn't matter if I offend them. After all, someone helped me take the blame. Carl smiled and rubbed Makino's head, then flew to the port. Makino gave Carl a worried look, then she pulled Rouge and walked into the depths of the forest. Sister Rouge comes this way. Brother Carl and I have a very secret small base. Except for Mr. Garp, absolutely no one can find it. Having said that, Makino took Rouge and walked towards the depths of the Windmill Village. At the same time, at the port location of Windmill Village, a lot of people gathered. Nearly 40 people from CP9 came, and even the commander of CP9 came in person. They called out all the women in the Windmill Village, all over the age of 20, to question them. If someone doesn't speak, they'll just do it for no reason. In order to protect the villagers, Dodden was severely beaten with scars, but even so, Makino escaped because she was too young. Otherwise, she would not have come back to tip Carl. Everyone listen to me. As long as it's a pregnant woman in the village, or a family with a child under 1 year old, find it all for me. These people, we have to bring back an ice lobby for questioning and punishment. If anyone dares to disobey, she will be your fate. The commander of CP9 stared viciously at everyone present, and then he whipped Dan again with a whip. But Dodden was very tough. Although she was in pain, she didn't say a single word of begging for mercy, and even wanted to stand up to resist. Just that the strength of those CP9s is simply not something that Dan can compete with. Humph. No one speaks, does it? It seems that I am still too kind. Now give you one last chance. If you don't hand over pregnant women and children who have just been born less than 1 year old. This is for you, she is dead. The man threw away the long whip in his hand, took out a small pistol, put it against Dodden's head, and opened the insurance. When Dodden saw his hideous appearance, he showed a disdainful smile. Hee, if you kill me, you will regret it for the rest of your life. What did you say? You mean, if I kill a pariah like you, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Are you kidding me? You ugly fat woman. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding CP9 members laughed when they heard Dan's words. Afterwards, the officer slammed the pistol on Dodden's forehead. You still said that I would regret it? Who gave you such confidence to make Loudza regret it? Believe it or not, when I pull the trigger, your head will bloom right now. If I were you, I'd stop immediately and get out of here before things got more serious. Just when the CP9 commander threatened Dodden, an angry voice instantly reached everyone's ears. The sound was very loud, making the ears of everyone present a little uncomfortable. The villagers looked happy when they heard this voice, and Dodden was even more relieved, but because of the wound, he spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, Carl's face changed slightly in the air, and he came to Dan in an instant, and knocked all the CP9s around him that had not recovered. The commander was kicked out by Carl a dozen meters away, and he directly hit the tree not far away, hitting it. After seeing this scene, the surrounding CP9 members took a deep breath, and then aimed their weapons at Carl, who suddenly appeared. However, Carl ignored them and slowly helped Dodden up. Dan, are you all right? You don't have to worry about me, I can't die, but Rouge and Makino. Don't worry, both of them are safe. Hearing Carl's words, Dodden breathed a sigh of relief. Carl helped Dodden aside, and the surrounding villagers ran over to catch Dodden to prevent her from falling. But at this time, suddenly there was a gunshot. Carl's observation hacky, sensing a bullet, appeared behind him. He immediately covered armament hacky in his left hand and grabbed the bullet without looking back. Then Carl turned to face each other, palm vivi hard. When he opened his palm again, the bullet turned into a pile of black powder and scattered to the ground with gravity. At the same time, Carl's eyes became extremely sharp, showing murderous intent. You really are not afraid of death. Chapter 42_Unconvinced CP9. You dare to attack CP9, it's you who are courting death. The members of CP9 obeyed the orders, surround him with me, and must not let him escape. As ordered. The surrounding CP9 members surrounded Carl here, ready to attack at any time. However, due to fear of Carl's strength, even the CP9 commander did not directly order the attack. Seeing the people from CP9 surrounded him, Carl chuckled with disdain on his face. I really didn't expect you CP9 people to be too lazy to investigate other people's information, so you just do it? As long as you look up, where is the windmill village, you probably won't come here. Carl sneered sarcastically. He wasn't wearing a marine uniform, just casual clothes, and his marine wasn't coming. Addition, CP9 did not investigate the situation of the windmill village, so they did not know Carl's identity and what kind of background there was. But the commander of CP9 was used to being domineering and didn't bother to listen to Carl's words. Humph. I am the CP9 commander of the world government, and my orders are equivalent to the orders of the world government. I don't care where you are here, the Gorosei/5 elders and the world government have given orders, and I have the right to deal with you untouchables if you dare not listen. The commander once again aimed the pistol at Carl in front of him. Seeing the other party's attitude, still so arrogant, Carl shook his head and teleported to him. I'm too lazy to talk to you, bring your boss's phone bug and I'll tell him myself. Asshole. Seeing Carl suddenly appearing in front of him, the commander was shocked and furious. All for me. Kill this pariah. I see who of you dares to move. Carl shouted angrily. He didn't even use Conqueror Haki, and he stopped all CP9's movements with just his momentum. They can feel that there is a huge gap between themselves and Carl, which is prohibitive. This kind of oppression made them feel a little scared, and they didn't dare to do it at all. Even the commander was so frightened that his legs trembled. Even his boss did not let him feel such a strong sense of oppression. Untouchables. The man calmed down and raised his pistol with trembling hands. With a gunshot, Carl stretched out his hand, squeezed the bullet and crushed it. I really don't know how to live or die. Carl directly stepped on the chest of the commander and stepped it into the ground, leaving a huge pothole. A clearly audible sound of bone cracking continued to emanate from his body. This kick won't kill him, but he won't even think about standing up in his entire life. You're all from the NICE lobby, aren't you? Carl looked around and asked. These CP9 members nodded one after another, for fear that Carl would be dissatisfied, so he would do it himself. They don't want to be disabled forever. Find out Commander NICE lobby's phone bug for me, and then you can get out with your commander. Hearing Carl's words, these CP9 members immediately took out the phone bug that contacted the commander, and then squatted aside with their commander. They didn't dare to leave casually, the commander's order had not been completed, and Carl wounded their commander. Although they can't avenge this revenge, but leaving in a sullen way will lose face even more, and it is easy to lose their jobs. Hello? Commander at the NICE lobby? I'm Carl, base chief at Logetown. Are you Carl? NICE lobby frowned when he heard the name, not sure why Carl had his own phone bug. He could tell that it was Carl's voice. When Roger was executed, the commander also watched the live broadcast. And he was extremely impressed with Carl. Ordinary people can't say it at all. Cough cough, I'm Spandane, may I ask Mr. Carl, do you have any orders? Spandane lowered his posture and his tone was a little humble. If it weren't for the fact that Spandane's official position was much higher than Karl's, it is estimated that he could call Karl an adult. This guy is a master who bullies the soft and fears the hard, and looks like his future son Spandam. The voice of the phone bug was not loud, but Karl was on the loudspeaker, and all CP9 members could hear Spandane's humble voice. Even the commander, who fell to the ground, but still had residual consciousness, was strongly stimulated, and then completely fainted. Karl ignored the reactions of those CP9 members, but asked Spandane in a deep voice. Spandane, right? Do you know who is in charge of East Blue now? Yes, of course the little one knows. East Blue is naturally under your management, Mr. Karl. Spandane's tone was very flattering, and his dog-legged personality was obvious. He obviously didn't want to offend Karl. In terms of background, Spandane is not as tough as Karl. In addition, Karl had teamed up with 3 marine monsters half a year ago to kill the legendary pirate Golden Lion. Fame is even more so. Of course, Spandane would not offend someone like Karl. It's easy to say, since you know, now you let all your people leave East Blue for me. I don't care who you are looking for, but in East Blue, I don't want to see the members of CP9. Even care about orders from the Garosei/5 elders, because East Blue is my turf. I will never allow CP people to make a fortune here. Karl scolded sharply, and Spandane nodded and bowed on the other side, completely daring to refute Karl. Little understands. Little will let them go, and will never set foot in East Blue. Do you have any other orders, Mr. Carr? That's enough. I'll drop by to visit you when I return to the Marine headquarters next time, that's all. Hang up first. After hanging up the phone bug, Karl threw the phone bug to the members of CP9. Have you heard it? Why don't you get out of here? No one dared to resist. CP9 members fled here one after another, not even daring to turn their heads back. But Karl could still see that all the members of CP9 were a little unconvinced. They didn't know Karl's identity, but they had to obey Spandane's orders. But Karl didn't bother to care about them, even if they weren't convinced. What did it have to do with him? After finishing the matter here, Karl took Dotton back to the bar, and all the people around were scattered. This crisis was resolved smoothly. But Karl knew that Spandane would definitely report this to the Garosei/5 elders. At that time, the pressure will come to Sengoku's side, and Karl will inevitably be scolded again. I have to say, Sengoku is really an old man in the back of the pot. Chapter 43 _ Standard Sengoku. Settling in Dotton, before Karl could find Makino and Rouge, the phone bug from Sengoku had already called. Sure enough, he scolded Karl as soon as he came up. Can you let the old man save some snacks? Did you know that you caused so much trouble in East Blue, and it was me who wiped your ass for you? That bastard from Zephyr took a back seat because of his asthma. Garp said he was chasing Bullet, and he hasn't seen anyone yet. Better for you to directly offend me, the people of CP9? Do you think I'm not busy enough? Little devil. Sengoku gritted his teeth, wishing he could just swallow Karl alive. Karl scratched his ears and said calmly, Master Sengoku, this is my fault, but I will never admit it. If there is another time, I will do the same. You kid, how dare you have a next time? You have offended CP9 twice this year. If it weren't for your... Suddenly, Sengoku stopped talking halfway through, and Karl didn't care. He knew that Sengoku was talking about the word identity. Karl smiled and said to the phone bug with a flattering face, Master Sengoku, don't be angry, I know my identity myself. Am I not the adopted son picked up by you, Master Garp and Master Zephyr, the only survivor of the Valley of the Gods? This kind of thing is nothing to show off, and I didn't use the status to do anything out of the ordinary. Forget it, you don't know anything right now. When you come back, I will ask Marshal Kong to arrange for you to meet the Gorosei/5 elders. Sengoku's tone softened a lot. Obviously there was something in his words, and he didn't explain it directly. Carl didn't care about the first half of the sentence, but was brooding about the second half of the sentence. Master Sengoku, you know very well that I don't have a good opinion of the Gorosei/5 elders, so you don't need to arrange for me to meet them. You can scold you casually about this matter, I will suffer, but I still say that, if there is still a similar incident, I will definitely handle it like this. The members of CP9 plan to arrest all pregnant women and children under 1 year old for interrogation and punishment. How could I possibly stand it when they did it? Especially when they still do this in Windmill Village, can you bear it in your place? More importantly, as long as someone doesn't want to, they will kill them. Den was almost killed. Carl was crying and his tone was very sad. On Sengoku's side learned Carl's expression to be a little bit similar, which made Sengoku wonder whether to laugh or cry. Then Sengoku coughed lightly and asked seriously. Cough, is what you said true? Exactly. Nice job. Father, is this a double standard? Ha ha ha, this matter has been exposed like this, and I don't want to mention it again. You pay attention to the bullet thing. Garp got word from a month ago that he saw this guy in the windlass belt at that time. If it's convenient for you, you can go patrol there and help find the bullet, but you must be careful. This guy's strength is very strong, compared to Golden Lion, it is not too weak. Knowing the old man, I will pay attention to his movements. Do you have any other orders? Last sentence, pay attention to safety. Look at the task of finding Rouge, you have also grown up, I can't control it. After saying this, Sengoku immediately hung up the phone bug. Carl smiled shyly, then put the phone bug aside. Huh, it really scared me to death, I thought I was going to be scolded badly. You are still being scolded every day. But does Sengoku know about Rouge? Hearing Doden's question, Carl rubbed his chin and thought for a while, and finally shook his head. I'm not sure if he knew, but what I did with Garp wasn't necessarily completely hidden from him. But at least one thing is certain, Sengoku didn't know that Rouge was by my side, otherwise, with the character of the old man, I would have been arrested long ago. Carl sighed and poured himself a glass of wine. He waited here for a sound to come to heal Darden, then left the tavern and went to the forest to find Makino and Rouge. This place is a small cave, very hidden. Around this cave, there are dense bushes, as well as small waterfalls and lakes. Under the influence of these bushes, as well as the waterfall, if you don't look closely, you will not find it at all, and there is also a very small cave. The entrance to this cave is very small, and Carl once expanded it a lot to make it easier to enter. And the interior space is very large, even if it is a dozen people, it is not a problem, let alone only the two of them, and a little ace who is held in Rouge's arms. After bringing them out, Carl used his ability to simply blow the dust for them, and then took them back to the village. But due to CP9, it's getting late today. Carl decided to take Rouge back to Logetown early tomorrow morning to protect her. In addition to CP9, there will also be Marine going around to inspect. Their inspection method is much simpler, not as rude and unreasonable as CP9, which is disgusting. And Logetown is Carl's site, those Marines from the headquarters are even less likely to find his head. For their mother and son, Logetown is now the safest place. All night. The next morning. In order to prevent being seen by other Marines, Carl left the Windmill Village with Rouge before it was dawn. The Windmill Village is not very close to Logetown, but Carl can use the ability of the fluttering fruit to control the boat and fly Rouge and Little Ace in the air. In this way, he was able to take a shortcut and arrived at Logetown without even half a day. If it wasn't for the worry that Little Ace would get sick from the wind, Carl could have flown faster. Ya ha 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 ha. The feeling of flying is really cool. I have decided that I must learn to fly in the future. If I only rely on walking, it will be too slow. Back at the Marine branch in Logue Town, little Ace fluttered in Rouge's arms. If it weren't for his size and strength, Rouge wouldn't necessarily be able to hug him. Rouge can't hold Ace when he is a year or two older. Little Ace, if you want to fly, you can follow my brother to learn from me. I have a way to make you fly. After Carl heard Ace's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he pointed to the square outside. There are all soldiers practicing Marine Rokushiki. Some of them are just contacting Moon Step. Although most people failed, a small number of people successfully stepped on the Moon Step and flew into the air. Little Ace saw those Marines who stepped on the Moon Step and successfully flew up, and his eyes were full of envy. I want to learn this. Brother Carl, I want this. I want it. Chapter 44 Future Marine Pillars. Little Ace came to the Marine branch in Logue Town. He jumped up and down every day, very lively. If it weren't for his young age and limited physical strength, it is estimated that the entire Marine branch would have been knocked off the roof by him. In order to avoid suspicion, Rouge will only come out at night when there are few people. At other times, she simply shut herself in the room to prevent her from being seen. None of the Marines here knew the orders of Marine's headquarters, plus Belmere and others, all of whom Carl could trust. She didn't need to be so cautious. But Rouge chose to lock himself in the room for Ace's safety and wait until the storm has calmed down. Carl couldn't dissuade him. This is a mother, out of love for her child, she will be so wronged herself. Little Ace was not aggrieved at all. His physical strength can also support him, come out to play for a little while every day, and then watch those Marines train. Marine Rokushiki is without being taught by anyone. Although it is used once, it is basically close to collapse. But when Carl saw this scene, he was surprised that it was indescribable. He knew that Ace's talent was very strong, but he didn't expect that his talent would be so outrageous. Even Carl himself only touched the threshold of one of Marine Rokushiki when he was 10 years old, and then slowly mastered Marine Rokushiki. It wasn't until he got the sign-in system that raised Marine Rokushiki's level to perfection. It's just that people are more mad than people. As long as this talent of Ace is taught well, it will not be stocked like in the original book. He is not 10 years old, he can absolutely master Marine Rokushiki perfectly. Such talent, even the current Akainu and others can't match. As expected of his son, it seems that I really need to train him to become a pillar of Marine. Carl plans now, paving the way for himself. Ace's education must be early, although he has long known that his father is One Piece/King of Pirates Roger. But he didn't make a sound, and even a little bit disgusted with his father. Compared to Roger, what he likes more is Carl, who has been taking him all over Logue Town these days. Are you really planning to train him to be Marine? I think it's a little unlikely. After all, Marine is also his revenge object. Rouge gently stroked the sleeping little Ace in his arms and said softly. Carl smiled and shook his head. It doesn't look like this. His real enemy should not be Marine, but the people who ride on Marine's head. It's very hard for me to realize my dream. I have to have a few helpers, so I plan to train Ace. He has this talent. As for the truth, when he is a few years older and sensible, you will tell him all about it. If he really hates me and Marine, I respect his choice and won't force him. But in the past few years, I will teach him completely according to Marine's system. I hope you don't stop me, Miss Rouge. Carl's tone became a rare seriousness. Rouge froze, then sighed. Yes, but you have to keep little Ace safe. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm not Mr. Garp. Boy, you're talking bad about the old man again, aren't you? Just when Carl was teasing Garp's voice suddenly came from outside. Hearing this voice, Carl and Rouge were both startled, and then they saw Belmere standing beside Garp with an apologetic expression. Sorry, Mr. Carl, Garp Vice Admiral walked too fast, I barely caught up with it. It's hard work, let's go to work first. Hearing Carl's words, Belmere breathed a sigh of relief and left. Garp glared at Carl, and then put his eyes on Ace. Hey, my little Ace, let Grandpa hug. When Carl wanted to come forward to greet him, Garp pulled Carl away, walked straight to Rouge, and gently picked up the sleeping little Ace. Don't chat so loudly, what if you wake up little Ace? Although he is growing fast, he is still young and it is time to rest. You two are too irresponsible. Garp scolded Carl and Rouge softly, but his expression was unusually gentle. Little Ace melted Garp's iron-hard heart. Seeing this scene, Carl and Rouge were not surprised and didn't care at all. Garp is like this, facing children, he is powerless to resist. I don't know when that boy Long will bring me a grandson. I really want to kiss my grandson. It's abominable. While holding little Ace, Garp complained about the dragon full of resentment, which made Carl not know what to say. Cough, Mr. Garp, I just heard Mr. Sengoku say some time ago, aren't you going to hunt down that bullet, the descendant of the devil? How about it? Has anyone caught it? Or is he still avoiding you and not showing up? Hey, look at my brain. I'm here to ask for your help. When I saw little Ace, I was so excited that I forgot about the business. Garp slapped his forehead and remembered something serious. Then he returned little Ace to Rouge, and forcibly dragged Carl to the door, so as not to disturb Ace, who was sleeping soundly. Master Garp, what's the matter? Could it be that Bullet's strength is too strong that you can't solve it by yourself? Carl looked surprised, and Garp was ha-ha-isho, rewarded him with a love fist. Little devil, you underestimate me too. Are there people in this world that I can't solve with one punch? Even if there is, then a few more punches, a few hundred punches, a few thousand punches. So many punches can always solve the opponent. But this guy Bullet is really too high profile, but also too cunning, and extremely ferocious. Several countries and islands have been destroyed by him now. If you don't stop him, the world will be disrupted by him. So Sengoku has a plan, which is to introduce him to an uninhabited island and start Buster Call to destroy each other. To deal with a pirate, you have to dispatch a Buster Call? Do you want to be so exaggerated? Although Carl has seen One Piece/King of Pirates, in his previous life, the animation was too watery, so he also saw the anti-chapter, and then became one of the thousands of reborn people. Addition, when Carl followed Garp and chased the Roger pirates, Bullet was no longer on Roger's ship. So Carl doesn't know who Bullet is and why Marine is so jealous. Chapter 45 Into the set. After making a plan with Garp, Carl notified Buggy to find Bullet's location. But when Buggy heard the news, she was so frightened that she immediately returned to Logtown and didn't dare to wave outside. Although Buggy was only a trainee pirate on the Roger Pirates, they spent some time together before Bullet got off the ship. He knew very well how terrifying the Bullet's strength was. With his timid personality, he didn't even dare to go out to sea after learning that Bullet was in the windless belt near East Blue. But Carl still ordered him to find the Bullet. And Kuro also proposed to let Buggy spread some false treasure information about the Roger pirates. This to attract Bullet, leading him to the uninhabited islands around the windless belt. Kuro's plan was good, but Buggy didn't want to. Carl has no choice but to send Smoker and Kuro to protect Buggy. By the way, I may promise Buggy, at least a treasure worth 20 to 30 million Baileys. There are not many treasures in East Blue, but Buggy basically dug all the treasures in East Blue. At the very least, nearly hundreds of millions of Baileys treasures have been found. Today's East Blue, not to mention treasures, even the pirates can't see a few, it is a thriving scene. To be said that East Blue has become more and more prosperous with the help of Carl. In the end, under Carl's sugar-coated cannonballs and threats, Buggy gave in with a death-defying mood. Buggy, how's the situation on your side? Did you see Bullet? I didn't see each other here, but I had a hunch that Bullet must be here. Kuro, be careful you and Smoker don't get caught, the Bullet has a strong observation hacking. Buggy, be careful too, as soon as you encounter Bullet, immediately notify Lord Carl according to the original plan. Smoker and I will come to save you immediately. Guarantee your safety. Buggy and Kuro are having a conversation with a phone bug. Buggy is leading a team at this time, looking for Bullet's figure here. According to Kuro's plan, Buggy has released news that the island contains Roger's treasure. And the reputation of Buggy's treasure hunt still lives on in East Blue today. Although the identity of Buggy Marine has been announced, the one he led is wrong, it is called the Buggy Treasure Hunt. Based on his current reputation, no one would think he's going to fake news, and Buggy is pretending to be looking. However, they are still not sure whether the person who took the bait is Bullet, so they need Buggy to test. As for Kuro and Smoker, they were behind Buggy, ready to respond at any time. Two of them were no match for Bullet, not even with Buggy. But the three of them cooperated. As long as Smoker didn't get up and escape to the seaside warship, it wasn't a problem. And Carl and Garp are hiding in the surrounding waters, so they can rush to support at the fastest speed. The warships required by Buster Call are also on standby in the windlass belt and can be dispatched at any time. At the same time, Buggy in the depths of the jungle, with his team, scolded the bushes in front of him, and walked towards the designated spot. To do a play is to do a full set. Kuro had already sent someone to arrange the treasure here. It's just that this treasure is a trap. As long as someone opens the treasure chest, it will immediately trigger the surrounding mechanical flying knives, smashing it into thousands of pieces. Buggy is the safest to be responsible for this kind of thing, and his fruit ability is the least afraid of this kind of attack and slash. Everyone stopped and stayed here. I'll go alone. As planned, you are ready to inform Kuro and Master Carl at any time. Buggy swallowed and walked cautiously into the cave. Although everything had been planned in advance, he was still a little nervous at the thought that Bullet was likely to be here. Just as Buggy was walking tremblingly in the cave, a big hand suddenly appeared in the darkness, grabbed Buggy's head directly, and forcibly lifted him up. Buggy with a red nose. I didn't expect you to join Marine, what a disappointment. Baba Baba. Bullet. I'm the most annoying person to call my nose. Ha ha ha, you're still so interesting. With you by my side, I won't be boring next time. Douglas Bullet showed his hideous face, while Buggy shrank, unable to say a word. You should also come for the captain's treasure, right? As Marine, then should know some insider tips? Come on, what's in there? There's something you won't see for yourself. Buggy responded loudly, scratching his neck. Bullet felt a little ridiculous when he saw that Buggy was so hard-hearted. Ha 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 ha, I'm really laughing to death. I didn't expect you to become a Marine, and your courage has become even bigger. Since you dare to yell at me, open a treasure chest and trigger the mechanism, it should be fine, right? Douglas held Buggy's head and walked towards the cave. Help me. Come and save me. I'm going to die. Bullet is going to kill. Come and save me now. Ha 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 ha. Buggy's cry for help and Bullet's wild laughter echoed in the cave. Those Marines outside, using specialized equipment, heard Buggy's voice, and another rough laugh. Originally, these Marines were a little hesitant, not knowing whether they should inform Kuro and Carl. But Buggy's cry for help, and Bullet's voice, startled the Marines. Everyone evacuated from here, and contacted Kuro-sama and Carl-sama according to the original plan. Received. Long for Smoker and Kuro to receive the news and came here. At the same time, Carl also got the news. Master Garp, the fish is hooked. Ha 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 ha, you still have a way. I chased this guy for a few months, but this guy is so slippery, he runs away every time. As a result, he arrived at East Blue less than 10 days before he was led to that island by your plan. You really belong to him. Ha 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 ha. Garp laughed and slapped Carl on the back. Carl touched his head, his eyes signaled that the boat could be sailed over there, and then explained. I just provide an idea for this plan, and the specific implementer is still Kuro. He is a rare talent, and although he joined Marine, he did not enter the official formation. My plan is to let him enter that place. The information we Marine has about there is too little. That place? You're talking about the Dark World? He's not even 16, are you sure he can get in? Hearing Carl's words, Garp was a little surprised. But Carl is very confident in Kuro. Of course he can. Ha ha ha, it's good that you have confidence, but before that, let's deal with Bullet first. If this guy is not solved one day, more and more people will suffer, and he must be locked in Impel Down as soon as possible. Chapter 46_Ts. Among the Islands. In the corner of the cave where Buggy was already torn apart, he couldn't even breathe. At this time, Bullet looked at the traps all over the ground, and a few treasures, with a disdainful expression on his face. That's it? The captain's treasure can never be such a vulgar thing, which means that the news is false, and we have all been deceived. Bullet chuckled and glanced at Buggy, who was torn apart, then took Buggy's head in his hands and played with it. Red Nose, you said this fake news, who would spread it? Could this be a trap you created to lure me into the trap? Stop joking, how could I possibly do this, and then I'm not your opponent? Buggy shivered, not daring to resist at all. Bullet chuckled and threw Buggy's head into the air, kicking him out like a ball. Ha 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 ha, since we were all Roger's crew in the past, I will spare your life this time, but don't let me see you, or you will be at your own risk. Bullet laughed and turned to leave. Although he now believes that being alone can become the strongest in the world. But he's far less extreme than the future, after all, he hasn't been caught yet, and he hasn't been through the 20 years of Impel Down's torture. His current mentality is fairly healthy, and naturally he will not kill his former partners. But even so, Buggy's head was hit hard, and the whole person was a little dazed. His body assembled automatically and quickly formed a hole. But when he woke up, Bullet had long since disappeared. Crap! Hope Smoker and Kuro don't run into this monster. Buggy exclaimed and hurried out. But the moment he ran out of the cave, huge air waves and white smoke directly surrounded him. Before he could escape, he was knocked back into the cave by this force. Then Buggy saw that Smoker, who was covered in injuries, fainted in his arms, which gave him a big jump. Ha ha ha, this is really your Marine's trap, but do you think that the mere Logia Devil Fruit ability person can control Laozi? You Marine, you must underestimate me too much. Laozi is the Bullet known as the descendant of the devil. Bullet let out a roar, put his hands on the ground, and lifted a huge piece of land over his head with his bare hands. It's over, it's over, it's over. To die, to die, to die. When Buggy saw Bullet lift a huge rock 2 or 3 times bigger than his own size, he felt desperate. Originally, I wanted to spare your life, but now it seems that you should die. Bullet grinned grimly and threw the huge piece of land above his head with all his strength. But at this time, Bullet's observation Haki told him that someone was fast approaching. Just as Bullet threw the turf, Kuro suddenly appeared, grabbed Buggy and Smoker's clothes, and disappeared. In the next second, the ground smashed down, directly destroying the entire cave. If it were a second slower, both Buggy and Smoker would be buried alive in this collapsed cave. It's really interesting, this kind of speed is generally not available for Marine. It seems that you are the planner of this plan? Carl. Bullet saw Kuro's figure and showed an excited expression. Since Bullet disembarked too early, he hadn't seen Carl, but had only heard of the name. Coupled with the fact that Kuro's speed is really good, Bullet naturally admits the wrong person. Facing Bullet's question, Kuro felt a lot of pressure from him. The pressure was similar to when Kuro first met Carl. But Bullet's murderous aura is more intense. Kuro didn't answer the question, but picked up Smoker and Buggy, turned around and ran. He is very clear about his own strength, and he is not Bullet's opponent at all. Kuro and Smoker came here only to save Buggy and leave immediately, that's all. But Kuro never thought that Smoker, relying on his Logia Devil Fruit ability and more than a year of training, actually found Bullet and wanted to duel him. This stuff is so inflated. Someone should educate him. So Kuro didn't stop him, but when Smoker and Buggy's lives were in danger at the same time, he came to the rescue. It's just that when he ran away, Bullet was just doing a simple warm-up exercise and didn't rush to catch up. A few Marine kids are still a little talented, just play with them. Bullet opened his mouth wide, showing a hideous smile, and threw his sunglasses aside. Before the sunglasses fell to the ground, his figure disappeared instantly. At the same time, Kuro sensed that danger was coming, and subconsciously ran in another direction. At the same time, a huge pothole appeared where Kuro had just been. With the sound of the explosion, Bullet's figure appeared in Kuro's eyes. Hey, the response is good, and it has the potential to awaken observation haki, but unfortunately you have stopped here. Damn, how could he be so fast? Seeing Bullet catch up in an instant, Kuro's face changed greatly. He knew that Bullet was very strong, but he never thought that Bullet would be so much faster than himself in terms of speed. I'm going to die, this time I'm really going to die. Buggy has no love for life and feels hopeless in life. Being chased by the monster Bullet, the best result is to leave a whole corpse, right? Buggy thought so. Smoker, who was on Kuro's other shoulder, also woke up at this time. The moment he woke up, Bullet had come to Kuro's side and Smoker and Bullet were facing each other. Ha 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 ha, Marine kid, you woke up so quickly, it's a good material. It's a pity that I'm in a hurry and can't play with you. White smoke. Roku Shiki Shigan, finger pistol, Kai. The face of Bullet's ridicule, Smoker is angry. He directly elementalized the sky into white smoke, trying to suffocate Bullet. At the same time, he also uses smoke, compressed into the shape of one finger after another, and keeps releasing Shigan, finger pistol. Facing the attack like raindrops, Bullet showed his fangs, full of killing intent. Suddenly, Conqueror Haki broke out, directly shocking Smoker's attack. His whole person has become extremely stiff, and he can't even use the fruit ability. Similarly, Kuro slipped under the influence of Conqueror and flew out. However, his response was also very quick, one rolled forward and landed safely. But Buggy wasn't so lucky, and he landed on his nose. In order to buffer the damage caused by the fall, Buggy's body fell into pieces again, torn apart, and the ground was covered with Buggy's parts. Chapter 47 Buggy _Forever Drop God. Ha 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 ha, Marine brats, I promise to leave you with a whole corpse to thank you for making me play so much. Bullet is playing with Kuro et al. He only took 2 shots from start to finish and retained most of his power. This is no longer a battle, but pure play. In Bullet's eyes, the 3 of them are just toys, not even qualified to be his enemies. But he is also very clear that if he delays it, he will probably cause more trouble. So he started getting serious. I saw Bullet in front of Kuro in an instant. Kuro is the fastest, knocking him down first can make sure the others can't run away. The face of attack, Kuro's reaction is not slow. Spoon. Kuro used his super speed to dodge the Bullet's attack and counter-attack at the same time. But instead of wearing his own cat's claws, he took a standard saber. Shattered the moment it touched the bullet, leaving only a hilt for Kuro. Bullet opened his mouth wide, showing a cruel smile, and grabbed Kuro's head. Kuro tried to dodge with his own speed, but Bullet was faster than him. "Little devil, just because you want to hurt me? It's ridiculous." Without any suspense, Kuro was directly grabbed by Bullet and lost his ability to resist. Iron block change white fist. Seeing that Kuro was caught, Smoker was very angry, and immediately used his strongest move. "Ha ha ha, with Logia's abilities, I really think I'm invincible." Bullet threw Kuro out, then covered armament Haki with his right hand and punched Smoker. "Ah!" With a scream, Smoker flew upside down, knocked down dozens of trees, and then stopped. And his right hand drooped down, apparently dislocated. "Eat me." Buggy's secret super large missile. Buggy wanted to sneak up on Bullet, but a seemingly ordinary-looking missile flew out from the sole of his foot. But this one exploded as soon as it went out. Thick yellow smoke emerged from the missile, covering the surrounding tendencies. Buggy covered his nose, his face changed greatly. "Oops, the missile has the wrong location, it's a honey stink bomb." Without any hesitation, Buggy turned around and ran, not knowing whether it was because he was afraid of being killed by the bullet or his own stink bomb. Smoker and Kuro were retching in the same place, and they didn't even have the desire to run away. Bullet even frowned, covering his mouth and nose to open observation Haki, looking for Buggy's location. The smell was so unpleasant that it even reminded Bullet of the taste of devil fruit he had eaten at the time. More importantly, the smell persisted, and it was dozens of times more disgusting than the taste of devil fruit. "Red Nose, how do you want to die?" "Baba Baba. It's useless to call your father, if you dare to use a stink bomb, then I'll be the first to deal with you." "Death to Laozi." With a roar, Bullet rushed out of the yellow fog and attacked Buggy. Buggy's secret large missile. Buggy couldn't dodge, but he released another missile on the sole of his foot. When he saw this missile, Bullet was startled and ducked to the side. He was worried it was another stink bomb. It doesn't matter if you get hit, if you stink, it's really shameful. But this time Buggy's missile exploded normally. Instead of releasing a stench, it raised the surrounding area of 100 meters to the ground. The strong airflow even dispelled the smelly yellow fog. That's the power of Buggy missiles. See Douglas Bullet. This is the power of this uncle. Ha ha ha. Vomit. Buggy ran on his feet again, but his body was flying towards Bullet and Akimbo laughing, but he accidentally inhaled a stinky yellow mist and vomited it out. But at this moment, Bullet's big hand also appeared on Buggy's face. Such a coincidence. Buggy's vomit caught by him. Feeling the temperature in his hands, Bullet's face turned green. Buggy smiled shyly, then speeded up and escaped from here. "Mom, help." Under Buggy's extreme desire to survive, his potential exploded. The running speed has more than doubled. Bullet stood there in a daze, shaking the wet mucus in his hands, his face finally turned to black iron. "Red Nose. I'm going to tear you into pieces." Bullet's legs were bent, his face was hideous, and he rushed up instantly. At this time, he completely left Kuro and Smoker behind, and just wanted to kill Buggy. Kuro and Smoker looked at each other. The two of them never thought that they would be rescued by Buggy. Although this method of saving people is really hard to talk about, it still survives. Cough cough, we originally came to save Buggy, but he was rescued by him, what a shame. Smoker gave a wry smile and took his arm back. Kuro picked up his spectacle frame and took it back, said in a deep voice. "As expected of you, Lord Buggy. There is a reason why you can be valued by Lord Carl. It seems that I really underestimated you before." Kuro pushed the frame of his glasses, but the smell quickly rushed into the tip of his nose, making him gag. Smoker is even more unlucky. He is a smoke fruit person himself, and a small part of this yellow smoke with a strong smell mixed into him. For some time to come, this smell will not go away. At the same time, after Buggy used himself to exceed the limit, he went beyond the limit and ran for his life. A sudden, Bullet tried his best, but he couldn't keep up with Buggy. This surprised him at the same time, and even wondered if Buggy was once on the Roger ship, hiding his strength. In his impression, Buggy has no such speed. Then Bullet randomly picked up a stone from the ground and threw it out, trying to find out what happened to Buggy. But at this moment, Buggy fell to the ground with an unstable foot, and then grunted several times and rolled to the beach. Stone, which happened to be attached to Buggy's hat, flew out and fell into the sea, causing an uproar. Seeing this scene, Bullet's face became colorful. He found himself completely unable to see through Buggy. At this time, Buggy, with the scouring of the sea, suddenly became sore and weak. Bullet saw the opportunity and rushed up with a livid face. Red nose. Death to Lao-Tzu. Whoever wants to kill me, have you asked me? The moment Bullet rushed up, a sword chi descended from top to bottom, breaking through the air. This blow made Bullet's face change greatly. He did not hesitate to dodge back, but he still didn't dodge the blow. With the roar of sword energy, the bullet was blasted directly into the ground, raising a cloud of sand. Carl's magic weapon descended from the sky, his face was cold, and he slowly fell in front of Buggy. Buggy, you didn't, why are you so stinky? Chapter 48 _ in. Body strengthening. Devil descendant detected, Douglas Bullet, check-in available. Rang the first time Carl met Bullet. But he didn't focus on Bullet. Because the current Buggy is so stinky. A strong, nauseating smell spread from Buggy's body to Carl's nose. This made him subconsciously take 2 steps back, and then he used the ability of the fluttering fruit to remove the smell from Buggy. The wet Buggy was blown by a strong wind, and the whole person was frozen. He stared blankly at Carl, then gave a smirk. Master Carl, you are here, hee hee. I don't have to die, hee hee. Hee hee, hee hee. It stinks, hurry up and shut up. Carl frowned and motioned to the marine soldiers behind him to take him away. Buggy is so stinky right now that Carl doesn't want to say a word to him. It seems that you are Marine Carl. I heard that you are in the limelight recently, so you can just play with me. Ha 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 ha. The strongest fist. Bullet suddenly broke through the thick fog, jumped out of the deep pit, and rushed towards Carl. Although he still has doubts about Buggy, he thinks he is hiding his strength. But there was a stronger enemy on paper in front of him, and Bullet was too lazy to trouble Buggy. Punch is attached to armament haki, which is extremely powerful. In the face of this blow, Carl was not to be outdone, and also covered Geesh with armament haki, regretting Bullet's punch. Suddenly, the collision between the two caused a violent explosion. Carl and Bullet exploded in an instant. The powerful air wave even cracked the ground under the two of them, as if it would explode completely in the next second. Ha 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 ha, I'm so happy. It's so embarrassing to be chased by old Garp all this time. Today, I finally found a comparable opponent, and I can have a good time. It's so happy. Bullet roared, and the other fist also covered armament haki, smashing towards Carl's facade. Outdone, Carl took a step back, dodging Bullet's swift fist, and the backhand was a knife. The black cold light flashed across Bullet's body in an instant, leaving a clearly visible blood stain on his body. But Bullet's reaction speed was very fast. In an instant, he was where he was being attacked and covered armament haki, causing Carl's blow to fail. It's so fun. If it's against this bastard Garp, I'm afraid I've already fallen. With a grim face, Bullet glanced at the wound on his chest and grinned. Carl can tell from his tone that this guy's resentment towards Garp is too deep. But this is also normal. When Roger was being hunted by Garp, the resentment almost turned into reality. Even the Roger pirates couldn't get rid of Garp, and they would be harassed by him all the time. Not to mention the strength is not as strong as Roger, even the Bullet alone, how painful it is to be hunted down by Garp. Thinking of this, even Carl couldn't help sympathizing with Bullet. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to be chased by the marine hero Garp himself. Douglas Bullet, don't be stubborn anymore, now you are surrounded by our marines, there is no way to escape. If you surrender now, we marine can also consider taking it lightly. Carl wanted to kill Bullet though, to complete the extra check-in quest. But Marshal Kong's task is to capture it alive. The purpose is very simple, it is to prevent the fusion fruit from leaking out and create a second Bullet. The previous arrest of Golden Lion who escaped from prison was also a task of capturing alive, but Carl did not know about this task at the time. In addition, it was a skirmish at that time, and Carl had no way to get the order of the Marine headquarters in time. Even if he kills Golden Lion, it can only be regarded as a manslaughter, and Kong is not on his head. But this time was different, Carl received a clear mission order. Marine, Carl naturally couldn't contradict his boss, at least he couldn't be so willful before he became Vice Admiral or Admiral. Although he's pretty self-willed now. Just a little Marine, how dare you say that you surround Laozi with just this piece of garbage, what a shame. Bullet spat lightly, disdain written all over his face. In the blink of an eye, Bullet punched directly in front of the guest. A merciless punch, with a strange force, directly knocked Carl out. But Carl, with the ability of the fluttering fruit, fixed his figure in the air, and when the bullet struck again, he pinched his arm with his backhand. Little devil, get your dirty hands off. Suddenly being grabbed by Carl's arm, Bullet was a little annoyed and continued to attack Carl. But Carl did not let go, but increased his strength and squeezed his arm tightly. Although Bullet's body smells worse than buggy, but in order to complete the sign-in task. Endure it. The face of Bullet's counterattack, Carl raised Gitu with his right hand, blocked Bullet's blow, and started wrestling with the opponent. Carl's strange power is very strong, and if he simply competes for power, Bullet has gradually been at a disadvantage. And the most important thing is that the arm that Carl held tightly with his left hand has begun to bleed. This piece of muscle even showed some necrosis. Seeing this scene, Bullet was shocked. He didn't expect Carl's power to be stronger than himself. Get out of my way. With a roar from Bullet, Conqueror Haki rose into the sky, causing a gust of wind. At the same time, he also burst out with stronger power, forcibly breaking free from Carl's restraint. 10 seconds had passed, Carl ignored the opponent's Conqueror Haki, threw away a muscle that was buckled from the opponent's arm, and showed a handsome smile. Sign in the Devil's Descendants, Douglas Bullet succeeds, and gains the ability Hegemony, excellent. Body, excellence 3 times the density of the body. Body density tripled? When he heard the system prompt, Carl was a little stunned and didn't know what was going on. The power of hegemony looks exaggerated, but Carl doesn't know how the increase in body density will help him. This improvement is very vague, and I don't know what the specific improvement is. However, it was in this neutral position that Carl was stunned. Bullet saw the opportunity, covered armament Haki with both hands, and came to Carl's face. Look at my strongest punch. With a roar, 2 punches the size of sandbags appeared in front of Carl's eyes instantly. Carl had no time to defend, so he had to cover armament Haki all over his body to minimize the damage caused by the opponent. With a roar, Carl's whole body was blasted into the sky by Bullet like a cannonball. But soon, Carl manipulated the fruit ability, ignoring the inertia and stopping his body in mid-air. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, removed armament haki from his entire body, and nodded his head suddenly. So that's what happened. The increase in body density will not increase your strength and speed, but it will make your muscles firmer and your fighting ability will be greatly improved. This reminds me of the superheroes in the previous life movies. Their body density is basically 3 or 4 times that of ordinary people, or even higher. Chapter 49_Fight? It's really a good ability, no wonder Bullet's body is so exaggerated. It turns out that his body density is far beyond ordinary people. I just don't know if there will be an increase in physical strength, which remains to be determined. Carl stopped in the air, and basically analyzed the ability of hegemony. After this ability has increased his body density, as if he has really gained a physique, he can resist some of the enemy's attacks. Although I am not sure whether the defense will still be so strong when facing sharp weapons, but in terms of fighting ability, it has been greatly improved. At the same time, Bullet also saw that his strongest blow had no impact when facing Carl. This made his face a little ugly. He never imagined that the mere Marine kid would be so difficult to deal with. It seems that if you want to solve you must use all your strength. Bullet murmured softly, then took out what looked like a remote and tapped it. I saw a pirate ship similar to a submarine suddenly appeared on the sea, overturning all the surrounding warships. But Carl's reaction was also quick. He immediately used his ability to let those warships fly into the air, and then put them on the distant sea. In this way, no one will be sacrificed for this. At the same time, Bullet found an opportunity to come to the beach, forcibly moved his huge submarine to the sea, and then activated his fruit ability. Bullet fits. With Bullet's roar, this huge submarine instantly merged with him, forming a giant similar to Gundam. This height is at least 8 or 9 meters in size, and it is even taller than the height of ordinary giants. Marine Kid. I'll let you know next, what is despair? With the roar of Bullet, Conqueror Haki burst out. His Conqueror Haki is very strong and directly covers the entire island. Coupled with the huge mecha, the sense of oppression is huge. Bullet with such a wild smile, Carl also used Conqueror Haki to retaliate. All of a sudden, the two Conqueror Haki collided, causing a violent airflow, and even destroyed all the few trees around. 2 of them was just the collision of the Conqueror, which produced such a huge power, which made the Marines tremble and control the warships away from the island one after another. At the same time, Smoker turned into white smoke and flew from the sea with Kuro towards the Marine warship. They originally wanted to watch the battle on the island, but the collision of this Conqueror made them both very uncomfortable. If you don't leave quickly, I'm afraid your brain will be damaged to some extent. Why Smoker endured the pain and flew away with Kuro. It's really a good Conqueror. There are Conquerors in the Marine, and there is only Sengoku Admiral besides you. But Conqueror does not represent strength, and now I will let you know, what is despair. Feel the death. Marine Kid. Bullet let out a roar. The huge Gundam body, covered with armament haki, thinks that Carl is attacking aggressively. With a body like a hill, Carl had absolutely no way to resist, so he could only keep retreating and fly towards the sea. Carl couldn't resist every blow of Bullet, and every attack he made was equivalent to smashing over a hill. Today, only Whitebeard and Garp can smash the top of a mountain and level several mountains with one punch. Even Sengoku almost makes sense. Carl knows how much he weighs, so he won't fight Bullet head-on. He made full use of his advantages, created several water dragons, and attacked Bullet. What is the most afraid of Devil Fruit power users? Isn't it just sea water? And Carl's fruit ability, with the help of the system, eliminates all the side effects. In this way, on the sea, or by the sea, Carl faces some powerful Devil Fruit ability. Even if he can't defeat the opponent, he will not be defeated by the opponent. Even in the face of Whitebeard on the sea, Carl can force it to 55. Bullet in front of him, who is only a few years older than Carl, and his strength has not yet reached its peak. With the shaking of the sea and the islands, storm and water dragons swept Bullet's giant Gundam at the same time. Although it is said that Bullet can cover armament haki on the whole body. But still the problem, as a fruit person, he must avoid being touched by the sea. But Carl took a stab at it and gave his Gundam a bath directly. Even if this is a submarine, the combined Gundam will definitely have some loopholes after it is combined. Carl skillfully used water dragons and strong winds to put pressure on the Bullet, and slowly the inside of the Gundam began to seep water. Damn brat! Bullet certainly isn't sitting still. In the face of the pressure of water dragons and various storms, he abandoned his defenses, and he would suffer damage when fighting Gundam, and forcibly rushed out of the encirclement of water dragons and storms. Go to hell! The moment Bullet rushed out, several shells were fired from behind Gundam. Aim for Carl in the air. In the face of these shells, Carl waved his hand, and a chopper burst out of the air, destroying all the artillery fire. At the same time, this chopping wave is undiminished, rushing towards Bullet. Bullet squeezed it casually, and then crushed the chop wave, then jumped up, raised his hands high, and smashed towards Carl in the air. Bullet's tall strength is great, and his body is also very rigid. But after getting bigger, the speed dropped a lot. Previously, Bullet's own speed was almost on par with Carl's. But the current high speed simply can't catch up with Carl's elegant and coquettish position. Every movement of Carl is accompanied by the whistling of the wind, and the sense of agility brought by the fluttering fruit is not found in ordinary fruits. Even if Gundam's power is much stronger than Carl's, it's still useless if he can't hit anyone. Ordinary blow. Carl's eyes are sharp, and if he finds an opportunity, a backhand is a knife. Ling Ran's incomparable sword energy burst out of the air and landed behind Gundam, hitting him into the sea area of Yanbian. It's a pity that the sea surface is very shallow, only 5 or 6 meters deep. Compared with the height of 8 or 9 meters, it is not a threat at all. Bullet was driving the Gundam and quickly rushed out of the sea. Even though his body was wet, it was not affected too much. I have to say that using a submarine as a fitting target is indeed very powerful in terms of waterproof performance. Even the drainage performance is top-notch. Carl can clearly see that there is a drainage port under the feet, waist, and even both arms, which continuously drains the seawater from the body. Seeing this scene, Carl narrowed his eyes and thought of a good way to deal with Bullet. That's plugging his drain. After being submerged by the sea, there is no place to drain the water, see if he panics. Chapter 50_Soldiers never tire of deceit. The wind. Carl does what he thinks. I saw him summon a gust of wind that rolled up all the yellow sand and stones on the ground. Go straight to Gundam's various drains. Carl's movements were great, and Bullet quickly understood what he was thinking, and of course he wouldn't let it go easily. I saw Bullet jumped up again and smashed towards Carl in the air. But in air combat, the Bullet is completely inferior to the Carl. As long as Carl wants, he can completely avoid direct contact with Bullet. And more importantly, before the Bullet fell to the ground, Carl had already used his ability to block various holes in Gundam. Although Carl doesn't know what the holes in other places are used for. But Carl knew that just plugging it all in was enough. In the face of Carl's rogue style of play, Bullet is so angry. What he was expecting was a hearty battle, but he never thought that Carl would fight so wickedly. Bullet has no way to approach Carl at all, not even a chance to collide with him. This situation made Bullet very much not to go, and even once wanted to give up the fusion and use the flesh to fight Carl. But he suffered from hand-to-hand combat before, and he was a little afraid of Carl's power. Now he is in a dilemma, not knowing whether he should continue to fit together. But if he continues like this, he will definitely lose. Because there is not only a lot of seawater inside the Gundam, but even less oxygen. In addition to those air vents and exhaust ports, most of them were blocked by Carl. If we continue, this submarine should be scrapped after Bullet's fusion ability is released. You're really good boy, you actually dragged him down with such a rogue style, you didn't lose the old man's face. Ha 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 ha. A hearty smile suddenly reached Carl's ear. Then I saw a figure descend from the sky, and with one punch, the Gundam of the bullet was knocked into the air by a distance of dozens of meters. Facing the sudden fist, Bullet was obviously unable to cope. In a hurry, he can only control Gundam to stretch out one hand to defend. But the power of this punch is so terrifying. Directly knocked out Gundam's right arm. If this punch can directly hit Gundam's body, although it won't kill it in seconds, he's probably in a state of half-scrap. That's the power of a one-punch Garp. Terrible. Breathtaking. As expected of the old man, this punch has the momentum when he hunted down Roger. Carl gave Garp a thumbs up, and then put his eyes on the dense marine warship behind. Father, is Buster Call still released? Ha ha ha, you kid just want to destroy an island. Buster Call is only a preparatory plan, it is best not to use it if it is not necessary. Understood the old man, then hand him over to me. Hearing Garp's words, Carl licked his lips, with a frenzied look in his eyes, and rushed up instantly. At this time, Bullet recovered his senses, and then controlled Gundam to stand up from the ground. But the moment he stood up, Carl controlled the giant yellow sand dragon in the sky and rushed towards Gundam's wound. Crap! Bullet's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw the menacing Carl and several giant dragons rushing towards him. But instead of panicking, he controlled Gundam and fell to the ground, completely exposing his back, not knowing what to do. But in the next second, the dragon pounced on the ground, causing a violent explosion that shook the entire island. Carl waved his hand to dissipate all the smoke. I saw a huge pit with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters and a depth of more than 100 meters, appearing under Carl's feet. But there is no Bullet here. Not here. Carl turned on observation haki and looked around for Bullet's figure. Soon he found one of Gundam's arms, which was inserted straight into the pothole, and a faint flame was sprayed from the end of the arm. At the same time, a huge figure fell from the sky, like a meteor from the sky, and smashed straight towards Carl. Marine Kid. Go to hell. This huge Gundam has lost both arms. Apparently, Bullet used some method to break his arm to survive, so he avoided Carl's attack. At the same time, he also flew into the air and made a surprise attack on Carl. Facing the menacing Bullet, Carl calmly avoided, but at this moment, Gundam turned inexplicably. Taking a closer look, Carl discovered that there was an extra thruster behind Gundam's butt. The huge impact force forcibly helped him in mid-air, reversed the direction of falling, and rushed towards Carl. Then the robot suddenly became smaller. His legs disappeared, replaced by a long, big, thick stick-like object that appeared on Gundam's body. This stick-shaped object expanded rapidly and stabbed towards Carl. And this kind of operation. Seeing this scene, Carl was stunned. He didn't expect that Bullet's tallness could still have such a show. Carl. Seeing this scene, Garp broke into a cold sweat. As long as Carl is in danger, Garp will never say anything, and will be the first to rush to unload the bullet. But Carl calmly set up the ghost, and then turned on the fruit ability. Since you can't hide, then take the opportunity to give him a shot. With this thought in mind, Carl barely blocked the bullet's sure hit, and then he was seriously injured and spewed out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. But Bullet also lost the best opportunity to escape. In an instant, the earth below suddenly shook. The entire island actually moved on the sea. Garp felt the vibration under his feet and felt a little shocked. The surrounding marine warships sped away to avoid being affected by the sudden tsunami. Seeing the island suddenly move, the sandy beach under my feet turned into a rough sea. Bullet was completely dumbfounded. He does not have the ability to fly, and Gundam only has the ability to stay in the air for a short time. Blow just now was already the best chance Bullet had found. But he never thought that Carl even had the ability to move the island, which is really unacceptable. Carl endured the pain and used all his strength, holding a knife in both hands, and slashed at Bullet's body. A serious blow. With a roar, Gundam's body cracked. Cracks like spider webs began to appear on Gundam's body. Carl didn't stop, he took advantage of the opportunity that the other party couldn't resist, and kept attacking Gundam. And, Bullet lost his control over Gundam, and his body involuntarily rushed towards the ocean below. Carl kid. Bullet was full of resentment, unwilling to lose to Carl in this way. As strong as the broken leg and fallen golden lion Bullet, but because he can't fly, he is shot into the sea by Carl and loses the battle. Who will believe this if you say it? Chapter 51 _ Scary Ha ha ha, Bullet, you have today too. Garp burst out laughing and handcuffed Seastone to Bullet's hand. Garp also felt refreshed after Bullet was arrested. Garp was a little embarrassed when he captured Bullet, but now he's completely proud. Bullet's submarine can dive deep, plus he also has a Conqueror haki. This makes him unobstructed in the windless zone, and the Sea Kings will not go to trouble him. Garp's boat couldn't catch up to Bullet, and if it wasn't for Carl's help, the ghosts would never have caught him. At that time, in order to prevent Bullet from escaping again, I am afraid that Garp will order Buster Call to start at the first time. Hee, you Marines are always so despicable. You must have used this nasty way to deal with Captain Roger before, right? Bullet snorted coldly. Although he was arrested, he was not convinced. Especially the way he was defeated by Carl, which made him very unwilling. Strength of the two sides is obviously similar, Bullet just because he can't fly, and then was shot into the sea by Carl, resulting in losing the battle. He was really unhappy. But now Bullet has been controlled by Seastone's hands and feet. And his whole body was bound by an iron chain the thickness of a thumb. This approach is to prevent the Golden Lion from happening again, and escape with a broken leg. Ha ha ha, what a brat who won't admit defeat. If you're still unconvinced, go to Impel Down and pray. If you can escape one day, you can definitely seek revenge for this kid. Garp sidestepped the fire, putting pressure on both Bullet and Carl at the same time. But he didn't think that Bullet could escape in Impel Down. It's just that Carl was terrified as he listened. If it develops according to the original book, Bullet will really run out of Impel Down and become more powerful. Carl glanced at Garp sadly, then made up his mind. Never let Luffy and Ace become pirates. Even if they don't want to be Marine, I have to tether them to myself. Never give them the chance to become pirates. Especially the guy named Shanks. Carl will never let him come to East Blue, and make Luffy yearn for him. As long as the source is completely eliminated, it will be easier to reshape the three views. Carl can use the values of his previous life to fool the dragon into a lame, can't he still educate children? If it really doesn't work, I will take 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. I can't believe they can be so alive. As long as the original plot is guaranteed not to happen, Bullet will never come out. Carl sneered inwardly, and his joy was revealed on the surface. Carl, you're back to your senses. You start thinking wildly after defeating such a kid. It's really unstable. Ha 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 ha. Just when Carl was thinking about how to educate Ace and Luffy, who had not yet been born, Garp's voice pulled him back from his fantasy back to reality. Master, what else do you have to do? Carl asked casually. Old man haha isho and said again, I have nothing to do, just tell you that I plan to leave. Of defeating Bullet truthfully. It is estimated that you will return to the Marine headquarters and accept the deployment soon. So soon? I've only been in Logtown for a year, can't I wait? Carl frowned, not excited by the news. Garp was a little surprised. He didn't think of Carl, so he didn't want to go back to Marine headquarters. Master Garp, I still have things here that haven't been fully resolved. If you can you help me tell Mr. Sengoku that I plan to stay here for a while longer? A year or half a year is fine. I promise to go back to accept the scheduling as soon as the time is up, and follow the arrangement of the headquarters. Saying that, Carl began to wink at Garp. Garp was stunned for a moment, then slapped his forehead, and suddenly realized. Your heart is so meticulous, the old man almost forgot about this. Garp sighed and kicked Bullet on the ground angrily, grinning in pain. Okay, I try to help you with this matter. As for how long it can be delayed, I have to listen to Marshal Kong. Hey, it's good if you can say it. If Mr. Garp walks slowly, I won't let you eat. Carl waved at Garp, flew back to his warship, and took his own people away. This kid is really in a hurry. Garp chuckled, a look of doting in his eyes. If this old man's future grandson can be as sensible as he is, I hope Long won't let this old man down. Garp sighed, then picked up the bullet with one hand, and stepped on the moon step to return to his dog-supporting warship. Bullet was carried by Garp. He didn't dare to resist, and he didn't even bother to scold Garp. But he was full of resentment towards Carl. If there is a chance, he will definitely seek revenge on Carl. Original Hate Buster call, this time Bullet's target has become Carl. Carl returned to his warship and felt the strong smell. He wanted to throw Buggy, Kuro and Small from the ship directly. Kuro and Buggy are okay, the smell on their body, after a simple treatment on the boat, basically there is not much left. But Smoker is the one with the ability of smoke fruit. This smell, even if Carl put it in the sea and soaked it for more than an hour, did not dissipate. If it wasn't for the fact that Smoker drank too much water and fainted, he probably would have continued to soak in the water and would not have been salvaged. Buggy, like this weapon, you can research it later, but it's definitely not allowed to be used where there are people of your own. Otherwise, I will deprive you of all your strength and wealth, and give you more beneficial treatment than Smoker. Carl gritted his teeth, and Buggy, sweating profusely, stood at attention. Follow my orders. I will never develop a stink bomb again in the future. However, he quickly recovered his original appearance, showing a cheap smile, and said cautiously. That what? Master Carl, I have now developed nearly 1,000 stink bombs, all of which are stored in the Logetown warehouse. However, in the warehouse of this ship, there are still more than 50 projectiles hidden away, but I forgot the location. Do you think it is? There are more than 1,000 coins in the base. There are more than 50 coins here, and then you can't find the place yourself. Hearing Buggy's words, Carl became uneasy for a while, wishing to slap him to death. Smoker, who was awake at first, heard this sentence, his pupils shrank suddenly, he coughed twice and passed out. Kuro, who has always been calm, was trembling all over at this time, and shivered and walked outside and shouted loudly. Even his voice trembled with fear. All Marines looking for Buggy's stink bomb and all on deck. The speed should be fast and the action should be light. Be very careful, never detonate, or you will be at your own risk. An instant, all the Marines cheered up and carefully looked for the stink bomb. These Marines' faces are not very good looking, and even looking at Buggy, there is a sense of inexplicable fear. Chapter 52 Worried Sengoku. Logetown. Marine Base. Master Buggy, who has been busy for 3 days and 2 nights. He buried the projectile he developed with all his heart into a pothole in Logetown. This is the place that Carl specially opened up to bury the stink bomb for Buggy. And Carl also specially left a backhand for Buggy. If he wants to continue to use it, he will come here to get it. However, Carl is not responsible for maintenance, and Buggy takes care of it all by himself. As for the other Marines, they were already a little scared. They didn't want to get caught in it at all, or they'd turn into the smoker they are today. Today's smoker was killed by Buggy, and he stayed in his room all day long, and he became an autistic boy. As long as the smell on him didn't dissipate, smoker wasn't going to come out at all. It is for this reason that many Marines in Logtown have a fear of Buggy. Even the Logia devil fruit person was turned off by his special gas bomb. How terrifying is Buggy himself? Marines who don't know the truth make up in their minds. So these days, Marines respected him very much, and didn't even dare to make a loud noise in front of Buggy, for fear of annoying Buggy. They were even more cautious with Buggy now than they were with Carl. Kuro and Carl didn't bother about Buggy. As long as he can handle those things well, whether other people respect him or fear, Carl will not care. Belmir, is there any new news recently? According to the time, Mr. Garp should be back soon. There is a new news, but Marine has not announced the arrest of Bullet. The news of the sea train has been released, which has been delayed for nearly half a year, and the trial of Fishman Tom has also come to a conclusion. He was eventually sentenced to a 10-year suspended death sentence and asked to use the remaining time to build a sea train. This Fishman is really unlucky. He was sentenced to death just because he built a boat for Roger. CP9 is really domineering. Belmir was a little resentful. Naturally, she couldn't bear to see such injustice. But she has no ability to stop it, she can only complain here. Carl sighed, a little helpless. The thing about Fishman Tom is actually because the world government wants the blueprint of Hades, so it will deliberately embarrass Tom. Carl and Tom can be considered acquaintances, and the relationship can only be said to be not bad, but it is not much better. But Carl can try to see if he has a chance to rescue him during his 10 years of probation. Lord Carl, Sengoku Admiral is looking for you. While Carl continued to watch the news, Kuro walked in with a phone bug. Hearing him say it was Sengoku called made Carl a little worried. He called the bug at this time, obviously for Bullet's business. Master Sengoku, do you have any good news to inform me? Good news? What other good news do you want to hear? To me that you are okay is the greatest good news. Who would have known you, this kid, went to duel Bullet, do you know how dangerous he is? So is that bastard Garp, he's so reassuring to let you kill each other alone. The result is good, but what if you didn't kill him? I had a big fight with Garp over this, wasn't it because of you? Even if you have the ability to flutter fruit, you can't be so arrogant. I see that you are a little swollen recently, hurry up and go back to the headquarters base for me, calm down and talk about it. Sure enough, the moment Carl answered the phone, he was scolded by Sengoku, the person in charge. He had been contacted by Garp before, and Carl's mission was only to assist Garp in arresting Bullet. It wasn't dangerous, after all, there was Garp here. But when Garp went back and reported the matter, Sengoku got angry and even got into a fight with Garp. Carl didn't know the content of their quarrel. But nothing more than for the sake of his life's safety. In this regard, Carl was also a little unconvinced, and directly refuted Sengoku. Master Sengoku, it's not right for you to say that, Master Garp didn't take action because of my training. If everything is left to the people of your generation to solve, then the people of our generation will all be abolished, right? In other words, if the people here this time were Kyuzen and the others, would you still say the same thing? If you were them, you would at most offer a few words of condolences, and then praise their strength, not to quarrel here at all. Carl breathed a sigh of relief and finally said what he wanted to say. Being scolded all the time, even if the other party cared about him, Carl was a little impatient. Not to mention that Sengoku is somewhat unreasonable this time around. Belmir and Kuro, who were standing beside Carl, saw Carl speak so loudly for the first time. Even roaring at Sengoku Admiral, he couldn't help but admire from the bottom of his heart. On the other side of the phone bug, Sengoku was silent for about half a minute, and finally sighed. "Forget it, this time I'm so angry because I've always treated you like a child. Think about it calmly, with your current strength, you can even fight against me, let alone bullet. But you still remember it for me, when encountering such a dangerous person, at least 2 people are required to do something to him. This will not only ensure the safety of your own life, but also ensure that the task can be successfully completed. If you know the old man, stop nagging. Are there any other things? I don't believe that you called me, just to say such things." Carl pouted, not taking Sengoku's nagging to heart. Sengoku also knew very well that Carl didn't listen, so he could only sigh helplessly, and then he started talking about business. "Marshal Kong has recorded your military exploits, but you said you want to come back after a while. In this case, there is exactly one task here, and I will give you the specific meeting time and place in 3 months. After completing this task, you must return to the Marine headquarters. This is the death order of the empty marshal. As for the remaining 3 months, you are at your own discretion, and anything should be resolved as soon as possible. And don't forget to submit the information of the next Logetown commander. I will send someone to get it in 2 days." Sengoku babbled, but didn't say what the mission was, making it mysterious. But Carl didn't care, 3 months was actually enough for him. It's just to tune Ace's 3 views, in fact, more than a month is enough. Carl continued to listen to Sengoku's nagging like this. The two chatted for about half an hour before Sengoku hung up the phone bug. Carl's ears were finally clear. Then he turned his attention to Kuro and Belmere. "I'll be leaving East Blue in 3 months, Kuro and Belmere, you two, come with me. Smoker will take over as my commander here, Buggy will continue to assist Smoker. Do you two have any comments?" Chapter 53 Explain the future. "Let me pick up the commander of Logetown? Can I really?" In order to make Smoker stop autistic, Carl told him the good news immediately. "That's right, it's you, although you are still very young, but there is no problem with Buggy here to help you. Buggy will be your adjutant in the future, and I have already reported the situation to Master Sengoku. In 2 days, someone will come to review your information and strength, and you can just walk through the scene at that time. Don't worry about it." Carl said indifferently, not worried that there was anything wrong with Smoker. Even though he is very young, he is only 15 years old now, but under Carl's training, he can already be on his own. With Buggy on the side, Logetown is sure to have no problems. As for the other sea areas of East Blue, there is no guarantee. After all, he is not Carl. Without Carl's strong strength and background, some people will definitely dismiss him. At that time, it will depend on their ability, whether they can suppress these disobedient people. "But Lord Carl, if this is the case, I can't follow you, and I don't want to stay in such a small place." Smoker was a little unconvinced. He didn't want to stay here at all, but wanted to follow Carl to Marine headquarters. Hearing Smoker's words, Carl thumped directly on his head. Smoker covered his head with a whimper, his eyes filled with doubt. "Smoker, listen to me, the Great Root is much more dangerous than East Blue. Just remember Doflamingo who defeated you a year ago. There are so many people with his strength, and there are not a few who are stronger than him. And you haven't practiced haki yet, so if you go, you're courting death. Let me know when you will practice armament haki and observation haki, and I will allow you to follow me out to sea." Hearing Carl say that, Smoker covered his head, a little aggrieved. Buggy, who was beside him, never dared to speak, and only now did he find a chance to interject. "Master Carl, isn't it a bit too ostentatious for me to be an adjutant? If I meet someone I know, how should I explain it? Buggy wants to cry without tears." Carl knew who the acquaintance Buggy was talking about, but instead of naming him directly, He pinched Buggy's red nose. "Your red nose is already very ostentatious. I will not take you to the great route, just because the time has not come. When I'm qualified to lead a team alone, I'll come back and invite you on board in person." Speaking of which, Buggy's expression was mixed and mixed. Smoker's eyes lit up, but Carl gave him another bang right away. "Don't think about it. If you can't fulfill the conditions I said, you can stay here for the rest of your life. Since you said you want to follow in my footsteps, you must become stronger. If the situation of encircling and suppressing Bullet occurs again, no one will save you." As ordered. Hearing the name Bullet, Smoker cheered up and blushed. The original plan was good. If Smoker didn't want to fight Bullet one-on-one in the middle, it wouldn't have happened in the future. Fortunately, they were all right, otherwise Smoker would feel guilty for the rest of his life. "That's it for the time being. Smoker, you've been following Belmere recently, learning from her how to manage Logetown, and you're still as usual, Buggy." Saying that, Carl left Belmere here and winked at Kuro. Seeing this, Kuro followed Carl out. Them crossed the Marine Base Plaza and walked straight outside. Stop until they came to Roger's execution platform. Seeing the execution platform, Kuro pushed his glasses and asked in confusion, "Lord Carl, what are you bringing me here for?" "Kuro, you are very capable and talented, so I have a task that I need you to complete for me." "What mission?" "Infiltrate the Dark World. Become one of the underground bosses." Dark World. Hearing Carl's words, Kuro was stunned and had no idea what Carl's words meant. The Dark World is almost a secret to ordinary people, and even the Marine headquarters is rarely known. Carl can know this because of his memory from his previous life, and after the Zephyr family was assassinated, Sengoku and the others leaked. Kuro doesn't know that the Dark World is normal. In response, Carl found a private room in a cafe and explained to Kuro in detail what the Dark World is. The current Dark World is not as exaggerated after the plot begins in the future. The Dark World of this time period. It's only just started, and the future underground bigwigs are now only middle level at most. Some people haven't even entered it yet. For example, Doflamingo and Huang Tesoro. The two is still hanging out in North Blue, and the other is probably still a slave in Marie Joyce. Carl wants to make full use of his foresight, put Kuro into the Dark World to cultivate his ability and power, and increase his strength by the way. In Carl's past life memory, Marine and even the world government had a very poor grasp of the Dark World. Only then did Doflamingo cooperate with Kaido to resell artificial devil fruits. Therefore, Carl must hold the first-hand information of the Dark World in his own hands. Kuro has a high IQ and is perfect for this dangerous task. After hearing Carl's explanation, Kuro took off his glasses, wiped them, and brought them back. His hand wiping his glasses trembled. Carl could see that he was nervous, so he didn't rush him. "Master Carl, do you mean to say that you want me to go undercover? This is also the reason why you have only trained my strength this year, but did not give me the marine system, nor did you give me too many tasks?" "Yes, but my original plan was to wait another year and tell you about it. It's just that the plan hasn't changed quickly. I have to tell you now, but the decision is in your own hands. If you agree, I will try to find a devil fruit for you after a while to help you improve your strength. But you can also choose to refuse, and then I will keep you in Marine and get you arrested and train you like Belmere. As long as I have my own unit, both of you will be my lieutenants." Hearing Carl's words, Kuro was a little moved. From the cultivation of more than a year to the remarks just now, Kuro understands that Carl values himself very much. And it's not the first time he's been an undercover agent, so he naturally knows what an undercover agent should do. Kuro hesitated for a while, and finally said decisively, "I agree." Chapter 54_3 months. 3 months passed in a flash. Things have largely stabilized for East Blue. The past 3 months, Smoker has learned from Belmere and has mastered most of East Blue's situation. Everything in Logetown has been handed over, and Smoker will officially become the commander of Logetown starting today. Carl has stepped down from this position and is ready to go to the NICE lobby on standby. Sengoku gave him a phone bug 2 days ago, and asked him to arrive at the NICE lobby within 10 days to stand by, waiting for the Marine troops to gather. The people gathered were Vice Admiral from the Marine headquarters, Akainu, and Kyuzan, and some disciples of Zephyr. These Marines include Yamakaji, Anigamo, Momanga, etc., a series of future Marine pillars. It's just that they are still very young now, just a few years older than Carl, and their strength is not as strong as the future. Then Carl also asked Buggy a few words, and let him keep an eye on Shanks' news. Notify Shanks as soon as he shows up on East Blue. That's the task Carl gave Buggy. Buggy obliged to accept it. As for whether he would actually obey Carl's orders, it was uncertain. But it doesn't matter, Carl is in Windmill Village anyway, and there are other people who can help. Buggy is just another insurance. If Shanks really appeared in Windmill Village, Carl would let Dodden and Rouge inform himself as soon as possible. The purpose is to prevent Shanks from hooking up with Makino and bringing down Ace and destroying his educational achievements. For the past 3 months, Carl did nothing but educate Ace every day. He used the ideological and moral lessons of his previous life, as well as some political science, to teach Ace what is justice and what is evil. To this end, Carl even used himself and Roger as an example, and also told Ace about his execution of Roger. This caused Ace and Carl to be in trouble for nearly a week. But in the end, Ace figured it out on his own. Under Carl's teaching, he already thought that the pirates in this world are not a good thing. So instead of being a pirate, he is going to hunt pirates. But out of hatred for Marine, he won't join Marine either. In this way, after being trained by Carl for 3 months, Ace made his goal clear. Hunt all the pirates. This is Ace's dream after being trained. Although the results were good, Carl always felt that something was not right. However, the time is too hasty, and the current results of this education are still relatively small. However, Carl wanted to stabilize Ace's 3 views. Carl decides to compile a political book and give it to Rouge. Although Rouge may not understand, but reading to Ace according to the book, there is no problem. As for the content of this book, Carl wouldn't say that this is a small part of Mao's previous life, which is suitable for this world, and compiled into it. As for what Ace will look like in the future, it depends on fortune, and Carl can't control so much at the moment. Finishing things in Logetown, Carl sent Rouge and Ace back to Windmill Village. Immediately after that, Carl went non-stop, taking Belmere and Kuro to the Windless Belt, ready to enter the Great Route. Just before entering the Windless Zone, Carl saw a very large ship with a dragon's head, docked on the shore of an island in their route. This ship has no flags, not even any signs, but it looks full of depression. The ship was like this, docked next to a small island, looking suspicious. Lord Carl, this ship looks a bit strange, should we investigate it? Kuro pushed his glasses, and with his IQ, spotted the oddity of the ship at first glance. Belmere was a little puzzled, what's so strange about this ship? First, in such a small area of East Blue, we have never seen such a large ship, even Admiral Carey's ship is smaller than this. Second, I feel very depressed about this ship, and my intuition tells me that the owner of this ship is definitely a big man. Kuro gave his analysis, but Belmere was a little bit unconvinced. Just your gut feeling? It's not good for our Marine's reputation if you check the wrong person. Don't worry, Belmere, sometimes, a man's intuition is very accurate. Carl smiled, took over the words, and controlled the warship to sail towards the island. If I told you that I know the owner of this big ship, what would you do? Master Carl, do you know the owner of this ship? Kuro and Belmir were suddenly surprised. They both guessed for a long time, but Karl said that they knew each other. Before co-authoring, they were all in vain. Karl laughed silently. He just slowly docked the ship to the shore and flew down with Belmir and Kuro. Belmir, what is the name of this village? How many households are there? Where is the largest household? Report. This village is called Seymour's Hiji village. There are less than 300 households in total. There are no big households. They are all ordinary people who make a living by fishing. No big family. Then what is he doing here? Hearing Belmir's words, Karl felt a little incomprehensible. He knew very well that this big ship was the ship of Monkey D. Dragon. The ship was built by Ronto a few years ago, before Roger was executed. At that time, Long had already had the idea of forming a revolutionary army, but he didn't take it into action, he just kept wooing Karl. It was not until he was explicitly rejected by Karl 4 or 5 times that he gave up the idea of wooing him. Now that the dragon has reappeared in East Blue, and it is still in such a little-known village, it is really puzzling. Lord Karl, what are we going to do next? Kuro asked aloud. Karl walked away and frowned, a little speechless. Let's go into the village and ask, you will always know where he went. At the same time, just when Karl took Belmir and Kuro into the village to find the dragon. At this time, Long was in a small dojo, drinking tea and chatting with a man with eyes and wearing a samurai uniform. Mr. Kazuhiro, as a great swordsman, you have extraordinary strength, but you have nowhere to use your strength, isn't this a waste? Although the revolution is difficult, it depends on human beings. All of us in the Revolutionary Army are passionate young people who yearn for freedom. I suggest that you overthrow this world and liberate this world with me. I believe that together we can build a better society and defeat all oppression. In the end, we will give the people a prosperous, democratic, civilized, harmonious, free, equal, just, rule of law, patriotic, dedicated, honest and friendly world. Chapter 55 Kazuhiro. Mr. Kazuhiro? Did you listen to me carefully? The goal of our Revolutionary Army is very great. As long as we join the Revolutionary Army, we will all be good comrades who live and die together, advance and retreat together. Long is impassioned and has been spreading his ideas, trying to win Kazuhiro into the Revolutionary Army. The current Revolutionary Army is very small in number, and it is not more than 100 people in full. Moreover, he is the only one with high-end combat power. If he can't find a trusted master, Long's plan will probably be implemented after several years of delay. But Kazuhiro obviously didn't listen. He just put his glasses on the table gently, and then took a sip of steaming tea. Every word you say, I understand it separately, but when you connect it all together, why is it so confusing? To be honest, I was also confused by this theory at first, but gradually I came to understand that this is the way to truly realize the harmony of the world. So please promise me, Mr. Kazuhiro. Monkey D. Long rarely asks for help, this time I will be yours. Long lowered his head and lowered his posture to the lowest level. It can be seen from this that how much Dragon attaches importance to Kazuhiro in front of him. Kazuhiro saw the sincerity shown by the dragon. Although he had some thoughts, he finally sighed. To be honest, it's not that I don't want to follow you, it's that I can't. Mr. Long, although the two of us have a good personal relationship, my baby is about to be born and I can't leave them. The child is going to be born. That's really good news, congratulations, Mr. Kazuhiro. Hearing Kazuhiro's words, Ryu also sighed. The child is about to be born, and it is even more impossible for Kazuhiro to join the Revolutionary Army. No one wants to risk their life to be the enemy of the world government for the sake of their children. More importantly, if Kazuhiro really agreed, then he would travel around the world with his wife and children and live a hard life. Even the dragon would not have the heart to let his wife and children suffer with him. Not to mention a gentleman like Kazuhiro. So Kazuhiro rejected himself, and dragon accepted it. Since this is the case, I will use tea instead of wine. Today we don't have anything to do with the Revolutionary Army, and we just treat it as an exchange between old friends. That's the best. Kazuhiro nodded and finally relaxed a lot. He was brainwashed by Long's various long-winded speeches before, which made his head even bigger. Now that Long Xiao stopped, Kazuhiro was much cleaner, and Long even showed a naive smile. My wife told me that she also wanted a child, so I planned to have the child out for the next 2 years, which was not a concern for our family, and I just happened to be able to concentrate on my work. Really? Then I also congratulate you in advance, and wish you and your wife an early child. Haha, then I'll congratulate you in advance too, big brother. Just as Kazuhiro and Ryu were communicating, a voice descended from the sky and came directly to the door of the living room. After that, Ryu and Kazuhiro saw figures in marine uniforms appearing here. Seeing his appearance, Kazuhiro immediately clenched the word Hideo by his hand, as if he was facing a great enemy. However, the dragon didn't care, but waved to the person in front of him. Carl? Are you here too? Come in and have a good chat with me? Hee, I have nothing to talk about with you, and it won't do me any good to be with you. Don't tell me you're still using it. The theory I told you fooled others, and the result hasn't fooled you yet? What a blast! Carl poked his thumbs down with both hands, the lines on his face were obviously Joe, and the expression of contempt was revealed on the surface. Koshiro is detected, you can sign in. Kazuhiro. Just when Carl despised the dragon, the system sounded. Then he discovered that the man sitting opposite the dragon was indeed somewhat similar to Kazuhiro. It's just that he is younger and more energetic than in the original book. Just when Carl was observing Kazuhiro, a big face rushed to the door and shouted loudly. Dragon! Marine has entered the village, should we? Ah! How come you Marine is so fast? The big-faced monster is none other than the she-male King Ivankov. Carl had met him on the street before, but before Carl could catch him, Ivankov ran away. Then Carl asked Belmir and Kuro to go back to the boat and wait, while he flew over with Ivankov. Then Carl's observation Haki sensed the breath of the dragon, so he smelled it and found it. Ivankov ran on his feet, naturally much slower. Facing Carl in front of him, he was facing a great enemy. As long as the dragon gave an order, he would attack Carl. Long, this person is your subordinate. Next time you ask someone to take control, you'd better change to someone smarter. His response is really bad. Carl shook his head and spoke poorly of Ivankov. He also triggered Ivankov's sign-in at first, but Carl didn't want to gain his abilities. Whether it's a death wink, a hormonal fruit, or the ability of a women's clothing boss, he doesn't want any of them. Hearing Carl's words, Long sighed, then waved his hand. Ivan, go back to the boat first, I know this Marine, there is no danger, don't worry about me. But, dragon. Ivankov was obviously a little worried, but Ivankov glanced at Carl, who was smiling, and the relaxed expression of the dragon, and then he left here a little reluctantly. This should be Mr. Kazuhiro, right? I've admired the name for a long time. I'm Colonel Marine Carl. Seeing Ivankov leave, Carl didn't care about him either, but clasped his fists at Kazuhiro to pay his respects. You know me. Haha, I heard a little, I have a little friendship with Roger, I heard from him. Carl was talking nonsense, Roger was dead anyway, and the other party wanted to ask for proof, but he was dead without proof. So it was Roger who told you, that guy is indeed a genius, capable of doing bigger things, but it's a pity he died too early. Having said this, Kazuhiro suddenly froze for a moment, then put on his glasses again, and carefully observed Carl's appearance and figure. "Your name is Carl, and you look a lot like him. Could it be that you are the Marine who declared that he wanted to be the enemy of all pirates on the execution platform? Hey, it's down." Carl's mouth slightly raised, his hands clasped together, full of arrogance. Long was drinking tea, watching Koshiro's expression all the time, ready to save people at any time. Kazuhiro stared at him, his expression constantly changing, and finally took off his glasses with a sigh, and let go of the hand that held Kazuichi. "Forget it, it doesn't make any sense to say that people are dead, boy. Before I change my mind, you should leave now." Chapter 56 I am the face person. Does this drive people away? I haven't signed in yet, how can I leave? However, Carl was still a little puzzled as to why Koshiro's attitude towards him suddenly changed so much. Ahem, Mr. Kazuhiro used to have a good relationship with Roger, although according to his words, after Roger went to sea, the two didn't communicate much. But their personal friendship in the past was quite good, so Carl, you should understand what Mr. Kazuhiro meant. Long explained. Kazuhiro sat on the ground and slowly tasted the tea with both hands, without even looking at Carl. Carl nodded knowingly, and then showed a smile. "It's okay, if Mr. Kazuhiro doesn't want to see me, that's your freedom, but before I leave, can I shake your hand?" "Handshake? What are you guys paying attention to?" Kazuhiro squinted his eyes, looking at Carl with a slightly displeased expression. Long looked a little embarrassed by the side. The relationship between Kazuhiro and Carl, although not mortal enemies, is not friendly either. "Senior Kazuhiro, if you don't want to shake hands, can I have a discussion with you?" Carl retracted his right hand in embarrassment, and then put his eyes on the word Hideo. Zoro's saber in the future, but Zoro is not here right now. And this is not a gym in Shimatsuki village. The Katoichi character is still the saber belonging to Kazuhiro. Humph. My child is about to be born, and it's not advisable to do anything during this time. If it were the same as before, you wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to me at all. Kazuhiro snorted coldly, his mood getting worse and worse. Carl scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "So that's what happened. Congratulations to the seniors on the happy son. Then I won't bother, you two will chat slowly." Koshiro's strength is unknown, but at least he is close to Admiral S. There was no need for Carl to offend the opponent because of his ability, and the future Kazuhiro was much gentler than he is now. So Carl plans to try again in the future. Anyway, the sign-in task will not disappear when the sign-in task is triggered. You can sign in at any time. But before leaving, Carl still has something to say to Kazuhiro. "Mr. Kazuhiro, I have a small suggestion, I hope you can listen to it." "What advice?" Hearing Carl's words, Kazuhiro was obviously a little impatient, but he listened patiently. Against Marine is not good for Kazuhiro. After all, he still has to live, so naturally it is impossible for him to be a direct enemy of Marine. If Koshiro-senpai is willing, you can open a kendo hall to recruit disciples. In this way, our Marine can also cooperate with your kendo club and directly recruit high-quality students to join Marine. Although I have never experienced your swordsmanship, if your swordsmanship is weak, I don't think it is possible for a dragon to invite you, right? How about giving me Carl a face? Promise me there is only good for you, no harm. The corners of Carl's mouth twitched slightly, as if to throw an olive branch to Kazuhiro. If he agrees, Carl can even find an opportunity to connect his daughter Kuina to Marine to avoid future tragedies. It is even possible to deceive Zoro into Marine, so that the Straw Hats are likely to reappear in this world in another way. Carl, are you planning to come and rob me? You know the current situation of Marine and the world government, and you want to drag others into the fire pit? Long, what you said is wrong, I do not deny your thinking, the Revolutionary Army is a good road. But reforms within Marine and the world government are also important, so what's wrong with having Marine in power as long as Tenryabito and the Gorosei/5 elders can be brought down? You said that before, but are you sure that you can be this marshal and change the Marine? It's definitely not possible to rely on me alone, but I can cultivate the talents I need. I'm a dozen years younger than you, and I have time. As soon as these words came out, Long was speechless, because Long was 33 this year, and he was indeed quite old. Carl and Dragon go head to head. Both of them had basically the same purpose, both targeting the high-level world government of Tenryabito and the Gorosei/5 elders. But the dragon's idea is to directly overthrow the world and win peace by war. Carl wants to completely change the interior of Marine, and in turn put pressure on Tenryabito and the Gorosei/5 elders. Compared with the dragon's method, Carl's method is more difficult and requires more powerful strength and power as support. But if it succeeds, it will be more justifiable, less risky than Long's revolutionary army, and it will not sacrifice too many people. It's just that the two of them have been arguing about this all the time. Fortunately, Garp didn't know about this, otherwise the old man would have rewarded both of them, one for each soul. I didn't expect you to think like this, it seems that I misunderstood you. Originally, I thought you were willing to do things for Tenryabito, but I didn't expect you and the dragon to have this kind of ambition. Young people today are really not easy. Kazuhiro sighed, then put on his glasses, got up and walked into the yard with the words Hitoichi in hand. Don't you want to learn from me? In order not to disturb my wife, let's try a few simple tricks. And what you said, the proposal about Kendakang is good, I agree with this proposal, but I will only work with you personally in the future, and it has nothing to do with Marine. Kazuhiro said slowly, and then pulled out the word Hideo, exuding a lingering aura. His eyes have also changed, as sharp as golden lion, making people feel a great sense of oppression. Hearing Koshiro's words, Ryu's expression was a little ugly. He talked so much at length, and in the end, only Kazuhiro disagreed. As a result, Carl said a few words here, and Kazuhiro recognized him. Is this the gap between people? It's so hurtful. Carl was also stunned for a few seconds, and he didn't quite know what was going on, why the other party suddenly recognized him. But at this moment, the system sound suddenly rang. System prompt, hidden attribute give me a face start successfully. Remarks, this property is passively enabled, unlimited, randomly triggered, variable target, and variable duration. After hearing the sound of the system, Carl suddenly remembered that his face was improved after he killed Higuma, the bandit king. But at that time, he did not get any ability, which made Carl think that it was a souvenir like the title. As a result, this ability was triggered today, which is really strange and surprising. Carl quickly opened his system panel, and he saw a hidden attribute next to the ability. Give me a face. It is such an ability that has just played a key role in successfully allowing Kazuhiro to recognize Carl in a short period of time. Who is the face person now? Shanks. Face fruit. Put me back all the way. Chapter 57_simple discussion. Haha, since Senior Kazuhiro has already said so, then I'll be more respectful than obedient, and have a good experience with your swordsmanship. Carl's mouth was slightly raised, and his joy was revealed on the surface. Hidden ability, give me a face, inexplicable trigger, let Carl feel smooth. Was prompted before when Higuma was killed. But Carl didn't care, but he didn't expect that this trivial ability today played such a big role. Senior Kazuhiro, I am a fluffy fruit person and a swordsman. My swordsmanship usually matches my fruit ability, I hope you don't mind. It doesn't matter, just let the horse come over. I don't need to be afraid of a hairy boy like you. Kazuhiro nodded, ignoring Carl's warning. Although Carl and Kuzan teamed up with the three of them, they killed Golden Lion and even defeated Bullet alone. But Kaohiro doesn't think that Karl's strength is so strong, because he is too young, he is not even 20 years old now. Seeing this scene, Long couldn't help shaking his head. Karl grinned, revealing his big white teeth. Haha, then I'll go. Household slash. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to stand still, and even the air stopped circulating. Karl came to Koshiro's back in an instant, and slowly took the 3 generations of ghosts back to the scabbard. Suddenly, the wind is blowing. There were several traces of slashing on the ground, and even the surrounding walls were blown down by this sudden gust of wind. Only Kaohiro had no trace in front of him. But his expression was a bit ugly, and Vivi trembled as he held Hideyi's hand. This strength and speed are so exaggerated that I could barely hold a knife with one hand. Kaohiro sighed, and then held the knife in both hands, which stopped the trembling of his right arm. Next, it's me. Kaohiro took a deep breath and turned around. A swift silver sword chi charged towards Karl with a lingering aura. The power of this blow is basically the same as Mihawk's attack against Whitebeard in the original book. It is also the sword chi that smashes the sky, opens mountains, and cracks rocks, and also carries the lingering momentum unique to Deji and Hao. Facing the sudden sword chi, Karl held the knife in both hands and blessed the weapon with fluttering fruit, and then reluctantly changed the direction of his sword chi and smashed it into the sky. In an instant, the sword energy rushed towards the mist, completely dispelling the darkness, and even dyeing the sky with a layer of dazzling silver. Under the illumination of the sun, the little silver light should be in the sky, as beautiful as the starlight. Seeing this scene, Karl was also a little surprised. He is a swordsman himself, so he naturally knows what the scene represents. This is the unique sword intent of Kaohiro, and it is the lifelong pursuit of all swordsmen. No fighting, the 2 of us really want to move our hands, and the movement is too big, which is not good for my wife's body and the development of the fetus. However, with your strength, and giving you more than 10 years to grow, it may be possible to achieve what you said. And I have a hunch that your future achievements are even higher than Long. It's a pity that I didn't get to know you earlier. Kaohiro sighed with admiration for Karl in his eyes. This is in stark contrast to the various dislikes he had with Karl in the first place. It even made the dragon beside him a little tasteful. By the way, I heard that you seem to be the adopted son of Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, right? So why do you still know Roger? You Marines and pirates, it's generally impossible to have an intersection, right? Kaohiro asked what he wanted to ask from the beginning, but Karl scratched his head and began to change the subject. Senior, there is nothing to talk about my identity, but I have a small request, I hope you can agree. What request? Please shake my hand. Kaohiro. At this time, Kaohiro was thinking about whether this child would be beaten up. Even at this time, he still thinks about shaking hands, which is really confusing. However, Kaohiro still complied with Karl's request and shook hands with him for 10 seconds. Sign-in has been completed, swordsmanship improved to perfection. The sound of the system sounded, and Karl smiled and showed his excitement. Originally, Karl's swordsmanship was already at an excellent level. Now, after signing in Kaohiro, he has directly improved it to perfection. Roughly speaking, Karl now has at least 4 abilities at the perfect level. However, after the perfect level, there is a very vague level, and Karl can't see what level it is. It's just that for now, the perfect level is the highest level, and that vague level is estimated to be unlocked only after the system is upgraded again. Is it so exciting to shake hands? But it's good for you. Only by maintaining the heart of a child can you go further in the path of the sword. Kaohiro felt more and more that there was something wrong with Karl's head. However, he did not say it explicitly, but expressed his experience in the tone of a person who had come over. Karl Vivi nodded and accepted it humbly. Long looked a little uncomfortable from the side, and didn't know whether it was because of Karl's vinegar or because Kao's hero was fooled by Karl. But he found one thing from here: in terms of flickering ability, he is still inferior to Karl. Otherwise, he would not have been convinced by Karl's theory, and then he had the idea of creating a harmonious society. Then the three of them briefly chatted for a few words, and Karl left the table first. Karl also needs to go to the NICE lobby to assemble, can't stay here for too long, naturally he has to leave quickly. Kao's hero said that when his wife and children are stable, he will open a kendo hall to recruit disciples, and he will discuss the cooperation with Karl in detail at that time. After the two of them exchanged phone bugs and Vivre cards, they said goodbye to each other reluctantly. This scene made the dragon even more delicious. What a big cheat! Leaving Seymour's Hiji village, Karl continued going with Belmir and Kuro. Because of the delay of nearly a day, Karl intends to speed up the sailing. It will take a few hours from here to the windless zone. But under the influence of Karl's fluttering fruit, they had arrived at the center of the windless belt in less than an hour. Since this warship is just an ordinary warship, around them, there is a group of sea kings who want to wait for the opportunity. After seeing these sea kings, Belmir's face was pale, his body trembled, and he felt a little scared. Even Kuro couldn't help but get nervous. I am afraid that they have not seen as many sea kings as they have seen since childhood. Are you afraid of the sea kings? Although the number is indeed a bit large, the horror of the Great Root is far more than here. All cheer me up, there will be sea kings attacking us in a while, and let the two of you solve it. This is my test for you. Chapter 58_9 Snake Pirates. Karl's voice just fell. A huge sea king sprang out of the sea, rose into the air, and opened its bloody mouth toward Karl's ship. The size of the sea king is nearly a kilometer, which is considered to be the smallest among the sea kings. But even so, its size is far larger than Karl's warship. For the convenience of going to an ice lobby, Karl just set off with Belmir and Kuro. Therefore, the total length of the boat they were on was only more than 100 meters. Compared to the giant sea kings that are nearly 1,000 meters in front of them, they are like toys. You two give it a shot and see if you can get it back. In the Great Root, there are many people who can kill the giant sea kings of about a kilometer in one blow. Therefore, if the two of them want to occupy a place in the Great Root, such training is essential. Although Karl doesn't have to let the two of them kill the Sea King in seconds, at least they need to connect their courage. Otherwise, it would be a bit embarrassing to see his Sea Kings in the future and still be scared. I see. Kuro took a deep breath, put on the cat's claw gloves, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Spoon. Kuro jumped up and rushed towards the bloody mouth in front of him. This blow instantly hit both eyes of the Sea King, causing it to suffer, and then relying on his own speed, he left many scars on the Sea King's body. But unfortunately, his strength is not enough, and it is not enough to hurt the root of the Sea King. But Belmir is close behind. She stepped on the moon step and instantly came to the front of the Sea King class, and hit a blow with all her strength. Iron Nugget change Iron Fist. Boom. Under the action of this force, the entire head of the Sea King was instantly sunken by more than 10 centimeters. This blow knocked the Sea Kings back into the ocean, but the opponent did not die, but escaped after being severely injured. Although Belmir has mastered Marine Rokushiki, he is not proficient in using it. Iron Nugget is one of her strongest moves, but even so, she tried her best and couldn't kill the Sea Kings. Not even Kuro could deal a fatal blow to the Aquaman. It can be seen that the current strength of the two of them is simply not enough to enter the Great Root. Sure enough, the time is too short. If you give me another year, the strength of the two of you should not be so weak. Karl shook his head and swung a sword. A huge chopper blasted into the sea. In the sea behind the warship, a huge ocean canyon with a meandering kilometer appeared in an instant. Slash the sea with a knife. Karl is very satisfied with his current swordsmanship. At the same time, Kuro and Belmir gasped. The two of them even saw that dozens of giant sea kings with a body size exceeding 1,000 meters were followed by them in the rear, and they were divided into two by Karl, and none of them survived. It can be said that the one that was beaten away before was the luckiest, because it survived by accident and was spared death. Although Kuro and Belmir knew that Karl's strength was very strong, every time they saw Karl's shot, they would feel extremely shocked. I don't ask you, you can definitely reach my strength, but you must not slack off. Otherwise I can't keep you safe, especially Kuro. Only me, Belmir, Garp and Sengoku know how you entered the dark world. Although very few people know you, your strength is especially important for safety. Got it? I will definitely live up to your expectations and do my job well. Kuro stood at attention and saluted, with a serious expression. Karl nodded, and then continued to control the warship to sail forward. Navigating in the windless zone will always have Neptunes appearing. In order to exercise both Belmir and Kuro, Karl began to exercise them. Conqueror Haki to drive away these sea kings only when the two of them can't bear it anymore. During this period, you can also taste the difference between the sea kings in the windless belt and the sea kings in other regions. After a day and a night like this, it was about to sail out of the windless zone, but Belmir discovered that there was a pirate ship not far away. There is actually a pirate ship here? Isn't the other party afraid of death? Hearing Belmir's words, Kuro also picked up the telescope to look into the distance. I haven't seen the flag before, and there are 9 snake heads around the skull, which looks a bit weird. Skull surrounded by 9 snake heads? Isn't this the 9 snake pirates? How did they appear here? Hearing Kuro's words, Karl was shocked for a while, then he picked up the telescope and looked at the pirate ship in the distance. At the same time, the people of the 9 snake pirates also saw the warship on Karl's side. As the captain of the 9 snakes pirates, Gloriosa is valiant at this time, and she is still a beautiful woman, not an old woman at that time in the future. Mother-in-law. There are marine warships ahead. Shall we go and rob them? A young girl with an extraordinary appearance and a natural beauty looks like a beautiful blank. Gloriosa glanced at her, shook his head and said, Hancock, although this is your first time out to sea, you must understand that our pirate team try not to conflict with marine. Why? Aren't we a pirate group? Isn't it normal to fight with marine? Hancock was young, he didn't understand some things, but Gloriosa didn't know how to explain it to her. Hancock, you have to understand that we are not those tyrannical pirates who do all kinds of evil. There is no need to conflict with marine, even for Amazon Lily, we can't offend marine. And you're only 10 years old now, with your strength, if you really fight marine, you won't be able to help at all. So listen to me, stop fantasizing about fighting with others, it's not good for you. Humph. Stinky Granny. Hearing Gloriosa's words, Hancock put his hands on his hips and pouted, his face full of arrogance. Gloriosa sighed and continued to observe Marine's position. But then she discovered a terrible thing. That marine warship actually flew into the air, heading towards him. Damn it! Everyone listens, turn the bow, and retreat at full speed. As ordered. Following Gloriosa's order, the surrounding Amazons did not understand why she was so nervous, but still obeyed her order. Hancock was a little puzzled, then snatched the telescope from Gloriosa's hand and looked into the distance. But she soon opened her mouth wide with an incredible look on her face. Mother-in-law. Their warships can fly? Yeah, their ships can fly, just like the Golden Lion's fleet. Chapter 59 _ useful name. Gloriosa detected, check-in available. Boa Hancock detected, check-in available. Karl stopped the ship in the air and came to the ship of the 9 snake pirates alone. At the same time, Karl took advantage of the trend and put the title of Friends of Women on himself. All the Amazon female warriors here are still a little nervous when they see Carl. But when they found out that Carl was a man, they suddenly started whispering, and even their faces flushed. They didn't know what they were thinking. Even Gloriosa and Carl had an inexplicable urge to tie the knot with him. However, her will was still firm, and she quickly put this idea behind her. In the field, only the youngest Hancock was not affected too much. Carl's friend of women title, which works better with older people. But if it's just for a little girl, unless she already has a good opinion of herself, it's difficult for a strange little loli to directly have a good opinion of herself. This is also the result of Carl's research in the past 3 months when he was bored. The oldest present was naturally Gloriosa, who bore the brunt and suffered the most. Hey! Stinky Marine! Are you a man? You look handsome, so are you trying to arrest us? Hancock put on a fighting stance, showing his slender white arms and legs, ready to attack Carl. Gloriosa, who was still in a trance, suddenly woke up when he heard Hancock's words, and then grabbed Hancock's little hand and dragged her back. It's such a terrifying charm ability. Even I was recruited, but aren't you a fluttering fruit ability? Why do you have other fruit abilities? Gloriosa asked with lingering fears. Hearing her words, the other female warriors around came to their senses at the same time, and they picked up the guys and surrounded Carl. Fruit power? You underestimate me too, Ms. Gloriosa. It's just that I'm naturally handsome and my own charm attributes, but this kind of thing is not worth mentioning. The corners of Carl's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a handsome smile, which once again made Gloriosa's heart skip a beat. No. Absolutely don't look at him. This Marine is so weird. That's what Gloriosa was thinking, so she just lowered her head and kept staring at Carl's feet. When she did this, the waves in her heart quickly calmed down, which made her suddenly overjoyed. Everyone obeys the orders, all look at his feet, and must not stare at his eyes and face. Gloriosa let out a loud roar, and the surrounding Amazon female warriors were gone, and then they all looked down at Carl's feet. But those who are not determined will still secretly look at Carl's face. After all, with such a handsome face, they have never seen them at sea for so long. Especially some female warriors, who have never even seen a man. The first time I saw a man, I saw that Carl was so handsome, and naturally I couldn't control it. Gloriosa didn't know what to say, she could only pull Hancock back. Mr. Carl, what exactly do you mean? Our 9 Snakes pirates have always been around in the windless zone, and we have never sinned against you Marine, and we have never even robbed a merchant ship. If you Marines are going to do something to us, wouldn't it make sense? After all, we haven't done anything wrong. Gloriosa is full of desire to survive and is extremely humble. Carl's reputation is huge, whether it's his previous execution of Roger, or his teaming up with other Marines to defeat Golden Lion, and defeating Bullet alone. These are enough to make Carl famous. Gloriosa naturally knows Carl's name taboo. However, she is now the acting emperor of Amazon Lily. She is responsible for her country and the 9 Snakes pirates. Naturally, she will not be hard on this handsome ruthless man in front of her. Carl was a little surprised to see her showing such a humble side. Gloriosa is a contemporary of Roger, even rocks. Her strength may not be very strong, but she must have extensive knowledge, otherwise she would not be able to take care of Amazon Lily so well. Mother-in-law. What are we afraid of? He's just Colonel Marine, it's a big deal to silence him, no one will know we did it anyway. Little Hancock's character is basically the same as when he was an adult, he is so tough and proud. Hancock's head lightly. Instant, little lowly Hancock's face turned red, but she reacted quickly and kicked out suddenly. You stinky man! How dare you touch the head of your concubine, courting death? Facing Hancock's kick, Carl easily pinched her pink ankle, but he didn't wait for him to do anything. Gloriosa shot instantly, also kicking Carl. This kick attached armament Haki, and even Carl felt a slight threat. But Carl was still very calm, blocking Gloriosa's attack and taking 2 steps back. At the same time, he released Hancock's hand. After the simple trial just now, Carl has basically determined that Hancock did not get the sweet fruit at this time. Otherwise, with her character, it is absolutely impossible not to use it. In other words, Carl still has the opportunity to find sweet fruits to use for Belmere. Thinking of this, Carl once again showed a smile. One of the reasons he came to the 9 Snake Pirates was to confirm whether Hancock had any practical sweet fruit. Now that it has been confirmed, there is no need for him to continue to stay here. As for the task of signing in Hancock, he wasn't done. Now that Hancock is so small, he can't gain any ability after signing in. It is better to sign in next to Gloriosa. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Amazon Lily doesn't have any conflict with Marine, so naturally I won't break this tacit understanding. But I have one thing I want to remind you of: keep an eye on this little girl. Tenryabito is on a spree of arresting young girls for slavery recently. Her image is just within the scope of Tenryabito's arrest, so you'd better protect her, otherwise, after a tragedy, don't blame me for not reminding you. Carl reminded that it can be regarded as the best of benevolence and righteousness. All the information of the 9 Snake Pirates so far only says that they only work on pirate ships. Carl has no reason to shoot at them, because he is not Akainu after all, and he is not so heartless. But Gloriosa was a little puzzled. She didn't know what Carl meant. Why did she come to remind her of this? And just when she was wondering, Carl used the shaved body to come to Gloriosa. Gloriosa's response was also very quick, and he kicked it out again. The guest blocked the blow and took her hand. Don't worry, I've heard your name from Roger and am a little curious about Amazon lilies. That's why I came here specifically to see you, the Queen of Amazon Lilies, and remind you, by the way, be careful with Tenryabito. Chapter 60 Mocktown. Sign-in completed, armament Haki elevated to mastery. After hearing the system sound, Carl released Gloriosa's hand and took a few steps back. Gloriosa's face was flushed at this time, and even a thin wisp of smoke slowly emerged from the top of his head. Such an old, already devastated by the years, a loli who is about to enter old age is actually shy. Why are you telling me this? There's no reason, it's just my personal affection for you, Amazon Lily. So please don't reveal the news that I have met with you, otherwise I will have a hard time. Carl shrugged. It was Gloriosa's question, and then he left here, returned to his warship, and used his ability to control the warship to fly away from here. Before leaving, Carl looked back at the little lowly Hancock, leaving her a handsome look back. Looking at Carl's disappearing figure, Gloriosa's eyes shone with inexplicable light, and his whole body became a little rosy. At the same time, the other female warriors, after Carl left, also began to discuss his appearance. What a handsome man! I have seen many Marines before, none of them are as handsome as him. Forget about Marine, not even Whitebeard is as handsome as him. It's really charming. Although it's the first time I see a man, I feel like I've fallen in love with him. Hey, you're still young and you're just an adult. Don't be a nympho at this time. Although he's handsome, maybe there will be better men in the future? Humph. A bunch of nympho, what's so good about a stinky man? Just when everyone was discussing Carl, only Hancock shouted aloud, and then returned to the cabin angrily. He was suddenly touched by Carl, and then he was almost killed. Hancock really didn't know what to do with Carl if it wasn't for Gloriosa's timely rescue. At the first meeting, Carl left a deep impression on the future Empress. But this is not a good impression. Hancock is already hating Carl. Gloriosa sighed, feeling a little melancholy. She didn't know whether she should listen to Carl's words and protect Hancock, but she had a hunch that if she didn't listen, she might regret it for the rest of her life. What a strange marine. Lord Carl, what did you do? How do you feel that you have returned from that pirate ship and have become handsome again? This feeling is like being nourished by something. Belmir's eyes flashed with planets, revealing a nympho look. Kuro beside him was stunned, not knowing what Belmir was doing. Carl also slapped his head, and immediately replaced the title of Friend of Women with Bandit Nemesis. He forgot to change his title just now, which caused the oolong scene. Although this title is very useful, when it is in front of your own people, you should use it as little as possible. Otherwise, Belmir's situation just now will be considered light. Huh? What happened just now? Why would I say something like that? It's embarrassing. Belmir covered her face and fled back to the cabin. For a while, she lost face. Cough, don't tell the scene just now, otherwise Belmir will probably hate you for the rest of his life. I know. Kuro pushed his eyes, feeling a little amused. It was the first time he had seen Belmir show such a gesture. Although it is said that Belmir has been used by Carl more than once as the subject of the title. But that was all in private, and no one knew about it on the bright side. Today is Carl's negligence, so Kuro saw it. However, Kuro is very smart. Based on this information, he can probably guess that this is also some kind of ability of Carl. However, he did not say it very interestingly, but felt fortunate. He was fortunate that he did not choose to be the enemy of Carl when he was in the team at that time, otherwise Kuro would not have the strength he has now. Warships fly fast. It didn't take long to leave the windless belt. But Carl did not fly in the direction of an ice lobby, but going in another direction. In about a day or so, Carl and the others arrived at a very famous island on the Great Route. Jaya Island. The reason why it is famous here is not because of how beautiful the scenery here is. It is purely because the pirates are rampant here, and it has become a paradise for pirates. This island looked down from the air, like a huge skull, very terrifying. And on Jaya Island, there is also a rumor that there is an island called Sky Island above this island. In Sky Island, there are many survivors of Sky Island who have wings and look like angels. There's even a very huge going city, and a going clock that was built by going in AAR. But most people just regard this as a legend. Not many people have actually found Sky Island and seen the going bell. Now Carl came to Mocktown in Jaya Island in the dark, just to find the location of Sky Island. But before that, Carl still intends to make some repairs here and inquire about the information about Sky Island by the way. Marine. Marine is coming. Attention everyone, Marine is here. Just when Carl and others appeared in Jaya Island, Mocktown. I don't know who was the first to shout, which immediately attracted the attention of all the pirates here. These pirates showed hideous expressions one after another and surrounded Carl and the others. Ha ha ha, Marine dares to appear in Mocktown, you are not afraid of death. There are only 3 Marines. Are you underestimating us? How powerful are pirates? Colonel Marine dares to appear here, it's really courting death. What are you talking about with Marine and kill him directly? I don't know who said what, the pirates around were excited and rushed towards Carl. Seeing these people rushing up directly and not even giving others a chance to speak made Carl a little disgusted. See, this is the pirates of the Great Route, they are much more ferocious than the pirates of East Blue. But these people are just some little scumbags, the 2 of you go together and kill them. Yes. Lord Carl. Belmir rushed up instantly, punching a child. Kuro wears a mask and disappears instantly. The power of the spoon exerted its greatest effect in the group battle. In an instant, dozens of pirates were instantly captured. After dealing with these little pirates, Kuro subconsciously wanted to raise his glasses, but found that he only touched his mask. made for him in order to prevent Kuro's face from being seen. Kuro enters the dark world, safety is the first priority, so Kuro's face should not be exposed on the Great Route. It doesn't matter on the East Blue side, because he basically rarely shows up in East Blue. Even those who have met him are all trustworthy people Carl can trust and will not leak secrets casually. As for his signature moves, don't care, because Carl has already thought about what kind of fruit he will give Kuro to improve his strength. At that time, Kuro's moves will definitely change. Chapter 61_shot. With excited expressions, Kuro and Belmir rushed into the place where the pirates gathered and began to kill the quartet. These pirates are not the opponents of the two of them at all. Although the strength of Kuro and Belmir is barely qualified in Carl's eyes. But for these little pirates without any reputation, it is an irresistible behemoth. In the face of the pressure of the two of them, the pirates broke into an army and fled in all directions. But at this time, a huge fist suddenly appeared in front of Belmir. Iron block. Faced with the sudden fist, Belmir reacted quickly, stomping on the spot and using the iron block. But this huge fist swelled rapidly in an instant, and even grew yellow fluff. Seeing this scene, Belmir was taken aback, it was too late to run. But Kuro relied on himself, with a speed like a teleportation, and rushed to the Belmir with his arms crossed. Iron block. Kuro is the type that specializes in shaving. Therefore, the iron nugget is not deep, but even so, his iron nugget use is higher than Belmir. That's the difference in talent. But even so, after Kuro used the iron block, he blocked the huge fist, but he was also hit in the chest at the same time. His iron claws were hit by a huge force and shattered instantly. Kuro was also knocked out and hit Belmir behind. But Belmir also flew backwards with Kuro in the aftermath of this power. But at this moment, Carl appeared to catch their bodies and gently put them both on the ground. Have you seen the gap between yourself and these pirates? And he's just a trivial scoundrel in this sea. Hearing Carl's words, Kuro licked the blood on the corner of his mouth and nodded, showing an excited look. Belmir was a little disappointed. She never imagined that the pirates of the Great Route would be so much stronger than those of East Blue. Even the Admiral Carey, who they met at the beginning, did not have such a strong power as him. Ha ha ha, the mere marine kid, how dare you show your prestige in front of Lao Tzu, how arrogant. I'm Tarzan, the ape with a bounty of 77.77 million Baileys, and a Zoan ape fruit ability. Arrogant marine kid, see how I get rid of you. Die. There was a roar on the stage, and it directly transformed into an ape mode, and the height was instantly raised to about 5 meters. Kuro and Belmir were taken aback by the giant ape. They didn't expect that the people in the Great Route would be so exaggerated. But at this time, Carl used shave and walked behind him in an instant. The 3 generations of ghosts were slowly withdrawn from the scabbard by him. I. The voice did not fall. The orangutan's arms were cut off by Carl in an instant. Ling Lai/even destroyed the surrounding houses on both sides. These are the hiding places of pirates. 99% of the pirates active in Mocktown are scumbags who burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil. So there is no need for Carl to show mercy. My hand. When the ape Tarzan saw that his arms were cut off like this, he suddenly cried out in pain, thinking about Carl like crazy. But Carl didn't plan to do it, but gave Kuro and Belmir a look. The two of them immediately understood, and jointly shot the orangutan Tarzan. Without giving the opponent a chance to get up, Kuro charged up again and Spoon started at full power. Belmir is even more of a pirate than a pirate. His movements are extremely ferocious, and even his fighting moves reveal a roguelike flavor, and he can do everything he can. The ape Tarzan, whose arms were cut off by Carl, was directly weakened by about 60 to 70%. But no matter what he said, he is also a Zoan devil fruit ability, and his defense and resilience are not comparable to ordinary people. Relying on his strong resilience, he insisted for more than 10 minutes, almost exhausting the physical strength of Kuro and Belmir, and this was solved by the two of them together. But even if they solved the other side, the two of them were also injured by the severely injured orangutan. It's okay, barely qualified. In about 10 minutes, he defeated the ape Tarzan, who had broken both arms, and he was only slightly injured. The strength of Kuro and Belmir, if placed in the Marine headquarters, would be considered a captain level. It's a pity that time is running out, otherwise Carl will definitely make their strength stronger. Then you have a good rest, and leave the other pirates to me. While speaking, Carl took a step, and Conqueror Haki burst out. There is no suspense. Thousands of pirates around were all stunned by Conqueror Haki. Mocktown was instantly dead silent. But at this moment, Carl heard something. There are still people over there, you two go over there and see. Carl was a little surprised. He didn't expect that when his Conqueror Haki swept over, there were still people who didn't faint. But even if the opponent is not dizzy, there is not much fighting power left, just leave it to Belmir and Kuro to practice. But a red figure suddenly appeared, and Belmir and Kuro were sent flying. The two of them were surprised, they didn't even see themselves. Why did they lose to this person? Master Carl. Don't talk, this person is not something you can deal with. Looking at the man with the straw hat in front of him, Carl smiled. Long time no see, Shanks. Hee, it's been a long time. What about Buggy? What did you do to my brother? Shanks lowered his straw hat, held Griffin in his hand, and asked in a deep voice. Conqueror Haki burst out. Facing Shanks' conqueror, Carl took his time and immediately released his conqueror. Two completely different conquerors collided with each other, instantly causing the surrounding space to vibrate. Kuro and Belmir hid behind Carl to avoid being affected by them. But at this time, a fat figure ran out from not far away. Who? Shanks and Carl were both surprised. They did not expect that there are still others hidden here. Don't do it. I'm Whitebeard's son. If you do anything to me, Dad won't let you go. The man said loudly, but his voice and body were shaking, and he looked scared. Blackbeard Teach detected, check-in available. After hearing the system sound, Carl squinted his eyes and raised his mouth slightly. It turned out to be Blackbeard Teach. I really admired it for a long time. You know this guy? Shanks was stunned for a moment, and the look in Teach's eyes gradually became dangerous. Chapter 62_Redhead and Blackbeard. Teach broke out in a cold sweat. He never thought that the Marine in front of him would know such a nobody. Even his unpublished title was mentioned, which made Teach feel a little horrified. Shanks also set his eyes on Teach. He couldn't see at all what was so unusual about the person in front of him that Carl could remember his name. Kuro, you take Belmir back to the ship first, you can't get involved in the next thing. Received. Kuro obeyed Carl and left immediately with Belmir. Shanks took a step back, trying not to give his back to either Teach or Carl. Teach's position is unclear, but as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, he and Shanks are naturally enemies. Not to mention Carl as Marine. Teach, although you are not famous, I know your strength very well. The voice did not fall. Carl had already used shaving, and instantly came to Teach and pinched his shoulders. But Teach's response was just as quick. Armament Haki was covered with his right hand, and it was a punch to Carl. This punch was in stark contrast to the trembling he had just now. Obviously, his fear just now was fake. The power of this punch is no less than that of the headquarters vice admiral. At this time, he was only 18 or 19 years old, but his strength had already reached such a level. The Whitebeard Pirates, they are considered the best. But he was willing to be someone else's backdrop, entirely because of his plans. Everything is to get the dark fruit. Damn it! How can you be so powerful as a bastard? What a monster! Teach's face was hideous, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He hit him with all his strength, but was easily stopped by Carl. This situation made Teach feel a little bad. Then Teach punched again, Carl blocked again, and the two were deadlocked. Signed into Blackbeard Teach successfully, and the physique has been improved to perfection. Body, perfect. The density of the body is increased by 5 times. After signing in, Carl immediately threw Blackbeard aside and collapsed a place called Pirate Bar. 5-fold increase in body density. Carl probably felt that the difference between 5 times and 3 times was not very big. Could it be because I didn't bring Buggy with me, so Huang ran out of luck? Thinking of this, Carl couldn't help but sighed and silently accepted his African Emirates constitution. Last time I played Golden Lion and Bullet, Buggy was on the sidelines. That's why Carl's luck was so good, and he directly got the ability he wanted. Now that there is no Buggy by his side, it seems that when he continues to sign in the future, he must be more cautious. Carl. You just said Buggy, what the hell did you do to him? Shanks is suddenly angry. A sharp sword chi suddenly came. In the face of Shanks' sword chi, Carl pulled out the ghost and smashed it abruptly. Have you not watched the news lately? Buggy is East Blue's Marine, and he is also my capable man. How could I harm him? Really? Exactly. Hearing Carl's words, Shanks breathed a sigh of relief, then put the straw hat on his back and scratched his head embarrassingly. Well, I have been following Uncle Rayleigh in contact with swordsmanship for more than a year, and I have basically never gone to see or watched the news. Following Rayleigh? No wonder your sword chi is stronger than the General Headquarters Vice Admiral. Carl nodded, and understood why Shanks' strength had improved so quickly. The last time Shanks was let go in Logtown, his strength was at most the level of Rear Admiral of Marine Headquarters. But now it goes directly beyond the normal Headquarters Vice Admiral. Although he is still a little short of being a quasi-admiral, it can be seen how terrifying his talent is. More importantly, he was taught by Rayleigh. The face of Shanks, Rayleigh certainly wouldn't hide his secrets. Naturally, there was something to teach him. In addition, Shanks' talent is already very strong. For more than a year, it is already very good to have such strength. Hey. Your name is Shanks, right? I think your strength is quite strong. How about we break through together? This marine monster is too strong. If we fight each other, we will only be caught by him, and we will not be able to escape at all. Teach came to Blackbeard's side quietly and brought his claws to his wrists. He finally got serious. Shanks frowned and looked at the Blackbeard in front of him. He felt an extremely dangerous aura from this person. This dangerous aura was even bigger than Carl felt him. Blackbeard Teach. It's me. Teach scratched his belly, and was watched cautiously by Shanks, and he felt a little uncomfortable all over. These two are the future 4 emperors, but now they meet to deal with Carl together. The scene is really weird. Since the two of you have already planned to join forces, then I will not hide my clumsiness. Storm. Accompanied by a low moan from Carl. The pollution piece, the giant storm dragon, appeared in front of the two of them. Watching Carl release the power like a natural disaster, Shanks and Teach were both startled and jumped back immediately. Suddenly, Dragonhead Storm, wrapped in the surrounding dust and gravel, attacked both of them together. Damn it! Is this the power of the fluttering fruit? It's almost as good as Daddy's shocking fruit. The former ability of the fluttering fruit is the golden lion who can keep pace with Whitebeard and my Captain Roger. But I never imagined that Carl, this bastard, could unleash the power of the golden lion after only 1 year of obtaining the fruit power. What a monster! Shanks and Teach shared information with each other while running away. This intelligence is nothing, it needs to be kept secret, but Teach doesn't know the whole picture. He only understands part of it. Shanks personally participated in the battle with the Golden Lion. Of course, he knew very well how exaggerated the Golden Lion's fruit ability was. It's just that the situation at the time was that Roger and Rayleigh and others faced the Golden Lion. Shanks was just playing soy sauce and cleaning up the mobs. So what he felt was nothing but the aftermath of the Golden Lion's power. But when he faced Carl now, he realized how terrifying the power of the fluttering fruit was. At the same time, Kuro and Belmere, who had returned to the warship, couldn't help sighing when they saw the magnificent scene in front of them. This is the power of Lord Carl. We are really far behind. Mr. Kuro, do you think we have a chance to catch up with Lord Carl? Probably. Chapter 63 Carl's power. What a monster! When did Marine appear again, such a monster? Teach was sweating profusely, and ran away while guarding Carl. Shanks is in a similar situation to him. Neither of them is Carl's opponent. The one who was chased by Carl fled. But the strength of the two of them is not weak, as long as they join hands. Even in the face of today's Sengoku Admiral, there is a certain chance of escaping from his hands. Carl's current strength is almost beyond Admiral, but he has not reached the Admiral level. Naturally, there is no way to quickly capture Shanks and Teach. Carl plans to drive Shanks away first, and then kill Blackbeard in the first place. If it was a heads-up, neither Teach nor Shanks could be Carl's opponent. It's just that the two of them joined forces, and it was indeed a bit difficult. Shanks, I don't want to target you, but this guy Teach is related to the Rocks Pirates. I will never let him go. What? Are you related to the Rocks Pirates? Hearing Carl's words, Shankston was startled and immediately jumped away from him. Carl saw this, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and it was a swift chopping wave, rushing towards Blackbeard Teach. What rocks? What the hell is going on with the two of you? Blackbeard Teach panicked in his heart. He didn't expect that Carl knew about the Rocks Pirates. But it was impossible for Teach to say this kind of thing openly, he could only deny it. Facing Carl's chop, Teach tried his best to knock him into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Shanks changed his face slightly and looked at Carl. Carl? Are you sure this black fat guy has something to do with rocks? Although Shanks did not personally experience the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, he served as Roger's crew, Deep Roger's new appointment and care. He knew a thing or two about the Valley of the Gods, and he also knew that Carl was a survivor of that battle. Buggy doesn't know this, because Buggy is not optimistic, and naturally he won't know so many secrets. Although I can't be sure, but I saw the shadow of rocks and the extremely dangerous breath on him. No doubt, I don't have to lie. After all, Whitebeard used to be a crew member of the Rocks Pirates, and it's normal for him to have a remnant or two. As for you Shanks, give you a minute to think about it. If you don't go, I'll execute both of you here at the same time. As he said that, Carl's conqueror burst out, his eyes became extremely sharp, and the surrounding space suddenly became violent. Several giant dragon storms, lingering behind Carl, seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Shanks. Don't listen to this marine nonsense. I don't know any Rocks Pirates at all. I'm only 20 years old this year. That rocks perished long ago. What does this have to do with me? Blackbeard was a little anxious and wanted to defend himself. But the words he said in the chaos caught Shanks' attention. How do you know that the Rocks Pirates are dead? And what do you mean by stressing about age? This. Blackbeard was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a little bad. Seeing this scene, Carl raised his mouth slightly and began to control the storm to attack Teach. Carl is also not sure what connection Teach has with the rocks. But the various details in the original book show that there must be various relationships between the two of them. And Blackbeard's birth date just happened to be some time before the demise of Rocks. almost half a year before Carl was born. Carl has reason to suspect that Blackbeard is Rock's son. Although it's just a guess, it doesn't matter if the guess is wrong. After all, Blackbeard is extremely dangerous and must be eliminated in advance. Shanks don't trust him. This is Marine's alienation scheme, absolutely don't trust him. Blackbeard knew he was leaking something, and began desperately calling out Shanks for help. Humph. Carl, I owe you a favor this time, and I will pay you back next time. But you wait for me. One day, I will defeat you with my own hands and avenge the captain. The voice fell. Shanks glanced angrily at Blackbeard. He didn't know if what Carl said was true or not. But he could feel that Blackbeard was very dangerous, and he also had a lot of killing intent towards himself. The most important thing is that the other party is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Shanks and the Whitebeard Pirates had nothing to do with each other. Naturally, there was no need to be caught by Carl for someone who was extremely dangerous and most likely to be related to Rox. So he just hesitated for a while and immediately chose to leave here. Damn it! The original plan to assassinate Shanks will succeed immediately. Marine suddenly appeared, which is really annoying. It seems that I have to find a way to get out of here. There was hatred in Teach's eyes. As he resisted Carl's offensive, he looked at Shanks with angry and resentful eyes. In the end, he still set his eyes on Carl in the sky. Teach knew very well that he was no match for Carl. If he joins forces with Shanks, they are barely equal to Carl. Now that Shanks has run away, Teach is a lonely tree alone, and it won't be long before he will be defeated. Teach, do you have any last words? Carl's mouth was slightly raised, and he came to Teach's side in an instant. Ling Lai's incomparable slash, like a black crescent moon, exploded in the center of Mocktown. The earth and space were violently turbulent because of Carl's blow. Even the street in Mocktown was completely destroyed, leaving no intact place. Bah! The mere marine kid is like killing me? You're still too young. Teach was knocked flying, even her steel claws were shattered. But he was not seriously injured. He only spit out the bruises, then covered armament haki all over his body and rushed straight to Carl. Suffer it? Marine kid. Hee hee, you're only 1 year older than me, how dare you call me a kid? You're too crazy, aren't you? Carl shouted angrily, and when he raised his hand, there were 3 tornadoes. Teach punched one at a time, directly smashing the 3 tornadoes. But at this moment, Carl's ghostly figure instantly appeared beside Teach. The black ghost fell on Blackbeard's neck instantly. The blade collided with the skin, and at this time it erupted, like the sound of metal colliding. Blackbeard tried his best to focus armament haki on his neck, which blocked Carl's slash. But Carl took advantage of this opportunity to touch Blackbeard's abdomen with his left hand, urging the fruit power with all his strength. Pseudo-spiral pill. Chapter 64 _ Sly Blackbeard. Violent explosions continue to occur on Jaya Island. Carl and Teach were fighting had long since left Mocktown, but moved to that forest. At this time, Shanks had already taken his own boat and quickly left Jaya Island. The island in front of him was full of strong winds and dense winds. Even the surrounding sea area has produced some huge waves. This situation made Shanks sigh. But he was not discouraged, instead he put the straw hat heavily on his head and said in a low voice. Carl, I will be back again, and when we meet again next time, I will definitely defeat you and avenge Captain Roger. Shanks didn't bother about Blackbeard and Rox. After all, he is not a personal experiencer, and this kind of thing has little effect on him. At most, he knew that Carl went back to find those Rox pirates and took revenge with his own hands. Addition, Shanks was not very familiar with the Whitebeard pirates. So there is no need for him to mix with a dangerous person like Blackbeard and become an enemy of Carl. It doesn't do him any good. Next, take a trip to East Blue and take a new look at the captain's hometown. At the same time, in the jungle of Jaya Island, Carl and Teach are in a chase. The current Carl and Teach, in terms of armament and observation haki, can be said to be half-hearted. But Carl's swordsmanship and strength, as well as his fighting technique, are far superior to Teach. Especially his fruit ability, even hit Teach can't even find it. The two fought for a long time. If it wasn't for Teach being very cunning, he was good at using the terrain here to escape. Carl had caught him long ago and reunited him with the rocks. But even so, Teach couldn't last long. His current situation is very bad. There were wounds all over his body, and there was a fist-sized blood hole in his abdomen. Spiral pill formed by Carl using the power of the fruit and condensing the wind. Although it is not comparable to Naruto's Spiral Maru, it can achieve unexpected results when fighting in close quarters. Therefore, whether it is close combat or long-range release ability, Carl can deal with it calmly. It's just that the two of them have been fighting for more than an hour from the beginning to the present. Carl's stamina has been drained by a small part, which makes him feel a little bad. Carl's physical strength is a minor weakness. But Teach is still alive and kicking, and it seems that the physical strength is not consumed. This reminds Carl of the official introduction to Teach in his previous life. He is a monster who can always stay full of energy without sleep, physically and mentally. And that's why he can get stronger so quickly. After all, his time is double that of others. As long as he is diligent and cultivates day and night, he will definitely not be weak. Thinking of this, Carl gritted his teeth, accelerated his pursuit, and hit Blackbeard's back. Although Buggy is not here, but Carl wants to try, whether his face is still black. Tough Marine. Die for Laozi. Just as Carl chases Teach, he suddenly turned around and rammed Carl head-on. The face of Teach's sudden attack, without any suspense, he swung his sword to look at each other. The huge sword energy swept through the forest again, cutting off many surrounding trees. Teach opened his arms, covered armament haki all over, grabbed Carl's sword chi, and then blasted it into the ground. With the sound of an explosion, this forest was devastated. Carl used his ability again to create a huge storm, directly besieging Teach. Zay ha 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 ha. You can't kill me, Marine Kid. Although Teach was trapped in the storm, he was heavy and covered armament haki. Although this kind of storm will have an impact on him, it will not be fatal. So Carl needs to make up the knife. Are you tired of talking so much? Carl covered the ghost with armament haki, used the shaver to come to Blackbeard, and hit his heart directly. Teach had a grim look on his face, but he lifted armament haki, as if giving up resistance. Carl's ghost pierced into Teach's heart without any hindrance, which made Carl feel that something was not right. But at this moment, Teach suddenly grinned and used all his strength to hit Carl in the chest. Go to hell, kid. Want to die together? Carl understood Blackbeard's thoughts, pulled out the ghost, and jumped back. But Teach's attack changed a direction very strangely and smashed towards the ground. This blow directly shatters the earth. Teach flew into the sky because of the strong reaction force and the effect of the storm. This guy doesn't want to die together, he wants to escape. Carl was shocked when he saw Teach and was shocked by the reaction force. Without any hesitation, Carl also flew out, trying to chase Teach, who escaped. But the other party didn't know what method to use, so he forcibly changed direction in the air and fell straight into the sea below. By the time Carl caught up, Teach had fallen into the sea and disappeared. Even if the observation haki is used to cover the sea area, in such a place, it is just sinking into the sea, and Teach cannot be found at all. I was stabbed through the heart, but I still have such power, and the system sound did not appear. Could it be that this guy really has more than one heart? Carl's face was a little ugly. He didn't expect Blackbeard to use this method to escape from his tail. Carl had to admit that he did let his guard down a bit when he pierced Teach's heart. Because under normal circumstances, even if Whitebeard was pierced in the heart, he would definitely die. In the top battle of the original book, Whitebeard was pierced through the chest and lost a lot of combat effectiveness. Doflamingo's heart was damaged at the beginning, and he was in a state of suspended animation. If it wasn't for him having a super high understanding of the fruit of the thread, and pulling himself back from the brink of death, it is estimated that he would have been cold at that time. After all, not everyone has an almost undead constitution like Kaido. But the situation of Blackbeard was something that Carl did not expect. There is not much information revealed in the original book. So Carl doesn't know how this guy's constitution is different from ordinary people. At the same time, Blackbeard swam quickly under the water and quickly left the range of Jaya Island. He dragged his severely injured body, found a pirate ship, and killed all the people on it before he could breathe a sigh of relief. What a monster! If I don't sacrifice a heart and let him relax his guard, I might die there. Teach sat on the corpse, bandaging himself, while thinking resentfully. The general content is to find the dark fruit, and then kill Carl first, followed by Shanks. Chapter 65_Enter Sky Island. Master Sengoku, just listen to me and be right. Blackbeard Teach definitely has something to do with the rocks. How can I get revenge? Hey, don't talk about it now, just use the evidence, just focus on his current strength, and the constitution that is different from ordinary people. It is enough to show that his identity is not simple. And he also took the initiative to do something to Marine, which has already constituted the conditions for a reward. Master Sengoku, don't tell the evidence at this time. He is currently a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, so just put a reward directly. His full name is Marshall D. Teach, nicknamed Blackbeard, and the reward order is about 300 million, no, at least 450 million in strength. Carl thought about it for a while, and finally decided to increase Blackbeard's bounty. This will spread his fame and expand his influence. When Teach thinks about it again, it will not be so simple. If this 4 or 5 billion bounty can come out, Whitebeard will definitely pour it into such a person. With Whitebeard's insight, as long as Blackbeard is concerned by him, he must be cautious in his actions in the future. Maybe Whitebeard can also see the connection between Teach and the Rocks Pirates. Just like that, under Carl's coquettish offensive, Sengoku finally agreed, and under the circumstance that the evidence was not very sufficient, he offered a reward to Blackbeard. But the bounty didn't come as Carl said, it just gave him a bounty of more than 100 million Bailey. According to Sengoku, it's the rule, and he can't break it. As for Shanks, Sengoku also gave him a reward of 30 million Bailey. When Carl reported the situation, he naturally did not miss Shanks. Just that Sengoku didn't care about him. If it wasn't for Shanks, he was a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates. Sengoku didn't even bother to offer him a reward. Then Sengoku asked the card to go to the NICE lobby as soon as possible and wait for the next instruction. Carl agreed, and after chatting with Sengoku for a while, hung up the phone bug. There are still about 6 days before the scheduled meeting time, and he still has time to go to Sky Island to find Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit. Although Carl can't use Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit, he has already figured out that as long as Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit has not been eaten, he will give it to Kuro. Whether or not you can find it is purely up to luck. Carl controlled the warship and flew towards the sky. His ability is to systematically extract the ability of Golden Lion and attach it to himself. So don't worry, the sea will restrain your ability. After a simple inquiry, he found the exact location of Sky Island, and then flew to the sky with Kuro and Belmere. At the same time, Carl is also praying silently in his heart, hoping that Buggy's conqueror will be lucky and can share a little with him. At the same time, Buggy in East Blue, holding a handsome selfie of Carl in his hand, with a somewhat complicated expression. It always feels a little wrong, as if something has been taken away from the body. It's uncomfortable. Wow! Is this Sky Island? Are we in the sea of Sky Island? It's really spectacular. The warship at this time had already entered the EPUB Sea and continued to fly upwards without any hindrance. Belmere saw the ocean in the sky and felt incredible. She had never seen such a spectacle. Even Kuro's eyes widened at this time, feeling a little weird. It turns out that Sky Island is real, not just a legend. Ha ha ha, Sky Island is of course real, but the reason why Sky Island is regarded as a legend is that few people can enter Sky Island. Therefore, in the eyes of most people, Sky Island is just a legend, so there are rumors that Sky Island people are angels. All I can say is that the brain-boosting ability of those people is really interesting. Carl couldn't help but express his inner spit out. Belmere's head was filled with question marks when he heard Carl's words. Lord Carl, are the people on Sky Island really not angels? There are no angels in this world. Sky Island people are also people. The only difference from us is that they have a pair of wings that cannot fly. Hearing Carl's explanation, Belmere and Kuro were dumbfounded and couldn't understand Carl's meaning at all. Seeing the two of them, Carl didn't understand what he meant at all, and Carl shook his head. When you get to Sky Island, you'll know what I mean. Hurry up now, I'm going to start accelerating. Before he finished speaking, the warship suddenly accelerated sharply. Kuro and Belmere didn't stand firm and almost fell. Carl couldn't help laughing when he saw these two people looking so embarrassed. In this way, the warship quickly passed through the White Sea and continued to fly towards the sea area in the sky. There is also a White Sea above the White Sea. Only after crossing the EPUB can you reach the real Sky Island. Belmere and Kuro, looking at the spectacle of the ocean connecting up and down in front of them, suddenly felt that even if they fell from here, it was worth it. This kind of landscape, most people may never see it in their lifetime. Just as they sighed, the warship plunged into the White Sea. It didn't take long for Carl to control the warship and came to the real Sky Island. It's just that the warship was a little damaged because Carl rushed too hard. Now this warship is completely supported by Carl's ability, so it has not completely fallen apart. Is this the Sky Island? Why do I think it's a little different? Belmere frowned, feeling a little disappointed. Because the ocean in this area in front of you is pitch black, and even the sky is covered with dense clouds. More importantly, there are many shipwrecks here, and most of these ships are in the style of pirate ships. You can even see some broken pirate flags, slowly fluttering in the wind. These Sky Island pirate ships look like they are wrecked. Are there any dangerous creatures here? Kuro suddenly became nervous, and when he was nervous, Belmere was also nervous. Carl looked around and shook his head helplessly. Relax, these pirate ships are not from Sky Island. According to my speculation, they were all hit by the upwelling current and then forcibly pushed here. And these pirate ships seem to be a few years old. Without 10 or 8 years, these ships will never decay into what they are now. Carl controlled the warship and flew towards these pirate ships. Then the three of them saw bones one after another on the deck of these pirate ships. These bones are obviously the crew of these pirate ships. It's just that after they were killed at that time, there was no hope of survival, and they would naturally die here. Good luck, the two of you split up and see if you can find something useful. If you can find a devil fruit, please call me as soon as possible. Received. Chapter 66 Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit. Carl asked Belmere and Kuro to split up to expand the search area. This sea area is very large, but there are not many ships washed up because of bad luck. There are only a dozen ships in total, and the two of them will be able to search for them soon. Carl is around, observing the environment here. It is true that this is Sky Island, but it does not appear in the original book. And there is not even a single figure around. It seems that this place should be the edge of Sky Island. Carl continued to expand his scope of observation, and soon found the border of the White Sea. Seeing this scene, Carl recorded the location here with a pointer. At this moment, the voice of the phone bug rang. "What did you find?" "Lord Carl, we found a devil fruit here and a boy who is only 16 or 17 years old. There are still people here." Hearing Kuro's voice, Carl frowned, and the first thing that came to his mind was that kid from Enel. "You stay where you are, and I'll go right over." After that, Carl hung up the phone bug and flew towards the previous position. After a while, Carl saw Kuro and Belmir, and Enel, who was bound by the two of them. Enel detected, "Can check in." "Really, Enel?" Carl frowned and came to Kuro's side. "What's up with this kid? How did you meet him?" "We were here, searching for devil fruit, and he suddenly jumped out and attacked me, and was tied up by me." Kuro raised his mask and said. Enel's face was full of anger, and he struggled constantly, trying to break free. "Let me go. You damned Blue Sea people, let me go. Or I'll kill you." Enel's resistance was so violent that it even tore his skin. "Let him loose, it's just a child, there's no need to be so defensive." "Got it?" Kuro nodded and released him. Belmir took out a devil fruit. "Lord Carl, what kind of devil fruit is this?" "This should be Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit. When I was in the Marine headquarters, I read the Devil's Fruit illustrated book, and I remember this shape. That's mine." "You bandits, bad guys. Damn Blue Sea people. Give that back to me." After Enel was released, he wanted to snatch the devil fruit. But at this time, Enel's strength is very poor. Without the help of Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit, Enel is not even as good as a normal Marine, and it is impossible to break free from Kuro's grip. "Kuro, this devil fruit is for you, don't forget what I told you. As for this person, I will personally train him, and then throw it to the Marine headquarters to train him." Carl glanced at Enel before releasing the Conqueror Haki, stunning it. At this time, Enel was weak, and his combat power was almost equal to 0. Easily placed by Carl's Conqueror. And after he wakes up, I am afraid it will also have some psychological shadows on Carl. After all, Conqueror is not as simple as just stunning others. Carl then handed Enel over to Belmir to take care of him. Kuro ate the devil fruit directly. As a feeling of retching came up in his throat, Kuro's body kept bursting with various sparks of lightning. After a while, Kuro swallowed all the devil fruit with difficulty. I saw him make a random move, and he summoned a huge thunder, which slammed into the wrecks of the ships not far away. In an instant, those wrecks turned into ashes. Then Kuro took off again, turned into thunder, and flew around in the air. "Is this Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit? It's too strong. Ha 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 ha." Kuro was extremely excited at this time. This excitement has never been seen before. Even Kuro can sense any movement within a kilometer range through radio waves. Pity that Kuro's observation haki didn't wake up because of this. After all, observation haki also requires talent. Siang Enel was born, he got a very large network of hearts, and then cooperated with Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit to cover the entire Sky Island. Kuro didn't awaken observation haki, and it's not bad to be able to feel the surrounding kilometer range through the radio waves that come with Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit. And this is also the harbinger of the imminent awakening of observation haki. As long as he keeps working hard, observation haki will wake up soon. "Lord Carl, who do you think is more powerful than Smoker?" Kuro had had enough, and when he came to Carl's side, he asked in a swollen manner. To be honest, the Logia Devil Fruit power user, without Haki's assistance, it is difficult to tell the winner. So after you gain this power, don't waste Haki's practice, after all, Haki is the root. Yes. I understand. Kuro answered excitedly, and then continued to fly into the air, beginning to exercise his abilities. After about half an hour, Kuro came back out of breath. At this time, he was sweating profusely, and within half an hour, he was empty. Devil fruit is too exhausting, right? It seems that my physical fitness is still too bad, I must hurry up and exercise. Kuro was a little lost. Carl shook his head and said, "You are still young and your body is still growing, so you naturally consume a lot more stamina than the average person. Your current strength has actually surpassed that of most of your peers. At least when I was the same age as you, I definitely didn't have the power you have now." Carl didn't skimp on his compliments and told the truth. When he was 14 or 15 years old, his strength was really not very good. After all, his talent was limited, and at most his ability to fight became stronger. "It's getting late, I'll show you guys a tour of Sky Island, and then it's time to go." Carl glanced at the time, and then took Carl and Belmir to the real Sky Island. Here, they saw an unprecedented spectacle, as well as the inhabitants of those Sky Island. Even Carl took the two of them to the Island of God and saw Going Township and Going Bell. As for the historical text below the Going Bell, it did not interest Carl. This kind of thing is of no use to Carl. He doesn't have any interest in the so-called blank history, and naturally he doesn't care about such things. However, Carl was very curious about this Going Bell, and he also rang the Going Bell twice, causing a huge noise. Originally, when Carl entered Sky Island, it did not attract the attention of Ganfal, the god of Sky Island. But when the bell rang, Ganfer rushed over immediately. It's just that when he came here, no one was seen. Only this Going Bell is still swinging continuously, exuding a crisp and pleasant sound. At the same time, the descendant of the big talker Rolando, the leader of the Saruyama Alliance, Mont Blanc Kulik, was already in tears. The legend is really true, the Going Bell finally rang. Chapter 67__tuned Enel. Well, my head hurts. Hey, what is this place? Let me go now, or I'll be rude. Enel slowly woke up from his stupor. But when he woke up, he found that he was tied to the mast of the warship. In such a situation, he was afraid of making money, but the superficial momentum must not be cowardly. "Boy, you better be quiet. Now we are at an altitude of 10,000 meters. If you are thrown down, you will be dead." Carl sat not far from the mast and said softly. "Kuro and Belmir are not here, they are still resting in the cabin. A bit fun at Sky Island yesterday, so they were both a little tired. The people of Blue Sea quickly let me go, I am the god of the future, and you will die if you offend me." "Yeah? You're young, and your temper is worse than mine. It's really embarrassing for you." Carl raised his eyebrows, his hands lined up on his head, and his voice was very clear, just like slapping a watermelon. "Hey, it hurts." Enel felt the pain in the top of his head, and suddenly grinned and trembled. Since his whole body was bound, there was no way to touch his head. "Bastard! Hurry up and let me go, or I want you to look good." "Do you want me to look good? I'm already handsome, why do you want me to look good?" The corners of Carl's mouth were slightly raised, and he chopped several times in a row. Enel was trembling all over, and his expression was unusually hideous. He can't even hold his head and squat in defense now, so he can only let Carl bully himself. Finally, Enel cried out with a wow. "Whoa, you Blue Sea people, like the people from Sky Island, are a bunch of bad people." Enel has no wings due to lack of love since childhood and his constitution, which is different from normal Sky Islanders. As a result, he has been excluded since he was a child, and he has no way to live a normal life at all. Enel grew up in such a harsh environment, which created his distorted three views. However, he is still young now, and although his three views have been distorted, he still has a chance to correct it. And Enel's talent is very high, even if he doesn't have a devil fruit, as long as someone carefully teaches him, it is not impossible for him to become a strong man in the future. Even gain strength beyond the original. Anyway, the current Enel, just like Kuro, has many possibilities. Then Carl began to train Enel in various ways. There are still 4 days before the meeting time. Carl's current location is not far from the Nice lobby. As long as he flies normally, 2 days are enough. But in order to tune Enel, Carl deliberately put the speed full. In the past few days, Carl directly instilled in him the same set of educating ace. On top of that, Carl only slept 3 hours a day and spent the rest of the time training Enel. This caused Enel, who struggled from the beginning, to slowly become submissive. Carl's training was initially successful. It's just that due to time reasons, Carl can't continue to train him. Carl has now arrived at the Nice lobby port and notified the head of the Nice lobby. Spandane hurried out to meet Carl with his son Spandam. "Mr. Carr, you are finally here. I have been waiting here for a long time. Do you plan to eat first or rest first?" Spanda said flatteringly, looking a little disgusting. "Spandane, your rank is higher than mine, you can help me arrange the next thing. But the 3 of them can't stay here for too long, I need you to provide a boat to send them back to Marine headquarters." With that said, Carl cancelled the fruit ability attached to the warship, and the boat that carried the 3 of them to this place suddenly shattered. This little boat has endured too much pain that it cannot bear. Without the protection of Carl's ability, the ship would have fallen apart when it crossed the White Sea at that time, and it would not last at all. "Understood, I'll make arrangements right now, Mr. Carr. Do you need sailors?" "Never mind the sailors or whatever, the 3 of them are enough." "No problem, leave it to me." Hearing Carl's words, Pandane arranged the ship neatly. This ship is not very big, but it is about a circle larger than the one before Carl, and it is a relatively normal warship. Be careful on your way, if you encounter a pirate, just kill it. As for Enel, just as I said before, let him do those questions until he arrives at the Marine headquarters, and he must not stop. You arrive at the Marine headquarters, tell them directly, I asked you to go, and then find Mr. Sengoku. Regarding your next training and tasks, I have already discussed with Mr. Sengoku. After Carl explained the matter, he gave Kuro a look. Kuro nodded in understanding. Enel shivered beside him, completely afraid to speak. The eyes he looked at Carl were very complicated. In addition to fear, there were other emotions mixed in. "Don't worry, Lord Carl. I will definitely bring the 2 of them to the Marine headquarters safely." Belmere stood at attention and saluted, and said with an oath. Carl nodded, and then watched them board the boat and leave. After the ship completely disappeared from Carl's field of vision, he turned to look at the Spandane father and son who had been waiting here for a long time. "About the mission of this gathering, you should know about it, how about you tell me?" "According to the rules, no one can reveal the information of this mission until everyone gathers." Hearing Spandane's words, Carl didn't care. Since he can't say it, the big deal is to wait for a day, it makes no difference. Tomorrow is the time to gather, and Marine's people will gather here and announce the mission this time. Since that's the case, I won't ask any more questions. Take me to rest. I'm a little tired after traveling for so long. Mr. Carr, this way please." Hearing Carl's words, Spandane breathed a sigh of relief, and then led Carl to the luxurious dormitory of the Nice lobby, where he rested. After Cal was settled, Spandam dared to speak. "Father, why are you so sullen to a Marine? You are the commander of CP9, with Tenryabaido behind you, why should you be afraid of a Marine?" Spandane was very puzzled, while Spandam sighed, looked at his useless son, and said solemnly. "This matter is too involved, Carl's identity is more than that simple. Even he himself may not know his true identity. Chapter 68_Gather. Buster Call. Early the next morning, Carl opened his eyes, looking a little tired. He was in a bad mood, so he didn't sleep all night, which made his face a little ugly. Yesterday, he and Spandane had a brief chat at dinner time. At that time, Spandane said that he was the commander-in-chief this time, and that he had obtained special permission from Sengoku to activate this unconventional summoning authority. As for the subsequent mission goals and mission events, he couldn't help revealing a little to Carl. This time the mission is to go to West Blue and the goal is to destroy an island. As for the reason, Spandane did not say, and Carl did not ask. However, the information Carl currently knows is that Akainu and Kyuzen will bring the marine warship to gather here. But based on this information alone, Carl thinks of a possibility, and that is Buster Call. If it is really Buster Call, and it is activated at this time, it can only be done against O'Hara. Thinking of this, Carl felt a little shudder. At first, he just obeyed the order, so naturally he didn't need to think too much, and then he came to an ice lobby. But when he came, he found that the mission this time was most likely to destroy O'Hara. This made Carl really confused. He tossed and turned all night and couldn't sleep at all. It's really uncomfortable. Although the scholars in O'Hara have nothing to do with me. But I never thought that this Buster Call would allow me to participate. Mr. Sengoku, are you such a fool? Carl sighed, a little helpless. Buster Call is not handled well this time, it will have a great impact on Carl's own reputation. Because of this Buster Call, Akainu was called cold-blooded and ruthless. Because of Marine's ruthlessness and Akainu's ruthlessness, Kyuzen became a lot more lazy and less passionate. As a traveler, the O'Hara incident was the last thing Carl didn't want to touch, because the water in it was too deep. If you are not careful, you may fall into the abyss. Forget it, take one step at a time. Those scholars kill themselves, even I can't save them. But at least Robin and her mother, as well as those civilians, are innocent, and if conditions allow, they should be saved. Carl sighed and opened his personal panel. Abilities: Magical Strength, Perfect; Swordsmanship, Perfect; Marine Rokuseki, Perfect; Conqueror Haki, Perfect; Armament Haki, Proficient; Observation Haki, Proficient; Dominance, Perfect. Hidden Attributes: Give me a face. Title: Bandit Buster, Assembled, Women's Friend. At present, Carl already has 4 perfect levels of ability. And Carl could vaguely feel that after the perfect level, there should be a higher strength. Because his Conqueror Haki did not reach the level of Shanks in the original work, which could destroy the entity at his peak. So Carl guessed that the perfect level is just the use of this ability, reaching the peak. But above this peak, there may be more powerful forces waiting for you. However, Carl is only guessing, because he himself does not know how to continue to upgrade. He can only take one step at a time. Just as Carl was studying his abilities, a voice sounded from outside. Mr. Carl, Kyuzen, and Akainu Vice Admiral are coming soon. Why don't you come out ahead of time to prepare? And breakfast is also ready, you can come and eat anytime. Hearing Spondane's voice, Carl hit gate of opening, just in time to see his flattering smile. I didn't eat breakfast, I lost my appetite. Saying that, Ka left here and walked towards the port. Sponda followed behind him, showing all kinds of subtle warmth to Carl. I don't know, I thought Carl was his boss and Spandane was his subordinate. Long for Akainu and Kyuzen to bring more than 20, nearly 30 marine warships to the outside of the ice lobby. However, these warships did not come directly, but only Kyuzen and Akainu, as well as some warship leaders, landed at the ice lobby. Haha, it's been a long time, Carl. After Kyuzen saw Carl, he came up to greet him immediately. Akainu glanced at Carl, but there was no emotion in his eyes. As for the others, they looked at Carl with admiration in their eyes. Marine who came here, the lowest rank is the colonel of the headquarters. But they admired Carl very much, and there were even a few fans who wanted to find Carl for an autograph. Carl was not stingy about this, and he wrote his name with a wave of his hand. Cough, now that we have all arrived, it is time to announce the specific goals of this mission. And I will also disclose all the information about this mission at the meeting, so please follow me, Marine. Spandane was rarely serious, and then led the way. After a while, they came to the conference room. After everyone was seated, Spandane handed down some of O'Hara's information and their mission objectives. This time our mission target is the island of O'Hara and all the scholars on the island. They violated the prohibition of the world government because of their private study of blank history, and must be erased. Because this blank history is very terrifying, once it is leaked, there will be a huge threat that cannot be recovered. So we must get to O'Hara before their research is complete and kill the danger in its cradle. Spanda became emotional and began to tell how dangerous and anti-government O'Hara was. And they also said that when they study blank history, they want to destroy the world and destroy all mankind. Anyway, it's all kinds of ugly charges, one counts as one, all of which are on the scholars of O'Hara. In Spandane's mouth, those O'Hara scholars, one by one, have become demons that destroy the world and must be eliminated. Otherwise the world will be doomed. I have to say that Spandane's pre-war mobilization was in place, and the Marines were excited because of his words. Even Kuzan was brainwashed and showed a righteous attitude. If Carl hadn't known the plot ahead of time, he would have been impressed by Fan's eloquent voice. Spandane is worthy of being the commander of CP9. Although his strength is not very good, he is still a little capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in charge of CP9 here, and he could even pass the seat to his son. Chapter 69 _ Get reliable teammates. O'Hara. Buster call. It's so frustrating. Carl sat on the deck, looking at the scenery with some boredom. This time the Buster call, he had no way to refuse, he could only follow along. Carl could probably guess what Sengoku meant, though. He just let himself follow the fleet, go to the military, and when he returns to the Marine headquarters, he can directly be promoted to Commodore. Although Carl's current rank, there is basically no problem in being promoted to Commodore, but the problem is that he is too young. Although Commodore's rank is not high, he is still a small general, and naturally he needs enough military exploits to pave the way for him. This Buster call, to put it bluntly, is to let Carl join in the fun, and then coat it with gold. He. This mission is really spectacular. I didn't expect that I would be able to participate in Buster call in my lifetime. It's really exciting. A giant, Vice Admiral, was sitting next to Carl basking in the sun and eating sweets. He didn't know the real reason for the world government to launch Buster call. This giant Vice Admiral is the Vice Admiral of the Marine headquarters, Jaguar D. Saul, who was personally killed by Kuzan in order to protect Robin in the original book. Brother Saul, you should laugh less twice. After this mission, I'm worried that you will probably regret it, and then you won't be able to laugh anymore. Carl sighed and patted Saul's thigh as a reminder. But the other party didn't pay attention to Carl's words. He. We are Marines, it is our duty to obey orders. And haven't you heard from Spandane, the people on O'Hara are all demons, and they want to unleash weapons capable of destroying the world. We Marine are the righteous party, so naturally we want to stop them and do this kind of justice, why should I regret it? Saul glanced at Carl in confusion, then continued to eat his own snacks. Carl shook his head helplessly. There are many people here, and he can't say that Spanda has deceived everyone. The world government just wants to hide the blank history, so it will issue a Buster call to destroy O'Hara. Brother Saul, you should be careful, Spandane is very cunning, and his words cannot be trusted. And with the long-term friendship between the two of us, would I still lie to you? He, brother Carl, I know of course you won't lie to me, but this is a rare event in 10 years. Just keep me excited for a few days, okay? Even if there is something strange about it, it's not too late to wait until the place. Although Saul is kind, he also has a big heart. And until you see what O'Hara really is, it's useless to say anything, Carl says. Soldiers are bound to obey orders, and as long as they don't see it with their own eyes, everything will now be based on Spondane's words. This is also the place that makes Carl the most helpless. What's so hard about it? I only had a buster call almost 3 months ago, although it didn't start. Forget it, there's no need to say so much now, brother, just take it easy, I'll go talk to Cousin first. Carl sighed and flew out directly. Since Carl doesn't have his own boat, he can only eat and drink and wander on other people's boats. Saul is a family of giants, and his ship is about 2 or 3 times larger than the average person. So when Carl came to the ship on Cousin's side, it obviously felt that it was a lot narrower. Cousin, what are your thoughts on this buster call? Carl asked. Saul's idea Carl basically already knew. Now let's see what Cousin thinks here. However, the current Cousin still maintains a hot heart, and his emotions are also very high. It can be said that the current Cousin and Saul are basically the same, and both maintain a 100% new position for Marine's orders and Spondane's intelligence. Carl, what do you mean by that? As Marines, we just do our jobs. It's just destroying an island and the sinful people on this island, so why not support it? Hearing Cousin say this, Carl sighed instantly. Just as he thought, Cousin, who had never experienced this, did not lose confidence in Marine, and his view of justice did not waver. So he still maintains the idea that O'Hara is the devil's place, and that Buster Call is right. Cousin, think about it, Buster Call is to destroy those who violated the ban of the world government. But O'Hara is a big country, what about the ordinary people above, and those underage children? They are not scholars who study blank history. These ordinary people and children are innocent. It's not easy to say. Give them a boat, let everyone take refuge on the boat, and then start the Buster Call, won't it? Cousin said of course. But Carl shook his head and pointed to the ship where Akainu was not far away, as well as other ships around. Do you think a hawk like Akainu would easily let go of those ordinary people? Don't forget, in his eyes, as long as he has something to do with evil, even if he is just a hostage kidnapped by evil, he will be regarded as a sinner. Hearing what Carl said, Cousin was stunned for a moment, and his expression became a little ugly. He was only concerned with excitement, completely forgetting that Akainu is such a person. Very Akainu's style, very in line with the habits of the world government, that's why he was allowed to come here. The purpose is to prevent O'Hara's scholars from escaping. As for whether civilians will be accidentally injured, this is completely out of the consideration of the world government and the Gorosei/5 elders. Damn it, that's true. Cousin's expression was a little ugly. As their rank gets higher and higher, their fame naturally grows louder. 3 future Marine admirals, Akainu is the most famous. His hardline style and extreme fighting methods that do not distinguish between enemy and foe have led to his reputation within Marine, and the 2 strikes are extremely divided. Cousin is also a vice admiral, and he knows more than the average person. If that's the case, what can you do, Carl? I do have a solution, but I need your help to persuade Saul to let him give up his boat. With my ability, I can completely guarantee the safe evacuation of ordinary people. That's right, you copied the ability of the fluttering fruit, which is indeed suitable for doing these. As expected of you, Carl, your head is spinning so fast, if it were me, I would only be able to react when something happened. If it really develops according to the original, I am afraid you will regret it for the rest of your life, and Saul will have to sacrifice. Carl murmured, and then took Kyuzin to Saul's ship, and persuaded Saul to wake up. Chapter 70 _ Carl's plan. Akainu Vice Admiral, Colonel Carl, Kyuzin Vice Admiral, and Saul Vice Admiral are all talking bad about you. Do you want me to stop them? A Marine general came out of the cabin and informed Akainu. Akainu glanced at the Marine and said casually, "They are all colleagues, they can say what they want, as long as it doesn't delay my execution of justice. Of course, if you're looking for trouble, I won't stop you, as long as you can beat all three of them." Hearing Akainu's words, the Marine, who wanted to take credit, was at a loss for words. Face also looked like he wanted to eat Zhao. It was very ugly. "What? Don't dare to go? What a waste." Akainu snorted coldly and took his place with a flick of his cloak. The Marine didn't speak, but saluted and left here embarrassedly. He never thought that the hot-tempered Akainu would be so obedient this time. This is completely different from the Akainu he knew. But what he didn't know was that even if someone told him behind his back, as long as he didn't betray Marine's interests, he wouldn't care. But if this is replaced by pirates, or non-marine people, so please be yourself. At the same time, Carl and Kyuzin spent nearly a day doing ideological work for Saul, who had a little access. In the end, the Emperor paid off, and the ideological work of the two of them finally succeeded. Jaguar D. Saul finally obeyed Carl's suggestion, be careful, and no matter what happens, he will not be impulsive, and everything follows Carl's arrangement. Because only in this way can Saul be prevented from dying at the hands of Kyuzin. Saul is one of Kyuzin's few friends. In the original book, Kyuzin killed him with his own hands, which also caused Kyuzin to be exhausted for a while, and the whole person seemed to have lost his soul. Plus Akainu slaughtered a boatload of children and civilians. This created the lazy Kyuzin of the future. So what Carl has to do now is to avoid these tragedies, and still let Kyuzin maintain the current blood. You know, Kyuzin in the original book is so lazy, he can eventually become an admiral, which is comparable to Akainu's strength. If he still maintains his blood and becomes more diligent than he is now, his strength may surpass the original. And Saul is also a good Marine, except that he is a bit of a rib, a bit of a shaft, and a big heart. There are no shortcomings. There is no doubt about his strength, the standard headquarters of Vice Admiral. The reason why he was so weak in the original book was entirely because he wanted to protect Robin from being chased and killed by Marine, resulting in very serious injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't be killed by Kyuzin in one move. Keeping him is also for future consideration. Brother Saul and Kyuzin, I roughly calculated that it will take at least 3 or 4 days to get from here to O'Hara, and it will take me at most 1 day to fly there. So I'll let them take refuge first. If Akainu and Spandane ask, just say so, I'll take care of anything. Carl relied on someone behind him, and became more and more confident. And he wasn't worried that the Gorosei/5 elders would fire themselves from Marine for this. He still has this confidence, otherwise he wouldn't always refuse to return to Marine headquarters. But punishments and the like are definitely indispensable, but Carl doesn't care about them. Anyway, he violated the military order to save people not once or twice. Too much debt does not weigh you down, and too many lice are actually the same. Saul and Carl have known each other for a long time, so he naturally knew Carl's style, so he just gave a thumbs up and didn't say anything. Kyuzin and Carl have known each other for a relatively short time. When he saw that Carl was not afraid of violating the military order, he left the fleet without authorization to save people, and he truly admired it. As expected of Sengoku, Garp Senpai, and Zephyr Sensei's adopted son, what a guts! I'm ashamed of myself. Kyuzin is telling the truth, and he is almost worshipping. Basic, don't make such a fuss. It's getting late, it's time for me to go to bed. I'll set off tomorrow morning, and you two will help me let go. If Akainu sees it, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. With that said, Carl hit a hatch. Since he didn't sleep last night and it was still dark, he was a little sleepy, so naturally he had to take a good rest. Early the next morning. Dawn, Carl picked up himself and the breakfast that belonged to Kuzan and Saul while all the Marines were resting, and flew away. When Kuzan and Saul got up and saw that their breakfast was missing, they were dumbfounded. Hey, Carl's brother is really too interesting, but he eats so much in the morning, will it be panicked? Saul, you are too embarrassed to laugh. The breakfast in the fleet is originally one for each person. He took the two of us away. What will we eat later? Kuzan sighed helplessly, and sat on the deck casually, a little melancholy. Saul laughed, not caring that Carl took his breakfast away. It looked like he was used to it. If you don't have breakfast, how about a share of my breakfast with Sir Spandane? At this moment, Akainu appeared beside them both with a cold face. Beside him, there was Spandane in pajamas with a smirk on his face. He didn't look like he was awake when he was dragged out of the cabin by Akainu. Hi, Marine Vice Admiral, good morning. Spandane waved weakly. Akainu snorted coldly and threw the breakfast for the two on the ground. What a waste. Just know how to eat, you are with this bastard Carl, don't you know how to stop him? If it wasn't for my moon step being slow, I would have rushed up to stop him, but you guys are good, just watch him escape like this, you really belong. This guy escaped from the battle and has seriously violated the military order. I have to report this matter to Sengoku Admiral. I'll see how Sengoku Admiral shelters this guy this time. Akainu was outraged, apparently seeing what Carl looked like when he left. But he didn't know what Carl was doing, which made Saul and Kuzan a sigh of relief. But they soon realized that being a deserter seems to be more serious than disobeying military orders to save people. Thinking of this, Kuzan and Saul were suddenly startled, and directly joined forces to press Akainu under them. Akainu! Stop! This is not what you think. Since it's not what I thought, let me get up quickly. No, the two of us won't get up unless you promise not to call bugs. Assholes. It's all a bunch of bastards, get me up quickly, I have to report this matter to Sengoku Admiral. Then I won't let you get up. Saul and Kuzan said in unison, pressing Akainu with all their might. Akainu's veins popped out, but he couldn't get up at all. If it wasn't for him to prevent himself from destroying the ship, he would have used his fruit ability to force a breakthrough. Spandane was completely awake beside him. I saw him wipe off a handful of sweat and cautiously took 2 steps to the side, then Kuzan and Saul glared at him. That what, you continue, I just want to go back to make up for a sleep, I won't complain. Goodbye. Chapter 71 Capone Big. Just as Akainu continued to quarrel with Kuzan and Saul, whether to report Carl's running away to Sengoku. Carl was already holding the breakfast, holding the record pointer, and flew towards O'Hara. The only people who can be trusted on Marine's side are Kuzan and Saul, and none of the others are very good. However, it is enough to have the two of them to cover. The only problem now is that we must find a way to transfer all those people. When the time comes, I'll be on O'Hara, leaving a little bait to guide Spandane to give the buster call. Even so, O'Hara was inevitably sunk, but at least it was better than everyone being slaughtered. Carl thought about it for a long time, and this is the method that can be implemented normally at present. Although there are other methods, but they are too dangerous, and it is not easy to be discovered by sneaking to save people. But this has a premise, that is, Carl must find a big ship or island that is enough to carry the entire population of O'Hara. But here he is unfamiliar, Carl doesn't even know that there are no people living on those islands. If the normal life of residents on other islands is disrupted because of this incident, it would put the cart before the horse. As for going back to East Blue and getting an uninhabited island, it would be easier. East Blue is also Carl's territory, and he knows exactly where those uninhabited islands are. It's just that this round trip will take at least 4 days. O'Hara would have sunk by then. So Carl had to source materials nearby. In this way, Carl has been observing the surrounding islands along the way to O'Hara. However, most of the islands are inhabited. Among them, although he found an island that was uninhabited, but this island was covered with sulfur. And there's a tiny active volcano. Although this volcano is not big, it is obviously not suitable for survival here. So Carl had to look elsewhere. But soon Carl found a black ship. This ship is not like a pirate ship, but it is fully armed. There are about 10 cannons on the bright side. This configuration is even more heroic than marine, but they did not fly the pirate flag, but a special black flag. In this temperament, there is also a special pattern. Anyway, Carl can't understand what these patterns are, but he can at least be sure that this is not an ordinary merchant ship. Let's go down and have a look first. By the way, let's talk to them in the lobby. There are no uninhabited islands here. Carl devoured and swallowed the breakfast for the 3 of them, and then flew towards this strange ship. At the same time, the people on this boat were all wearing black suits at this time, and their movements were uniform. The man standing on the bow was burly and ferocious, with a big back like a big brother could have, and also hung a cigar. This temperament is not to say, it is the material of being a big brother. Boss Big, this is your first time out to sea, do you want to come back a little? Some people are going to sea for the first time, and they also like to watch the sea and enjoy the sea breeze, but as the new leader of the Capone family, it is better to be careful. And the sea is too dangerous, especially those pirates and marines, and our Capone family is sparse, so it is better to go out to sea less. Oh? You mean, I'm weak, don't you? No, I definitely didn't mean that, boss, you misunderstood me. The man shivered and did not dare to speak at all. Capone Big glanced at him indifferently, and took out a delicate silver pistol. Hearing a bang sound, the bullet hit the man between his legs, causing him to faint. It's so timid. Capone Big shook his head, put away his pistol, and then gave the man next to him a look. Drag him down, if anyone dares to talk to me like that, I won't be wrong next time. Capone Big, do Auntie need anyone else to teach me how to do things? Received. The man next to him came up sympathetically and carried the frightened man back. The sea is a man's romance, especially the words of One Piece/King of Pirates Roger, which made my blood flow even more. Although there are 4 major families in the Mafia, I will annex them all sooner or later, and it will be time for me to go to sea. The corners of Capone Big's mouth were slightly raised, and he took a deep breath of his cigar, revealing a very cruel smile. He was originally a supernova in the same era as Luffy, and his personal strength is very good. Even after being completely gigantic, it can resist 2 attacks from Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. It's just that he has not obtained the fruit ability now, and is still just an ordinary person. I heard you're going to do One Piece/King of Pirates? Then do you know what I said on the execution stand? Just when Capone Big longed for the sea. A young but magnetic voice appeared in Capone Big's ear. Who? Hearing the sudden voice, Capone Big's reaction was also very fast. I saw him put his hand deep into his arms for the first time, wanting to take out a pistol. But at this time, an unparalleled aura erupted from Capone Big's side in an instant. Everyone on the deck, except Capone Big, fell unconscious. Capone Big was shocked by this momentum, and the action of drawing a gun stopped abruptly. Capone Big? Mafia? Want to be One Piece/King of Pirates? The corner of Carl's mouth was slightly raised, and he slowly forcibly twisted Capone Big's head over. You're the executioner. Capone Big's eyes widened, feeling a little weird. He didn't expect the person who executed Roger to appear here. And most importantly, Capone Beeg found that he was no match for the man in front of him. He couldn't even move in front of Carl. Carl squatted here, rubbing Capone Beeg's head, telling him not to move. About Capone Beeg. But his performance in the original book was quite cruel. Not only did he kill decisively, but he also slaughtered civilians, and he was even very cruel to his own subordinates. And Capone Beeg is also the leader of all the mafia in West Blue. Although it is said that he is only the leader of a small family. But everyone knows what the mafia is. They burn, kill, loot, and do almost everything, and often collect protection fees. Compared with the pirates, what the mafia has done is even more disgusting. But now Capone Beeg is still very young, and he probably hasn't done those things yet. Carl has the opportunity to correct his 3 views and not waste her talent. Just as Carl was thinking about how to change the other party, the system sound also sounded. Sign into Capone Beeg was successful, and physical fitness was slightly improved. Huh. You are so weak. Capone Beeg. Chapter 72_Comrade. Welcome to join us. Carl flicked his head with disgust on his face, and directly ejected Capone Beeg several meters away. It didn't stop until he knocked the mast off, and a mouthful of blood protruded. But he was still able to move. I saw Capone Beeg pulled out his pistol and raised his right hand tremblingly. But when he found that his arm was shaking with fear, his left hand immediately grabbed his right. But even so, his hands were still shaking uncontrollably, and he couldn't even hold the gun steady. Carl looked at Capone Beeg, who wanted to resist, and instead of killing him, he left him alive. There are too many mafia in West Blue, even Marine can't count them. In addition to the 4 major families, there are other mafia organizations. They have to be integrated so that they can be easily controlled, and it is best to find someone with such talent. Capone Beeg is such a person. Although Capone Beeg in the original book is cruel and ruthless, he treats his subordinates ruthlessly. But it doesn't matter, Carl can slowly change his 3 views before he does anything, and make him a good comrade with integrity. At best, he is now the leader of a small gangster family, and it is easy to change. Capone Beeg, I can give you 2 choices now. The first is to die here. You felt it just now. I want to kill you. It's just a matter of moving a finger. It's very simple. So you have a second choice now, that is to submit to me, become Marine's undercover, sweep all the mafia in West Blue, and master all the gangs in West Blue. Impossible, I will never agree. Although Capone Beeg's hands were trembling, his will was still firm. Carl is also very clear that simply threatening the other party like himself will not make him completely obedient. So Carl simply used his ability to tie up all the mafia members present with the ropes on the mast. Even Capone Beeg was tied up by him. If that's the case, let's chat while walking. Fortunately, when I printed the book, Ideological Education course, 2 more copies were printed. I gave Enel a copy before, and now this one is just for you. So you listen to me carefully, and once you let me find out that you don't study hard, don't blame me for being rude. As for the others, listen to me too. Whoever dares not study hard, I will let him feed the fish directly. The people around were woken up by Carl's voice. But they all shivered and did not dare to resist. In their eyes, Carl has become a demon-like existence, which makes people feel terrified from the bottom of their hearts. Capone Beeg is extremely weak and unable to resist. Carl was familiar with the road and began to correct Capone Beeg's 3 views, telling him what is true, good, and beautiful, what is democracy, freedom, and peace. Since time was tight, Carl was just picking on the important things. The more Capone Beeg listened to it, the more frightened he became. He even involuntarily gave birth to a feeling of wanting to worship. There was an emotion called worship in his eyes. Not only him, but the nearly 30 members of the mafia around him were also drooling and wanted to continue listening to Carl's lectures. There are even some people with special talents who are taking notes with their toes and pens. This scene, a proper large-scale pyramid scheme. Nonsense. This is the real abandonment of darkness and lightness. Seeing this scene, Carl finally understood, and his face-saving ability worked again. And the effect that took effect this time directly affected more than 30 people. It's a bit of an exaggeration. Carl is very clear that once this ability takes effect, it will change his thinking mode when the other party is not easily aware of it, allowing him to give Carl a face. Then cooperate with Carl's training in various postures. Its effect is simply better than brainwashing. It's a pity that this can only be used on people who are weaker than Carl. If it is a stronger person, the effect will be much weaker. Just like Cow's hero, he didn't come to admire Carl, he just agreed with his ideas, that's all. But to be honest, Carl really doesn't know when this ability will take effect. The first time it worked, it was Carl who talked to Cow's hero about the revolution. The second time it happened while educating Enel, speeding up Carl's training. Now this happens to be the third time. Could it be that training is the code of wealth? Ability only succeeds when it is said that socialism is good. This ability is really a good comrade. Carl shook his head. Putting this strange thought aside, he looked at the island below. Unconsciously, they have come to the sky above O'Hara. If Carl hadn't habitually glanced at the recording pointer, I'm afraid he would have flown by. Capone Beg, remember what I told you before? This book is now handed over to you. From today onwards, you and your subordinates are all missionaries of socialism. I have one request, however, that you must not reveal the origin of this book, nor any information I have come into contact with you. But don't worry, I will help you during this time, eliminate all the mafia of the 4 major families, and let you go all the way unimpeded. The voice fell. Carl waved his hand, and the rope that tied them was instantly untied. But these people didn't run, they even came over and took the initiative to tell Carl and me. Sir Carl, thank you so much. Lord Carl, if it wasn't for your teaching, I might never have known that the world could still be so beautiful. I have decided that from today onwards, no one will kill except the wicked, and I will turn them into my comrades. Thank you so much, Sir Carl, you gave me a new life and made me understand the meaning of life. The gang members were talking, bursting into tears, and even making various declarations. Every one of them is so decent. Stand up for me. Capone Beg finally couldn't bear it any longer, and with an angry shout, he forced those people back. The gangster's momentum is undoubtedly revealed. He glanced at the little brothers, then stepped forward and held Carl's hand tightly, and said with admiration, Lord Carl, I will not fail your will. Carry forward the revolutionary spirit. From today onwards, I, Capone Beg, quit the gang to form a new party, which is bound to complete the task of liberating West Blue. Done. This kid is totally lame. But that's fine. With Capone Beg around, West Blue can at least stabilize. As for what Marine and the world government would think, it had nothing to do with Carl. I'll let you down now, but there's one more thing I want to ask you. Carl paused and thought for a while before speaking. Which mafia has the most ships in West Blue? Chapter 73_Nicole Orbia_. Releasing Capone Beg and his subordinates, Carl entered O'Hara. The current Capone Beg's strength is very weak, and it is almost the same level of strength as Belmere. Letting him unify West Blue to maintain order here is only Carl's temporary idea. But you can look forward to seeing how far Capone Beg can do it. Is this O'Hara? The surrounding environment is really good, especially this ancient tree, it's really spectacular. Carl walked down the street and sighed as he looked at the refreshing environment around him. It's a pity that such a good place will soon be destroyed by Buster Call. It's really a pity. As Carl said, he walked in the direction of the Tree of Omniscience. When the surrounding villagers saw Carl, they all showed curious expressions. They saw Carl's uniform and knew he was Marine, so they weren't scared. But the arrival of Marine made these villagers a little curious, and they stuck their heads out one after another, wanting to know what Carl was doing. Carl stood with the simple villagers and couldn't help but sigh again, feeling a little melancholy. It's still early, at their speed, even if they sail at full speed, it will take 3 days to get here. These 3 days were enough for me to save everyone, but there was a premise that I had to find a way to gather them all in one place. Carl thought as he walked. At this moment, Carl saw a young and beautiful little girl holding a book and ran out from the side with a smile on her face. Nicole Robin detected, check-in available. Is this Robin when he was young? But Robin stumbled suddenly and was about to fall. Seeing this scene, Carl was startled, and immediately went over to support Robin. Are you all right? Well, thank you, Brother Marine. Robin opened one eye nervously, and then found himself in Carl's arms. However, after Carl supported Robin, he immediately released his embrace and turned to touch Robin's hair. Such a move even made Robin blushed and shyly stuck in place. Robin when he was young was not as bold and strong as he was when he was an adult. Now she is just an ordinary little girl, and it is no different. Carl rubbed her head and asked knowingly, "Little girl, what's your name?" "Well, my name is Robin, Nicole Robin." Robin shrank very shyly and avoided Carl's palm, but from time to time he peeked at Carl. Obviously, he was attracted by Carl's handsome appearance. Is that Nicole Robin? She's cute as her name suggests. Thank you handsome Brother Marine, he. Robin grinned isho with a cute smile. But Carl captured that the surrounding villagers were a little afraid of Robin. The keen Robin also noticed this, and immediately took a step back, holding the unknown book on his chest. Brother Marine, you should leave quickly, I'm not a good person. How cute are you, why are you not a good person? And how can a bad person say that he is not a good person? Are you kidding me? Hearing Robin's words, Carl was dumbfounded. Robin shook his head and used his fruit ability to create another arm on Carl's arm. Seeing this scene, the surrounding villagers felt a little scared. Especially the children, who mocked Robin for being a monster. Hearing those jeers, Robin disarmed his ability and cried a little aggrieved. But they all say I'm a monster, a demon. The poor and helpless little Loli, with tears in her eyes at this time, melted Carl's heart. You are so cute, how can you be a monster? This is just the power of the devil fruit, it's no big deal. Look at me, I also have the ability of devil fruit, isn't it still Marine? Having said that, Carl directly taught his own fruit ability, and immediately raised the ground on which the two of them were standing into the air. Seeing this scene, Robin was stunned and collapsed to the ground. The villagers, as well as the children who laughed at Robin, were also stunned. With the ability of your long arms, you can also be called a monster, so what is my ability? Carl shook his head, helped Nicole Robin up, and then slowly returned the land to its original place. Robin hugged his book tightly with a complicated expression. Carl rubbed her head, wanting to ask about the scholars here, and wanted to complete the check-in by the way. But at this time, gunshots sounded. Carl's palm-covered armament hacky without even looking at it. Get it right back. A still hot bullet was caught in his palm. Then Carl saw a woman in a white coat holding a shotgun aimed at him. Mom. Seeing such a valiant woman appear, Robin was moved to cry, and jumped up to hug him tightly. The check-in was interrupted, and the system sound sounded again. Nicole Orbias detected, check-in available. Hearing the sound of the system, Carl was a little surprised, because Carl didn't expect that the whole person would be Nicole Orbia. He originally thought that Orbia had returned long ago, but looking at the current situation, it seemed that she had just returned. Otherwise, Robin wouldn't be so excited. It's a little different from my plan, but it's okay, it doesn't matter much. The guest rubbed his chin, then walked towards Orbia. But while holding Robin, she raised the shotgun and aimed it at Carl. Colonel Carl, why did you, the big man who defeated Golden Lion and Bullet, appear in our small village? Could it be that your Marines have already set their sights on this place? Hee, I am indeed a sinner, and it was I who attracted you devils. Albia laughed at himself, then moved Robin behind him and slowly stepped back. The surrounding villagers had no idea what was going on. They just heard the gunshots, and immediately hid back to the room, but there was no shortage of daring people who wanted to see the situation here through the crack of the door. Nicole Orbia, be careful what you say, I know what you scholars of O'Hara have done, and I sympathize with you. But Buster Call is on its way, and if you want the people in O'Hara to survive, you have to listen to me next. You didn't come to kill us. Hearing Carl's words, Orbia was stunned for a moment. Nicole Robin, who was behind her, also hugged her arm and said softly, Mom, this Marine brother is a good man, he is not afraid of me, and he is also a monster like me. Chapter 74_Persuade. Look at what you said, I'm not a monster, I'm weak, okay. Carl stepped forward in disbelief, ignoring Albia, and continued to stroke Nico Robin's small head. Sign in Nicole Robin's success and gain a lot of scholarly knowledge. Before the sound of the system fell, Carl suddenly felt that some inexplicable knowledge had been injected into his mind. Among them is the history of West Blue, the origin of O'Hara, the function of the Tree of Omniscience, and even some knowledge that Carl did not know before. All flooded into his mind at this time. It's just that this knowledge is not complete, and most of them are incomplete. What he absorbed was Robin's knowledge, and if he was replaced by Albia, the amount of knowledge would probably be doubled. In Carl's perception, the time to absorb knowledge seems to have passed for a long time. However, in the real world, it took Carl less than a second from acquiring knowledge to digesting it. At this time, Carl's eyes flashed a strange light, and then he looked at Orbia. Way, Carl put on the title of Friends of Women again. Although this title is very annoying in daily life, it is easy to destroy moral integrity. But at this moment, it can play an unexpected effect. Orbia had all kinds of jealousy towards Carl before, but when Carl put on the title, the other party's eyes suddenly became tender. But it is a pity that Orbia still maintains her sanity, and she did not completely replace Carl because of the effect of the title. Humph. Although I don't want to admit it, you are really handsome, but even so, don't even think of hitting my Robin's attention. Just because you are Marine, I will never agree to the two of you dating. Albia scolded sharply, then took Robin and took a few steps back. Robin and Carl were confused, but Robin didn't understand what his mother's words meant. She is still young and doesn't understand some things very well. But Carl understood, and Orbia's might have made up his mind, something embarrassing. Ahem, Miss Orbia, please don't digress, I'm here to help you, mother and son, and the entire O'Hara. Now that you know me, it's easier to say. You should know what my abilities are. As long as you give me enough ships, I can pick up all the people in O'Hara. Marine's fleet is still 3 days away, and if you don't want everyone in O'Hara, and your daughter Robin, to die because of you, you better listen to me. Carl warned Albia with a serious expression. It was because of her that O'Hara's information on blank history was leaked. It can be said that Orbia is the culprit of O'Hara's destruction. But now there is still time, as long as Orbiacan cooperates, Carl has the opportunity to send all the people here. Albia bit her lip, her eyes wandering, as if she was making a difficult choice. The old god Carl was standing there, not in a hurry, silently waiting for her to make her own decision. Robin clung to his mother's hand tightly, feeling that the atmosphere was a little weird and a little worried. Finally Orbia sighed and asked Karl a question. Jaguar D. Saul, do you know the Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters? Brother Saul? Why did you mention him? Karl frowned, not knowing what the other party wanted to do when he mentioned Saul's name. Orbia sighed and explained, Saul, Vice Admiral mentioned to me that you are a very honest Marine who dared to go against your boss in order to save the commoners. That's what he said about you when he helped me leave. He also said that although you are young, you are his goal. Now it seems that he is not lying. After all, I didn't reveal my identity at the time, and he couldn't possibly know who I was. But also thanks to Saul, Vice Admiral, otherwise I might never have come back. Orbia sighed with a sigh of relief. But Karl suddenly remembered that in the original book, it seemed that Saul helped Orbia to escape Marine's imprisonment. Then Saul came to O'Hara, and after seeing Orbia, did he understand the ins and outs of the matter, and then resolutely took Robin to escape from here. But he failed, and died at the hands of Kuzan. Miss Orbia, I don't think you know yet, Brother Saul, who is in the Buster Call team. But he didn't know that the island he was coming to was your hometown, and he didn't know that he would bring the fleet to execute you. You can imagine what Brother Saul will do when he sees your reaction and learns the facts here. How could Saul, who saved her life, was also in this fleet, and was also a member of Buster Call. This made Albia understand that if the other party really saw him, then he would definitely want to know the truth. By then, Saul will probably die here too. Thinking of this, Orbia couldn't help trembling. Miss Orbia, please think about it, whether it is for the village here, or your daughter Robin, or your savior Jaguar D. Saul, you must make a decision. Now only I can help you escape, but O'Hara must be destroyed, the blank 100 years of history are now revealed, too soon. Karl stepped forward, gently placed his hands on Orbia's shoulders, and said solemnly, so please give me a face and trust me for once. I can absolutely protect you all. Karl squeezed Orbia's shoulder tightly and took the opportunity to sign in. The other party was trembling all over, his face was flushed, and he was spitting out orchid. After his eyes met Karl, he was even more erratic. Signed in. Nicole Orbia successfully and obtained the identification technology of ancient texts. This is a great ability. Karl never thought that he would sign such an ability. However, Orbia's body, I am afraid that only the firm technique of ancient writing can arouse Karl's interest. You are not allowed to bully Mom. Nicole Robin forcibly pushed Karl away, and opened her hands to protect Orbia. Seeing Robin's cute behavior, Karl smiled, took 2 steps back, and continued to stare at Albia. Miss Orbia, time waits for no one, please make a decision as soon as possible. Orbia bit her lip, and finally chose to trust Karl and accept his rescue. I trust you, but I have a request. Chapter 75 Capone Big's first battle at sea. Tell me about it. Karl didn't expect that Orbia wanted to make a request. However, he did not directly refuse, but looked at the other party. What was he going to do? Orbia took a deep breath and said in a very firm tone, please rescue everyone but me. This is because of me, I can't watch them fall into the abyss. But I don't have the face to continue living, and I have already been put on a bounty in the world government. So I have to die in front of Marine, or they will most likely continue to haunt my daughter. You mean you're ready to die, don't you? That's right. Seeing Orbia's determined expression, Karl nodded and did not refuse. In this case, you can persuade those people now. Before tomorrow night, you must gather all of them in the square under the Tree of Omniscience. I'll do some preparations first, and I'll arrive on time tomorrow evening, transfer the people who have gathered, and don't wait when it's too late. When the voice fell, Karl rubbed the little Robin who was a little confused, and then flew into the sky in front of everyone's eyes. After watching Karl leave, Orbia finally couldn't hold back, and tears welled up in her eyes. I'm sorry Robin, I'm sorry you. She hugged Robin tightly and kept apologizing. Robin hugged Albia sensible and said softly, Mom doesn't cry, I don't cry. At the same time. Unfortunately, Capone Beeg was surrounded by the pirates of West Blue. 3 pirate ships, nearly hundreds of people, surrounded the Capone Beeg ship. Pirates have a lot of experience in naval battles, and they don't give Capone Beeg a chance to shoot. They have been evading in circles to prevent being locked. This is the first time for Capone Beeg to go out to sea. Although there are a lot of artillery fire on the ship, they cannot hit the target at all in the face of experienced pirates. On the contrary, their ship was hit on the deck by the opponent's artillery fire, causing several injuries to its subordinates. This situation made Capone Beeg a little annoyed. Boss, what should we do next? If we continue to sit still like this, the task that Lord Carl has given us has not yet begun, and we will fail. That's right, boss. Make a decision quickly. As long as you give an order, those of us who are younger brothers will destroy these pirates even if we risk our lives. Absolutely not, although I am your boss, we are all gay. Everyone's life is valuable, I will never allow you to make unnecessary sacrifices. Capone Beeg has been successfully trained completely, even easier than training Enel and Ace. His thinking has also completely changed inadvertently. The thinking of the younger brothers around him also changed a lot, so they didn't think there was anything wrong with such a Capone Beeg. But they are facing a huge crisis. If Capone Beeg doesn't make a decision, all of them will probably be drowned in the fire of pirates. Everyone obeys. Don't save artillery fire, concentrate firepower toward the southeast. The helmsman immediately turned the bow, ready to break out from the southeast at any time. I can't believe it, they dared to block my way in the face of intensive artillery fire. As ordered. Capone Beeg gritted his teeth and chose to order a counterattack. Although they tried many times before, they couldn't hit the experienced pirates. But Capone Beeg still wants to try. What if he can stand out? As expected. When Capone Beeg gave the order, all the turrets on the ship turned to one direction, and a dense firepower network appeared in an instant. Pirates are very experienced, and these artillery fire can't hit them at all. But as Capone Beeg said, they had to give way to avoid the artillery fire. Now, rush me out? As ordered. Capone Beeg roared, the ship broke through at full speed, and the dense firepower network broke out again. Those pirates wanted to stop them, but they were still dissuaded by the intense fire. But they can continue to attack Capone Beeg on the flanks. The current Capone Beeg, relying solely on their own ships, is relatively strong, and if they were replaced by ordinary merchant ships, I am afraid they have disappeared. Everyone listened to the order and immediately turned the barrels to target the pirate ships on both sides. Capone Beeg once again ordered that all the artillery fires other than the main guns should be turned in unison and fired at the same time. Those pirates were still excited. Because they think that they will soon be able to take this big fish into their pockets. They have been fighting at sea for a long time, and it is obvious at a glance that Capone Beeg is just a novice at sea and has no experience in naval combat. So they also let down their guard. But Capone Beeg turned the fire again and fired on both sides, which surprised them. Although the pirate's helmsman skills were good, he still did not respond to the incoming artillery attack. 3 pirate ships were sunk in an instant. Seeing this scene, Capone Beeg lit a cigar and took a deep breath, looking proud. Is this a naval battle? A little carelessness can lead to death. It's really tense and bloody. Sure enough, the sea is a man's romance. In this case, you should become stronger, otherwise, with your strength, you will only be killed when you go out to sea. Suddenly, a very familiar voice from Capone Beeg sounded. He looked up and saw a figure in a marine uniform appearing in front of him. Then he saw the wind howling around and the sea surging. 2 huge sea tornadoes rose into the air, engulfing the 2 pirate ships without any suspense. Master Karl, why are you here? Kaponbeek was a little surprised to see Karl appear. After the others saw that it was Karl, they took out the pen and notebook in a conditioned reflex and wanted to take notes. Seeing this scene, Karl was dumbfounded, and then waved his hand. It's just the way, but I have seen your performance before. As a novice, it is very good. But if someone from the Marine headquarters came to encircle you, even if there was only one warship, with your current strength and maritime experience, you wouldn't be able to escape at all. Is Marine so powerful? But Marine here. West Blue's Marine is just a branch unit, and there is no comparison with the headquarters, so you have to open your eyes a little bit, and it can't be limited to West Blue. Understood, Lord Karl, but next, is there anything I can do to help? Although my strength is low, I am very good at inquiring about information and so on. You can order me at any time. Let me think about. Karl frowned slightly. He didn't think at first that he would be here and meet Kaponbeek again. It can only be said that the two of them are really fateful.